In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos.
All right, hola, mi amigos. We're on Flat Earth Fridays, episode 100 and thrice. We're going to watch Proud's intro, and then we're going to join the panel here. Let's see what we got. All right, take it away, Proud.
A second, because we're going to have to put all our attention on Cap Conspiracy Smasher, who just pulled up in here.
Yeah, I don't think we should give 1 second to Conspiracy. What's his face? That dude's worthless every breath he speaks.
Oh, no, hell no, hell no. Full court press on his tweeting eyes. Well, Conspiracy, please explain your behavior. Explain why you feel like the way you behave on a timeline is acceptable. Why don't you just come challenged with civility, intellectual input?
I do the equal return for equal put out. So you got people who want to learn, who want to engage, who want to debate. I debate them evenly, and I try to do my best, and I do great work with doing research, doing scientific papers, and all that stuff. Then you have guys who live on memes, live on attacks, live on personal attacks. They don't get that same respect.
You're describing yourself.
So where did Alan attack you, Conspiracy?
Okay.
Can you please highlight the moment Alan attacked you personally?
What did all I did Alan was just explain that he's just lying about some of the things that he's talking about and just cherry-picking scientific papers and not being able to refute any of the topics that he talked about. That's just.
What was done to you to behave the way that you behave, since this is your claim to why you do what you do?
Well, for Alan, it might be different because a lot of that stuff is just him posting out lies, him posting out misinformation.
I just said that I wanted him to show where Alan attacked him first because this is the reason why he says his behavior is the way it is. He then said, well, Alan is different. So, Conspiracy Smasher, are you going to acknowledge that what you just claimed, you cannot substantiate? That you are picking and choosing when to behave the way you want to behave, not because of the energy you receive, it's because you decide what you want to do and how you want to act based on who you're talking to. Walk that claim back.
Not 100%.
So then what did Alan do to you specifically first, Conspiracy Smasher? Did he do anything to you, yes or no?
Alan, no.
Okay, so you just conceded that whatever your reasoning was bullshit. So we can now get that out of here. First pack up. Now you
Boys,
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
shout out to the level heads.
Back when like Floyd Mayweather with this shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still gonna dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
What an awesome intro. Shout out to Proud. All right, here we go. We're going to join the panel now. As soon as I can find the live button. That's not good. No, there's supposed to be a live button, boys. What have we done? One second. Duplicate tab. Oh, it is not yet live. Okay. Well. Oh, there it is. It's live now. We're good, boys. Not hearing any audio. Usually there's music.
Every Friday night, we gather round to dive deep into truths that astound. Theo's in the house, with facts so clear. He's on a mission to make things appear. Flat Earth believers, we stand tall. We're breaking barriers, we won't fall. Flat Earth Fridays, all night we go. Stationary Saturday, don't you know? Theo keeps proving. Oh, won't you see the beauty of a world that's flat and free? Flat Earth Fridays, all night we go into stationary Saturday. Don't you know Theo keeps proving, oh, won't you see beauty of a world that's flat and free? The beauty of a world that's flat and free.
Yeah, Denver, yeah, stand up.
Hard body shit.
Flat boys,
Bang.
let's go.
Hard body shit.
Ever since my birth, my dick got mad girth. I'm chilling with my people talking about that flat earth.
Last night, your boy had some sex with a nice girl. Did the Titanic really hit an iceberg?
When other people spend their life chasing wealth, me and my boys, we chase that ice shelf.
Ice shelf, fuck a globe, not a part of the system. Try to keep us down, but whoops, you missed one.
It's really sad to see all these people mad at me, cause I just figured out there's no such thing as gravity.
Yeah, NASA and I think I'll pass her. Hard pass. Forgot everything I learned in class.
It's a storm of information like a monsoon. Lying mother, no one landed on the moon.
Not a straight answer, what is you saying? What? Out with the old like that human-sized penguin.
The earth is flat, the earth is flat. People around the globe know the earth is flat. I don't care about this, I don't care about that. People around the globe know the earth is flat.
Bang.
Yeah, Denver, Flat Earth Convention.
You are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. It gets a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You Glovers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Let them know, Neil.
That stuff is flat.
Yeah.
That stuff is flat.
Level heads, what up?
That stuff is flat.
It's Friday already?
That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Lower ground floor.
Oh, look who's here.
I knew Dr. Florence, dial 118, please. Dr. Florence, please dial. Hello. REM. Accessible.
Time to turn up. Oh yeah, we live. Fridays, let's go.
Chemtrail clouds on sleep though. Acid rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Yeah, clone and modified beef though. Heavy metals all in drink though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in it, 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 put him in it. Fame of coffin. Yeah. I'm people watching. Yeah. Count sheet. Yeah. Nigga sleep walking.
What up, B.O.B.?
All these dead riders. Well, it rain about it. Laws ain't talking about shit. But baby mama. You don't want to stir the pot, you don't want to detox, you don't sleep though. You ever heard about Skiat? You don't want a Tupac, you want love and hip hop, I don't sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all week though. Chalk outline on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out of one piece though.
Pay attention.
I'm sleep though. Clone politicians don't sleep though. Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though. Geoengineering, I'm sleep though.
Let's go.
Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone and modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in it, put him in it. Put him in it, 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 put him in it.
And season 2.
Put him in it, put him in it, put him in it, put him in it, put him in it. I'm sleep though. Feds follow nigga in street clothes. Hoes ain't sticking to the G code. Suck a nigga dick and charge me though. I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Hoes set a nigga up for the kilo. I leave, maybe young crazy, no CeeLo. I'm sleep though. Deep underground ETs though. Burning Mac, man, so rest in peace though. Found Make 28, well, we know. Nigga, what you talking about?
Wake up, level heads.
Do do shit people talk about. Nothing to argue about. What we talking about? How must I remind you I don't wear designer, no genre attire. My Santo was all up inside your vagina, tampons, panty liners. Yeah, gender blur got the kids all confused. Teaching sex ed in preschool. Designer babies in the womb. Stars shining through the moon. But I'm sleep though. Chemtrail clouds, I'm sleep though.
Sleep though.
Hot water, I'm sleep though. Acid rain down, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though.
Too easy like a free throw.
On there, modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in sleep though. Put him in it.
Like us Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving the stock, yeah. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving the stock, yeah. Background the merchants.
Okay, y'all locked in with me?
We locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated mean, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceased, nomination leaves, taken by the beach, running around, like a head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost.
Hashtag Splatter Fridays.
Fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all we can't be stopped. Like us Suburbans they watching, back always swerving the stock, yeah. Background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans they watching, back always swerving the stock, yeah. Background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorb, wonder what's in store. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war, better bring your sword. Better than veteran, don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I feel it in the ethers. Coming through the speakers, you're talking and seeing speaker, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded with thoughts of profound. To view that they drown. And I wonder what sound is in the perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, taking a fade, or regurgitated. Like us Suburbans, they watch. Background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black the Suburbans, they watching. Background we swerving a stock.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host Sacred. We are the Levelheads. This is Flat Earth Friday. Welcome. We are not physicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. We do not take disrespect of any kind, and we will not tolerate racism of any kind. Please, enjoy the show.
Go and tell your master that we have been charged by God with a sacred quest.
You feel me? We still on this journey. We just took 103 steps. It ain't over. We back. It's Friday. And guess what? Earth still flat. Still no motion. Still no curvature.
To be fair, Sacred, I think we lost the Globers back in episode 70.
You think so?
Nah, some would argue 35, but you know.
The Globers or the anti-flirts? Gotta be specific these days.
You know the anti-flirts be bullying the Globers?
We really in the Matrix. The anti-flirts be bullying the Globers these days. Y'all didn't know that? They ran out of flat earth targets. They had to shoot at each other. Foundation weaker than gravity.
We're gonna do a mini listening party for y'all today.
Yo, we done had so many dope conversations over the past 103 episodes. Sometimes we forget, like, where some of the dialogue started from and where we are now, right? And going back and listening to some of these things, like, there's a lot of things that, you know, obviously we go for hours at a time, right? We go into stationary Saturdays, sometimes still flat Sundays. And sometimes we gloss over, like, a lot of good points. So I feel like it's only right that we highlight great content, great dialogue, great back and forth, so we can focus on some of the specifics and the details. Because there's a lot of dimensions to the flat earth, globe earth conversation, right? So many different ways you can approach the conversation. So many different topics to explore, learn more in-depth knowledge, obtain new perspective. But the only way that we're going to be able to utilize that value is by focusing, right? Doubling back. So we had an idea. Maybe we should go and look at some of the more recent conversations that we had in some of the past Flat Earth Fridays. One of them being with one of the top anti-flirts on Twitter and my main man, Alan. Shout out to AlanSpaceAudits. I'm gonna bring him up here. But before we get into all that, I do want to just shout out to the level heads. Appreciate y'all for waiting on us to get started. We live now. Retweet the space at your favorite Globie, at your favorite anti-flat earther. Let them know that we're live. I know they've been in y'all mentions all week. So tell them, pull up with that same energy. Redirect all that smoke right over here. We looking for it. So much so, we on different platforms looking for it. TikTok, Discord, Twitter, wherever you want to, like, we are looking for some substance from the other side. So let them know this is where they can get their shit off. So before we get into this, I do want to kind of play the clip because Proud done clipped up a lot of great content. I'm going to play that in a second. But let's say what up to the level as I see Alan in here. I see Stone in the building. Flatman B pulling up. Bill and Ted representing the phone booth pod. Shout out to Def and Rufus. What up, squad? See Zetetic in here. See Shane in here. See Ken in here. TM in the building. Donna Cug, what up? Zen, I see Dave in here. Big Iron. What up, Iron Bill? Ron Boston, the mayor. D3. Rock in the building. Keith in the building. Leliana, what's up? Flat Earth Dave, what up, Dave? Mr. X, my man, facing reality. Ride 79. Chris, Rev. Nicholas Cage. Mr. X. Fink, what up? We even got the flat lads in here. What up, Jay? Rusty, I see you. Supersonic, howdy, Bill. Ominous in the building. OG Meat. What up, Meatball? The only ball we acknowledge in these parts, besides hoops. OG and Meatball hoops, that's it. Lucy, I see you. Karen, I see you. No longer on the ball. Macus. Nebulous Crash. David Knight in the building. Banana bread. Okay, as long as the bread's flat, we do flat breads this side. I'm rocking. Barbara Dan, what up? Eric, what up? AM, what up? Dirty Roof, what up? Doobs. Globe skepticism, I like it. Biden's cannibals for real? What? What? Who else is down there, Proud?
Oh my. Allegedly, y'all. You gotta start putting allegedly near your names. As always, shout out to the anonymous listeners who just haven't built up the courage to come on their main accounts. Buttered biscuits, interesting. Crystal Renderer, Nominal popped in here. Nominal, is that a picture of Mars you got as your profile picture? You might need to tell us about that. Wendell, Big Pine, Salem, Melissa, Comrade, we see you over there on TikTok with Gene and them. JJJ Bear, Do, Jennifer, Hide and Seek, what's up, Coffee? Dream, Kamala, Teresa, Mr. Meatball, Grouper King, Sun God, Spiro, Flatless. What's up? No longer on the ball. Julian, Tony, Brian, Luke, Lucy in the building. See Matt in the building. Who else popped in here? David, welcome. Eric, welcome. Rye, 79, welcome. It's a full house tonight, y'all.
As always, and we last but not least, we definitely can't forget about the YouTube chat. Shout out to the space auditors, the space audit lads.
Spam L NASA in the chat, y'all.
Spam L NASA in the chat for real. Hey man, it's great to see y'all. Been missing y'all. That had me locked out of my account over the past week. It's crazy. Didn't even realize, to be totally honest. Actually kicked me out of the spaces last Friday. I don't know if y'all seen. We kind of ended abruptly. But, they can't keep us down, man. They can't hold us back. We got to deal with Elon. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't going to do us like that forever. We good. We here. We also been on TikTok over the past week. Like we said, if we're not over here on Twitter, we over there packing up some anti-flat earthers on TikTok. We're going to get into that a little bit later, too. Some really interesting conversations. And then we have Alan wants to present some things based on the topic today. And we're going to set up the premise with some flashback conversations. Now, Proud is like elite content creator. Y'all go check out my pin tweet. It was so fun catching Capspiracy Pusher, and so many moonwalking, backtracks, goalposts moving. I mean, what's the relative motion of goalpost movement these days? Do we got a frame of reference we can observe it from? I mean, how many times they gonna move the goalposts every single time we catch them capping? It's the reason why they don't come over here every single week. They know what's gonna happen. But even within all the jokes, if y'all want the jokes, go to my pin tweet right now. Super hilarious. Love catching them in 4K. But it's always about balance, right? Yeah, we like to have fun. Yeah, we like to go crazy. But we also want to learn in the meantime. We want to be, we got to make sure that we find that equilibrium between having fun and actually learning some things. And I think the back and forth that we were having during this discussion with Capspiracy Pusher was very enlightening. One thing that I always try to look for is the best refutation to the arguments that we put forth. Right? Because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for exclusivity. We're looking for not just evidence. It's got to be exclusive evidence to one side, so that way we could, attribute some type of causal mechanism or just some type of we could claim that this is factual. You can't claim that something is fact if there's an equivalence, right? So we're always looking for the most valid, logical, rational refutation. And if we need to update our position, we
The
are
fun
happy to
part
do so.
about Alan and Whitsitt and all these guys is
Goodness sakes, we were the one that were the globe earthers that ended up changing our whole position. So we have no problem being honest with ourselves when being confronted with new information. What about the globe earthers, though? What about the anti-flat earthers? When they are confronted with maybe information they weren't privy to, they haven't come across yet, maybe an interpretation they hadn't considered, are they honest enough to update to their position, to acknowledge the information being put forth in front of them in real time?
Call us all dumb, and
what are the implications of them acknowledging the arguments? What are the implications of them obfuscating from the arguments? You know, there's a lot of questions that we could dive into when we're having these back and forths within this conversation. But I always look at the response, reaction, and behavior before anything else, because that's going to let me know whether we can continue the conversation or not, right? There's like no point of talking to somebody if they're just going to have both their ears plugged and just shaking their head, right? Like, and I don't think that we expect the scientific community to behave that way, right? We don't want any hand wave dismissals. We want acknowledgement. We want refutations. We are inviting those who disagree with our position to come speak about it. Present your evidence. Show us why we're wrong. Show us why we need to correct our position, or concede. It's that simple. So I'm gonna make it easy for you guys. Just like Proud said, what I want to do, I want to play her 14-minute clip. And then I'm gonna open up the mics, and I want to see what you guys think about the back and forth. Some of you guys are here for the first time, so you've never heard some of these conversations before. You probably never even heard about flat Earth. This may be your first introduction to flat Earth. There's definitely levels to this conversation. There's, you know, surface level observation, and then there's real nitty gritty technical details. And we could do both, however you want to do it. This gets a little bit more technical, but that's why I kind of want to open it up, because a lot of the globe Earth relies on assumptions, presuppositions, infinities, all different type of things that they can't really substantiate, right? One of them being the speed of light. The entire globe Earth hinges on these abstract concepts: gravity, dark energy, dark matter, light traveling at a constant speed. And if there's any deviation, it's not an invariance of the speed of light. It's just time dilation. Is that the truth? Can we reproduce these claims? Is it too intricate for us novice, non-PhD credentialed like, or is this much simpler than that? Maybe it becomes a little bit more difficult because the foundation is weak. They're all based on false premises. And we're going to get into that tonight. So go check out Proud Flirt. If you want to follow along with the graphics, feel free, but I'm going to play the audio. And then we're going to let some of the homies up. And if there's anybody down there that is a globe earther that wants to speak on this topic, or just, you know, give your reaction to what you hear in this back and forth conversation, let us know. Proud, you want to say anything before we get it going?
No, make sure you guys share your opinion on how incoherent Conspiracy Smasher is and whether he obfuscated or addressed the points.
Oh yeah, we should have them like acknowledge, you know, something, right? Like, hey, acknowledge, if you're listening and you hear him obfuscating, tell us what you hear him obfuscating from. If he says he made a refutation and you ain't hear it, let us know. If you think he made a coherent argument, let us know that too. We want your honest opinion of this back and forth. And then we're going to get into it. Because if further ado, we are going to play a clip from a previous episode for Flat Earth Fridays. Some of the participants include myself, Shane, Alan, Proud, and none other than Conspiracy Pusher, Capspiracy Pusher, because you know he be capping, y'all. Y'all know he be capping. Matter of fact, Ted was the first one to call that out. When Ted was packing up Conspiracy Pusher, he was like, bro, you like push every single conspiracy in the book. Shout out to Ted, man. That was funny as hell. All right, y'all ready?
Are we about to smash the conspiracy?
I think so.
Nice, dude. GL.
Glow clowns gotta get a life, bro.
Gotta get a life, bro.
Okay. The fun part about Alan and Whitsit and all these guys is we battle high-end. We battle the high-end subject so that we don't talk about the low-end subject. And that's why I came on.
Hold on.
Y'all let me know. Is the music too loud?
Yeah. Yep.
I think so.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Got to do a little Android reprogramming on the fly here, boys. Give me 1 sec. Hold on, Sacred. I'm in the interface. All right, I'm rebooting. All right, you should be good to go.
Rebooting.
I left the floppy drive open. 1 second. He won't boot. He won't post unless the floppy's shut.
Uh-oh, not the floppy disk.
It started with the 3.5 floppy, and it'll end with the 3.5 floppy, boys.
They don't know nothing about that life.
I used to have homework assignments on that bad boy. 3.5 megabytes of storage, lads.
Nah, they had the luxury of using USBs. That's the interface they're familiar with. That USB life. Big Iron, don't laugh. You know you ain't never used no floppy disk.
All right, testing.
Loud and clear.
All right, let me know if y'all can hear this.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
You can't hear that?
Not a lick.
Hold on 1 second. My bad, y'all. Technical difficulties.
You think Elon has a direct link to our Neuralink cyborg capacitors?
Well, wasn't it part of the agreement for your guys' upgrades that you were supposed to be free range? Like he's not supposed to be in your guys' head getting little sniffs of your metadata or anything like that?
No, we didn't read the fine print. He listens whenever his name is being mentioned, so he has to have some ears and some heart.
Yeah.
Where?
He's always in the back of your mind.
We battle the high-end subject so that we don't talk about it. And that's why I came on.
Sounds better?
Nailed it.
Yeah.
All right, we cooking. Don't worry. Elon got me, y'all. All right, so this is the clip produced by Proud, courtesy of Alan, and I think we have a feature by Shane in here as well. I think Toby may be in here. But yeah, y'all let me know what y'all think.
the fun part about Alan and Whitsit and all these guys is we battle high end.
Keep it on subject.
Hold on. We battle the high end subjects so that we don't talk about the low end subjects. And that's why I came on. I wanted to work the simple low end.
Okay, well let's go back to the subject.
Hold on. Didn't you bring this up, Master?
No.
The reason why we're talking about atomic clocks is because we asked you what Alan was lying about, and this was your number one go-to. Is that what happened, Conspiracy Smasher?
Yeah, and that's
so. Then why are you so if that's what happened, since you were the one that brought up the high end stuff, why are you crying about talking about the high end stuff?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. He'll cross you up. You're still going to dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
Do you have a specific lie or misinformation you want to talk about? Because I don't really care what you say or whatever. Like if you want to get to something.
I'll skip you then.
What?
Okay.
So he does. Wait. You just made a claim about Alan posting false information. You now absolutely need to substantiate that claim, or you need to admit that you don't have the ability to substantiate that claim. One.
Tell him, Toby. Hey, Toby, let him know, gang.
Or the other. We're not going to gloss past this. Go ahead.
Here's a funny story about GPS and how GPS requires light to have variable speeds. That was pretty funny.
It's a funny story. So you're gonna try and argue the constancy of the speed of light right now?
So this is what's happening, just for context, y'all. So we invite, all the anti-flat earthers and the globers to come up and to talk about the things that they want to talk about. And what Conspiracy Pusher has said is that he attacks people because they lie and because of their behavior, and he wants to call Alan out on his lie. So this is the first thing that he decided to bring up was atomic clocks. Nobody else brought this up, only him. All right, let's hear what Conspiracy Pusher got to say about this.
Okay, what is your evidence of the constancy of the speed of light?
Alan wasn't able to explain how GPS requires light to be at variable speeds.
Well, doesn't require it, just happens to reflect that in the measurements, right? You guys assume that it was one speed, but it actually, the measurements reflect that it's not.
The measurements?
Yes.
Can you post that research that says the measurements don't need to be different?
Yeah, GPS works off of a range measurement equation. It gives varying distances based off of the time of the speed of light of when the signal is sent and when it's received. That time varies based off of the quote unquote constancy of the speed of light, right? So it's basically taking a ratio of the velocity versus the speed of light and giving it distance. That makes sense? And when
that's how it works.
That's exactly. That's one to one. That's one to one how it works. That's how sonar works. It's the same. It's the same exact concept, same equation.
It's in the name, range measurement equation.
GPS works on time from the signal of the GPS satellite to the receiver.
Uh-oh.
That's it.
Uh-oh.
No documentation that says that GPS runs off of a variable speed of light, not one.
Well, when you look at the equation, that's what you would assume, right? Because it doesn't have a c plus or minus v in it. But when you analyze,
yo, the yawn by Alan be taking me out.
is what it does, how it derives distance. That's exactly what it's doing. And if you would like a further analysis on that, I can point you to some paperwork that'll give you an analogy of that, and it'll make sense when you apply it to sonar, because it's, like I said earlier, exactly how it works, and you wouldn't assume that the speed of sound is the same for the moving receiver, right?
Ooh, okay, now let me just slow this down for y'all. We're gonna open it up so we can talk about it. So they use the same equation called the range measurement equation for the speed of light, quote unquote, and for sonar. Now they said sound requires a medium for it to propagate through, just like pretty much every other type of signal propagation except light. They say light doesn't require a medium. It doesn't require anything for it to propagate through. Sound, we know, doesn't travel at a constant speed. It varies. But they say that light isn't varying. It's invariant, right? It's constant. How can they make that claim using the same equation? Why do they assume that the speed of light is constant, but then use the same equations for sonar and they say, oh, sound isn't constant? Keep that in mind as we move through this.
Sonar is a sound wave going out. GPS is a time-based signal.
Yes, and how do you think sonar derives distance based off of time, right? Of the signal propagation in its medium. It uses the exact same equation.
Does it use time dilation?
What's that?
Does it use time dilation?
No.
So now what conspiracy pushers saying, well, if it's the same, how come it doesn't use time dilation? Now, I don't know if I should spoil it now to give context, but let's continue listening right now to see what conspiracy smasher is confused about when we're talking about time dilation. Is it something that's actually observed or an abstract concept? Let's keep listening.
Then it's not the same.
Well, do you think GPS uses time dilation? And if so, can you articulate how?
Because of velocity. Because with the velocity of the satellite, it has required to use time dilation. It's literally in the public domain.
Well,
that it has to use time dilation. That's why.
Okay. So there's 3 velocity corrections that they give in GPS, right? They say that there's an equigravitational potential for general relativity, so they got the gravitational potential correction. Then they say they have a velocity correction for Earth rotation, and then they have a velocity correction for the satellite, right? Now, the velocity correction for the satellite is a separate correction that it makes with respect to nothing else, right? It's accounting for its own velocity, irrespective. Like, forget about what you said about time dilation for a second, right? Let's look at how the atomic clock keeps everything in sync, right? Because this is supposed to be accounting for time dilation, right? But what's actually happening is the atomic clock itself is losing time proportional to its own velocity as it's in quote unquote free fall around the Earth. Okay. The way that they have it mapped out mathematically is they say, okay, well, it's we can consider it an ECI reference frame and all this stuff because it's, it's not real, right? It's falling around the Earth. It's in a local inertial frame, they call it. So they have this fictitious coordinate system that they use. Well, they say, right? So they say that with respect to the center of this fictitious coordinate system, this clock is retarding proportional to its own velocity. That's not possible under relativistic mechanics. And also, do you have anything to comment on that before we get back to time dilation?
Man, Alan is such a gentleman. He said, before I continue packing you up, is there anything that you want to address before I get to cooking your ass? Right? Hey, do you want to chime in, good sir? Yo, Alan man is the go, I swear. So basically what he's saying, they're making corrections. So this atomic clock is supposed to have precise measurement of time. Yet he's saying they have to make correction based on its motion. Now, if light is supposed to be supposedly equal and not varying and constant in all inertial frames, why would they have to make these type of corrections? It's almost as if maybe light isn't constant, right? So like if we assume that sound was at a constant speed or velocity, and then we observed a retardation in that propagation of sound through a medium like a fluid, would we say, oh, the sound wave is supposed to be constant, but because we're observing some type of variance, it must be time dilation? Or maybe sound just isn't constant, just like light. Maybe light is not constant. Maybe it actually does require a medium, especially being the fact that we can't create a perfect absolute zero vacuum, which means there's always some type of medium there. So to claim that light doesn't require a medium when we can't actually recreate a perfect vacuum devoid of a medium is just logically bankrupt. It's like saying, oh, yeah, we know a medium's always there, but trust me, bro, the light doesn't need it.
Nope, there's no medium here, boys. It's just a discontinuous nothingness.
Nothingness. Abstract nothingness.
It's a field of math, boys.
And we love fields of math. Head ass.
You're explaining time dilation. You're literally
No. You're not hearing me. Time dilation would be with respect to another observer, right? This is with respect to nothing. There's no the ECI frame is a hypothetical space. It shouldn't be. Hold on.
Atomic clock is losing time.
Yes.
In its own inertial reference frame.
Yes.
So why would it be an atomic clock?
They have to make corrections for that velocity to keep it in sync. Now, the reason it's an atomic clock is because it's so they kind of sell it like, oh, it's the most accurate thing ever, blah blah blah, right? But actually,
It's kind of the inverse. It's inaccurate, but they can correct it really precisely. And because they can make those precise corrections, they can quote unquote they can keep that accuracy, so to speak. So it's kind of
how atomic clock works.
That is so, like, can you imagine? Hey, yo, this is so precise. Is it though? Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, when it's off, we can precisely correct for it. So we're just gonna tell you it's really, really precise.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me that you correct to make it that, bro?
No, that's the whole mystery behind them, right? Is that the cesium decay rate is really stable. So when there's velocity corrections, you know, and all these things that they have to adjust for on like a really small scale, well, you would need something that decays at a stable rate, and that's the whole thing, right? It's not that it continuously produces, you know, like a coherent stream of time or something, right? It's that it predictably decays, and they can adjust that perfectly so that any of the other adjustments that they have to make, you know, relative velocity, altitude potential, because you're traveling through the ether where it's thicker at altitude, right? So there's a correction that they put for that, and they call it the gravitational potential. But, you know, if you're moving through an electric field, a magnetic field, or ether, right, relative motion through a field, it's all going to be the same correction. You're not going to know. But anyway, that's kind of how they disguise it. So.
Fact. And the other interesting thing that you did mention, Alan, which again, I just feel like some of these things get glossed over within the conversation because there's a lot of things to absorb. And this is something that, you know, if y'all tap in with Mr. Xavier on his spaces on Sundays, I believe, he talks about this too, with observing light, with a moving frame of reference or different moving frame of reference from the signal propagator to the receiver. And if we're experiencing time dilation, is it something that an instrument can pick up, or is it just an optical illusion? Because seems like when it comes to time dilation, it requires an observer. So is there really an observer when you're talking about GPS signals, or it's just an instrument picking up something actually happening, like a decay or a retardation in the propagation? Because they explain this as saying, hey, this observer is viewing a speed of light invariant, but it's just an illusion. But just like Alan said, it requires an observer. Is this applicable to atomic clocks? Why is that predictable? Why is that decay predictable? And they can accurately correct for it and then act like they don't do that. You know, this is the question at hand, but let's keep it moving.
Exactly how it works. Would you like me to run it through one to one? I could do it in about 2 minutes.
Hey, let's do that. So we got the sacred screen share. Let me throw it up top. I just retweeted it. You can run and tell y'all the little globe zealots conspiracy pusher that we do got the screen share. So Alan's gonna pull it up top. I got him live on it on a screen. You could jump in here. You can do a picture in picture, and we're gonna run through the atomic clocks.
Clarify, Alan is now teaching him about what he said Alan was lying to people about. But
oh yeah, we gotta hold his hand.
Toby.
Here, Toby. He's like, yo, now we teaching the guy about the things that he brought up. Interesting, right?
Repeating that's the same lie. It's not teaching anything.
Okay, we'll see if you can refute that. Since you call it a lie, we're gonna see where he's actually lying at, and you're gonna have to highlight that because you already got exposed once, conspiracy smasher. You up here? Let's see if you can double back or if you get exposed twice. Are you following along? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what I was saying was, he said, "Hey, whatever Alan's saying is a lie." So we're not saying conspiracy smasher. What we're saying is, okay, we are finna run through this diagram. We're going to highlight the points point by point with specifics. And then you point out, Mr. Smasher, smasher of nothingness from the lab frame. You point out where the lie is at after we go through this. And it should be simple, right? This is someone who claims to be super educated. Flirts are so dumb. So you should be able to keep up point by point and say, hey, this is the reason why that right there isn't true. You know it isn't true, and that's why I'm calling you a liar. We're looking for that specific point. Okay, so let's listen to see if Conspiracy Smasher can actually highlight something incorrect that Alan is saying. Let's find out. Cool. Go ahead, Alan, whenever you're ready.
Okay, cool.
Class in session.
Okay, so they have cesium and then what they call the cesium oven here. So this is just, by the way, this is a vacuum tube essentially, right? So anyway, the cesium oven heats up, it breaks the cesium vial, little cesium gas comes out of here. It gets collimated as it's exiting the oven. So it's just sending it kind of like in a coherent beam to a magnetic field. This magnetic field ejects anything that's not oscillating at 9,192,000,000 oscillations per second. Okay, so everything that comes into this chamber here, this microwave chamber, is oscillating at that rate. They then send microwave signals to match that oscillation rate. When that oscillation rate is matched, it exits through this magnetic field. Anything that's going too fast or too slow gets ejected in a different direction. They then ionize that, and then through ionizing, they measure that electrical energy that's produced from that, and they amplify it here, and then they get their reading, based off of that energy. And when they have an energy that matches that oscillation rate, they then lock it into sync. Now, what they found is that when this satellite is, quote unquote, free falling around the Earth with respect to the ECI, right, that the oscillation rate changes proportional to its velocity, and they have to input additional energy to keep that, to maintain that oscillation rate of 9,192,000,000 oscillations per second. That's not time dilation, dude. Now, time dilation would be the difference between a stationary observer on Earth and that satellite and the velocity with respect to them.
Yeah, you guys can explain. That difference that they make is literally time dilation in reference to the velocity of a satellite.
So if you're in an inertial frame, the speed of c equals c, right? According to relativity theory?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're free falling around the Earth and you're in a gravitational well, you're in what's called a local inertial frame. So c equals c in an inertial frame, yes or no?
Just for the audience, c is the speed of light, which they claim is constant. So we're saying is c equal to c in all inertial frames. Which means it can't have any real variance. In this day and age of physics, the speed of light isn't supposed to vary at all, no matter what's happening. So that's what Alan is doing right now. He's setting up a baseline of understanding so we can show them why it's fundamentally incoherent.
Yes.
Okay.
C will always equal C.
Okay, right. And as the theory goes, for atomic clock synchronization, for Einstein clock synchronization, that's what they thought. They thought that once you sync this clock, it would sync in perpetuity, and they would never have to account for its own velocity with respect to nothing, right? Because Einstein says you can't measure
a velocity reference to nothing.
Right.
But you just said they did. But you said
well, that's what Einstein. Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
That's what
you said. They're making a correction of its velocity in reference to what?
To absolute space.
Okay, there's no absolute reference frame.
No, there is. That's there is though. This is otherwise this clock wouldn't do what it's doing. You wouldn't have to make that correction.
The atomic clock doesn't need correction. That's the whole point of the atomic clock.
No, it 100% does.
So Alan just ran through the entire diagram, explaining how you have to introduce additional energy in order to get that specific oscillation of the cesium frequency that can calculate time, right? If there was no variance in the speed of light, you wouldn't have to correct for that, no matter how fast the satellite is moving or the atomic clock within that satellite is moving. Doesn't matter which direction, what time of year. None of that should matter at all. Like whatever the signal propagator is doing, it should always keep c, the speed of light, constant. What happens is, when they thought that, when they assumed that, hey, there is no lab frame, space is not absolute, we measure everything reference to the speed of light or against the speed of light. They need the speed of light to be constant because that's what they have to measure a reference against. The moment that it varies, you can't use that, right? So this is the difference between a Newtonian framework where space was absolute and static and a relativistic framework where space is dynamic and it bends and warps, and we use light to measure against and not space or the frame that we're observing in. We don't measure against that. We use light instead. And if it's varying, then we correct for it and call it time dilation. So as Alan just walked conspiracy through that, he just said, no, they don't need to make corrections. After Alan just highlighted the corrections in real time. We just showed you how they have to manipulate the cesium frequency in order to get it to oscillate at the right rate.
No, the rate comes out the same. That's why it's atomic clock, and that's why it's so accurate. You don't need it's not the opposite, as Alan put it and said, well, it's not, it's literally not an accurate clock, but we still call it an accurate clock. No, it's an accurate clock. That's why they use it, and that's why it's able to be used in such a precise application as GPS.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Like Floyd Mayweather with this shit. Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
If you tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. He'll cross you up. You're still going to dunk on you. You can't stop sports about that.
There's actually never been experimental verification of time dilation in the relativistic sense. So
hence my question.
No, never. Because here's why. Here's why conspiracy. So the stationary clock would be required that stationary clock somehow reflects the same velocity corrections that would be required for the moving clock, right? Because if the reference frames are interchangeable and they're all equally valid, right, that would have to be substantiated in clock corrections. It's never been substantiated, only in one way, only with a clock that's in motion, which is in alignment with classical mechanics, right? And then we just went over how, with respect to absolute space, it's correcting for its own velocity. Now, whether or not you believe it's free falling around a globe or moving on a flat Earth due to some other mechanic, it's still correcting for its velocity in a circumstance when it absolutely should not be.
I think that's just your opinion.
Now say why.
So his reply to all of those specific details of relativistic effects, atomic clocks, retardation, which is a failed prediction of the propagation of light in a signal, the smasher of all conspiracies says, no, I think that's just your opinion.
That's just like your opinion, man. Dude, he literally Big Lebowski'd me. That's so funny. Shout out to your boy. Dude Lebowski'd me. But yeah, it's the atomic clock thing is super significant real quick too, because the protocol for syncing an atomic clock, right? Because, you know, they've been in the Einstein paradigm for, you know, since 1905, right? And then GPS came around in like the 70s, 80s. So when they started messing around with these atomic clocks, they were like, you know, how are we going to sync them? Oh, we'll sync them to, you know, to an Einstein protocol that assumes the constancy of the speed of light in the one-way direction, it being, you know, 300 million meters a second, you know, roughly, and then in the opposite direction, 300 million meters, right? Because at the time, they were like, we don't have a one-way measurement. We don't know. It could be anything. The light could instantly hit it and reflect back at 300 million meters a second, or vice versa. It could be anything, boys. But the way that the way that Einstein it has to be in the Einstein paradigm, the one-way speed has to be the same as the two-way speed, right? So anyway, they came up with a protocol to sync these clocks with stationary clocks that are on Earth, and then they have the clocks in the sky that are moving, and they came up with a way to sync those based off of that one-way speed. And boys, you'll never believe what happened. That experiment failed, and they weren't able to sync them in that manner. It wasn't like I don't know. They figured this out experimentally, right? Like over time, it wasn't like they just had this clock and then they could no, people did experiments, had to figure out how they work, how to keep them in sync. Like the GPS network is fascinating. But anyway, the important part though, is that the predictions, like the theory of Einstein and the constancy of the speed of light and all that, made specific predictions on how a clock should be synced, and they failed completely.
And keep in mind, every time they talk about quote unquote models, they always say you flat earthers can't predict anything, right? As if they have the best predictions ever. And I always say, whatever it is, it always requires some type of presupposition or correction. So at what point do you throw out your model if it doesn't make accurate predictions without corrections, bro? Or is that the new standard? Can we present a model where we can correct along the way whenever it doesn't work? Is that the new standard? Because, I mean, if that's the new standard, we shouldn't really hear anything about, you know, working models at all anymore until the globe Earth has a grand unified theory of everything working together without corrections. A few more minutes. Let's continue.
Explain why. Explain, like directly refute it.
Explain why, and we haven't even got to the principle of relative simultaneity yet.
Okay, the fun part about Alan and Whitsitt and all these guys is we battle high-end.
Keep it on subject.
Hold on. We battle the high-end subjects so that we don't talk about the low-end subjects.
Now he just said that everything that Alan was saying was his opinion, and that he was wrong, he was lying. We said, okay, address it specifically. And then Alan said, yeah, address that. And we ain't even really get to the sauce yet. So Alan got a whole clip waiting for him. As he cooking him right here with this in this hand, he's already waiting to cook him with this other hand over here. So Alan's like, yo, address this specifically, because I got a whole nother flame to cook your ass up with right after that. This is his response talking about Alan only likes to talk about the high end stuff and not the low end stuff? Let's see who actually brought up this topic.
And that's why I came on. The simple low end.
Okay, well let's go back to the subject. Hold on. Didn't you bring this up?
No, you brought it up saying, what did I have with Alan?
Conspiracy Smasher just said that I brought up atomic clocks.
Okay.
So you brought it up. This is one of the things that you brought up. You could have talked about anything else, and the only reason why we're speaking about this is because you brought this up.
Okay. Did Alan talk about the low end stuff that we can easily debunk?
Conspiracy Smasher. No. The reason why we're talking about atomic clocks is because we asked you what Alan was lying about, and this was your number one go-to. Is that what happened, Conspiracy Smasher?
Yeah, and that's
so. Then why are you so if that's what happened, since you were the one that brought up the high end stuff, why are you crying about talking about the high end stuff?
Okay, maybe
can you answer that?
Okay,
can you answer that?
Yes, my whole point
go ahead.
My whole point was to give an example of what Alan was lying about. That was it. And all of a sudden, you guys all jump in. Oh well, let's see you refute it. Let's see you refute.
Oh, poor Conspiracy Smasher! Everybody jumped in. Did you hear everybody jump in? Did you hear anybody else talking other than Alan and Toby trying to keep Conspiracy Smasher on track and stop deflecting? Did y'all hear anybody else?
I heard Stone giggle.
Oh yeah, there was the giggle from Stone. There was the giggle.
Could you have given an example of just curvature that he was lying about? Could you have given a low end topic to talk about that he was lying about? Did anybody force you to bring up relativistic effects and atomic clocks? Or was that your decision?
You asked for an example.
So you gave the high end example instead of giving a low end example. You want to talk about low end stuff, but you decided to bring up the high end stuff.
Then what happened after I gave an example?
We explained why your whole position is incorrect and not exclusive to the globe model, and then you started crying about having to talk about a high end topic because you have no reputation. That's literally what happened. And anybody right now that's watching this back can go rewatch it. Just go rewind it.
Okay.
And isn't that what just happened? He came up and said, Alan, you're a liar. We said, okay, well, what is he lying about? Atomic clocks and relativistic effects. Okay, well, let's walk through point by point. Here's this point, here's that point, here's this point, here's that point. Here's the validation, here's the citation. What do you have for us? Oh, that's just your opinion. Well, can you be more specific on why it doesn't work? Well, it doesn't work because that's just how atomic clocks work, you silly flirfs. They don't need corrections, even though you just showed me all of the corrections. Well, why don't you substantiate your claim? This is why I'm up here, because you guys always want to talk about the high-end stuff. Conspiracy Smasher, didn't you bring this topic up? And ain't smash a thing. And then try to gaslight everybody on stage. Like we jumped on you and we forced you to talk about this. This was your whole introduction, bro. We giving you the key to the whip.
I thought he knew something I didn't. He's like, you're a liar. I'm like, oh, what did I got wrong? And he's like, nothing. It's just your opinion. I was like, oh, okay.
Like, that's the best refutation? Nuh-uh. That's your opinion, silly Alan.
And then laugh and then type in the comments, ha, 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 conspiracy pusher. You just got exposed twice in a row, and we didn't even really get down to the physics yet. We just exposed you for not being able to follow the conversation. We just exposed you for not being able to follow the conversation and being dishonest and emotional. And you still haven't even addressed why Alan's position isn't correct. All you just said was, y'all talk about two hard topics.
Okay.
While complaining on the timeline that these guys are idiots and they can't explain them. Now you're here crying about us explaining it to you.
Listen, the emotion, go slow.
Yo, the emotion, I'm laughing at you. You see this? Look at all the spam and the laughing emojis in the comments.
Ooh,
look, everybody is emotional right now.
Look at the
We're all laughing at your incoherency. After you being on the timeline popping all this stuff, now you want to be up here crying about talking about high-end topics? Really, pusher?
Yes. Let it slow.
Really, pusher?
Yes.
And then he admits it. I said, yo, you really gonna be up here crying about the high-end topics? Really, pusher? Yes. These mans have no shame, bro. These are the guys that's like leading the charge on Globe and anti-flurfism. Stop it.
So you brought it up and you want to cry about it. And he's saying, yes, you have like no, bro, like, you have no shame. You just admitted to crying about a topic that you introduced.
Okay.
It is conviction.
Yo, every time. That's why you don't come around more than 1 week in a row, because this happens every single time. You don't even got to be toxic, bro. You can just refute the science itself. But then you make these claims on the timeline, then you come on the mic and you get exposed every single time. But you don't get tired of behaving like this. I'm glad your wife let you out of the house today. Hey, this is gonna make for some great content, Proud. Go ahead, conspiracy pusher. Hey, conspiracy pusher. Go ahead and address Alan's position, and then you could deflect to more simpler topics.
Well, I don't see you jumping in.
Oh, I just did. You see me just cook you up?
Did you talk about time dilation?
Oh, I didn't need to. You didn't even address what Alan said. I'm trying to get you refocused back on the topic. Do you want me to explain to you the cesium? Okay. Do you want me to explain to you how the electromagnetic frequency is affecting the cesium and have to correct for that? Alan he literally just laid it out for you and you had no refutation. Do you need me to repeat it or do you want to address him?
There's no.
Or is it too difficult of a topic? Which one is it?
No, there's no.
How many goalposts we gonna keep moving? Conspiracy pushing.
There's no.
You pushing goalposts or conspiracies? What we doing? Come on, yeah, that wasn't a bar. Hey, bro, you pushing goalposts or conspiracies? What we doing over here, gang? For you, and you had no refutation. Do you need me to repeat it, or do you want to address him?
There's no.
Or is it too difficult of a topic? Which one is it?
No, there's no.
How many goalposts we gonna keep moving? Conspiracy pushing.
There's no.
You pushing goalposts or conspiracies? What we doing?
Wow.
Oh, that's gonna be a line. Go ahead, pusher. Address something, please.
Okay. How about your sunset? Oh, you
don't want to talk about atomic clocks no more? Now he don't want to talk about atomic clocks. Bro, did we hear it? Bro. I ain't gonna recap everything right now. We gonna talk about it then. But bro, after all of that, we did not even bring up atomic clocks, bro. We ain't bring up relativity. We ain't bring up signal propagation. We ain't bring up time dilation. We ain't bring up none of this stuff. He brought this stuff up. And now he want to talk about sunsets.
Dude, I just want to go to the beach and watch the sunset with you, bro. I think that's more or less what he was saying and not really wanting to argue. He was inviting me to hang out, which
that may be true.
I kind of missed that social cue in the moment. So I apologize for that, conspiracy. I didn't know you was trying to chill, bro.
Missing the social cue is crazy. Little bromance, one-sided, but it's still bromance.
Yeah, he was like, come chill with the sunset with me. I was like, well, we were just talking about clocks, but I don't know.
Okay, we gonna snatch that W. Hey, Alan, clip this up, Alan. Every single time he in your mentions, let everybody know he decided he was done with the topic. Let's talk about something.
I ended his clock correction. I ended 2 key points that he had to lie about to make his story work about how GPS works.
But you just said no.
GPS don't work like that.
Yo.
Yeah, you just said no.
Sacred, to be fair, I don't even
about your sunset.
see him in the mentions, man.
Let's hear you explain the sunset again.
Hold on. Alan was saying something. What did you say, Alan?
Let's not move on. I want him to substantiate what Alan lied about this.
I said,
even India, like, nah, we ain't moving on from this, brother. You gonna have to substantiate what Alan. Everybody is waiting for. We waiting for this big moment of exposure, right? We waiting for this like grand, like, aha, like you flat earthers are so dumb moment. We're like, how long we gotta wait? It's been like 14 minutes already. A little bit longer than that because my interjections, but like, bro, where is it at?
to be fair, I don't even see him in the comment sections.
Alan, I don't even got time for it. So we're gonna stop it there, y'all. There's a lot more that occurred during that conversation, but y'all let me know. We heard Alan being accused of being a liar. We heard him being accused of being opinionated or biased and not objective. What we're looking for is the follow-up. Why is he lying? How is he lying? Where is the misinterpretation? If I'm highlighting exactly how the mechanics behind the atomic clock, the specific corrections with the citations, what is there to ignore? Like, you almost have to acknowledge it at this point. What, like, right? Like, if you was being intellectually honest, let me preface by saying that if you were intellectually honest and someone is laying out the facts for you, right? And what we're doing is we're creating a hostile witness, right? We're holding the globe accountable. We're saying, hey, this is what's being said, but this is what was being observed. This is the mechanics behind what's being observed. to give us the interpretation of this result. But it requires correction. It requires presupposition. It requires the constancy of speed of light, and that time dilation is an actual thing. And doesn't really require an actual person observing it. An instrument can pick up this time dilation. But if that's the case, like, how could we falsify the speed of light? Like, if it were invariant, right? If they say the speed of light is constant, and we say, no, it actually isn't. Here's the data of it not being constant. And they say, oh, no, here's this abstract concept called time dilation. That's why it looks like it's not constant. But when we correct for it, even though I'm not going to tell you we correct for it, it looks constant in the end, so you don't got to worry about it. So if you're going to claim that to be a lie, if you're going to claim that to be a misinterpretation, we're looking for the specifics behind it. Where is it at? Did y'all hear it at all? Did y'all hear anything that he pointed to with specifics at all? Y'all heard him? He had mic time. He had every opportunity to acknowledge, address, and come stand on the things that he be saying in his timeline. Yo, this will happen. The reason why I'm doing this, y'all, because this probably happens in y'all timeline, in y'all mentions with every anti-flat earther. Right? They'll spam you with strawman arguments. They'll ridicule you. They'll attack you and do all this wild stuff. And then in the moment where you can't hide behind a keyboard and you're on the mic and you got to stand on your intellect in real time in front of a space full of people who's observing the interaction, what's going to be the end result if you don't know what you're talking about? It's easier to go on a timeline and say, oh, you're lying, you stupid flurf, and then hit send, and then keep it moving, and then have a bunch of anti-flat earthers like and retweet it. It looks like support, right? And then when you're tweeting back at them like, hey, like, can you stand on some of this stuff and not just insult and ad hom the whole time? And they hit you with like a meme, or they call you a name, or they obfuscate again. It's like this weird cat and mouse thing. Hey, it don't work like that on the mic. That's the problem. They can't do that. Right? So I want to open it up. I want to hear y'all thoughts on that back and forth. Shout out to Alan, man. That was a body bag.
Well, I mean, shout out to Conspiracy, man. He brought the bag with him. So that was dope of him to do that. He zipped himself up and left promptly. So you can't ask for a better conversation partner, I guess. I don't know.
Dude, not only is Alan one of the most intellectual individuals anybody's heard, hands down, right? He is the funniest dude. Like, you have the best quips and really just bring the best vibes up for real with everybody, I swear. Dude, shout out to Alan. That was some serious cooking. I mean, dude, some serious cooking. And I want the slower version so I could actually pick up what you're laying down, because I really do. I understand what you're saying, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful to hear you, like, on something you're so well versed on, to actually cook him up that bad. He's like the best agent that they have, but he's still not good enough for Neo. You know what I mean, dude? Like, you cooked him up, dude.
Yo, that's a perfect analogy. I like that, bro.
So I came up to shout out to KG pre-gaming. Oh, wait, let's shout out the host. I'm sorry. Let's back it up. Sacred, proud, y'all, mad love for y'all. Y'all do it every single time. Y'all make it better and better, for real. KG, pre-gaming, dude. Appreciate you, dude. Move on to what I was to say. Dave Weiss, is he still up? Are you still up, dude? He was on Roseanne yesterday, dude. That was awesome. That got me hyped up when I saw him go live with Roseanne. I was like, yes, dude, bro.
Yeah, some pretty good chemistry at the end there. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 4th of July, so I had it with my family. All right, so I turned it on the big screen. I was making everybody watch because everybody knows Roseanne, right? You know, I'm still trying to, they're on the fence a little bit. So I was trying, a little bit more. Dude, Roseanne, she's such an awesome person. Wow, dude. The fact that you got up there with her, I mean, it was just kind of a surprise. Great little treat, right? And Dave Weiss was doing so good on there, like really laying it down. And, and then he mentions this book that I'm reading called The Iron Republic. I was like, oh shit. It's like, I'm reading that book right now. I was like, that's what's up. And he starts to go into it. I was like, oh yeah, that's, yep, right. And then he gets to the part, I was like, wait a second, dude. I was like, he's not going to like, it's like, am I going to get a spoiler alert? Dude, I'm on like chapter 9 right now. I ain't even finished it. And I'm not going to spoil it for everybody, but it's a great book too, man. I'm not really pissed off about that one, Dave. It was getting kind of political sour for me. I was actually kind of glad that you went ahead and abridged it for me. That was good. Plug in Flat Earth Dave, because dude's got the best app. Not even joking. The best content that gets fresh every single day. Check that stuff out. There you go. Shout out to Dave Weiss. Back to whoever, man. I'm done. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, no, Dave, thank you for reminding me because I caught that. And man, that was like such a dope interview. Like you could tell when Dave get in his flow state. And I think that's so dope because when you it was two hosts, I guess Roseanne was the host, and then there was another co-host, was a pretty cool guy. He said he wasn't a flat earther. He was critical, of the conversation, but still open to it. It was a nice dynamic though. And it was like some key parts where like Dave touched in on like a point or two, and then you could see this is the thing. This is what we trying to get everybody, whether you're a flat earther, anti-flat earther, globe earther. We want this type of reaction where something new is presented. You don't just gotta respond instantly. You could take a moment and digest the information. And I was getting like goosebumps watching it because you could see when like Dave made a point or asked a question like, "Hey, if this was supposed to be how it works on a globe, then how come it's like this? How do we explain this, that, and the third?"
Bro,
and he like pull up he don't got his green screen because like Dave was a wizard with the green screen, right? But he got the tablet right there, and he's like scrolling through the app like as he's talking, like just chopping it up on just off the cuff, just like random. And he's scrolling like on his tablet, and then he like shows it, and then they pan over to Roseanne, and she's like in the deepest thought. She's just like stuck, like not blinking, and she's just like you could
Wheels are
see.
turning.
Yeah, exactly, Stone. Like you could see the wheels turning. You could see like the aha moment. You could see the things where like, okay, I hadn't considered that before. Oh, that actually makes a little bit of sense. Oh, I got questions about this though. Like it was a lot of value out of that back and forth. And you could see just the way that Dave knows his audience. Like he knows the level of who he's talking to in order to articulate those specific points. And I think that was like masterful because you got to know the level of your audience, right? Like not everybody is going to know about, relativity and atomic clocks. Like sometimes you may need to just break it down in like simplistic observations. I mean, he brought up the guide stones. He brought up like the stars, they were talking about long distance observations and a lot of the stuff. He was like, hey, a lot of this is on the app. And, there's a lot of different places that you can go get this information. And it was just like a really, really good back and forth. It was a great platform to do that on. I don't really know how many views Roseanne gets on that podcast, but I mean, it's Roseanne, so, shout out to her for being open to having, Dave on there. And shout out to co-host for asking some great questions. And man, Dave killed it. So shout out to you, bro. If y'all don't have it, I watched it on YouTube. I think someone had like a re-upload. But if it is a link, Dave, put it in the purple pill and I'll share it up top for everybody. If you have a link to it.
Yeah, somebody send me a link, please. My mom was waiting to see that.
Pretty sure it's up on Rumble. Let me dig it up.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey, that's Roseanne's son, by the way. Just wanted to let y'all know.
Oh, I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah, his name is Jake.
Hey, shout out to Jake.
I did resonate with a lot of things Dave said on that specific episode. Like it was kind of like you said, Sacred. It was kind of like chilling some of the stuff that he was saying. I was just like, man, I was really resonating. So, yeah, cool. One more shout out. I'm gonna drop down, y'all.
Hey, Dave, appreciate you, man. And yeah, it just brings me back to those first moments when I encounter like my aha moments, right? Because we talk about this all the time. I was talking to Proud about this like over the past week. It's like sometimes we're we cover so much information. I sometimes forget some of the things that we learned like on day one. I'd be like, oh, I completely forgot that that's actually what brought me to flat earth. I know we're talking about, you know, packing up gravity and, you know, relativistic effects and all these different, the speed of light and all this different stuff. But, you know, these simple observations would actually open up my mind to actually want to look further into the details of some of the things that they're saying is factual, which may not be so.
Hey,
and it was like, it
check
was
your
reminiscent of that. Say it again, Stone?
Just need Alan to check his Telegram for the link.
Thank you, sir.
Nice. Shout out to Dave, man. Shout out to Roseanne. Will Roseanne come to Flat Earth Fridays? I think we get Roseanne on Flat Earth Fridays.
Wouldn't that be something?
She may actually ask the more coherent questions than the anti-flat earthers. Hey, let's pop over to the mayor. JT,
Did
what up, bro?
anybody give Dave a mic? He's right there, isn't he?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Dave. You got your ears on? Because he asked me for the link earlier. He's gonna waiting.
Oh, he's down there. Let me send him on it.
Yeah, man.
Nah, it's all good.
And let me know if you can hear me. I was having issues
Again,
earlier
Mr.
in this space. Thanks so much. One comment while we're pulling Dave up, because as soon as he gets here, I will step out of the way. This clip that you played with Alan. So here's what I've noticed. I think the anti-flat earthers, it doesn't matter the content, you understand the education, like it doesn't matter if you understand what you're talking about. They think if our end result is that the earth is flat, then we're idiots. They just throw us away in the idiot bin. They can't look our way. They can't think we have anything valid to say. And they have to shut us up because we terrify them, because we're open-minded and we're looking into the truth in all things. And that's sad, man, because I don't know, like, how can they not hear that Alan's making total sense and he's using the correct terminology? They do it to Witsit too. They want to just say word salad, but really that's just because we're flat earthers. But it doesn't mean we're not, smart. So that's the way I see it, and it's sad it's that way. But thanks for bringing that up.
Hey, I'd agree. And frankly, you can also see the effect that it has on all the fence sitters, the ones who are quietly watching. What was it like before they came into the conversation, and what was it like after they were done? They don't even really need to know a lot about the detail. They just need to see the effect. And then they may decide to learn more about it themselves too. That is a great effect. Regardless of how they act, I see the win.
Yes, that's 100%.
Facts.
It's such a big divide too with what you just said, JT, about us truth seekers, looking for truth in everything, every corner, right? Versus the lie that they're still buying into on this subject just branches off, everywhere into other lies that are ultimately added to the pile,
Heck yeah.
Hey guys, if you don't mind, I'll ask a question. If I'm always curious, of course. I came in a little late, but the atomic clocks, are they on up like satellites? Is that what they claim? They're like in orbit?
Yep.
Okay, so my question is kind of like Mercury. Does cesium have like magnetic attraction or repulsion, I guess, to a positive or negative side of the magnet? And if it does, when it's up around this atmosphere, of course, there's electromagnetism pretty strong, I would think, based on the, per meter, how it increases in height. Would that drastically alter the results?
How dare you propose a physical mechanism to retard light? No, that's my entire position, right? So they say that as you get further away from the Earth, the gravitational potential changes, and they have to make corrections for that. And my argument is, as you get higher in altitude, you get introduced to like the electric field, the strength increases because it attenuates in the wrong direction that the globe predicts. So as you get closer to the sky, it gets stronger, and same with the magnetic field. So if you're moving a clock through that, and we know that relative motion through a field will cause retardation in wavelengths, well, that's going to directly affect that. So, yes. Great observation. You can actually see that effect too, the retardation through a field causing wavelength change. You could see that. There's a video by Ken Wheeler where he puts a ferrocell over a magnet, and you could see the red and blue shift at the opposite ends of the poles. And then when he moves the ferrocell over the stationary magnet, you can see the wavelengths change. And so basically it just flips the red and the blue shift relative to the, the side of the magnetic field that it's, coming at. So if it's going with or against the field, it'll be a specific color. And then when he moves it across it changes correspondingly. And it's like, how does all that happen? Well, it's definitely relative motion through a field. I don't know. I just work here. I'm not a scientist, bro. I just,
Yeah, that's funny. I like that. And the reason I ask is just because I've had a little bit of research over the years done on what they call them the old world, or quote unquote, in quotations. They're called mercury arc rectifiers. And the first electric cars actually, there was a station made like a gas pump that people could put at their house, and they would run AC current into that, in through the house into that machine, and there would these arc rectifiers would change it over into DC electric to put so you could charge your batteries at home, right?
Yeah,
But
an intensely dangerous, very high voltage diode arrangement through gas.
Right.
The
gas,
glass, the glass that they used to produce those enclosures are in itself a work of art. And that is yet another reason, besides the intense danger of using such a thing outside of an enclosure. Just at the consumer level now is mind-boggling in the litigative universe we live in now. But again, the work required to produce one of those, it's just so over and above anything in silicon technology. So we'll never see them again in our civilization. But you're right. It's why they are in museums. They're beautiful to watch.
I only want to charge batteries with them now. I don't want to charge them any other way. I want the dangerous way.
Yeah, but the other reason was because the buildup of the gas that mercury puts off plays a big part in that. Now, would the oscillation rate be off and on, like back and forth, and not stable if there was a buildup of cesium gas in a tube or something?
So when it's in the oven, after they get their radio frequency to match the cesium, they push the gas and the radio frequencies out of that chamber, and then they just ionize all of it, and then they convert that into an electric signal.
And you might as well just vent it after that.
It goes right out into space, and they use that to keep the orbits up or whatever. Nothing goes unused in the space clock, boys. I just made that last part up, but it definitely sounds like something they could do. A little exhaust pipe on the atomic clock. I don't know. We could do it.
See, guys, Alan will tell you when he makes stuff up. He's honest about it.
Yeah, dude, it almost, as I was saying it, I was like, it almost sounds a little believable. I better put a disclaimer on that before some Glover swoops that up, dude. Like, no, they just eject the cesium from the satellite to keep it in orbit. Didn't you know that? Like, dude, I just made that up, bro.
Well, thank you, guys. I'm going to jump down and give somebody else a spot. Appreciate it. Hey, and Sacred, Proud, JT, everybody, I appreciate y'all being here. And I'll catch you on in a minute.
Yeah, much love, brother. Yeah, Dave was asking me earlier for the link, and then I shot him a text, but it looks like his stuff's been set to
Elon
silent.
must be performing really poorly today because I
Maybe.
still see Dave on my list right here.
Yeah, he's down there, but I mean, I shot him a text, and it says that Dave has his notifications silent, and so I went ahead and hit, like notify anyway to make his phone shake, because I know he wants to talk about Roseanne and he has something else. I don't know if he'll share it or not, but it's pretty exciting. But yeah,
I guess he's busy green screening somebody else.
yeah, I know, we're sleeping.
Hey, JT, can I get a mic check, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I mean, the adjustments, you said it was a little off.
Oh, yeah,
How does it sound?
You're
How does
good,
it sound now? Okay, yeah, it was just the
it's good.
positioning. I defaulted to my old position.
Dude, perfect. Yeah, you were hot and distorted. Now you're crystal clear, bro. So good stuff.
Awesome.
Yep. So I have to clean the house so that when my wife wakes up and she knows I was out here for like 2 hours on Flat Earth Friday, she'll be like, "Oh wow, it's funny." She'll be like, "I like when you do your Flat Earth Fridays because then the house is sparkling." So I'm gonna go do that for a while. I might pop back up before I go to bed, but I did want to mention the amazing Candace Owens and everything that she's saying. That is blowing my mind.
Nice.
Hey, we
What's
can
all
talk about
Candace
that
up
too.
to?
Yeah, I missed that.
You hadn't seen it?
No.
Dude, I don't even know if I can lay it out and do proper. I have to pull some links up just to tell you the titles, but she totally laid out. Okay, I'll back up. She randomly on a YouTube live said that she and her husband were just chilling and he was reading a book and he looked over and was like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "Oh, I'm reading something on the flat earth theory." And her husband was like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm reading something on the flat earth theory." And then he went off and was like, "Well, what about this and what about that?" And started kind of machine gun or whatever splattering questions.
Oh no.
But she was like, I'm going to look into this. People are really like looking at it and I'm going to look too. And so, but he didn't fight her hard on it. But then because she said that, all the anti-flat earthers started attacking. Everybody went crazy. And that's just fuel for the fire for her. So she did a huge 40-minute presentation on the occult nature of NASA and like how NASA started. And she talked about, she talked about like the satanic sex rituals and pregnant ladies out there and Aleister Crowley. And she was laying into it, dude.
Damn.
I'm gonna have to drop all these links.
She has this mantra going right now how mainstream science is a faith, and she breaks it right down. She conflates the medicine end of science a bit with what we talk about, but again, there's some bleed over there. So she brings that same theme when she's looking at what we're talking about. She knows all about the mainstream faith.
Nice, dude. Shout out to your girl.
Dude, it's awesome. She's like, "Hey, I'm not a flat earther, but I'm gonna look." And
it's like, "Oh, you guys are mad." One second, hold my beer. Hey, have you guys ever read this book about your boy Jack Parsons, where Aleister Crowley says he's a child of the bowels? He's an ass baby, dude. Oh, that's cool. What does that mean? Well, that's high praise from a demon, dude.
Yeah, I'll drop
That's awesome, bro.
I'll drop a bunch of the links because it is really awesome. And she was shouting out a book. I'm pulling it up on my Audible because I'm going to listen to it while I'm running. She called it Chaos, but I was going to read a little bit about what the title was. She's like, "You have to listen to this book," and my wife's going to listen to it too because she's in the process of waking up.
Nice, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
Pretty
awesome.
epic. Yeah, especially the views. I'll try to look real quick at how many views some of this stuff is getting.
Damn, I'm gonna have to catch that. I didn't know that any of that happened. I seen like she was trending, but I didn't know it was because of this.
Yeah, here it is. So she's been shouting this book out, Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s by Tom O'Neill with 2 L's, Neill. And she's like, "You have to listen to this book. It breaks down a bunch of stuff." But yeah, just hold on a second. I'm going to pull up some of these videos and see where the number's at. But y'all carry on. I'll pop back up in a second.
Thanks, May.
Rock on.
Hey, Candace Owens, if you listening anonymously, come grab a mic, shorty.
It can even be on your burner page. We won't mind.
We'll just call you not Candace Owens.
Yeah, dude, we have not Nicolas Cage here. So you'll not fit right in.
You'll not fit right.
We'll just call you what's her name?
Cage, what up?
What's up, everybody? 103 going strong, man. Going strong, man. Yeah, that's wild that that can't. Following her. I started following her. I ain't seen nothing about this, but I want to see what you were talking about there. All this. NASA's this. I want to see that. That shit's funny, man. No, really, and shout out to Flat Earth Dave. I don't know if anybody was having problems with the links. I was having a problem getting open on YouTube or Rumble. I found it on YouTube. I posted up there in the jumble and the purple pill there for you. I don't know. Shout out. I want to check that out for sure. This is crazy. All of a sudden you got Roseanne and then you got Candace Owens just talking about flat Earth. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't even know this conversation's going on. So that's just they're like, what? Got to check that out. So that's pretty cool. But did you say Conspiracy Smasher was one of their best? That was hyperbole.
Allegedly.
Because seriously, man, now I ain't lying. That's a lot of shit I still gotta learn. I'll learn it. Don't worry, I'll learn it. Fucking wizard shit. Fuck.
I think the relevant question is, should he have to be the best in order to knock us first down?
Well, that's what I said. I wish I understood what you were talking about a little bit.
Shouldn't it be easy to dismantle our position?
That's what I'm saying. Is that was he even good at what he was saying? Because I was noticing that all the guys that want to come up and talk about and how good they are at this stuff, that they really don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
That's why they were talking about me giggling in the background, is because it only took Alan to argue with the guy to just put him into the ground.
So I just was wondering. It seemed like he was walking around with his head cut off the whole thing, and you killed him like within 3 seconds. I don't know, man.
Well, the guy made the mistake of bringing up something he really wasn't that fluent with, and he found out.
Yeah, that's the issue, really. It's just he didn't really even know about it. So then, like, when you don't know, and like Sacred was saying, you can't really fake it when you're on the mic when you're talking about somebody that knows it better, or or just knows it a little bit, because you're gonna run into problems where you're not able to track what's happening or grasp the significance of it. So to kind of put it in perspective, if you
can't wait for us to get back to a response with you.
Yeah, that
truly was Dunning-Kruger in action.
Dude, there was a guy that said we were all Dunning-Kruger. I was like, can you give me the definition for that? He could not. They can't. Oh man, it's like you're doing it right now, bro.
It was a textbook move.
But no, man. I was just wanted to come up and give a shout out, man. It's late though, man. I want to hang out with you guys so much longer, but I'm like fading hard.
Well, there's always meth.
There's always meth.
Have you tried narcotics?
In my space, we were talking about cocaine. You're over here talking about meth. I don't know what the hell.
Well, look, we're
only as an ad hoc temporary solution to your problem, not really as a lifestyle change or anything like that.
Don't do drugs. It's bad.
Yeah, don't get addicted. Just do it to stay up tonight.
Because those drugs are gonna do you.
Okay, I found it. Candace Owen is live. She did this from her YouTube 5 days ago, and it's got 147,000 views. I'll drop it in the pill. I'll drop it to where it's queued up. But yeah, check this one out, and then I'm gonna put some more up in a bit.
That's a good start. Eighth of a mil. Right on.
But I'm gonna drop down a listener, man. I just want to say peace. What's up to everybody? And I just wanted to confirm that was that really their best? Or I mean, where was he ranking? I mean,
Bro, I don't know. I literally can't tell you. I just know he is self-proclaimed to be educated. He attacked everybody's intellect for no apparent reason, apparently. Because first he said, "Hey, I only treat you like that if you treat me like that. And then we said, well, how did any of us do that to you? And he said, well, Alan is different. So it was like, okay, so that was
I'm a
that.
special case. He said.
Yeah, it's a special case.
And then he said something that actually was another thing that I brought up. He doesn't talk on low end topics or top. What the hell is a low end topic and a top end topic? I mean,
It's called changing the topic.
I was like, what, man? Low end topic. You want to go into fantasy bullshit. That's what he wants to do. He wants to talk about gazillions and shit.
I mean, he said he didn't want to talk about the speed of light. He wanted to talk about the sun, but the light comes from the sun.
Yeah, boys.
And did he say it wasn't constant?
He was inviting me to hang. Come on.
How do you measure light if it's constant? How do we come up with 5.8 trillion miles? I don't know. It just seems weird.
Those light years, bro.
Just guesstimation there.
I think a lot of Glover's downfall is that they speak really fast before people even get the full point out, I guess. And I remember, this is just for me, I remember finding out about flat Earth, I think it was late 2016. And I know for sure I spent 2 weeks I didn't say 2 words to anyone. I was just dialed in, anywhere and everywhere I could look. It was, all-nighters, and then go to bed like 4 a.m, wake up at lunchtime, get back up, do it again. So maybe they can take a note from that. I don't know.
Look into your stuff, man. It's wicked stupid.
So the reason why, this might be a longer question, but the reason why they know that the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light is because when they look towards the speed or the direction that the light is going, it's dark over there.
Dude.
What's that, Meow?
I think Ken was trying to describe it too about something that had septillion suns or some crap. I don't know, man. I don't know what all those suns had to do with anything, but it's still dark out there.
Yeah, there would be no darkness if it was up to them, all them stars, man. Yeah.
Yeah, if the universe wasn't expanding, this night sky would just be a light, essentially. The whole sky would just be lit up.
R squared didn't apply anywhere else but in your closet.
What frame of reference do they consider that outside the speed of light?
They don't.
Basically where the light doesn't reach.
Oh, so that would be like, that's where space is expanding at 4 times the speed of light.
This light is radiating, right? Spherically.
Isn't it expanding faster than the speed of light, or is it slower than the speed of light?
No, 4 times the speed of light.
4 times the speed of light.
Just to keep their model together.
It could be 8, though. They're not really sure.
Yeah, they could induce an 8 and make it. That's the crazy thing, right? Sacred jokes like, oh, maybe it's 8. They could make it 8 and nothing would change. Nobody would bat an eye, and everyone would, in their paradigm, would be forced to go, oh, it's actually 8 now. You know what? We used to think that it was 4 times, but we know now that it's 8. It's like, how? Well, we looked at something that falsified our previous conception, and then now we're reincorporating the new observation into the model.
New math, bro.
Right.
Now we're doubling down.
Yeah, we found that we were wrong, and we know that we're not wrong. So, like, obviously, we just changed the math a little bit, and we're good to go. It's like, oh, okay, cool, thanks.
We know we're not wrong.
Hey,
we're doing it.
Someone should spend a little bit of money and spend like $100 and make this just bogus information, on different topics, and just be like, this is the new math, show it to them, flip through, and, then they'll go show it to all their buddies, and educate them.
But that's another thing. I don't know if we want to expand on this today. Maybe we say this for another conversation, but it really is about double standards, right? It's like they always try to hold us to a different standard than what they hold themselves. Even if we were to appeal to their peer review process and submit the math and the documentation, we've done that before already to the PhDs, some of the people in the scientific community. They're saying, oh, you want a paper? Okay, here it is. And then what happens when we give them the paper or the citation? It's either like a straw man, a deflection, some type of genetic fallacy, like, oh, I don't have to pay attention to that because the guy's a quack, or it wasn't published in the right journal, or I don't know. There's just a bevy of different things that they could just hand wave, dismiss it. So I don't even really know what the standard is anymore. If you don't even accept papers, why would you tell us to go do the same thing if you're not going to accept the ones that already came before us? What would be the point? That's my question. So it's all about double standards. Like they got to hold themselves to the same standards as they hold us, or get rid of their model, just become flat earthers or something.
I don't even think they're globers, dude. They're socialites. They're just social. They're just socializing. They're not arguing anything. They don't know any of our points. They're just like, but the sun sets. Oh, really? What about the sun? Is like, what are you going to argue? That it's only possible because we're rotating away from it at the speed of sound relative to our latitude. Oh, okay, cool. I hadn't considered that. You're absolutely right, dude. Let's take it all the way back to that. Dude. My bad.
Bad. Didn't consider that.
So, dude, there's this great new argument for sunsets. Have you guys ever heard of shadow sets? Anyone? Shadow sets? Anyone?
No.
Man
Please tell me you're kidding.
Man of Stone. Would you like to enlighten us about shadow sets and how they could prove the geometry of the Earth?
Oh, you're referring to the one where I took a picture of my wall or actually videotaped it?
Mm-hmm. Well, the premise behind it, if you want to give a rundown on it real quick, because it's actually insane.
Right. Well, there's the Globey model and the flat model, and if you were to model it out, we actually had a guy, geez, I'll remember his name some lifetime from now. He decided to 3D what would happen if you had your exterior door to your house facing west as the sun sets at the horizon. And what would that look like if you had a window in your door and that shined across through a room to the opposite wall? And what would that movement look like when the sun goes down? According to the Globey model, when the sun goes down, it goes at a constant rate as it approaches the horizon and then goes past the horizon at that rate. So that equates to on the wall where the light would shine through across the floor as the sun begins to set, and then it would go up the wall as the sun starts to hit the horizon, and then the light would go even higher than the window on the opposite wall and disappear as the last of the sun goes down below the horizon at full brightness, and will be constantly moving as it does so as the sun continues to move downward. Well, in the flat earth model, the same thing happens at the beginning where the sun starts to approach the horizon and the light goes through the door and across the floor towards the wall and up the wall. But, you know, as the sun approaches the horizon and gets closer to it, in the flat model, the rate at which that light goes up the wall slows down and approaches zero motion as the sun fades away in the horizon. And that is what happens to that light on the wall. It doesn't go straight up the wall and then disappear on a spot on the wall that is slightly higher than the window through which it traveled. No. It almost approaches the same height as the window itself. And that is the point near zero where it slows down to zero and fades away as the sun disappears into the horizon. And I looked at all that modeling. That was back in October. And I said, okay, let's try that here. Because my house, as fate would have it, I built it square to geographic north. My front door is indeed on the west side of my house. And I do have an opposite wall, some, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meters across the room. So I get a very good sense in terms of that radius between the door, the window through the door, and the wall being 6 meters away. That would be my radius in terms of the fulcrum movement here, so that I would pretty well know the difference if I was to observe that and look at it. Let me check my volume here while I think of it. Yes. Oh, it's
You're,
good.
you're solid.
Excellent. So, I set up my camera, and Alan's even got a copy of it now. And we actually broadcast that in a recent Aether Cosmology podcast we did a couple weeks ago, where, don't you know it, I set it up, and exactly what I described in scenario number 2 happened on my wall. It went up the wall at a given rate as I started the recording, some 20 minutes before actual sunset, quote. And the recording shows clearly how the rate at which that light is moving up the wall slows down and approaches 0 as it fades away in its entirety, not just from the bottom up, as you would see in the Globee model, where there would be no attenuation to its climb up the wall as it is eclipsed at full brightness. Quite the opposite. It slowed down to nearly 0 and just faded off the wall. And all you could see after that was daylight, ambient daylight coming through windows on either side, the north wall and the south wall of the house, some of which would radiate, and you would see also on the wall, which you do in the recording itself. It's just astounding. So what we got there, guys, is hardcore videoed evidence of the flat Earth model in terms of the sunset and the light dynamics that you would expect to see. And I was really pleased to find that simulation online that somebody did us the courtesy of putting together, where those two models are clearly contrasted geometrically, simultaneously. It's it worked out really nice. How's that, Alan?
Dude, you're a beast. I'm looking for that video now because Shane went ahead and clipped it and merged both of the videos where it plays the simulation from Taboo. And shout out to Taboo Conspiracy and that guy who modeled it out. I'm sorry, I can't think of his name either. But shout out to both of those guys. Shane clipped that up, and then he ended it with your video where you show the actual measurement of it. So if anyone starts going, oh, but the sunset proved glob, well, guess what, boys? There's a corresponding shadow prediction. If what we're seeing is geometrically caused by us rotating away from it and Earth curvature and all that, well, guess what, dog? There's going to be a shadow set to correspond to that, and it has to behave a certain way, and it behaves the way that our model predicts it, and that's GG, boys. GG. So when I get that video, anytime someone starts sunsetting you, definitely stand on that video because only one of those shadows is predicted by one model, right? It's not one of those things where it could be either or. This is a mutually exclusive behavior of the shadow dictated by the geometry of how they say it happens versus how we say it happens. We own the sunsets, boys. Own them all. The sunrise, the sunset,
and the shadow sets.
Yep. There's a same thing that applies. There's a variant that applies to sunrises too, if I'm not mistaken.
Bro, this is exactly what I'm talking about. As you guys are talking about this, like I'm actually remembering this clip that you guys are talking about,
which I just found.
The 3D, it's a 3D model, and it's like a white room, and they have the sun coming through the.
Yep. The YouTuber's channel is called Shadow Reveal. That's the channel on YouTube, Shadow Reveal, all one word. And his video, which shows the model, is called Sunset Shadows, May 18th, 2022. And that was what we bridged across, and I backed up with what we see here. Wow, no, I can't hear anything. Back in a minute.
No, you're good. Can you hear me?
Are you good? Yeah, we were just searching it up.
Yes. Good. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, so this is really, really interesting, guys. So like if the shadows of these sunsets are supposed to behave a specific way and they don't behave that way based on the prediction, what does that mean? Right. And it's very interesting if the shadow actually slows down because, if you're moving a light source relative to an object and it's casting a shadow, whatever rate that you're moving that light source, the shadow should move kind of like proportionate to the light source. So how is it slowing down if it's due to the sun actually setting and going behind a physical obstruction of curvature? That shadow should just continue to rise at the same speed that it was when the sun was up, or before the sun was completely eclipsed by the physical obstruction of the horizon. And the fact that it's slowing down and it's dimming, not supposed to happen on the globe. That's a fire point. If you guys got that link, drop it in the purple pill for us.
Alan, if you have the file, it's called sundown-01.
Yep, I'm looking for it all now. I'm looking for.
I'll just send it to you on Telegram right now. It's real small.
Yeah, send me that, and hopefully Shane is still here, and we can just get the two that are merged together.
Hey, do you guys mind if I take a little stab at the reason on the flat Earth side, like why it might slow down?
Well, 1 second, RG. I'm gonna remember you, but let's hear from Liliana real quick, because she's been super patient, and we haven't heard from her since last week. So Liliana, what's up? And then we'll slide right over to you after that, RG.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you guys can. I don't mind waiting. Just FYI, I'm enjoying everything. Well, first of all, I wanted to say that I wanted to ask the experts here. So now, are they saying that space is expanding faster than the speed of light? So that means space is the only thing that expands faster than the speed of light? Is that what I'm understanding about the globe theory? I mean,
Space and everything in it 4 times faster, would you believe?
yeah, and you know what's weird?
Neutrinos.
Yeah, so I guess matter cannot move faster than the speed of light, right? According to their paradigm. So then, are we not occupying any space in space? Because we're not expanding. Our world is not expanding. Nothing is expanding. But you know what? Maybe the explanation is that everything's expanding, but we can't really tell because everything is expanding. And so it's all relative, right? So we wouldn't ever be able to know that we are expanding, but we are expanding because what part of space, you see? So anyways, that was one little point. That was just a joke. And the other thing is, I've noticed there's like this, well, it's not really a new twist per se, but I've noticed that it is happening more. So that part is new, that it's happening more frequently. And I think it was just today that maybe in, Bill from Bill and Ted phone booth, I think it was maybe in his feed, if I'm not mistaken, but it's this new twist where these people who are posing as, being like us, like, alternative reality kind of people, or whatever you want to call us now, whatever label, conspiracy theory people, or whatever we are now. So they're pretending to be like us, like, oh, we know the controllers are there, and we know the bad guys are controlling us. But they're saying like, you guys need to shut down your flat earth movement because all it's doing is dividing everybody, blah, blah, blah. And it's such a ridiculous, because they're trying to say like, oh, let's just focus on the bad guys that are trying to control us. Let's not focus on the shape of the earth. Like, what does it even matter? Like, this is just dividing everybody, And so it's like the total lack of awareness over there, it's like, do they realize that any lie is part of the controllers trying to control us? It's like, but this is, I think, their new little gimmick that they're coming up with. They're posing as if they're one of us when it comes to being anti-controllers, but then telling us like, oh, shut down the flat earth movement because it's just causing division. So that's the other thing I thought was really ridiculous. And then the other thing too is that the lads, the crew, Alan and Shane, and I don't know, maybe Stone also, they have installed me, quote unquote, as the ambassador. So I'm the ambassador now. Woohoo! And so as the ambassador, Yeah, you guys have better start addressing me as Madam Ambassador. But as the ambassador, I just wanted to say, like, I'm so dumb. Like I didn't even really like I'm totally technologically retarded. And so I never really like noticed that there were these options to subscribe and pitch in, to our crew. But just as the ambassador, I want to say that, sometimes it's easy to forget that the lads need our support. And just for a mere $5 or $10 a month, we can make such a difference. So I just want to say that, hey, if you guys can, just spread the word around. And Alan and I think maybe, I don't know about Stone. Stone, sorry, I haven't looked up whether you have a thing or not, because I'm just so retarded. I never noticed those things, but I finally know, what's that?
Which thing would you like to know about?
Well, if you have some kind of a link where people can pay to subscribe to your material.
To answer that, I have been waiting for Coffee to make a deal with Wise, TransferWise. And when that happens, I think I might set one up.
Okay.
But up until now, everything I've ever done has been for free.
Oh,
and Alan, I just posted that sundown video. I just tweeted it, so you can just throw it up on the bill from there if you like.
Nice, thank you.
By the way, I was present at that presentation, and that's brilliant. By the way, I really enjoyed it.
So glad.
Yeah, I caught it, so I really, really enjoyed it. And you're right, it's just such a strong point for Flat Earth, So I was really stoked about that. So anyways, I just wanted to inspire everybody, like, spread the word around, tell all your other Flat Earth friends. The lads put out a lot of content for us, and it's really precious content. I mean, you guys won't believe how much it has really allowed me to really kind of put the jigsaw pieces together as I'm continuing to find all the little clues in my Vedic cosmology thing. And I'll tell you, a lot of stuff that I've learned from you guys in the actual world of physics is just strengthening all the stuff that I've been looking at in the rites and rituals that are still performed in India, and then in their mythology and the stories, and then the cosmology stories. It's all coming together, like the thousand petal lotus with the the toroidal field. How it looks like the flower of eternity, or I forget what it's called. What is it called? The flower or something. But yeah, and then there was just one other point I wanted to make is that recently, I think it was when we were talking about the way light behaves and how we see the sun, at an apparent position and whatnot, it brought back this memory of decades ago when I was literally only like 6 years old or so. And I have this very clear memory of going for a ride with my parents in the car, and I was sitting in the car, just a 6-year-old child, and I was on the right-hand side next to the window, and I looked to my right, and it was a very clear view of the moon. It was a full moon, and it was fairly low at the horizon because as a child, I only just looked sideways. I didn't look up, to see the moon, and it was bright. And so it must have just been right after sunset or something, because it was kind of dark, but I wouldn't have been out very late at night, so it wasn't all that late. Anyways, point is that I still remember in the twilight being able to see the moon shining there. And then I told my parents, I said, look, the moon is traveling with us, because that's what it looked like. Like the moon was actually moving along with us. It was as a child, you're not yet kind of jaded with all the different explanations, because I think my mom might have said something like, oh, it just looks like that or something. She might have said that, But I have this clear memory of noticing that all the other things looked like they were moving away from us, like, whatever, like a street lamp or just buildings, or if I saw trees or whatever that came along the way. They were moving away from us, but the moon was moving right along with us. I have such a clear memory of that. So, anyways, I just thought I'd share that because that it just kind of made me think about how the apparent position of the sun and moon really do kind of like go along with us everywhere we go. So, but thank you everybody for Sacred and Proud for this lovely space that you guys make every weekend. I look forward to it all week. And then all the lads that give us all this amazing content. And, it's just such a great deal for like $5 or $10 a month, folks. It's like we're getting so much knowledge. It's like just going to school for so cheap. So sorry that I discovered all that so late, Alan and Shane. But I'm so glad that I'm able to support you guys in some small way. So thank you. God bless you all.
Dude, no worries, man, and thank you for the support. We appreciate it so much. And to be clear, the content is always going to be free, guys. This is just for tips. So this is just extras if you guys are feeling generous or whatever. It's always free. Nothing's ever paywalled or gated or anything like that. But yeah, much appreciated though. And to answer one of your questions about that was kind of a joke, but there's actually a serious answer to it because it's not a joke. It's a serious problem, right? So like, how would you explain it, right? What's the difference between the distance of the stuff that we see in the sky locally and the expansion of the universe between these, objects that they say is happening or whatever, right? To maintain distances for everything. And the answer is the gravitational potential of the sun. So the reason that the universe isn't expanding out from underneath of us is because the gravitational potential of the solar system, right, keeps it at bay, keeps us nice and compact. Now, as you get further away from the solar system, that gravitational potential is gonna, drop off, and as it drops off, time and space start to, big stretch, they start expanding at 4 times the speed of light. So, that's why.
Something that is so ridiculous. No, not what you said, but I'm just saying their theory is so ridiculous is because, in the grand scheme of things, when you think of how huge space is in their model, the sun is like this teeny tiny little dot. It's like a grain of sand. And all that powerful, powerful space that is expanding 4 times, 8 times the speed of light, it just somehow, the gravity of this tiny, teeny speck of sand in the universe and the empty abyss of darkness, it's somehow able to hold its own. It's amazing. I mean, there must be a God, right? Because only God can make something so fascinating. I was being sarcastic, people.
No, I'm sorry. I just got back. I stepped away for a second.
Hey, it was great. I like it lately.
Oh, and on that note too, real quick, sorry to cut in again, but I posted that video that Stone did the recording of the shadow set. So you can click on that link to get the Stone's video. And then I posted a reply to that where it has the simulation from Taboo Conspiracy from that guy, Shadow Reveal, I think it was. So check those out, look at the videos, watch the simulation, get familiar with what the globe predicts and what we predict, and then just hit him with Stone's video, dogs. That's GG. And if you happen to live in a house that faces west, make your own sunset video, dog, or shadow set, and let's just get a compilation going because
just like we did with lasers on the lake. Do this one here with your door. It's awesome.
Yeah, we can do a whole new rhetoric where flat earthers can't answer sunset. Guess what globe earthers can't answer, boys? Shadow sets. So we should just flip it on them because they're literally intertwined and you can't explain one without the other. Mutually exclusive proof.
Can I ask you a question? Why doesn't your idea of, because I watched the video that you dropped with both simulations, and why do you think that is attributed to the globe model?
What happens in reality isn't attributed to the globe model. What they present in the video is predicted by the curvature of the Earth as we're rotating away from it to create the shadows that we're seeing from the sunset. So it's what the globe would predict would have to happen.
To put it directly, John, the idea is that in the globe model, the Earth is spinning at a constant rate, 15 degrees per hour across longitudinal lines, and that directly implies that the sun would fall through the horizon at a rate of 15 degrees per hour, as in it's only half a degree. So that's going to take a 30th of an hour. That means 2 minutes between the beginning to the end of the sun's exit across the ecliptic. And that is something you would see in shadow form in a very specific set of geometries. And those are quite different than what you would expect to see in the flat Earth model in the same scenario.
What
And
you
that's
guys
why.
are not highlighting is the drop in of intensity. I mean, you know, in our
Well,
model, the
no,
light
you see,
source.
there's no
Hold on, my
change in
brother. Let me
intensity.
let me just finish my sentence. I got you, bro, and you could just refute it right after. But yeah. So we're not stating that the light source changes intensity, but as the light source travels through a greater distance of medium, it is scattered, right? The blue light is scattered, which changes the intensity that we perceive. And then as it lowers, we enter twilight, which is generally governed by ambient light, which doesn't distinctively cast distinct shadows, right? So then we fall into nighttime where shadows disappear. I think it just falls right along with our model. I don't think there's a clear distinction between the two.
I think there's a very big one in that you can't actually describe the mechanism which creates ambient light. Whereas in the flat Earth model, it's very easy to address the ionizable gas layers above us in higher atmosphere, higher altitudes, which are still being ionized due to the proximity of the sun and its radiation, which is causing that ionization, which produces what we call daylight, as opposed to sunlight, which is directly from the sun. And that is what we are seeing at the horizon, is the cessation of the influence of sunlight while still in the presence of daylight. And that's the thing. Your model does not describe those mechanics in the way that we observe.
No, our model describes the light falling below the horizon and the light being scattered above in the atmosphere, which gives us the appearance of twilight, which provides us the mechanism of our ambient light.
Well, what's this scattering? We're talking about direct obfuscation
The
by
light,
the
the
Earth.
all right. So as the sun is perceived to lower in altitude, right? And it starts to redshift due to the greater particulate matter closer to the surface of the Earth. It then afterwards starts to fall below the horizon, right?
What do you mean
As
it's
it
starting
starts
to
to,
redshift?
whatever you want to call it, still scattering the blue light because of the denser particulate matter in the atmosphere, right? But aside from the matter, as the sun starts to dip below the horizon in totality, right? You no longer see the sun directly, but you can see twilight. This is a direct observation. Our explanation for that, right, is that the sunlight still travels, but it's being scattered high in the atmosphere. That's why you have that appearance of twilight, which allows the mechanism for ambient light. It's not till it fully dips below the horizon, past the curvature of the Earth, where we get the full totality of darkness.
Yeah, okay. So if you're talking that there's going to be some scattering of light due to atmosphere, we don't see any kind of gradient in the sky to represent the math that you're suggesting.
We don't see twilight?
I'm talking about right as the sun drops, allegedly, in your model, as the Earth rotates and you fall backwards away from the sun and it drops below the horizon, then there is no more light coming from the sun to your location. Okay,
There's
and
not
you're
a
saying
there's not a short period of twilight that follows after the
there's some
sun
kind
dips
of,
below the horizon.
right, and you're saying immediately after that, there's some kind of scattering going on or color inequity in terms of the spectrum that's coming our way, right? but we don't actually observe that in the sky. The gradient you're citing is not actually observed in daylight.
I'm not talking about daylight. I'm talking about twilight. It's the short
No, I
period
mean,
after the sun
I'm
dips below
talking
the
about what's
horizon.
left.
Are we debating the fact that there's still light in the sky?
You just totally ignored the two differences I cited between sunlight and daylight. It's like it never registered with you at all.
I understand that. Are you stating that twilight is still daylight?
I don't actually refer to the term twilight. You see, you can call it dusk, you can call it a lot of different things.
So how do you choose to refer to the short period where the light still exists in the sky, but the sun is dipped below the horizon?
You can use terms like twilight if you like. That's totally fine. But what I'm trying to bring to your attention is your definition of it and relating it to an actual coherent mechanism that results in something we actually observe, and we don't in the Globee model. And what I'm showing in this video also dictates that. That's not what we observed.
To my
If you had a Globee
understanding,
model.
you was trying to say that twilight doesn't comport with our explanation of the phenomenon, right?
Okay, so take a
And
look
you
at
were
my video.
using the casting of shadows to support this.
Take a
But
look at my video. Regardless of what
I
you think about twilight,
I checked
after
out.
the sun goes down, after what that sun shadow on my wall, after the shape of my door opening on the wall is no longer visible, after that light is gone, what is still on the wall? There's light hitting the wall somehow still.
Yeah,
And
right. I'm about that.
It's coming from a perpendicular window from the north side of the building. You're looking east at the wall, right? What is that light? That's what we call daylight.
No, understood. But what is that period? Trying to represent? Is that representing the dip below horizon where twilight is occurring, or you're talking about before it even occurs? This is what I'm trying to actually
It's actually
understand.
both. That light is present even when there is sunlight. That's what this video shows, is
No,
that
because
they are both on the wall, and then one of them goes away. It fades out. It doesn't change by ecliptic change, and it doesn't change at a rate to suggest a movement of the sun below the horizon at 15 degrees per hour. Quite the opposite is what it suggests.
I understand what I
That's why we're posting.
understand what you're saying clearly, but you're not understanding my refutal. The issue I'm having is that I'm saying that your video doesn't actually highlight twilight. What you're saying doesn't happen on our model. We correspond with twilight because twilight is primarily governed by ambient light. We understand that ambient light doesn't create distinct shadows. It does not. So why can't that, like, where's the distinct, like, I don't fully get it. That's what I'm trying
Clearly
to.
you don't. You see, you're missing the purpose of the video by focusing on something else outside the scope of the video.
No, it's not outside the scope of the video because
It
it
absolutely
corresponds
is.
with our
You keep talking about
observation. This
twilight.
is something we observed, right? This is a phenomenon we observed, right? Our model explains this in correspondence to the ways shadows disappear as the sun disappears. This is why I'm trying to distinguish between the two, right? Our model has an explanation. You're trying to relay an explanation. So how do we distinguish between the two without you messing up our explanation?
What do you think should happen to that light on the wall? If it was the Globee model, what about your model can explain how the sun doesn't disappear in, what is that?
All right.
2 minutes, 2 solid minutes from the time the first part of the sun hits the horizon to the part where this last piece of the sun goes below the horizon. Those 2 minutes right in there. What should be happening on my wall, even for the 2 minutes before that? What should be happening to that light on my wall to represent your model, if that's what we observe?
they should grow taller, right?
The
But they
light should go higher up on the wall, yeah?
I'm agreeing 100% with that. But the problem is that, right, after that little state of golden hour that most people who do photography state, you have twilight, right? When most of the sun or the sun is below the horizon. This is
No
when
sunlight all daylight.
even in our model, those shadows, right, don't just grow taller and overcast everything. No, they gradually disappear because the governing light is ambient light during twilight. We have stages of this twilight. You got civil twilight, nautical twilight, astronomical twilight. It falls through these stages before the light totally disappears into darkness.
I'm sure you're going to be making a point there sometime soon. I'm just not sure what it is.
No, it's cool if you're not getting it. I'm just saying your model, your actual simulation doesn't correspond with our transitioning to the nighttime because it doesn't highlight the stages of twilight and
Well, I
how the
guess you'll have
shadows
to
will
talk to Shadow
correspond with
Reveal
those
about
stages.
that. I guess you'll have to talk to Shadow Reveal about that because he's the one who produced the modeling. I'm the one who produced the evidence, which backs up his assertion about the modeling.
That's it, Coffee?
Not much else to say.
And we're going to double back to some of them links you was spamming last week. You dipped out of here kind of quick. But let's hear from Boston Beer.
Okay, before I get into what I found, I wanted to ask with this modeling of the sun, just because I'm curious, I was listening. Isn't it important that the shadows, like the shadows or the light cast into the window is from the direct orb of the sun, correct?
Yeah, it's all about the sunlight, which is a point source, so to
Right.
speak, as opposed to daylight, which is an ambient, wide, broad source, right, all across the sky, coming in the window from all angles. The sunlight is coming in from one angle, half a degree of angular size.
Mm-hmm.
And it's supposed to be moving across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. That's one of those every 4 minutes.
That makes sense. And think about it like a sundial, because we're talking about a crisp, sharp shadow, sunlight causing this crisp, sharp shadow, and it should move in a particular way if it was dipping down below a curved ball. But if it was just going away, it's not.
Distance from us, those 93 million miles, is changing by next to nothing as supposedly it hits the horizon and crosses the quote-unquote ecliptic. But there's no real change in distance there, that the intensity of the sun shouldn't be changing. Anything from an hour before that, where like you say, very crispy shadows are drawn by it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that. You can indeed see that, as earlier in the recording, the light is still crawling up the wall. The shadow of the door, some 6 meters away, it's producing quite a crispy shadow. But then it just slows down to nothing and fades away into the horizon. It doesn't actually blow down through the ecliptic in 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And it would have to. Wow. Okay. Here's what I found, guys. Going back to the Candace Owens thing. So on July 3rd, which was just a few days ago, she posted this is what she said on X, and this is the video that she made. She said, "I'm the #1 trending scientist in the world right now," because this video she made is titled "The Shocking Satanic." Let me go see the title. Yeah, "The Shocking Satanic Origins of NASA." And then she said, "So today I'll tell you about the time in America when a group of elitists who worship Satan via sexual rituals helped establish NASA's Apollo program. Trust the science." And it had 1.4 million views 1,000 comments, almost 10,000 hearts. And then I went over to her video on YouTube, and it says video unavailable. It's been removed. It says this video contains content from Paramount Global, in quotation, events, who has blocked it on copyright grounds. But then I found it. Stone's going to give a big hurrah. I found it on BitChute. It was a supercut that John Thor supercut it, and I posted all that stuff in the Purple Pill. But you got to check this shocking satanic origin video by Candace, and I also dropped the one she posted, I think the day before, titled "Why I Left This Religion." So a lot of good stuff. She's doing amazing things, and I'm going to drop down and listen for a bit because I haven't cleaned yet. I've been doing all that stuff, but listening to y'all's great. Being on this amazing awakening experience is fantastic, especially for those that are getting it. I feel really bad for the people that are pushing back so hard against it because it's the truth, and the truth is valuable, and the truth is good. And you know how people are always like, Mother Nature, we got to take care of Mother Earth and Mother Nature. Well, nature is what we're finding. The truth in nature is a stationary topographical plane. It doesn't move. Interferometry shows such. All measurements, basically. And people that are fighting it, they're just wigging out because they're uncomfortable with what the truth is, and they need to get over it. But thank y'all for what you're doing, everybody here listening, and much love.
Later, JT.
Yeah, I'll catch y'all in a bit.
Do them dishes up, boy.
For sure.
And don't
Hey, much love, JT.
You got to run there, bro.
Always.
Oh, bro, you think he's not running in place right now? Come on.
RB is definitely running in place right now.
JT.
So would Kenneth Owen be considered a whistleblower or not yet?
Ooh, well, she's a bean spiller for sure, right? I wouldn't go as far as to say a whistleblow, because it would be like related to like her field that, you know what I mean?
I'd like to see her conduct an experiment or 3 of her own, and then I would call her a whistleblower? Sure.
Nah, I'll call her that now. I'll give it to her. We gave Liliana ambassador of Flat Earth. We gave Mayor out. We can give Candace whatever that title was.
Right, dude. And I'm scrolling up, and I'm just looking at some of the things she's posting in the right now, because I think she got let go, or she was working for somebody and she's not working for that person anymore. I forget who it was. And she's free to think what she wants. She posted, or I guess retweeted. She says here, okay, but trust the experts. This Myron Gaines guy, he said they lied to us about the Russian war, Ukraine war, about, COVID, the vax, the lockdowns, Iraq, 9/11, the Iran Contra, RFK, JFK. And then she said, oh no, this is Myron's post. She just was like talking about how it's awesome. He said, you think they wouldn't lie to us about a guy in 1933 with a unique mustache and a fascination for camps? I'm just asking questions. So she's kind of on that vibe of digging and asking. You know how on Joe Rogan, where Terrence Howard was talking to Eric Weinstein, it was like a little 3-minute clip. Candace said about it, as I said, science, in quotations, has become a form of paganism. The experts have elected themselves gods, and people are foolish to still follow this stuff. And I scroll up another day. Let me see. There's one more really good one. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, she's just doing whatever she wants, because she says happy Friday, great debate discussion on topic of Zionism and anti-Semitism between myself and another guy. I hope you guys enjoy. So she's just doing what she wants, man. And I like it. Anybody asking questions, seeking the truth, I hope she finds Flat Earth and just blasts it from the freaking rooftops.
Oh yeah. I'm seeing how the mainstream will see her as the most dangerous demographic, as being somebody in possession of both the money and the time to do whatever she wants to do, as well as the audience to show it to.
It's a dangerous combo. When you got the money and the audience and the time. It's a wrap.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me share, guys. Much love, and I'm really dropping down this time. Bye.
I totally believe you, JT. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Much love, bro.
All right, so anyway, JT, what are you doing, bro? Not those dishes, I hope. Just kidding.
Hey, Alan. I got a
What
question
up?
for you, bud.
What's up, dog?
Yeah, we were talking about last Friday a little bit on the subject of the ecliptic and the angle of celestial poles, they call them, and stuff like that. Do you remember? And we were, I remember you mentioned that last little detail about the 3 degrees off from the ecliptic and the equator, I guess. Something like that. Do you remember that?
Yeah, so the motion of the sun, the way that they plot it out, they say that it the motion of the earth, but on the inverse, whatever from our perspective. Anyway, they say that the deviation from a perfect circle is only 3%. So in the north, when it's our summertime, the sun is 1.5 degrees past past a perfect circle, and then when it goes into the the south, it deviates another 1.5 degrees over a perfect circle in the south, which creates the quote unquote ecliptic, the elliptical orbit that they say we're in. Yeah.
He means percent, not degrees, but you got it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I shit the bed. I did mean that, but I was wrong. So what Stone said is the right one.
Percent. Okay.
Percent.
Okay. Well, I looked at it a little bit, and I thought that I had matched up some things that would be transferable, from a globe to, a stationary plane and then an orbit system. And I thought in my head that 3 could just be a difference of, they say we're 3 million miles closer when we get up around that little egg-shaped orbit. And I think maybe that's where it all ties together, like a missing piece in a way. What do you think about that?
Well, that's definitely where they attribute it to, the deviation from a perfect circle, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I just wanted to hear from somebody else that is definitely smarter than me. But yeah, I appreciate that. Okay.
Hey, dude, don't shoot yourself in the foot, bro. I just read PDFs. I could be a retard. You have no idea. So
surely you don't have a PhD, so you're not even qualified to read those PDFs. I'd stop if I were you.
We're not qualified.
That's a danger.
Yeah, hit them with a meme. They complain. Hit them with a citation. They complain that you're not qualified to read the citation. Like, bro, you a losing battle.
Dude, last week we literally had a PhD on here say that he wasn't even qualified to talk about the subject that he PhD'd in, and it's like, oh, damn, dog. So shout out to my boy Toby. If you go to his profile, you'll see a little excerpt that says, "Don't gaslight yourself." Dude, it's like very, very sound, solid advice, bro. Don't gaslight yourself.
No. Don't gaslight your own soul. That's what
your own,
yeah.
Your
Don't gaslight your own soul, guys. Couldn't have said it. You're not qualified to know. Actually, guys, I'm not qualified to know. To be really honest, you're not even qualified to ask that question.
Not even qualified to think about it.
Yeah, you turn yourself in for wrong think immediately, actually.
That's good, man. I appreciate the laughs tonight, guys. Hey, but besides the point, is anyone going to be at Flattoberfest? I'm going to try and be there for the first one. That'd be nice.
Probably not.
Well, we need the yeah, I'm not sure, but we need the details on the Flattoberfest.
Oh, I think they just dropped the trailer today.
Yeah, there's a trailer, but if you'll Google the music camp in Spartanburg, South Carolina. It's the 27th through 29th, if I remember right.
That sounds correct. I'm basing that off of nothing. I trust you though.
I appreciate it.
What if I said it was based off the constancy of the speed of light? How sure would you be?
What if we changed the date relative to a deviation in the speed of light that we measured?
Dude, how tied are you to the actual length of a meter?
I'm not using the speed of light. I'm using the metric system. I'm using the metric system. Oh, well, I got some bad news, boys. It's explicitly tied to the speed of light. How fast can one propagate in 1 second?
Dude, did you guys know that? Like that convention, when we were talking about nautical miles, trying to figure out where they equated statute to nautical, it's the same council where they equated like the metric of everything. They were like, boys, we got to get together. The important things got to length of a quarter of a pendulum, length of a quarter meridian of an equator. Like, what was the second one? Like, yeah, we got to figure out what like the unified length of a quarter of equator is. What? An equator, the thing necessitating sphericity. We got to figure out the length of that for a unified system. And it's like, yeah, metric system. Weird. Anyway.
Yeah, I asked Glober for directions the other day. He said, take 4 lefts and you'll be there.
Nice.
Stupid Flurf. How do you... we can go left, and complete a circumnavigation route.
Hey, dude, they got us hard with Magellan, dog. They were like, my dude went around the globe. Oh, how did he do it? East-west. Oh, you can't do that on a... Wait. Did any North-Southers in the chat? Nah, dude, we don't do that.
More of a why would they? Just to prove something to you stupid people? No, they do it east-west all the time.
It's like it's suspect too when they make a big production about the few that they say that they did North-Souths, like the one where they canceled it, the one where they sent the guy halfway there and then he returned because the weather was too bad, and then they gave him the world record anyway. And it's like, bro, how cool is it that you can get a world record for not doing the record? And they just like, they give it to you. They just give it to you on the freezies because at least you tried.
You know, it's like, who's your uncle, man? Jeez.
Like that's so cool that you can just get that without fully doing it.
So the method, as long as you try to prove the narrative, you'll be protected. Like, we'll give you stuff. No worries. Come on, be part of the club.
It's like, well, Shane, to get to the next level, you have to kill the boss and get the shield, or you could just lie and say you have the shield.
To be honest, no one's gonna check you, right?
Shield's relativistic.
It's a relative. I can't do the voice like Stone, but it's a relativistic level 15 shield. Level 15 armor, guys.
Special 15 level 15 armor that you can touch, and none of your weapons could have any effect on me because it's special armor.
Dude, a Glover came on and was like, "Whoa!" It's like a Agent Smith Glover came out of nowhere.
Well, you sounded just like Cartman.
Isn't he good?
Thanks, man.
For $100, he'll do your kids' birthdays. So anyone having a child with a birthday coming up and you let them watch South Park for some reason, Stone's got you.
For $2, Alan will do Nathan Oakley for anyone you say you want to.
For $2, I'll do any English or Australian or New Zealand accent, but they will all end up sounding like Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, spoiler, it's all Nathan Oakley, but it's hilarious, so it's fine.
Not intentional, it just comes out that way.
Hey, my teacher used to say, drugs are bad, okay?
Not bad, not bad. Did I hear Liliana come in? Because I was trying to speak before when she was like, you better address me. I was like, I can't stand up and applaud this hard enough.
Whoa. Who's Liliana? Or do you mean Madam Ambassador Liliana?
You're very sorry.
Hello?
You're correct.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Alan?
Yes, Madam Ambassador. Coming in loud and clear.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have a quick question, or I don't know what it is, but we're talking about the coffee cup caustic phenomenon, right? So, because the Antarctic ring is much higher, like the average elevation of all the different, continents in the Antarctic basin, wouldn't the coffee cup caustic phenomenon be even more pronounced, especially since, as far as we know, like at least at the ice wall all around, there's tons of ice for several miles going out. So I think that would even exaggerate the coffee cup caustic phenomenon and create more hours of daylight, right? So that even if the sun does set, it would actually still be like fairly bright daylight based on all those factors.
Where at again? You said? And in Antarctica?
She's still there?
Oh, I think we lost her.
Oh,
let me see if I can bring it back up.
Oh.
I think, was she referring to, like, depending on position of the observer, how long the light lasts after, kind of like twilight? Did I understand that right?
Sorry, I got disconnected and I lost the mic, but I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep. Welcome back, Madam Ambassador.
Yeah.
we were about to dispatch a security team to find you.
Oh God, I like how Alan takes my demand really seriously. Alan, you're a good peasant.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador.
We all have
no,
our calling.
What's that?
We all have our calling.
We all have a special talent, dude.
Oh God. No, I was just saying that the coffee cup caustic phenomenon would be even, slightly more exaggerated at the Antarctic rim, the whole Antarctic ring, the rim, because the elevation is higher than the average elevation of the continents, and of course, the sea levels, of course, and then also the fact that that whole ring is covered with ice, which is very reflective. So I think it would just kind of exaggerate the coffee cup caustic phenomenon. That I just wanted to ask you if you had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, I definitely think that part of the southern and the northern phenomena with the snow and the sun causes you to see the light differently. I've even seen where like the sun would be out on regular snow and like it'll blind people basically. That's incorrect. It could blind people because it's so bright and the reflection is like bouncing off everything, and it's just like I'm pretty sure that if the final experiment isn't fallacious for another reason, they found a spot to replicate what it would look like if it was a 24-hour sun. Like something about the way the snowbank is at the specific time the light hits the sky. I don't know. But yeah, I'm with you, Lily, or Ambassador. I definitely feel that.
Madam Ambassador.
Madam Ambassador.
Thank you. I love it.
The sun would be closest to the dome or the outer edge, and that's the outside of the caustic, and it would like create maybe two forms. That's like what sundogs are supposed to be. It would create two forms of light bouncing.
I mean, even if for some crazy reason that they did see the sun 24 hours at the Antarctic, at any part of the, Antarctic ice wall area, I don't think that proves anything. I mean, I don't think that proves definitively the globe. I mean, certainly it's not going to prove motion, you know, and I don't even think it proves sphericity because honestly, I'm pretty sure that we don't completely understand exactly how light works. And the sun is, you know, as we're finding out, is more and more of a mysterious thing because now we're finding out that, you know, we might not even be seeing the original projection of what the sun is. We might just be seeing the way that it's filtered through various layers of God knows what. Like maybe it's, you know, maybe ether, you know, has different like forms when it combines with different ionized gases. I mean, who knows? You know, there could be all these different domes that are like refracting the light in different ways or whatnot. Like it's just all a big, huge mystery. So I don't think that this final experiment is going to prove anything definitively at all. I certainly am not going to take it as proof of globe, even if they do see the sun 24 hours.
But all the Globers determined that that would prove the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, it still doesn't account for motion.
Certainly doesn't account for motion, but I would say that it would definitely give credence to their model because the people on the other half of the Earth that wouldn't be able to see it if it was locked to the other side, it wouldn't work. You wouldn't. It's not our prediction.
Dude, I'm not saying that we should try to explain a dual bivisible sun over like whatever 12,000 mile difference. I'm not saying that we should try to do that. Alan, I'm just saying, as creative thinkers collectively not bound by dogma or in a cult, that we could.
Well, we certainly could think about it, but like, you know, we would definitely need a demonstration like no fanfare did with the star trails, in my opinion.
For sure, but a bunch of smart people would get together. We'd think about it. We'd try some shit that didn't work. We'd figure out maybe. I'm like, just like theoretically, if it was like, oh my god, we would all be like, oh, is it a new observation? But we should all revise our positions with new data as we do as truthers. But I mean, anyway, that's just a lot of credence given to that whole crappy thing that I don't give a shit about.
But yeah, I don't think the observation is even going to happen. So I don't think it exists. And I think you can tell that by the fact that the north and south aren't symmetrical, like weather-wise.
I can tell that from the only shining example being like faked. I mean, like when you have to fake your example, it's a pretty good argument.
You know the area.
Coffee cup cost.
Well, it's called the cardioid, right? People call it coffee cup cost, like derived from the cardioid.
Yeah, but I thought I think it would, you know, perhaps cause, you know, that effect might cause it to, they like to reach farther. But I thought that would be, it wouldn't like lengthen the days longer than they should be because the sun is actually traveling faster out there. And I've heard descriptions of their twilight or whatever you want to call it, that moment, the time between, you know, the sun seems to have disappeared and there's still light in the sky, and absolute dark is like really short out there. It's like it just gets dark all of a sudden.
Yeah, longer twilight, longer dusk in the south. That makes sense, right? But we have a conflicting issue there, right? We have eyewitness reports of just that happening from people in the south, and we have timeanddate.com data appearing perfectly symmetrical, like they took one observation and just did the reciprocal to get the corresponding latitude. Interesting. Which one is true?
Oh, I think Jaren might have some insights on that. So you know how earlier dude said we have a bunch of different twilights. We have twilight, nautical twilight, astronomical twilight, moonlight, like all those different twilights. So they like reword one of them, and it's about God, I forget what it's about now, but it's super pertinent. I'm gonna message Jaren, but I think it's in regards to how they do it. They just kind of change the verbiage.
Yeah, you forgot nautical twilight. And yeah, what we're really looking at here is the length of time that each of those take, and the difference between the summer solstice and the winter solstice, and how those times change, northern hemisphere versus southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, it's as we expect. That sun is farther north and it takes longer to disappear, so twilight takes longer in the summer than it does in the winter. Well, if we were working the helio model in Australia, the opposite would be true. But what we're finding with Aussie observers reporting back to us is that it's exactly the same, that in the June solstice, it's longer for Aussies, whereas it should be shorter. It should be vice versa, but it's actually the same month for month. And that blows the model away. This is really what we're looking at.
Hey, I like that, Stone. Could I just say one thing about that? It just came to mind. Maybe the continents aren't as in perfect position as we're shown, and maybe that's one thing to do with that. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, they are where they are on the grid. It's just a question of how they built the grid, and that it was built on the spherical graticule. And Sean will show you, or Shane, Jesus Christ, I called him Sean after this amount of time.
But you did say graticule, so we're cool.
Shane will show you at least 155 slides to that effect. Just
Dude said graticule, all is forgiven. Everyone should start using the correct terms. Dude, like the continent placement, yeah, on the grid, absolutely. It's exactly where it's appearing to be. But keeping in mind, we're only using, say, apparent angle to a star. Whenever you're using trig, right, you're looking at a star, you're using your bisecting horizon, you're taking an angle to that star, you're calculating the distance to that star, known as the ground position, the corresponding zenith on the celestial sphere, give or take, to the geographic reticule, which is always just gridded longitude, latitude. So you have one system called the stars, celestial hemisphere, like the celestial sphere. You have one system based on angles to the stars, one-for-one relationship called the geographic reticule. And then you're like, are the continents in the right spot? And it's like, compared to what, though? We can only ever determine the distances based on these continents, and the distances between the two is based on the unit of a circle, which is a nautical mile, 1/60th of 1/60th, right, all the way around a circle. Figure that measurement out. It can be anything. It doesn't matter. It's invariant between the two. So no matter if it's ground or spherical or anything, nautical miles are equating to the same unit of distance between the two. And as I was joking with Ellen before, there was a council where along which they decided the metric unit, how much a meter would be according to the to light speed. They also decided other metrics like the length of a great meridian, the length of an equator, and then that we use it to equate nautical mile to 1.1 like statute miles. And then now they have all the distances based on curved geodesics between 2 points on corresponding celestial sphere or the geographic reticule with a 1-for-1 correlation. What do you guys think? Did I whittle it down?
And he only got to slide number 61 on that spiel. Like, you guys got off light.
That's good. Oh, I like it. I was following. So the statute mile compared to a nautical mile is being measured by the speed of the atomic clock up there?
No, sorry. So they got together at a conference and they decided a bunch of metrics. So one of them was, the meter being related to the speed of light. Another of them was like the length of a pendulum. It was all the basic metrics were like decided by our boys at the Royal Society late like 1700s. They got together and decided all this. And there's literally quotes of them being like, you know what's great? The shape of a sphere. You know what we should do? We should make our metrics correspondent with it. It's the most ludicrous thing I've ever seen. And then there's one smart dude who was like, no, we should make it based on, metrics and wavelengths and things that matter. And they were like, shush, we're doing our thing. And then metric system, Great Meridian's length pendulum was born. Paraphrasing slightly.
I'd like to see it go farther. And it's something we knock around with every once in a while on the Stone Cold Truth channel on Telegram. And I guess it relates to the question that came up tonight is, does anybody have a coffee account, or do I? Or, well, okay, if you really wanted to, I guess, pay it forward to someone like me, it would be to entertain something like the project, the photometer project, is where one person buys a photometer and measures actual observations at sunset, when the sun's going down, when does twilight begin, according to timeanddate.com, and then actually take measurements for the next whatever it's going to be, 2 hours until everything is really black with the meter. Write it down for your location against time, and away you go. Send that to somebody else elsewhere on Earth, etc., etc., etc. The cost to operate this is nothing more than postage from location to location, where all of the data travels with the instrument to other people who are participating elsewhere on Earth. Only 1 meter has to be bought, and all the data gets reported to everybody, because your contact details, your email address or your Telegram address or whatever you want it to be, is right in there with the data, so that you get updated as it goes to new places. It's like, your pen pal that goes forever and never ends, and only one person has to pay it forward right at the beginning. That's my way to answer your question.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. So, depending on your latitude, as you go south, you'll be able to tell precisely to like the second of
Exactly.
you know.
You'll actually be
like,
plotting brightness curves from fully bright to fully dark, and how long that takes at various times of the year, depending on when the thing is shipped to you. It can go back and forth for months, for whatever, over and over and over, just repeated
How
observations.
much is one of those?
How
If you
much
don't
is
mind
what?
me asking.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't know.
donate.
$200. It's not a lot. Setting this in motion is actually easily done. We have a lot of people who talk about it. I'd like to see it actually done.
That would be nice. Okay. How do I? What's your do you have a like Facebook or YouTube, or do I just find you on Telegram
I'm at Man of Stone.
or here? Man of Stone. Okay.
Yep, at
Nice,
Man of
man.
Stone
I
on
appreciate
Telegram.
it.
That's where you find me. And I can give you links to all the channels I play in, and we can go from there. Sure. That'd be awesome.
Buddy. Thank you, man. Hey, and I'm on 1%. Love you guys. Y'all have a great night. Good talking, and I'll pay it forward for sure, man.
Yeah, man, that's hella cool.
Later, G.
All right. See you, man.
Yeah, we kicking some ass.
Stone, have you seen my level 15 armor? I can't find it.
Yeah, you gotta roll some better dice. You did 20 side dice. Try some of those. And you loser, you gotta roll 4 or 5 times at least, man.
Oh, it's an
Go
RNG
talk to
issue.
Kenny about dice, man.
He's so good.
Stone, I think that's a really good idea that you have.
Thanks. I can't wait to.
Testing. Did it, everyone? Oh, everyone disconnected. I'm testing 1, 2.
Wait, what? I didn't hear that.
These cults don't have Madam Ambassadors.
All right, we'll get a nice fresh copy of LibreFox or Wolf running. LibreWolf. All right, try again.
Like, did you know that this fake Greek, who I can't name any of his measurements that he proved first, we were like, no. Have you heard that our fake Greek used your fake Greek as his retarded assistant who measured the thing wrong and then didn't apply the circumference right? It's like, no. Where's that article? And it's like, hold on, I'll get it for you. Hold on, that's right over here. It's on Wikipedia. You see how incredible Wikipedia one's fake Greek sources are, guys? And they're like, no, I can't find Cryptosthenes. And we're like, okay, well, you got to look harder, boys. Like, what are you doing? One page Googling me? You guys.
I mean, this is why when you guys are talking about seeing the sun for 24 hours in the south, you guys are talking about like, you know, real life situations and demonstrations. Like, why can't we just
and like they're proud of it. They're like, we ditched that shit long ago. We don't have to do that. Nah, nobody in astrophysics does that. The way they talk about it's like, poof, we don't need that scientific method. No. We just literally we look at the sky and make wild guesses. I'm like, oh, science, cool.
I got another cool thing. We're actually lining up for 2 weeks from now. If anybody else with a camera and mom lets you stay up late at night can participate in, it has to do with observation of the moon. We're checking its rotation, its apparent rotation, according to what was recently cited in a Globebusters podcast for an hour, where they were just talking about how the moon appears rotationally, someone standing in the north as opposed to someone standing in the south. And it turns out there's a 90-degree variance, not just an opposite rotation, but a variance in the amount of rotation, north to south. And this is what we would like to line up for the full moon, which is going to happen on the 20th or the 21st. You could pick either night based on the weather, I guess, give you some options. And you're just taking 3 shots. You're taking one shot, which will probably be around 9:30 or 10 o'clock as it rises above the horizon to your east. You'll be taking one shot at precisely midnight to your south if you live in the north, and then one shot as it leaves and it hits the west horizon, and you take that third shot to finish the night. And we're going to compare the angles of rotation of the moon between those 3, north to south, and do a little quantitative on it, which is always the way to go. You get the data, and this is a really cheap thing to do. And if you guys would like to get on to the Stone Cold Truth channel, it's listed on my right here. I've tweeted it in the past recently. It's listed. By all means, come on by. That's the invite link posted, and participate. Just say, hey, these are my 3 shots. Dump them in. You're done. And I will be doing all of the handling of the data, so to speak, all the measurement, all the graphics work. That's my thing, is to analyze what comes out of this. And the only real task is to make sure that your camera is level with the horizon left to right when you take each shot. That's the skill level, and that's the whole deal right there. It's just a piece of observation. And I give full credit to the Globebusters guys for pointing it out. I'd actually just like to orchestrate it and provide the data on it. That would be cool.
Hey, there's 3 flat earthers that regularly post stuff that they shot with their excellent cameras. And I think that's Florida Sky Gal, and there's Zetetic, and then our friend, oh my God, I think his account is Your Globe is Dead, maybe, or I keep forgetting his account name. But maybe I'll post their handles and tell them to get a hold of you, Stone.
That would be awesome.
Dude, look at our ambassadoring.
Is it a verb? It is
Just
now.
setting up the connections. Got
See
it.
how that works, guys? Now it's a verb. We can just do stuff for Globers now.
And it's a pronoun, bro. She identifies as an ambassador. The pronoun, verb, adjective, all of it.
It's good to have fun.
I like it. I like it.
Hey, did someone say the sun rotates? Is that what it said?
The moon tater tots. Are you talking about the wagon wheel, Stone? Or are you talking about like a different type of wagon wheel?
No, precisely that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the wagon wheel's badass.
Spinning a bit this way and a lot the other way, and we're going to check out the allegation.
Isn't that lunation? Isn't that what that is?
Nah.
No, we're just talking about apparent rotation as it goes across the sky.
Okay, so did you guys, I don't know if you guys saw Melodome, who did like his observations of the sun.
Dude, that was awesome.
like similar has the same observations of the sun making what appears to be 3D spherical rotations, and he took observations of the sun and then used the model to confirm azimuth and elevation, as the model is expertly known to do and never mess up and never have anything wrong with it ever. So then when you look at the sun also rotating the way like a sphere, do we have a problem with them being a sphere, anyone?
Apparent sphere. The word apparent must be put before the sphere, and I will have no issue.
It's definitely an
Much less
apparent
gas
sphere.
sphere.
Dielectric, dude. It's like conducting heat, right? All the time, super hot. So like solar powers are electric. They don't know how solar panels work, right? But they know that it's electric. They know it's electric in nature. So dielectric sun makes sense.
What'd you say,
But beyond
Stu?
that,
Are you against what was it? Apparent sphericity? Hello? Did he say something? Or am I tripping?
I think he's still thinking.
me?
Hello?
Talk about me?
You talking about me?
Guys, who's on third? What's going on?
Yo, Stone, can you hear me, dog? I've discovered the issue.
Pretty sure.
Yo, so when I was saying the apparent sphere, were you saying something against sphericity? I couldn't hear you. It sounded like you were saying something.
No, that was Shane talking.
Oh, word. Okay, I just hallucinated that. My bad.
Could have been Sean.
I've never seen them in the same room together, so it is possible. Is Shane interfering with himself? Is this a superposition? Super Shane? Guys, quick, don't look at him. He'll collapse.
Yo, does that work? Can you see me again? All right.
Hey, welcome back.
It's like, you know what? You don't have a mic anymore. You know, trying to like argue sphericity of the sun. I think that's my position now, right? Because it seems to rotate similar to what the moon wobble / lunation would do. And even then, to even imply sphericity, people are like, and it's like, well, an apparent sphere, or what's the alternative? An apparent bioluminescent disk that's apparently upside down as it's simultaneously observed from a counter perspective. Is that better?
Yeah, see, so the moon rotation thing, though, it's they call it the wagon wheel because it's not doing
no
the
criticism.
same.
I'm just curious what people think.
It's not doing the same
I
kind
don't know
of
what the hell
rotation.
sunspots are. Does anyone have
He
any
can't.
idea
He
while we're on
can't
the
hear me.
topic?
Okay.
No, he can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hey,
I just-
Shane, you can't hear Alan.
You can't hear Alan?
Whack, man.
Bring Shane back, bro. Bring Shane back.
Yeah.
What I was saying, I'm gonna drop you down and bring it back up.
That's so trippy. Thanks, Elon. Thanks a bunch.
Dude, how crazy is that? Before it was all fine, and then it just randomly stopped working for him. Like, that's sick. So. All right, you should have a mic now,
Nobody
Shane.
can hear me. I'm talking to myself.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me, Shane? Dang it. All right, hold on. Tell Shane to get on Discord. We'll just do it the Discord
Am I still
method.
talking to myself? Am I still talking to myself?
Yeah, you can't hear Alan. We hear you, but you can't hear Alan is the problem. So you guys are supposed to work it out on Discord, according to Alan.
Guys, you'll be killing me.
Man, you can't hear Alan?
He can't hear any of y'all now.
Again, it's down. What the hell?
Trippy.
Proud, are you there?
Hey, Sacred. It's me, Proud. I'm a cyborg.
What?
Literally how she sounds.
False.
I gotta bring Shane back up.
Okay.
This is not a drill.
Dude,
seems like a drill.
He got sucked
I hear
into
him
his air
now.
conditioner, dude. It got him.
Are you just jealous of my fan and air conditioner, or what?
No, I'm completely cool with my air conditioner.
Can you guys hear me? Do I have sound again?
Yes. Can you hear us now?
I mean, yes. Now I can hear you guys. I could definitely only hear me.
All right. Can you hear? Can you hear Proud? Hey Shane, it's me, Proud.
No, no, don't hear any Proud.
Okay, that's weird.
Was I talking through her? Sorry.
No, you were talking through me.
Oh, well then that's fine then, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's not the worst thing that could have happened. But like you were saying, though, the moon rotation, I don't know if you know, but it's not the same as what Melodome was showing, where you could infer the rotation through the, what's it called? Through the displacement of the sunspots. The moon does like a wagon wheel thing. It's like, it's not that it's going to like a different side or something and no one's, and like people are seeing a different thing relative to someone else. It just like looks upside down or slightly in a different position.
Yeah, no, so it does that. It like the 6 becomes a 9 when observed from like the southern hemisphere, but it also does this slight wobble called lunation. Somebody hold on, maybe I'm using the wrong word.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with it as called wagon wheeling, where it's just kind of rotating back and forth, like left and right, not left and right.
It's definitely not called lunation. That's from eclipse. I got confused. So let me find the right term.
Yeah. Anyway, TLDR, apparent spheres in the skies.
Right. Apparent spheres.
Spinny, blah, blah, blah.
But Shane, doesn't that mean we must therefore be standing upon a sphere for us to look into the sky and see spheres with our own sphere eyes?
Well, the best way to know you're on a sphere is to go measure the ground by getting your telescope and staring directly up, and then looking at the stars, and then of course looking directly at the sun. And by those two things, you determine the shape of the Earth each and every time. Dude, Cliff High literally just was like, radio wave propagation proves the Earth isn't flat. Thus, I'm gonna assume the sphericity of Earth by giving it a circumference. I'm gonna calculate wave propagation across that circumference. Ta-da! Sphericity concluded.
Dude.
You guys are all dumb. I was like, come say it with your chest. Flat Earth Friday, Cliff High.
Hilarious, bro. Speaking of funny things that globularists say, I saw Conspiracy Smasher posted about atomic clocks. He said, ask them how atomic clocks work on GPS. They won't answer it. And it's like, what does that question even mean? Like, they put the clock on a craft that's doing something. On your model, it's free falling around the Earth. On ours, there's some other mechanism doing it. And that's like, there's a clock on a thing. Like, what do you mean? Explain it. Like, what is that? Like, what are you getting at, dog? Anyway.
Exquisite denial.
You don't even have a traumatic event, and then like for your own protection, your brain like sequesters that information from the rest of your conscious cognitive awareness, so that for your own protection, you don't dwell in the awfulness of the ass beating that you took. So then for a public persona, you actually adopt this thing that none of that happened, and you act that way until it goes away.
Oh, yeah. No, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, it's not even yeah. Well, if you still want to watch the sunsets sometime or whatever, hit me up.
You know, that's just going to lead to another argument about perspective.
We can shadow set.
I like that argument, dude. Sunsets? Listen, you're not really prepared for Rayleigh's criterion and angular resolution and that 1.22 constant based on, your optic limit. So, you got shadow sets? Can you guys handle that?
Speaking of shadow sets, do you have the video where you merged Taboo's video with Stone's video? Or did you not make that?
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. I posted our sun stream, and then I posted a clip of our sun stream where we talked about shadows.
Ooh, okay.
But during the stream, we played the whole Taboo video, so it's merged.
So in that clip though, that's part of it.
Yeah, in that shadow.
Yeah. Okay, can you post that to the space, please? Because that'll be a nice coherent link. I was trying to find it, and while you were gone,
I threw it in the purple pill, I think, because I was having the app was just like, nah, you can't be a speaker, and I was like, okay, I'll just be a slave to the Windows. Wait a second, I can use a browser. It took me a while.
Nice, awesome. Yeah, guys. So Shane's gonna put that nice cohesive video in there, so you can get both of them, the simulation and Stone's recording, all in one shot. And there you go. You can just use that for sunsets.
Yeah, with a bunch of live commentary from the boys, which is always on point.
Yeah, that's gonna be a banger. Make sure you make it searchable too, Shane. Put some keywords so we can just search it up.
Yeah, Shane, quit being lazy with your hashtags, dude. I'm so tired of that.
All right, so I'm decided that because of you guys, every time I post everything, I'm gonna put this many hashtags. Hold on, I have a copy paste list ready. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this right.
Nice.
To find the taboo video, it's called the Flat Earth Fact number 16, Shadows at Sunset. And it's 19 minutes. Yeah. Did I break the space? I don't hear anybody.
Negative, Ghost Rider. You're good. Where everyone's marinating on the shadows.
Relief yet again.
I keep sharing a quote of this thing instead of the thing. My bad. Where'd all the globies go?
Where have all the globies gone?
Sometimes I feel like they're rotating away from us.
That has the seed of a really good parody.
I could feel that.
So you're only rotating away if you believe in the globe? Is that how rotating away works?
Yeah, it's very Coriolis in that respect.
But if I know that I'm just say I'm not retarded, right? And I see things in the sky and I'm like, oh, maybe the sun's going away and that's what the sunset is. Then I'm not rolling, right?
Yeah, you'll become more and more stationary the less you believe in the rotation. Yeah.
Right. I think I get it. It's like the courage was with you the whole time. You just had to believe.
You just had to believe, dude.
Oh, look, Conspiracy Pusher is up. We got an update.
Nice.
Here's the update from everything that we done talked about so far. Ask them how atomic clocks work on GPS. They can't answer.
Dude, that was oh man.
Oh, also, that was an awesome video for you, Proud, about Alan chopping up that guy. It was awesome. On my stream, I was playing it and then stopping as you were staying up with commentary, so it was an awesome live through video with all the visuals going as we were getting the comments in, so that was sweet for everyone to watch. I was like getting popcorn. That's why I was like, oh, I gotta get food. Hold on. This is awesome.
Yes, I love seeing justice prevail. His behavior is horrible, and his facts aren't too great either.
Dude, he's like, you bring up the hard one. That's like, you may have won this time, hero. I'll see you next time. It's like, next time. It's like, what?
And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
For your pesky lies, Alan, I would have gotten away with it too.
Dude. It was so close.
Oh man, that guy's not worth the breath of anyone. But anyway,
dude, that's so crazy. You wasted 2 breaths saying that on that guy. How do we get him back?
Oh man.
Conspiracy, give Shane the air back. Give it back.
It's kind of funny how when these anti-flat earthers are here, they annoy the crap out of us. But when they're not here, it's kind of not as exciting and crazy.
Dude, good point, Lily.
So
we need to strike a harmonic balance with our globularist foes.
Okay. I mean, look, I'm not one to talk to Globers. Honestly, it's not my calling. I figured this out. However, there is this dude named Negator in my chat.
Jesus Christ, no. No. He's only in your chat because I banned him from mine.
I know. I mean, all right. As far as no Globers versus Globers who won't directly insult you all the time, that's not true. He'll do that. I mean,
yeah, that's why I banned him. What do you mean?
Yeah, he's a Glober, I guess, is the best I could say. But a pseudo competent Glober.
He believes in a globe.
He's a pseudo competent. He believes in a pseudo competent globule. Yeah,
nice.
Well, we should get him on. Come on, Negator. Come on, grab a mic, bud. I know that you love showing everyone how smart you are. Come, now's your chance.
Hey, either that or I can invite Clay back again.
Oh, for the love of God. Yeah, hold on. Let me get a sigh in like Stone did. Let me retract the for the love of God and let me do a sigh real quick. Hold on. Propose it again, Sacred.
Bring it back.
Yeah, I can always invite Clay back again.
Oh, dude, I just got so physically repulsed. I threw up. It's crazy.
You know, I think that guy Clay and that, remember that social media, whatever, what was, I think that was his handle, social media.
I don't remember him
Did
at
you
all.
notice that they have really similar style? They have really similar style.
That is true.
Who's that?
She thinks that social resembles Clay's tactics. I saw a little bit of a difference between them.
Yeah, I mean, like mentality wise, probably about the same, but you know.
Nah, social was more like, no, you don't know what the hell you're talking about because I'm an engineer. And
You know, when I first heard about flat Earth, of course, I thought it was all so silly, and these people were retarded to believe in flat Earth or whatever. This is before I did any research at all. But you know, after I started getting a little bit of exposure to really sensible kind of flat Earth material, I was so relieved to actually like feel that, oh my God, my whole life, I always felt like, how the heck do I feel so stationary if we're moving at all these crazy velocities? And I think, you know, that I think a lot of people are coming to that kind of understanding, is that how is it that I honestly, because, you know, I've always asked people, like, honestly tell me, do you feel stationary? And they all have to say yes, because they do.
Yeah, and then act like you're stupid for not having to assume the inverse of everything that your body sees and your eyes tell you. It's like, look at this dumb person not thinking that he's spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound when the sun appears to set in front of him. Look at that idiot. Everyone make fun of him, and it's like, whoa, how did we get here?
Well, sometimes your senses lie to you, and when you have a preconceived notion about the inherent motion that you can never feel, you just need to conceptualize it mathematically instead of in reality.
Yeah, honestly, exactly how we got here is when you want to control a body of people and fear isn't enough, what you got to do is get them to believe absurdities, and you get them to believe absurdities by applying to the mass consensus of others. Like, listen, you're too dumb to get it, right? But we have experts. Like, you can't determine down, right? That's a simple thing. You don't know what a geoid is. You don't know where the geopotential directionality lies, homie. You don't know dumb enough. We have experts that know how to determine down. We're gonna let them determine what them. They do it all day long. They sit around, they determine down for people on the globe. It's crazy. That's their job. They're qualified to do it. You're not qualified to do it. They'll be able to do it. Let them determine down for you. Once you surrender authority to like the majority or the consensus or the state like one time, and then it's like, oh, well, maybe I'm not smart enough to do this. Maybe I'm not smart enough to do this. And then it's like, oh, well, I have to surrender all of my authority to you. You have to tell me things. I'm too dumb to figure things out. And then they're like, excellent. Now we have you. And it's like, guess where you live?
Guess where you live now? It's like, I don't know. Tell me.
On this wonderful magic sphere based in the stars, derived from nothing, that you can never disprove as we align it to a fictional grid that'll match the stars wherever you go and look.
I just want to quickly say one thing before Mrs. Xavier and Miss Stair get on. Sorry. I just want to say, Shane and Alan, that, even when they tell us these explanations of why we feel stationary, even though we are actually moving, is that they'll say, oh, because we're at such a steady velocity. But even that's a lie, because we do slow down during perihelion and aphelion in their model. But then, of course, they'll say stuff like, it happens so gradually that you won't feel it. So it so many lies. They just make things up. They say it's a steady pace, but it isn't. It's nuts.
What about the logical absurdities you have to go through to like believe interferometry is real, but then also believe it can never be used to determine the motion of Earth around the sun?
Or it can never be used to measure just linear motion.
It can't be, yeah, dude. It depends when you're asking, because then it's like, well, now it can, and it's like, well, depending on your reference frame. And then, dude, Sagnac, linearization, rotational speed. The whole thing is a series of logical loops that it's like, somebody is going the wrong way, guys. Like, when you tell a lie and then you tell another lie and then you tell 4 lies to cover up the first 2 lies, and then before you know it, you get a web of nonsense and you can't keep it straight. That's the model, dude.
Yep. It's more of a religion than a model. Heliocentric religion, essentially.
It's like a dogma based on philosophy, born of the Copernican principle.
Dude, I remember back in the day, like one of the arguments that I used to find amusing was when I believed in dinosaurs and shit was it was like a meme or whatever. It was like a priest arguing with a scientist or whatever, and it was like, dinosaurs aren't real, blah, blah, blah. There's no evidence. And then, the scientist presents dinosaur bones and all this. And then the priest goes, look, it's proof of God's wonderful work. He made dinosaurs. And I was like, ha, yeah, that's hilarious because dinosaurs are real. And, anyway, like, it's very similar in that respect where it's just like, oh, this thing completely falsifies our model. And they're like, look, this is proof of our model. This is proof we came from nothing. More proof of nothing.
So proud to be like, look, now I can bathe in nihilism and self-doubt and do nothing and nothing matters and just have a crappy life devoted to doing what thou wilt, and maybe I'll take up Satanism. I don't know yet. Have a crazy 40s, I just want the option or whatever.
I don't know. Maybe we'll join a satanic sex cult and do stuff. Claim to do stuff in space. Maybe
what do you know about dancing pregnant ladies anyway?
We can all aspire to be an ass baby.
I love how they're like dinosaurs. They're definitely real, but what happened was this other thing called comets that also are totally real and exist came along and mutually exclusively annihilated each other, so that no dinosaurs remain and no comets are anywhere. But everything we said totally happened the way we said it.
Dude, they got into a fight and they both died, and all evidence of their existence is completely wiped out, only in small, tiny bone fragments and shattered rocks.
What a clever way to juxtapose two obscene, absurd lies and nonsense, and be like, actually, together they prove each other. Like, what?
We've all heard 2 wrongs don't make a right, but there's a special case.
Dude, I shared the North Toroidal source of all the meteorite impacts to the space. Everyone should check that out. Where do all meteor impacts occur? Oh, and the toroidal vortex above us, right where you'd expect it. The one case where if you wanted to look for like plasmatic discharge around the double toroidal electromagnetic field that is Earth, and you were to look where it would be, well, they're right there. That's where all the meteor impacts occur through radial dispatch. Through all the people who haven't looked at them, that's what they're studying. They're like, oh, you know what we have is bisymmetry. Nope, we want symmetry, but what we have is this weird north toroidal impact source where all the meteorites impact right in the toroidal vortex, where would be the ejection jet of the absolute double bulb magnetic toroidal field of Earth. Anyway.
Yo, I still have to catch the rest of that presentation, bro. Y'all not tapped in with saying, man, he got the sauce for real. We'll probably have to do a space on that again because we haven't talked about that in a while. In the meantime, we do got a couple of hands. Let's go to Mr. Xavier, Mr. and then SJ.
Mr. was before me. Plus, I have some stuff I want to put in the nest to go over. So he can go ahead.
I appreciate that. Mr. What up, bro?
Hey, how's it going, you guys? Xavier was for sure first, but I happened to put my hand up before him, but he did get the mic. But I did want to clarify what Liliana is doing is ambassading is, I think, the correct term.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I know that I messaged Alan. I'm gonna need a whole team of fucking people because I am really not smart enough to figure all this out. But I come with some information here, and maybe it has been answered, maybe it hasn't. But this is in reference to Dell wanting to talk to you guys. And so I took some notes because I think, and I downloaded an accelerometer on my phone just to see if what he was saying was real. And an accelerometer will measure 1G when stationary and 0 Gs in free fall, which is definitely weird, but basically
Why is that weird?
why would it be 1G when stationary?
Because
Why would
that's
it?
the attractive force. That's the downward force. That inside the gradient we have, that's the electrostatic force that is always present. And
So it's the electrodes.
Yep.
So
and if you're accelerating with that force at the same rate as that force, then G will be reduced to 0 simply by subtraction. This is vector subtraction, positive from negative.
So the constant force is 1G downwards.
No, it's the constant accelerational, right? This is what you're measuring. You're measuring G on the phone. Is the phone accelerating in a particular direction relative to the surface of the Earth?
Well, not when it's sitting on the table.
Right, but in free fall, it's matching that influence of acceleration. That's why it registers 0G. It's adding the two together.
Totally that makes sense to me. So I'm just trying to clarify because I'm honestly confused by it all. And I don't know what the answers are, so that's why I'm asking because, some of the stuff that I'll say this. I don't think that Dell is stupid. He was one of the original people that did a lot of street work and stuff with Flat Earth. I think he's done a lot of good, but he seems to be really stuck on this. And I don't want to speak for him. So I do find what he brings interesting, like what he presents and he seems to be pretty adamant about it. So I just wanted to go over some of the notes that I took from listening to him and see what kind of responses I could get because he's obviously challenging the idea that we are stationary and claiming that the whole system, stars and everything are not accelerating upwards, but constantly moving a motion towards, I guess, upwards, or could be in a circle or something. So that's why
it has to be upwards. But
yeah, well, and I think he uses some displays where it's like where you take a magnet and you put it in a copper coil and then loop it around and it goes, forever in a cycle. So he doesn't, there's very few models that I've seen that kind of explain it. But, so I just want to go over some of this stuff. So there's no displacement of gas and liquids and solids in free fall. There's no acceleration in a downward, in a downward vector, unless there's an outside force acting upon the matter. Density is not a force. gas and liquid accelerate in gas and liquid in acceleration show displacement when in free fall they do not. There is no acceleration, only a constant motion.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I think I can help you here.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Can I
Go
take a
ahead,
crack? Can I take a crackstone? Okay. So with what we just learned about the accelerometer and how when it's traveling with the gradient, it detects no motion, right?
Uh-huh.
Same concept with the liquids in a container or gases, right? Because the density and buoyancy equation accounts for specifically gravity, right? There's a little g in there. Now, obviously, we're in contention with the causal mechanism of the g, but as Shane showed how you can derive it through electrostatics, there's an equivalence there. So it provides the same thing mechanistically. So we make the same exact prediction. What Dell stumbled on is kinematics and dynamics, and he's solely attributing the observation to, upward acceleration, where it's like we're at a philosophical disagreement here because we don't need that to contend with anything. He's been introduced to the position of electrostatics and stuff, and he says that he just basically says to ignore it. Like I heard him and Witsit argue it out. I'll see if I can get you a link to it so you can hear it argued to completion. But it's basically more or less like, well, just ignore that though. And that's not like, why would we do that when we have the mechanism? You know what I'm saying? Like we have the downward vector for that to provide the mechanism through electrostatics. So
yeah.
So for a long time, there's people that are like, density and buoyancy is the cause, does everything. And Dell correctly states that it's not a force, right? Well, it can't be the cause of it, right? That's why there's an additional term in that equation to provide that vector, and traveling along that is going to cause you to make the same predictions when things are in free fall, right? It's the same scenario. Stone, how did I do?
Pretty good. Let's go concise on it, though. That really, when we're looking at words like density and buoyancy, all we are talking about there is the governance of the effect. We are not addressing the cause. And that is an electrostatic thing. You have to isolate those two in your kinematics and your dynamics. After you get to that point, then things become very, very clear.
Right? I mean, since we're talking about it, right, we can just be like, little g isn't really a thing. It's just kinematically derived. It's just really like height. It's a function of height and time, right? Two times the height over time squared. So you can be like, look, I get a ball, right? If it's dropped from 10 meters and it takes 1.43 seconds to fall, 2 times 10 over 1.43 squared, right? 20 over 2.04 something, 9.78, pretty close. That's kinematics, guys, right? Doesn't mean nothing. And then you get to causal. Well, what's the causal mechanism? Well, it's not mass attracting mass, because the basis for that is Newton copying Kepler's periodicity equation, Kepler's third law, and then throwing in the inversion of centripetal equation, being like, hey, you know how when a thing is in orbit or circling, there's a force, a real force that goes inward? Let's make up a counterbalancing pseudo force that goes the other way, called gravitational, that'll always be in tandem with this force that no one will be able to disprove, and I'll call that gravity. We'll attribute that to mass. But then when we reduce that equation to a form without mass, it's like, how can that be the dynamic cause of anything when it is mass? But anyway, when you go to what that causal is, we have the electrostatic downward gradient, right? Which means you have something determining the non-zero magnitude downward direction lightly, right? Which is the electrostatic gradient determined by the Gaussian hemisphere, the charge distribution up top, and the differential within charge on the bottom right versus the charge polarity of Earth versus the top. And that, given the gradient, determined the downward vector. The other forces, buoyancy, density, viscosity, would sort out pressure mediation until a point of equilibrium.
Well, that was a lot, Mister.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions, or
you be more detailed, Shane?
Yeah.
There's 63 more slides. Hold on. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, no. When I first kind of heard it, it honestly was confusing, and I do think I'm glad that you said density is not a force, because I agree with him on that. I'm inclined to agree with there's no such thing as a pulling force, only a pushing force, which would make sense with the electrostatics pushing down. So that makes sense to me. I think the only other thing that would be a question, or that I've heard, was that and I might be incorrect on this, so I can't promise anything on this, but I think that in order for it to be electrostatic, it would have to act differently on different sources or different sorts of matter, like liquid, gas, and solids. I might be wrong in claiming that, but because there is no displacement when things are in free fall, so it would have to, the electrostatics would have to act accordingly on each one of those as if they are not accelerating downwards, right?
Well,
Because if you
the force them on them all equally because they are matter,
constant,
but
okay,
because they are three different states of matter, they react to the force differently. Like gas is a much higher energy state of matter. So it is the thing that explosively expands to fill all occupied space until it equalizes fully in pressure. That's according to the ideal gas law, right? Liquids don't do that.
Yeah, and so
they don't have the
that
energy.
Maybe that's where I'm getting confused on this, because if you say drop a bottle with a rock in it and liquid half full and then air in the top of the bottle, none of that will displace if you just drop it in free fall. But if I throw it at the ground, obviously it will all displace. But when I drop it, you're saying that the electrostatics will act on those different sorts of matter.
Well, while it is
the same.
while it is in free fall,
yes, that's what I mean.
There will be no net force to change anything about what's going on inside the bottle. It will be going alongside gravitational acceleration, right? But as soon as there is any kind of velocity to the bottle, assuming you dropped it in an atmosphere, there will then be a terminal velocity applied to the bottle.
Right.
And
Okay.
air friction will begin. There will become a microgravitic effect inside. Stratification will not change inside the bottle, nor its orientation.
Well, I really appreciate the clarification, because honestly, it becomes confusing, and I take in a lot of information, like I try to really listen to everyone, honestly, when it comes to this subject. Flat Earth Fridays is by far my favorite. Ether Cosmology, I love what you guys do, and I'm definitely grateful to be a part that you guys open the space and let me ask these questions. And it's, I really appreciate the clarification, because honestly, it was confusing. And
Can we take it one farther? Can we bring the
Sure.
fight back to him? Can we ask him some questions about the model and how he might be able to explain it with what he's saying?
To be fair,
to do with electrostatics specifically?
This whole video was like, if you're gonna have my opinion, please have me present. Please invite me to the table if you're gonna talk about anything. And that was his whole point.
Yeah, and I'm not trying. I'm asking for me, not for him. Just to clarify, I took notes on some of this stuff that I've heard. Not just from him. There's a few other people that they're harder to find. One other guy particularly. So yeah, I'm not trying to represent Dell in any way, shape, or form. I just took some notes on some of the stuff that I could comprehend on what he was saying, not because his accent, but because I'm not quite sure what he's talking about as far as the physics. So this is purely questions for me. He did request to speak with Ether Cosmology. I sent those guys that link. So it's kind of up to you guys on whether or not you want to entertain that. I don't have any skin in the game on that. I just think the conversation would be neat to listen to, honestly.
All right. Well, I would like to help you with your perception of the mechanism then, to do with electrostatics in terms of the causal here. And it relates to the textbook that they hand out to all the post-sec students. And it's the diagram I'm sure you've seen with the 100 volt per meter above the ground increasing ambient charge, static charge that is in our atmosphere. And Whereas some globies might try to defend it, saying, "Oh yes, but that attenuates quickly," when they don't really understand, or nor do they ever read the data. Recently, I found a paper which actually explored that, and it turns out that as we go higher, the gradient increases. It becomes more than 100 volts per every meter, up around the 500,000 volt area of town. That what I'm driving at here has to do with everything we have come to be taught also about static charge. Like, the thing where you grab the balloon and you do your hair and you stick it on the wall, right? As your hand approaches the balloon after you've done that, you can kind of push the balloon. We come to understand that static charge is a field, right, on a charged object, quote, like the balloon, and that the field itself is strongest at the surface of the balloon if it is the charged object. Can you see how that, just as anything radiates, you know what I mean? There is that over r squared kind of geometry to it. Can you see that one in real space as I describe it?
Ooh, I
Oh
gave
yeah,
the
absolutely.
perfect
Okay,
visual
great.
space view.
Okay, so what we're looking at there is what they like to call the law of static charge in terms of radiative field around something that is charged, that the closer you get to the surface of it, the stronger the field will be, the more charge there is, so to speak, sure, in space. Well, what about Earth? What about everything we see in that textbook where the line in terms of intensity, voltage goes up as you go away from the surface? And even more so as you go farther away. Well, what we're taught in capacitor science, where you got plate A and plate B that are parallel to each other, typically we envision them horizontally in when we analyze stuff, although their orientation doesn't actually matter. But I present it this way so we can see the parallel to Earth's situation and how you can see this is exactly what's going on, that we live on the ground plate, the one below, if the upper plate is the one that is charged, which is exactly what would create the voltage gradient we experience here on this surface, on this ground plate, the thing we call the ground, coincidentally. Well, where is the other plate? There has to be a charged plate above the ground plate in order for that gradient to occur. I would really like to hear from the Globies without them mentioning some fictional ionospheric thing that is supposed to be able to spontaneously generate millions of volts constantly that catastrophically fail to ground and cause lightning several times per second, 24/7. I'd really like to know what kind of answer they might provide. So I'm hoping that you can see that this is actually the key to the mechanism in which we live. Is that making sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've definitely, followed and listened to a lot of Austin Witzett's stuff. I've seen the demonstrations where he, recreates that, which
With
is
the Van de
great
Graaff
because
generator.
yeah,
Exactly.
because
Lots of
the
voltage.
the
Right?
physics is scalable, which is nice to see. And my response would be, well, it would have to be a solid surface, and luckily we have a book that talks about something like that, from a few thousand years ago. In the creation of this place. I have a question though. So, do you think, and I heard this on a space earlier this week, that it's possible that since our houses are full of copper and wires and copper piping and even down to the plumbing could possibly be the thing that's generating the electricity, and the power company is actually charging us for the electricity that our houses are generating? I know that's a stretch, but I heard someone
Yeah,
say that.
that's a bit of a stretch.
I heard someone say that, and I was like, I
That's
wouldn't put
not
it
really
past
how
them. But
electromechanics works. No.
Dude, if they could do that though, they totally would, right?
yeah, yeah, because there's a big ground
I would,
rod
for
stuck in the
sure.
ground. Like
Well,
it's kind
that's
of
the
like the
thing. I talked to somebody a few months ago about ground rod technique and why you would put one on your house in the first place. And frankly, I don't think that's a good strategy if you want to keep lightning from hitting your house. What you should do is put 4 ground rods on the trees at the corners away from the corners of your house by a good 100 yards and let the lightning strike those
I can
instead
actually,
of your house,
yeah,
right?
I can actually verify that is true because as I've stated before, I started building an electroculture garden in my backyard, and I wasn't able to get up 24 feet, but I was able to get up 18 feet. And it has now been struck twice by lightning. Once was last week, and I thought it fucking blew up my backyard. I had dirt everywhere. It was not good. So I've got to definitely reconfigure some things because it scared the shit out of my 4-year-old. I mean, my whole backyard, it looked like daylight in my house. Like it was just this huge boom, dude. It sounded like a bomb went off. And I went outside and there was dirt everywhere.
Said a transformer blew up?
No, I think lightning hit my electroculture rod in the dirt.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, in a lightning storm.
Oh, dude, how's the electroculture going? Are you documenting it?
It got blown up, and
I mean, aside from the
blew-
travesty. My bad. Let me rephrase. How was it going before that? Were you documenting any of it, or no?
Yeah, so I still have like the pictures of it. I have not posted on it. Like if you look at my Twitter, I post very little. I do most of my junk is all on not Facebook, Instagram, just because I like to make stupid videos. But I still have all the photos of it and everything. I've got to get some. It's going to take me a year, really. It's probably going to be next year before I can get some real serious plants. Like I did some strawberries and stuff with some little rods. They're definitely working out great. But as far as growing a whole bunch of food and everything like I want to on the land that I have, it's gonna take me some time because I've got to get a whole lot of, there's just a lot of excavating. It's me by myself, so it's a lot of work. But I did get the wires ran and everything, and so yeah, it's coming along, but it's gonna take some time for sure. I want to be able to post pictures of a big forest and 6-pound cabbages and shit. So. But not if it keeps getting blown up by lightning. I've got to figure that out, like how to, because I think it's been hit twice now.
Well, I just gave you the formula.
Yeah, you said 4 out by.
Yeah,
and
corners away and much higher, and you're done.
Oof. I don't know how it's so expensive for just the rods that I've got up already. Copper's not cheap, and the 18-foot one, it's hard to even keep. I had to put it pretty deep in the ground just to keep it sturdy so it would stay upright,
Well, you can make some of it cable.
Yeah, and I have seen wooden.
Thick, but
yeah, I've seen wooden ones that are wrapped in copper wire. You still have to use a pretty thick gauge copper wire, so I could definitely run something like that. I'm gonna have to do some definite modifications on it, so.
I mean, you can also fully expect the lightning to split the tree now and again too. So expect to not have those after a while. But
yeah,
it's gonna save you.
Yeah, for sure. We had a crazy lightning storm come through, and it was definitely not normal, but yeah, gives me something to work on for sure.
Was the electrostatic gradient trying to get you?
Well, it was either that or the ground was going to come up and swallow me up. I couldn't decide which one it was. No, I appreciate you guys clarifying that for me because, I don't think that Dell's dumb. It became confusing because
no worries, man. Yeah. Like I said, he came across kinematics and dynamics, and it's like, without a causal mechanism, right? If you're just saying that density does X, then you don't have a reason for why things fall. And it's like he took that to its extreme, right? And then argued from there because, you know, our position is always like, well, where's your practical demonstration and stuff? And it's like, well, he's making the measurements, right? He's doing the kinematics, right? And they're matching the would-be dynamic explanation, right? But it's like, there's already another thing going on that does the same equivalence. Like now it's, you know, so like it's not, if it was a dumb argument, it wouldn't make sense, right? It wouldn't be this hard to understand what's going, like what went wrong or not went wrong, but like where the deviation is. And that's it. It's just it's like, we already have a mechanism, like we're good. And he's like, well, I got one too. It's upward accelerating. It's like, okay, well, cause he's not here. So I don't want to, anyway, but you wouldn't be able to verify it unless you left the system essentially. Right. And I don't think he would argue against that. So that's what it would come down to. And we already have it in our system in the frame that we're measuring it. So why would you do that?
Yeah. Well, and I think that the idea is that motion is caused from force, you know, an active pushing force, which would make sense if electrostatics, because the idea is that it's a special pleating, pulling things down rather than pushing them down. So that might be clarification as well, you know, because gravity is kind of this mystic Harry Potter, you know, force that magically pulls things down into the center of mass, and whereas electrostatics is an actual measurable electrical force that pushes things down. Makes sense in my mind. There's one other thing I was going to say to that, and I forgot what it was. I'll have to think about it for a second, but yeah, you're right. He definitely does not disagree that you'd have to be outside of the reference frame to be able to, you know, see, but I think that was his talk about
and that's
interferometry. So,
well, and that's where we differ right there. Like that's just a philosophical difference, right? For me, everything that we need to know about the motion of this place is inferred through all of that, the laws of physics, where they apply, and you can show that in a moving frame, even if it's at a uniform velocity, they don't apply in the same way. So it then you get into the issue of, well, where do you put absolute space if the whole system is moving up? Like it's just, you know, it's not something I'm interested in, so I'm just like tapped out of it. But you know,
no, yeah, that makes sense. The one thing that I forgot I was going to say is what is super weird about it though is ever since he's been talking about it, the Flat Earth Society has removed their upward moving model from their website.
Oh,
which
heard
is
that.
weird because they don't have they don't post on YouTube. There's no channels. There's no, you know, Facebook pages. There's no Twitter.
They were the original upward accelerators, weren't they?
Yeah. And ever since he's been talking about it, it's now gone. And now on their website, they actually don't have like terrible information. There's links to Jared's videos and everything on there. So it's very strange that that's now been removed from it. So
yeah.
I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah, it's a precarious one.
There is a video of him where Will what's the Pastor Duffy?
Will Duffington
interviewed. Yeah, he goes on Dell's channel and he tears him apart. It's actually quite entertaining to watch. And Eric Dubé just put something out about it too, and it's pretty funny. But in there, he does talk some shit about some flat earthers, which I don't see the necessity to do that. But I don't know. I don't know what it is with some of the. Maybe you guys can help me understand, like, what the issue is with people. Is it just principles before personalities, and they're not practicing it? Is that what's going on?
Dude, who knows? It gets very weird when you get into what's going on with that situation and why people are making videos against other people that are on the same team,
content creators
that don't. Right. Yeah, dude, it's insane. You know, who knows? I would say that if you're watching someone that's saying a bunch of stuff about someone else, go and see what they have to say. I don't know. That's a lot of investment though, but it's like, you can always tell, like, is the attacks of what they're saying, or like whatever they're saying about the other person, relevant to the mechanics of what they're saying, right? Like, for example, like I watched a little of Dubé's video. I didn't see him propose a mechanism for how we would see a sun on a flat earth, but I did hear him shit talk Jaren about how he's a shill and all this shit. And it's like, well, you didn't explain it though. All you did was just make sure that everyone doesn't listen to what Jaren had to say, because he draws it out very eloquently several times, shows you how it's not a geometric prediction of a flat earth. And it's like, there's no argument against it because no one's proposed a mechanism for it other than making a video saying, we don't know what the things in the sky are. Therefore, the sun could totally be on the other side for everyone else and for us too. It's like, oh, okay, we're just going to have our cake and eat it too, or whatever. Like, I don't know about all that, dog. Like, I'm not saying it's not possible or we couldn't come up with a mechanism, but it's not currently our prediction at all.
Yeah, right.
Like,
well, and that's actually why I really like listening to all you guys, is because I don't hear a lot of that, shit talking on it. Like, it's already bad enough that we have to try and figure all this stuff out on our own, but then to be fighting amongst ourselves is even worse, It's like,
yeah.
And I really do think it is the principles before personalities. I get the point that he makes about, okay, that doesn't negate the fact that the ground is still, that it's level, measured level, that the earth is mostly water and that's mostly level. Like, I get that doesn't take away from that. You're still looking up in the sky and deciding what the shape of the floor is. I get his point on that, but just to throw it out, and it was just like this, stab at him for no reason. And I didn't, I don't know.
I wanted to back it up just for a sec to the ground accelerating upward crowd. You know who I'm talking about, I'm sure.
Well, it's a constant. Yeah, just to clarify,
Okay.
it's a constant rising upward.
This is a matter of it being nothing more than a simple arithmetic where they're just not thinking it through temporally. What I mean is that if we're talking about 9.8 meters per second, what that actually stacks up to is that almost once a year, in fact, slightly better than once a year, I should say, slightly more frequently than once per year, Earth would go from 0 to exceeding the speed of light. And that would be once every year. And we've been around for how many years? Is anybody keeping track?
No, say that
I'm
again.
sure you know what I'm saying.
No, what are you talking about?
I don't know if I understand that.
Okay, Alan, we're just talking about the ground accelerating upward crowd. And that we're talking about 9.8 meters per second.
Oh, you're saying they would eventually,
That before the year is done, if you started at 0, you would be accelerating upward faster than the speed of light.
Gotcha.
And that would be once per year additively. It's just, somebody just think it through and let's put it to the side. This is how we sharpen our own sword. It's not about feelings. It's not about, gee, sorry to bust the bubble, buddy, but let's just look at it purely arithmetically. There it is.
Well, I appreciate the clarification for myself. Like, I can't speak for, a content creator. I specifically asked these questions for me and me alone. So I really appreciate that and everything that has been said. So that's really what I wanted to come in here and kind of talk about. I really appreciate
it's great exercise.
Yeah, and Sacred, Proud, Alan, everyone, the hosts. Thanks for giving me the chance. Mr. Xavier, thank you for your kindness as well and letting me go ahead. I know you were busy, but still, even reaching out, like, oh, you guys are great. I'm still trying to figure out Discord. I hope to join you guys there because, there seems to be some buttons I don't quite understand quite yet.
I got you.
I'll get there. But yeah,
Awesome,
I'll end it
dude.
there.
Yeah, we're gonna have a Discord classes next week for Madam Ambassador Liliana and you.
All right, cool. Yeah. Maybe she can ambassadate over there then.
Hi guys, it's me again. I was here last Friday. I'm still very confused. I've done what little research that I could do because when you Google flat earth theories, I only get like 4 or 5 things that pop up. It's not much. So I don't know if I'm typing in the wrong thing or looking in the
Well,
wrong
your
places.
mistake is using Google.
I figured that was one of them. But in there, and everything that pulls up is like flat earth debunked, right? So I come on here and I learn from you guys. Y'all are still speaking in an intelligence that I haven't quite gotten yet. Okay. So I'm hoping that I can get a synopsis of what flat earth theory is explained to like a 9-year-old. Like if I were in 3rd grade and learning about the shape of our planet, can somebody explain that to me? Then I have some other questions.
Yep. One second. Right before we get to that, before we move on from the upward acceleration, there's a slight correction that needs to be made. Paul, Plain Reality, just informed me that Dell's position is not that it's doing the 9.8 meters per second. It's only staying at 9.8 meters per second. So it's at a constant rate to avoid that speed of light issue there. Like that cumulative
zero
acceleration.
acceleration. That's zero acceleration. That's me.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think it's the constant, and what is the 9.8 per second is the deceleration. So when you let go of something, it decelerates towards the ground because the ground is rising until it reaches terminal velocity, of course, because of the stuff in the atmosphere. Just to clarify. But I'm glad you wrote some things down because you did clarify a couple of things for me, which I'll bring up later.
Yeah, and thanks for clarifying that last piece because it is a claim that it's a constant, that it is not accelerating, and that things are decelerating. Yeah, you said that very well.
Yeah. So, dude, so that's literally kinematics, right? It's just inverting the positions. So, very, very cool. Anyway, I just wanted to add that in there, not to misrepresent his position, because he's not here. And so, let's see. SJ was, what is the flat Earth position and all of that?
Before you do that, before you give her the 9-year-old thing, I just want to put a button on the. Sorry about that. I kind of had to go earlier, but I'm actually going to go later because there's some other stuff I want to add. And I'll do that later while I tie a button around the Dell thing. I'm glad you wrote some things down because he kind of misrepresented the ether folks now that I'm seeing what you wrote down and you cleared it up. Because he says because of the free fall stuff and things are moving at different rates and it's like a magical Harry Potter tractor beam or Star Trek, what he said, whatever it says. Yeah, and I don't think people should do that. If you don't like a position, show how it's wrong. Let's not mock it and make it look ridiculous. So and how that was cleared up in the way you asked the question, I realized where the problem was. I put something in the NAS, and this could accurately demonstrate the kinematic difference between Dell and different different models, right? The mechanics, like Alan said, is different. What is it? Electrostatics? Is it curved space-time? Is it rising Earth? You could have different theories for this this causal mechanism and phenomenon. The gentleman in the video, if you look at the NAS, he accelerates the car, and the weird thing that happens with the helium balloon, it goes forward while the regular balloon goes back, and they go back to their seats. What's going on with that? Is this some Harry Potter voodoo magic going on? No, it's the air in the vehicle rushes to the back like liquid. The light dense light helium goes to the front of the car. Their heavy bodies go in the back. The mechanism is the car moving forward. If we were trying to mimic this as a rising Earth, we could see how that's his theory. But just as easily, let's say the car was stationary or maybe in a vertical position with no windshield, and we poured a liquid down that car. Heavier, denser object would sink to the bottom, and the balloons will still float to the top. You know what I mean? And the other one would float out of the car since it's helium. So even though things are going wonky all over the place, there's still a causal mechanism of that movement. And like Alan and Stone rightfully pointed out, there's kinematic different explanation. They invert what the cause and effect is. And I'm glad you wrote it down because you clarified something I misunderstood, and that Dell was unintentionally or intentionally, I want to say unintentionally, strawmanning the ether position and electrostatics position. So I'll leave that there. Sorry, young lady. I'll go ahead and explain flat Earth for you in the manner of a 5-year-old.
Dude, Shane had if he's not back from his dog walk, somebody else could take it, but he had a really good, quick explanation of flat Earth, how we got here and all that from the optical derivation and stuff. So Shane, if you're here, now's your moment. This is your moment.
So you just said a word, the optical deviation?
Derivation.
Derivation. I don't even know what that is. What is an optical?
So
that second word again.
So you know how they say that Eratosthenes proves that the Earth's a globe because of sticks and shadows, because it gives you the radius of the Earth and all that. Well, there's an
Correct.
optical.
And I watched the videos. That you guys were posting tonight. Still don't understand how that works.
Right. Well, the more important thing is that radius is associated with a circumference, and you can get that same circumference from optics, right? So using the formula that they give you to get to the distance to the horizon, you can derive it from that in conjunction with Rayleigh's criteria. And I think there was one other thing, but with that said, all the observations that we make in the sky, all of that are all optically equivalent to us seeing in a dome with a radius of 3959. And everything, how we see it is exactly the same. So what they did is they just told everyone that the ground is actually causing what we see in the sky, like the shape of the ground.
Meaning that with the shape of the ground being flat, let me see if I understand this. Meaning that with the shape of the ground being flat without any curvature, it's the dome that is producing the curvature of what we visually see. Right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Close. So not even invoking like a physical dome, like a firmament or anything like that at this point. Just speaking in terms of optic, how you see in a dome. And the radius of that dome is 3959.
Okay, you're talking about the dome shape of our eyeball, right?
Can I give this a shot? It'll be good practice for me.
Absolutely, brother. Go ahead.
So we see in a visual dome, like you see, everything is going to be like when you look up. That's why you look up in the sky, looks like it's round. You can see that it's curved, right? You see visual space in a dome. So they took the way that you see that and they applied that number to the ground and said that that's what you live on is a radius of 3959. But when we went out, we took lasers, we've done mirror tests, long distance. You can use all kinds of stuff from whale calls all the way to radar. They prove that we can see too far, we can measure too far for that radius to be a real thing. And it can't be a bigger ball because that screws up all of their mathematics for everything that they've claimed. So you'll hear a lot that space is fake and gay within these rooms. That's neither here nor there, but the idea that space is not what you've been told it is. The stars are much closer. There are fixed stars and there are wandering stars. The wandering stars would be what you know as planets. All of those CGI cartoons you were fed from NASA and Disney, they're composites, CGI. The sun and the moon would be closer in proximity to us, about the same size and about the same height. We can't measure where they're actually at because there's just an apparent position in the sky. You can use some triangulation to get it, but that's still an apparent position. We don't know where the actual sun is. We don't know where the actual moon is. They might not even be solid objects. We don't know. We don't know what's beyond Antarctica. We don't know what's beyond anything like that. The idea that this is a plate floating in space is a straw man. The best way it was described to me, if you could imagine that we're on a floor and that the stars and heavens are above us, and everything you see in the sky is constantly rotating around Polaris. Polaris never moves. The sun rotates around Polaris. The moon rotates around Polaris. Even Halley's Comet rotates around Polaris.
Okay.
So all of these.
I'm gonna stop you right there. What
Yeah.
is Polaris?
Polaris is the North Star.
Okay.
So that's the one that got me. That's the one that really, like, it got me, because the North Star never moves. We're supposed to be spinning 1,039 miles at the equator. We're supposed to be revolving around the sun at like 66,000 miles an hour. We're shooting through the galaxy. Is it 500,000 miles an hour?
Yep.
And then the galaxy is shooting through space at like 2 million miles an hour, something, 2 point something. So you're talking about like 4 different rotational speeds that are like, you can't comprehend how fast that is. The 1,039 miles an hour is faster than the speed of sound, like.
Okay.
And
So
you've never.
all of
Yeah.
this brings me to some of my other questions. Here's one of them. If we're on a flat Earth, what are the edges of the Earth?
We do not know, because you're not allowed to freely go and explore and travel Antarctica. There is something called the Antarctic Treaty that was put in place in 1950s. I think it was 56. I might be wrong, maybe 59. But basically, all of the major countries of the world, it's the oldest treaty that's been in agreement with all of these countries.
So I've done my research on the Antarctic Treaty and Antarctica, and the theory that it wraps around what we know as the continents, and there are other continents or islands or whatever they are called
That is
beyond
pure.
that.
Yeah, that is pure speculation.
Correct.
There are books from the 1800s, 1900s that talk about those things, but we cannot verify those things. So that is pure speculation whether or not there is more land. It's probably likely, but that would be something a government would do, would hide more land, because it's the one thing they fight over. But yes, the idea is that Antarctica is a shoreline that holds our oceans in, and North Pole is the center. So if you think of a compass, you think not of a compass, but if you have a flat map, like the UN flag is a flat map.
Okay. All right.
The north.
Freaking explains everything. That just put everything into perspective for me, because that's what I wasn't understanding. And y'all were talking earlier about the directions, north, south, east, and west. And what you think is north is actually like west or east.
Well, so north would be in the center. East and west would be rings, like circles. You would be going in a circle. So like you could go east and west, but you're gonna veer off a little bit, and you're gonna just follow. If you were to follow straight east.
So north is actually the atmosphere, the stars, the sky.
Possibly, but the north is north. Think of the North Pole as the center. Like, that's where your compass points to the North Pole, right? Old maps show it as a big magnetic mountain.
Okay.
South would be the circumference. Every direction outside of that ring. So quite literally, east and west are just the like they're circles. You'd be traveling in a circle. Do you have a photo of a?
You go clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yes, clockwise and counterclockwise. Thank you. Fuck, those are the words.
Right, and that's exactly how I'm imagining it in my head. And
Yeah.
y'all were talking about this earlier, and I just couldn't picture it. I couldn't pinpoint it, but now I understand it.
Yeah. So if you head north, you're gonna head to the center until you hit the center, and then you're gonna be traveling south. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does.
Yeah, and south is every direction that's away from north, and
correct.
so
Okay, so
yeah.
here is my last question. Actually, no, I have two more. So I took notes. So I'm still confused as to why other planets that we see have a sphere look to them. I
Okay.
do understand that the Earth is not a perfect sphere. I've read that somewhere. I searched that somewhere, but I do
Yeah.
remember reading something that the Earth is not a perfect sphere.
Neil
It's
deGrasse
not.
Tyson says that it's an oblate spheroid, that it's kind of
Yes.
pear-shaped. That's
Yes.
kind of ridiculous, but we do see circular objects and lights in the sky. Yes. We don't know if they're spheres or not, because if you actually look through a telescope at these stars and at the wandering stars or these other planets, they look more like light through water. They look like sound waves through, like cymatics. The sun and the moon don't appear that way, but they do have what's called the lunar wave, which is interesting. But to say that looking up in the sky and saying, oh, I see round lights in my ceiling, my floor must be round, that's what we hear a lot of. That's kind of, I think that's a little tacky, but you're basically looking up at the sky and trying to determine that's what Alan first started off with was what you see, you see in a radius of 3959, and you see that in the sky, and they put it to the ground. They modeled the ground after it and said, see, look up. That determines the shape of the floor. Like that, you're looking at lights in the sky. We can't, if you could go there, maybe you could verify that they're spheres. But again, we can't verify that the moon is a sphere. It's round. We know that it's round. We know the sun is round. You can't verify that it's a sphere because it's optical.
And here's the last question.
Let me just jump in real quick. So even if they were spheres, right? One thing that I would like I always ask,
yeah,
is there anything in the sky that's comparable to Earth? Like, is there anything that's like validated? Like, oh yeah, that's exactly like Earth up there, so we can make that comparison.
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, the answer would be no, because every planet in our solar system is vastly different, and it's different based on the materials that it's made of, what it has in its atmosphere, and how far or how close it is from the sun. Am I understanding that question correctly?
Right, because I would say, like, if there are things that are comparable in the sky to Earth, then we can draw those comparisons. But if Earth is like simply unique, then I don't see why it would be rational to try to compare what's in the sky to what's beneath our feet if there's no similarities. I mean, in my opinion, from what I've heard from the globe earthers, the only thing that they can compare is the assumption that we're spherical, which is why they say, well, everything's in the sky is sphere. Why aren't we a sphere? The problem is actually detecting that the sphericity of the Earth.
So this leads to the very last question that I have for tonight. Of course, I'm going to do my research like I've been doing and hit y'all up again next Friday. Okay, so this leads to this last question for tonight. From what I understand, we never really went into outer space. There's a firmament. We hit the firmament. Even with Elon's rockets that he's testing out now, You could see that they hit the firmament and curve, or maybe I'm getting the verbiage wrong, but they never go past the firmament. So the space videos, the satellite pictures, things of that sort are not correct, or they are false, right?
They're
So,
cartoons. Yeah.
okay. So I guess my question is like, is there anyone out there that can get past the firmament to confirm or deny any theory about globers or flat earthers? Like what is the thoughts on getting out there and proving or disproving globers and flat earthers?
Well, so there was a military operation called Operation High Jump, I believe is what it was. And they were, maybe it was an Operation High Jump. What was the one where they were shooting rockets at this guy?
Operation Fishbowl.
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 And then I think that was part of Operation Dominic. It was all part of Operation Dominic, and then there was like subsections of that or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is what you're talking about
So,
now.
yeah. So there was a military operation called Operation Dominique, and part of that was Operation Fishbowl. Operation Dominique means of the Lord. So Fishbowl of the Lord, where they shot these high altitude rockets and bombs, like they were trying to blow this thing up. It doesn't seem that anyone can go past that. We can, I don't know, from high altitude balloon footage and things like that, it seems like there's a limit. You can't even measure, because GPS will cut you off, and you can't even determine how high. And this is a discussion that I've heard these guys talk about, that to verify how high up you can actually go might be really hard to do without, because they control GPS, though. I think it's something like you're not allowed to go past 50 miles or something. Maybe I'm wrong, or they won't
It's even
let
shorter
you measure
than that.
Is it? Okay. So no, the idea is that these government agencies who are claiming to go to space, you see their rockets go up in the air and they curve down. You never see anything leave. You never see anything go straight up. And we as civilians, we're not allowed to even attempt to legally. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that really answers your question, but there's no way to really determine, because NASA has been caught lying so much. I mean, there are hours and hours and hours of footage and research that people have put together, just proving that NASA has faked, 90% of the footage that they put out to us. And they are a government agency. If you watch other nationalities, and you watch India, they just went to the moon, they claim, and it's a freaking Atari cartoon. Like it's so blatantly obvious that it's not real, and yet we buy it, because we don't ever think about this stuff. If you're just living your life, you were told you live on a ball. It's a ball. That's what it is. You're hurtling through space. It means nothing. You're going nowhere. You're a speck of dust. You're not even a speck of dust. You're a virus on a speck of dust that's floating in nothingness. And somehow nothingness is expanding into more nothingness, or whatever. It's when you start to look at the globe model, the heliocentric model or the acentric model, none of it actually makes any sense. None of it. They changed the distance to the sun like something like 10 times. And if you don't think that all these world's governments could, it doesn't take a whole lot of people to start the lie. All it requires is that we believe it, and then you just go about your day believing it. But if you don't think that, people could come up with this big of a lie, you just watch the last 3-4 years, the whole world shut down,
So I do
So,
believe that we're lied to about a lot of things.
so
That
then
we're
the
taught
question becomes, why
what they
would they
want.
tell you the truth about this?
Correct.
Yeah.
But instilled in my brain from the time I was able to comprehend
Yes.
up until I would say the last like 5 or 6 months, maybe a year or so, when I discovered that there maybe was an alternative. I never even thought about whether the globe was flat or round. It wasn't in something that I ever thought about. But X has um, brought me to a place where I'm getting observations of different perspectives of different things, not just the globe or the flat Earth, but the truth of things that have come out. So with that being said, I'm still not sure if I believe in the flat Earth or a globe Earth, but I'm learning. I'm learning about some stuff here. I guess I won't believe in anything until there's some like bona fide proof, which may never come in my lifetime, you know. And you guys, let me tell you, um, you guys put on some great arguments. I really wish that I was more knowledgeable about physics than I currently am. I have a basic college physics knowledge, um, but nothing on the scale or scope of you guys. When you put out these formulas, I understand the formulas. I could see the formulas. I know how to at least look at the formula and see what you guys are explaining. But y'all go into a depth that is way beyond my comprehension. So, and not only that, I'm starting from the beginning. I do understand some stuff that you guys are explaining, and like I said, I'll just come in every Friday with my questions. I'm taking notes now. What I didn't do last Friday is take notes. So I kind of screwed myself. There was a website that I asked for, and I don't even remember what the website was,
Oh, I
but
got you.
someone gave me. Oh, you got me, Alan? All right.
Yeah, I
What was
got
that
you.
website? What was I trying to look for?
ADL.place. And then there's
Okay, and
another.
what was this for?
That was for Shane's model and database resources, right? So you were asking for like resources and stuff that you could read. Shane has published
Yeah.
tons of stuff on that ADL website. So if you go to ADL.place, you'll get a bunch of options. It'll say Shane's database or Shane's model. Click on database or model. Try them both out and take it for a spin.
Okay. And Shane has been tagging me in a bunch of stuff, so he's somewhere listening, but he's been
Pack a
tagging me in a
lunch
bunch of stuff.
when you
Yeah.
go there. Pack a lunch.
Pack a
Might
lunch.
be there a
Okay.
while. That's fun. It's a
Okay.
fun place to
All
hang
right.
out.
Okay. So and yeah, and like I said, I'm still learning the basics of a lot of things, So, and I appreciate you guys not being assholes to me and explaining everything.
You are an avid student. We crave people like you.
Right? Honest, open people are who we want to talk to. That's what we kind of like. This is the best possible
Genuine
scenario.
questions.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I definitely appreciate you guys. So, and
Don't
I do like
downplay.
hearing the debate between the flat earthers and the globers. I like hearing the debate. I like hearing both sides. Do I understand everything? No, but it's solid on both ends. Solid grounds on both ends. Everybody has an argument. It's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. So it's pretty cool. These spaces are awesome. I really appreciate what you're doing, Sacred, and everybody else on the panel. And I'm gonna let y'all go back to discussions. And if I have more questions, I'll put them in notes and come back next Friday and bombard y'all with them.
You are
Awesome, dude. Looking forward to it.
But in the meantime, dude, she asked for a ninth grader, and Alan gave her Rayleigh criteria on derivation of optic
Hold
limit
on.
based on the radius. Hold on. Like, guys, I'm not sure I would have started there, but okay.
All right, Shane, what would your explanation to a 9-year-old be?
Right?
Oh man.
Right? Be like, listen, the way that we see has been inverted by these people who are going to teach you. That's okay. Listen to everything, but just know that it's equivalent to something else. What do you think?
That's too vague.
Too vague for a 9-year-old? Okay.
Yeah,
Dude,
too vague
I
for a
thought you said.
9-year-old.
I thought you said.
everything that you see.
Dude, I
Might
thought you
as well
said.
told them to use the force.
How about this, SJ? How about this? We live on a geocentric, stationary,
Nope, too much.
topographical plane.
Too much. Even if I said this to my 15-year-old, he would be
Yeah.
like, "What the hell are you saying, Ma?"
No. So
Well, geocentric means Earth-centered. Stationary means not moving. Topographical means we're not on a smooth surface. There's peaks and valleys. And plane.
how about
Plane.
how about the only way that anyone's ever measured the shape of the Earth is to stare directly at the sun and measure shadow angles, and that's what we're going with today is the scientific consensus for Earth shape still. Have fun at school, kiddo. What do you guys think about that?
Well, son, there was an ancient Greek.
Right. It's just like like I said, if my son was much younger, then I can probably explain some stuff to him about different perspectives. He's 15 right now, and I listen to a lot of truther spaces, conspiracy spaces. I listen to a lot of it, and when I come to him with proof, evidence, whatever, he is like, "Oh my God, mom!" And it's like, I homeschooled you up until like 3 years ago to make sure you weren't indoctrinated, and here you are, freaking indoctrinated
Oh,
anyway.
dude, they got him real quick, huh?
Yeah, they did. He
Goddamn
only been in
social
public school for
influences and
3 years.
TV. Yeah.
Well, he didn't when he was homeschooled, he didn't watch much TV. My thing is play outside. Play outside, play outside, play outside. I don't care if you are skipping rocks on a lake, play outside. And that's what he did. And I gave him the option now when he was 11 years old to go to public school or keep getting homeschooled. We moved to a new town. He wanted to meet new friends. And so I allowed him to do public school. He does really well in it, but he is being indoctrinated. There's nothing I could do about that. It is what it is.
Well, he's still in school, right?
Yeah, he's still in school.
Then you can. What you need to impress upon him is perception. That Shane, watch you're pretty loud there, man, with your mic on. When he's in class, get him geared on the input side to adjudicate what they're saying with very strict criteria in mind. Get him to recognize the difference in the delivery of the information. Are they actually giving him provable fact, or are they giving him assertion? And to really pay attention when they attribute causality to something.
So I have tried to explain this to him that what you're reading and seeing in textbooks is not all of the proof. They're showing you what they want you to see. They're teaching you what they want you to know. I've explained this to him in different ways, an immense amount of times as well. But he doesn't want to hear it. He also doesn't want to be embarrassed by his peers, and I get that. Um, I do hang out with adults with like minds with me, um, who have some homeschooled kids and some public school kids, and their kids are the same exact way as mine. Even though they teach them to have an open mind, to look at different perspectives, they are still stuck in that one-way stream.
I don't
So
know. You might have a misperception here about your kid and his psychology.
okay.
This thing about someone who might get made fun of in front of his peers. No, it's actually quite the other way around in terms of reality and what people actually feel on the inside when they experience it in class. When somebody questions authority and says, "Wait a minute, you're saying it's this. How can it be when there's that?" And see where that goes. The guy or girl who actually takes that position in class earns untold, unspoken respect from peers. Whether you
If
hear about it from them or not, I can attest to it personally because I used to be that kind of guy in class. And, it was years after high school that a dude who was 2 years younger than me was never really in one of my classes in science, at least, but was in music and other things and whatever, hung with the gang. Years later came to me specifically quiet, said, Stone, like, not a lot of people said it, but frankly, you were my hero. That you were the guy who didn't give a rat's ass about what the teacher was actually saying about, or anything about which way social culture was going for that matter. Or, you know what I mean? You thought for yourself, you thought independently, you thought rationally and logically and fiercely half the time. And he didn't see that in anybody else in school. I was his hero. And I didn't hear it from a lot of people, but it had to be more than just him. That's what I'm trying to say here. And regardless of who makes fun of who for making a comment at the time, that is all superficial lie. Believe it.
And if I could just finish up, SJ, with the last thing that I would want to say to you is you said something about having a basic college physics degree. My ass barely
No degree.
graduated.
No
Huh?
degree. No
Oh, no
degree.
degree. Either way, my ass
Yeah.
barely graduated high school, and I'm learning all of this stuff. And it's been so, game changing, and it's given me a new enthusiasm about learning and science. And one thing I will say too, in regards to you, to your son, or to anyone that's coming to this information, is that it will come when you're open to it, and it will come exactly when it's needed, because the idea that this is a geocentric, meaning earth centered, if everything revolves around our earth the way that we visually see it going, and it feels stationary, it we it implies that this place is special and that it's unique, that it's the only thing that we know of that is like it, and that has other implications that this creation could possibly, if it's a creation, it would imply a creator. And so that's a journey that you and your son, anyone that comes to these truths, will inevitably stumble upon.
So
And
that's where I'm not at. I don't
yeah, well,
believe that this planet is
I would
unique
never
and the
ever
only
push
one.
that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
and I
believe that
would.
this is the only one of its kind. I do
Yeah,
believe that with the galaxies out there, there's got to be something. If it's not exactly like us, it's similar to us,
well,
that
and
can hold,
so
or have livable beings on it.
that goes back though to, so what, and that's kind of a cognitive dissonance thing, because you're holding on to the idea that what you see in the sky is what's beneath your feet, and it's just because of what we've been told. We were all taught that. So, and that goes back to what Sacred said about, do you see anything on the earth that looks anything like the sky? You've seen images of balls and spheres that are colorful, but you've never experienced anything like that here on earth. And I would not push any kind of, spiritual implications onto you. But when you wake up to this fact of this is a pretty unique place, and you've been told that it's not, and that it's not special, that it's meaningless, and that it comes from nothing and going nowhere. And it's important for me, I think, to at least say that. Maybe that's just for myself, but I think that you and your son, you'll come to this truth in your own time. I know I came from public school education, and I was able to wake up to its common sense and logic. They go a long way when you actually use your rational mind. What do your senses tell you? What does your inner child tell you when you were first told you lived on a ball, and there were people upside down in Australia? I
We
don't know
all
about
walk the
you.
path. You
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
we all came from that same place.
Yeah.
It's just how long it takes you to get there, when you start, when you end up. Not to worry. It's like it's going to be the same amount of time for you as just about anybody else. And speaking of time, though, it's about 4:45 a.m. my time. So I'm going to turn into a pumpkin right about now. But it's been a slice, y'all. Yo sacred, yo proud. Congrats. Let's do it again next week. We'll catch you guys later.
Sir, appreciate you, Stone. Y'all go follow Man of Stone. Inventionaire.
Later, Stone.
See y'all then.
Yeah, SJ, I feel like you're doing a really good job approaching the conversation, trying to protect the children from indoctrination, although, they're going to be influenced no matter what. I would say just try to keep it simple when you're trying to articulate it to the next generation. Keep an open mind. When you do your searches, use like private, secure search engines.
Like
And
like I said, when I went to Google, there was like 4 or 5 things that popped up, and it was like, and I went to all, and there was only like 4 or 5 of them, and they all debunked the flat Earth. There was nothing that I could not find any information on flat Earth being proven.
that's so funny. Like when you see articles that say debunk flat Earth, what they really meant to put was straw man flat Earth, because they can't actually debunk any of the things that we claim. They can only straw man and say, well, this is how we think it's supposed to work on a flat Earth. Therefore, your flat Earth isn't true. And it's just like, I think they create that algorithm to mislead those in search of their own truth or who have a critical mind. So, just be careful of that when you're doing your searches. I know Witsit said that pre-search was a good search engine or a good app to use when doing searches. I was using Brave, but they said Brave is a little compromised. So I downloaded pre-search. And just be careful of making the honest mistake, because we've all been there, of conflating both the models when we're trying to understand our world. Just like you were saying, like, if we look at these galaxies, there's got to be something like Earth out there somewhere. But, do we really know what galaxies are for real? Like, do we know how far away they are? Do we know exactly the mechanisms behind what a galaxy is? Or are we just presupposing based off of a specific framework? It's going to be difficult to interpret flat Earth arguments or flat Earth positions if we're still constantly trying to apply what we know about the globe. So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that you're doing that, but just be careful of making that mistake, because they say, well, what's flat Earth? Is it a disk in space? Because I believe space is real, but like the way that they've been presenting space to us may not actually be the way it is in reality. So we can't apply what a globe Earth universe would be when we're talking about flat Earth. Does that make sense?
It does. It all makes sense.
You could get the Flat Earth Zodiac clock app, Flat Earth Dave's app. That's got a whole slew of info on it. So there's an app, if you look up on your, on your Play Store or whatever, and it's called Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app, I think is what it is. It's long, but it's a guy, Flat Earth Dave, put it together. It's got a bunch of videos, a bunch of links to channels. Flat Earth Friday's got a link on there. It's actually very useful for someone who's learning. So that and the ADL.place, the Shane's model, that describes everything really well too, how the seasons and sun and how all that works. It's great.
Yeah, we try to create like these hubs of information on different platforms. Just like my man was saying, like, they got the Flat Earth app. We got certain websites like Shane's website. There's Discords, Ether Cosmology, Toby, Indio, and 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's like these different hubs of a lot of information, depending on what type of platform you're more familiar with. But we try to bring it all together in well, at least a few different places, so that way it isn't so difficult to search, because we know that it's so censored. The one thing I like about how Flat Earth Dave created his app is like everything he says is searchable. So you just like search something like a word, and then all relative content or relevant, excuse me, all relevant content will populate. And I think that's a really, really cool feature, because a lot of these things that you'll search for on like YouTube or these other search engines, unless you get like the specific characters of whatever the title of the video is perfectly accurate with the right filters, it's not gonna come up like at all. And it's they do it like this on purpose to censor the information. So you really got to be diligent when you're doing your research, and resourceful. And shout out to the guys for making the information like super accessible, because this is really convenient these days. Because a few years ago we ain't have all of this. So shout out to the guys, man. I mean, they do it, like they said, they do it for free, man. It's crazy.
Right, exactly. And that's something that I never had before, like I said, this platform at least. I never had, my Facebook doesn't have people that talk, and I really don't have any other platforms except for Facebook and this. But it's not a thing that people would talk about, so it was never brought to my attention. And I'm just trying to learn and see if I am really being blinded by things. I'm not saying I do or don't believe. I'm just trying to learn.
Last thing before we go to the hands, is there anything that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth?
When y'all get into the physics, y'all answered the questions that I had, that I've been writing down as I've been thinking about it or listening to you guys. The physics part of it, like I said, y'all go into a depth that I don't understand. So none of that makes sense. So, but y'all are posting videos. The shadow video, I watched 2 or 3 of them that were posted in the nest, and I still don't understand how that would work. I would have to do like an experiment on my own with, I guess, a flat object and a spherical object to see the difference myself. But other than that, the questions that I had, you guys answered for me. Did it change my mind on anything? Not 100% sure. Probably not. But at least you answered the questions for me in a manner that I understand.
Dude, awesome. You're in a great position, man. Just that's the way that it happened for all of us, essentially, right? We went through a very similar process. It was just like accumulating evidence, and then after you get enough of it, Bob Peace upon him used to call it a preponderance of evidence. So once you've got enough, you weigh it, and you're like, okay, which one's a globe? Is it a globe or is it a flat Earth, right? And then you can kind of go from there. So you're just kind of evidence collecting right now, man, and that's like you're in the fun part of the journey. Really, you get to learn all these new things, meet new people and make new friends and stuff. So, just keep doing what you're doing, man.
Again, I appreciate everybody.
We appreciate you too, SJ. It's really a breath of fresh air to get like honest questions and an honest approach. When you're capable of putting your bias to the side in order to seek your own truth or find the reality or the actuality of a situation, like you're already like a light year ahead of everybody else. So keep doing that, keep pulling back up. And any questions that you have, we're going to do our best to try to explain it. And if we don't have answers, we'll just be honest about that, and we'll continue to try to find it. And if you got any Globey friends, tell them where to show up. Flatter Fridays. We want to talk to them too.
Yeah. If one of your friends on Facebook just all of a sudden out of nowhere posts one day, flat Earth is so stupid, I can't believe people believe in that, message them and be like, hey, Friday, why don't you come over here and see what, just see how that argument works out.
Right, like I said, I listened last Friday to you guys debating a Glober. So it was very interesting. Tonight y'all didn't have anybody up, so y'all just explained your view of the flat earth. Uh, so I like the confrontations and hearing both sides and perspectives and um I guess I don't know what word I'm looking for, but conflicting each other and proving each other's points or disproving each other's points. I do like that.
You should check out Jeranism. There's a whole bunch of nice debates on doing exactly that.
What is it called?
Oh yeah, dude, totally,
Jeranism.
dude. Good call, bro. Good plug. Jaren's debatism show, which I'll get you a link here in a second and tag you in it so you can check it out. But it'll be like an entire playlist of people that have went on to debate flat versus globe or other subjects too. But you'll probably primarily want to see the flat and globe stuff. So there's a ton of that on there, and it's pretty good quality content.
Well, I'm waking up to all kinds of stuff. So this is, your group is the group for flat earthers, but there's other debates that I've listened to or been a part of and asked questions, and I'm learning, like I said, about all these things that I've been indoctrinated to or taught in all my years. I'm waking up and learning about all kinds of new things. So I've got a long list of stuff.
I want to, for 1 second, SJ. I just want to tell you that you have absolutely no idea yet how fortunate you are to be in this community, because this is literally, we have the cream of the whole flat earth community. I mean, there's a few people missing with
Oh, looks like it cut me off again. 1 sec, boys. We're going to reconnect here. Damn.
really high level integrity people. I mean, I am just in awe that I got so lucky to be a part of this community, because these individuals are just, and also Mr. Javier, Ken, the whole panel here, they're just brilliant people and they're honest. And that's the two really important things that you have to have is brilliance, knowledge, and honesty.
Hey, with that, I just want to listen. SJ, it was great to be able to talk with you. Thanks for giving me that little practice run in there for sure. It always helps in my real life when I have to talk to people in my day-to-day about it when they find out I'm a flat earther. So I appreciate that. And to everyone else, Liliana, thank you for ambassadorizing everything and keeping it held down and spreading the love. And yeah, Mr. Xavier, I'll talk to you soon. I appreciate you guys.
Dude, she ambassadorized the crap out of that.
I'm trying to do a good job ambassading. So I think you guys are gonna have to start dating me now too.
Whoops. See how she did that, guys? Wow, she's learning quickly.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
She's
like, what are the rules?
She was on the centerfold of Marijuana Magazine.
I mean, it's true. She's like, what are the rules? Oh, you just make up the rules. Wait, I can play this game. Hold on, guys. Hold my beer.
That definitely seems worth smoking for.
Y'all are wild. Go to Mr. Xavier. They will slide over to KP. Thanks, Liliana.
Just to put a bow on SJ, you said something earlier about thank you for not being a-holes to me, and it's funny because you came to the right place. This is the most civil platform you can get flat earth information, and I can understand you saying that. These conversations get contentions contentious, and we make it a point to separate an anti-flat earther from a glober, like yourself, who just wants information. And you've seen the anti-flat earthers, so I'm sure you can see a different vibe when they come up here, and it's very, very, very contentious, and it's full of vitriol, and there's no healthy conversation looking to be had. It's just looking to discredit, looking to make a mockery of the space, and to muddy the waters for any potential listeners on the fence. So I'm glad you see a difference. But you said something earlier about believing in the globe or believing flat Earth or being convinced. We know we can't know everything, but what if we were to remove belief from the equation completely? How much can we know for sure if we were to only stick to what we can know to be true or false? So I put something in the nest, and I'm glad you started researching flat Earth in Google, and came up empty, and you saw a lot of debunks. And this is a debunk that I wanted to share with you. It's not really a debunk, right? Because you'll see this. You'll see, hey, this flight path doesn't work on the flat Earth, or this sunset doesn't work on the flat Earth, or this eclipse doesn't work, and et cetera, et cetera. You'll hear all this kind of things. And was it Sacred or somebody else who said, well, no, you probably saw a straw man of what a flat earther does not represent, and that was told to be one of our positions, excuse me, but it really wasn't. So this exchange I was having with a person, seems like they deleted some of their responses, was talking about flight paths in Australia, how Australia in one latitude was twice as the distance as it would be on another latitude. A flight would take 3 times or as much, and that doesn't work on our quote-unquote flat Earth. So I responded, no, the AE map is not a flat Earth map, quote-unquote. It is the globe map stretched out on a flat plane. That's why you see distortions all over, continents looking wonky, Australia stretched out. So of course, it would look like the distance will be 3 or 4 times as long. It is not. It is a globe projection on a flat plane. Now you would think, oh man, thank you for the misunderstanding. I'll never say that anymore. No, this person in particular, just like there's a lot of them, will continue to spew this. They'll continue to find any space that we're sharing information and spam underneath. So it's a numbers game at this point, right? We're battling misinformation and misrepresented positions that we never even made. So that's just an example of what we go through day in and day out. So anyway, hey, Sacred, do you mind if I go back a little bit in the spirit of synchronized clocks?
Hell no. Next. Go ahead.
No doubt. All right, so let me find it. Where'd I put it? Oh, shoot. Okay, here it is. All right, so I just put it in the nest right now. Oh, SJ, one thing I almost forgot. Sorry about that. So in the spirit of what you can prove to be true or false, when you go back and forth to get the information from a glober, see at what point do they stop explaining measurements, cause and effect, and they use this magical word. Here's the buzzword. Get ready to write it down. Don't even need to write it down. It's one word. Prediction. We know that we can make predictions in the real world. When you get to that point, red flag. That person ran out of information to give you to tell you how it works. They will bolster positions of science industries, of how you're using a phone that came from science, or you're watching a television that came from science, or flew a plane, etc. They will bolster engineering. Really, it's not really science. Engineering isn't a subset of science like it's misrepresented to be. But you'll get that when you hear that magical word, prediction. We can make predictions in the real world. You're most likely being fed a load of BS, because that person cannot explain cause and effect. And hopefully you stop asking questions by feeling the weight of the scientific community that accomplished so much in this industrial revolution for you to stop asking pertinent questions. But anyway, so in the nest, in the spirit. I think Alan did an exceptional job. I forgot about that exchange with Conspiracy Smasher. He's still going nuts in the comment section. So I don't understand why he doesn't want to grab a mic to refute all these claims.
The man of the house won't let him. The man of the house won't let him.
Oh man, damn, that's crazy. But let me go ahead and give a quick synopsis of what's going on logically here, right? I'll try to simplify without oversimplifying. So I put in the nest how you can logically see how this fails, right? So systems of clock stationary observers are Galilean. What's that mean? It assumes an absolute reality, right? An absolute space, absolute time. What we seem to experience every single day. That the scientism community says, no, you don't really feel that. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, and nature's just weird. If you don't accept this, you are a peon. But let's challenge that. With the first premise, what does that mean? They synchronize the clocks at rest while aligned with the surface of the Earth. You heard the lab frame that Alan talks about a lot. It's synchronized at rest, these clocks. So that's what that system of Galilean observers means, right? Absolute space and time synchronized at rest in line with Earth's frame, AKA the lab frame. Okay, cool. Let's go on to premise 2, what Einstein insists. This Galilean system has to be transformed by a non-Galilean system. So we have to assume time varies, space varies, etc. So this is the whole Lorentz transformation that we talked about, right? Where they make transformations in the shape of a parabola, right? In the 4D space-time manifold, that geodesic, right? So wait a minute, we have two different systems going on. We have one clock synchronization where it's synced up in a Galilean system, but we have to transform by non-Galilean. What does that leave us? You leave it with a Galilean system that has to transform by non-Galilean Lorentz transformation. It makes it logically consistent. For those of you who study logic, you understand you could have a valid logic that's unsound, but you can't have invalid logic be sound, ever. Ever. So if it's invalid, it's automatically unsound. You can't have valid logic that's unsound, but you can't have invalid logic that's sound. It's just never going to happen. So what does that do for us? What's a more down to earth explanation? Let me simplify it even more. Hopefully, I don't oversimplify. We have some androids in the room, right? We get some androids. Imagine these two androids. Here's a thought experiment for us visual learners. We have this paper here, and you can go through it yourself. Engel and Stefan Crowthers is a guy who went against the grain, and he has a very good math and experiments to back up his claims. So, but in a more everyday explanation, we got these two androids playing ping pong, right? And they do it at a constant rate. That big ping pong going back a second each time, right? And they're androids. They could be precise down to a Planck length. We got this. They got it. It's going to be exactly a second. You don't have to worry about the rate that they're bouncing the ball back and forth. What is distance divided by rate? What is distance divided by rate? Anybody? Any guess? Where's Stone? Oh, Stone left. Distance divided by the rate is the simple formula for time. So the shortest distance between 2 points is what? Straight line, right? So we have a straight line of them going back and forth, bouncing this ping pong, right? Some of you know where I'm going with this. Do not get triggered. I'm not saying light is these BBs back and forth. We could still think about it as a rate of induction, but just understand that where this is going with that light particle going back and forth. If the shortest distance is the distance between a straight line going back and forth, what if Sacred or Proud turns on their rollerblade boots or skateboard and starts gliding sideways while keeping the same rate of that BB going back and forth?
What's happening?
We just increased the distance because now it's at a diagonal. They're playing ping pong at a diagonal. Wait a minute. We just said earlier that it was a second for each volley. 1 locomotive, 2 locomotive, 3 locomotive. So now that we increased, it's going to be that before it hits the other panel, it's going to be longer. It's going to be a longer before we count a second. Did the second get longer? No, of course not. They just increased the distance. So the time it took for her to, or him to hit the ball back, it took longer. Time didn't slow down. We get this. We get this. An increase in distance by keeping the same rate will have a longer time. Now, maybe that was a little bit, sometimes my analogies are good, sometimes it just confuses people more. But think about earlier what Sacred said with sonar, right? If we think of how light propagates as sonar does, and then we increase the rate with something that goes back and forth, and it takes longer because it's moving and it's out of its rest frame, it's out of its earth frame. For that to register, it took a longer time. Time didn't slow down. It just had to travel a longer distance over the same rate. So just keep that visual in mind for some of you visual learners. Replace cloud in sacred with mechanics that are going on in a clock that counts. The BB is something oscillating in terms of a wave back and forth. Once that rest frame is disturbed and they have to move, that shortest distance between 2 lines has been increased. The distance increased. Therefore, the rate of time increased. Time didn't slow down. There's a mechanical explanation for this stuff. So just keep that in mind. Alan, how was that analogy? Maybe that screwed that up, but what would you add to help people understand visually how this works?
Oh, for a divergence from time, from proper time to time, like to show what they're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, I just hit him with the Minkowski light cone. As soon as I saw,
you don't want to know what that sounded like. A light what?
A light cone. Cone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I meant something really basic. So like 9-year-old explanation.
I mean, it's a 2D graph. Like that's pretty good. Let's see.
Have we tried the explanation for the the visual effect of the heliocentric model explaining the nighttime facing away from the sun and the orbits of the inner 2 planets ever being not optically visible?
No, that's something completely different.
Okay. No, I'm saying for like a 9-year-old's example, if you're trying to look for a visual example from that perspective.
Yeah, I hear you, but I kind of really want to stick on the topic of synchronized clock. But it's okay. Sometimes the analogies work, sometimes they don't work. But I'm gonna before I land it, I'm gonna play one extra thing for you guys. This gentleman is.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. So wait, you were doing clock sync analogy? My bad. I kind of didn't follow.
Yeah. So basically, oscillations back and forth in the rest frame, Earth's rest frame. That clock starts to move from the Galilean rest frame that assumes absolute time and space. Longer distance between oscillations, longer time to register a tick.
Right? Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you. Okay, and the main thing about that distance increase, though, that Zave is bringing up, right, is that it would be relative to some fixed point somewhere, right? And Einstein says that there's no fixed point for which that motion would be relative to, so there would be no deviation in the speed of light, right? And how it's mechanically used for clock synchronization, for example, right? So a real easy way to do, I'm going to outdo you, Zave. Ready? An even easier way. Instead of an atomic clock, think of an atomic guitar, right? And this guitar has a special guitar string and it oscillates 3 million times in 1 second when it gets strummed, right? So it's got its oscillation rate at 3 million times a second when the guitar is stationary on Earth, right? Now, when the guitar is moving, that oscillation rate, let's see, as you're traveling at 1 mile per hour, instead of oscillating at 3 million oscillations a second, it'll oscillate at 299 million oscillations per second, right? It'll just go down, or 2,999,999 all the way to, like, it'll just reduce by one oscillation, right? Per mile per hour that the guitar is traveling, right? Essentially. And the only way that there could be a deviation is if there's an absolute space for that motion to be relative to, for that distance to be increased by, as Dave was pointing out, right? Otherwise, there's no reason for a correction. So what they found was that the guitar in motion would stop, the oscillation rate would change, right? That string would change proportional to its velocity. And that's not a prediction of Einstein's theory or anything like that, because light is supposed to be independent of that. And there's not supposed to be a fixed frame of reference for which all motion is relative to, for there to even be a decrease in the oscillation rate to begin with. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Cool. Between both of our analogies, it's going to click for somebody. So in conclusion, you got to ask yourself and understand the main notion here. Moving clocks seeming to tick slower for one observer does not equate it actually ticking slower, especially when it doesn't click slower for somebody else. Think about it. Think about the older clocks. Like where would the second hand be? Would it be on the 4 for me and on the 3 for somebody else that's observing? That hand has to be somewhere in reality. So just think about it, just mechanically speaking. Where the hell is the damn the second hand? What number is it on? It can't be on two different numbers at the same time. That's a contradiction in reality. Contradictions can't exist in reality. Reality isn't observer dependent. I'm going to play something for you that talks about what Alan and I were saying, that if you don't reference an absolute reality for these clocks to be synchronized in, it's going to be peer-to-peer. You're going to be referencing themselves. The clocks will be measuring themselves, and you can't measure yourself. A measuring instrument needs to measure something else. The ruler needs to measure items, right? The ruler can't measure itself. So what happens when you have such peer-to-peer reference frames, right? With the peer-to-peer clocks, and you're referencing yourself. So you lead yourself to twins paradoxes and such that you have to get out by asserting one accelerates, etc. But this gentleman, it's BS. I'm going to play 2 minutes about it, and I'm going to land the plane right afterwards. He is not a flat earther, but he understands the special relativity's complete bupkis, and he has very good debunks at that. He is a glober. He is not an anti-flat earther. So if you do follow him, make sure you are polite. I'm going to put that in the nest, and then I'm going to play that for you. 2 seconds.
Shout out to HBS.
Word. That dude be putting in work, boy. Having him spaz in the comment section. All right, it's in the nest right now. And I'm going to just play that for you.
From my video, you'll remember this paper that Einstein wrote in 1918. On the second page is where Einstein describes the clock paradox. Up here, he describes how moving clocks slow down. And then here, he discusses the peer-to-peer reference frames that are built into his principle of relativity. And then at the bottom, he describes how both clocks can't be slow relative to each other. Now realize with the peer-to-peer reference frames, you always get 2 different answers because you have to calculate each reference frame as if it was at rest. So every time, each one of these 2 answers will have a clock that is slow relative to the other answer. And there's no way around this. It is a bug that is built into the peer-to-peer reference frames and a moving clock that slows. These 2.
So if I'm racing I'm racing somebody, they can't be running slower relative to me while I'm running slower relative to them. You have a paradox. You have a paradox. And paradoxes are subsets of contradictions, and we know contradictions can't exist in reality. Take a look at that in the NAS. There's a link that goes into a larger explanation of special relativity issues. And within that link, there's another link on top too that goes directly to his website. So um, between all that, something will register. It's practice, folks. The more you study, the more you'll learn.
Hey, X, the last post that I see up top is by Shane, the cone. So
okay, I'm going to do it again. Maybe it didn't register. I'll send it up again.
If y'all could see it, then it's cool. I'll just reset.
No, I can't see it. It got coned. Minkowski came through and space timed it up, boys. There may be a black hole involved. I don't know. We're going to get some telescopes out and see what we can't see. And then we'll tell you that because we didn't see anything, it's confirmation that the thing that nobody can see exists. And we didn't see it, but it's definitely there. Trust us.
Hold on. Let me grab my gravitational lensing.
Ooh, gravity is actually refracting at the moment. Hold on one second. We're going to have to take our observation in a minute. There's a big gravity wave coming through.
You got to do the parrot squawk there. Otherwise, people are going to take you seriously.
Sorry, Madam Ambassador. I will now squawk like a parrot. Can't start off with a parrot doing it. I can only start off with where's your map?
Mr. Xavier, you're brilliant, by the way. Just wanted to say that.
From the ambassador, that is the best compliment I've heard tonight. Thank you, man. Sometimes the analogies work, sometimes they don't, man. So you got to feel it out. We just heard of another one of a guy bouncing balls on a scale. We'll work it out and get it out to you soon.
Dude, ball bouncing scale guy was sick. That was such a clean one.
Yeah, he was.
It was a good one. But yeah, so real quick before we move on or get to the next subject, I did make that diagram. It's a picture. It's not a diagram. I did make that thing I was talking about earlier when we were going to go live regarding the midnight noon redshift problem with atomic clocks. So if we got a second, I can go over that now.
Yeah, let's do that. Hey, it's Stationary Saturdays, episode 103. Scandal, atomic clocks and spinning rocks. Y'all go retweet the space, repost the space. Hit us in the comments of what y'all think of the conversation so far. If y'all heard some of the audio from earlier, let us know what you think about it. We got the replay that's going to be on Space Audits Live YouTube channel. Link in my bio if you need it for all the past episodes. Glad that you guys are here. We're going to keep it going for a little bit longer. Stationary Saturdays. Let's get it.
Awesome. So if you're able to tune in to the live presentation mode, and this is a Flat Earth Friday Twitter Space exclusive here. If you click on my profile name, you'll see that I'm streaming, and you can pull that up, and you can leave the Twitter Space open in the side, so you'll still hear everything in real time. Just mute the audio from the video, and you could just watch and follow along because this is an interactive thing a little bit. So what we have here is the old glob with two clocks on it, two atomic clocks, and these are noted by mechanical clocks. Couldn't find any good images for an atomic clock. But anyway, we have a satellite up here, and he has a clock on him as well. So we'll get to that in a minute. And then we have the sun over here. So let's take a daily sample of where the Earth would be and with respect to its orbit around the sun. And we have a clock facing the sun at noon, and we have a clock on the other side of the Earth facing away from it. So this is midnight and noon, right? And then we have the sun exerting its gravitational potential as a gradient through all of space, essentially, right? Relative to where we're at. And that the density of that gradient changes at the distance from the side that's facing the sun versus the side that's away from it. It'd be, I think what Stone said earlier, like 8,000 mile difference, right? So there's going to be a different density layer to that gravitational potential, right? And that's going to require specific corrections, meaning that when the clock is facing the sun, it's going to be retarding more because it's in a denser gravitational field. So that oscillation rate's going to change. Earlier when I was talking about the guitar string and how it oscillates at 300 million times a second. So you can still apply that to make it easy. So just suppose these clocks work off of a 300 million oscillation cycle. When it's facing the sun, it should oscillate way less, and it should be in accordance with the sun's gravitational field, like its strength relative to the distance that we are from it. And they should be able to calculate that. This should be incorporated in all atomic clocks. This should be, it's called the midnight noon problem. And this was put forward in the 1980s, and it was reviewed and corrected by the big GPS guy. If you start looking into GPS and relativity, you're definitely going to come across the guy named Neil Ashby. This is the relativity GPS fixer. He gives all the all the quote unquote general relativity corrections and whatnot that makes general relativity and GPS work together. But anyway, that guy messed up the math a little bit, and it was pointed out a couple years later by Ron Hatch that he did the math wrong, and that there isn't any. I'm sorry. Neil Ashby did the math and said that they don't expect any gravitational redshift or whatever. That was his way of canceling it out. And then Hatch came by and was like, no, it's definitely should be there. Here's the strength, what it should be, et cetera, et cetera. You didn't do it right. It's not a prediction of you, right? So what had happened is that Neil went to go publish his paper on or refuting the original midnight noon redshift guy, and Hatch was going to submit his to the same person that that Neil was publishing his paper in, and Neil withdrew his paper because that guy wouldn't decline here. He wouldn't exclude Ron's paper from being included with his because it directly refuted his. So he pulled his paper from the publication and then published it elsewhere, and then acted like, Ron, he never heard of Ron, dog. Did him dirty, dude. Couldn't stand on his own paper, dog. So if I don't know how the math worked out, but I can tell you if I had math that was going to be in a publication and some guy was going to refute it and I wasn't aptly able to refute his math, I would definitely do the same thing and pull my paper and run and hide, right? Like, that's crazy. So anyway, this is a prediction of their model that the clock should change in proportion to that strength of the gravitational field, because what they say is that on Earth, the strength of Earth's gravitational field as a clock moves away from the surface of the Earth, that gravitational potential changes and actually requires corrections in it. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. If that's true, then the sun, which is at the distance that we're at, is exerting 2.2 times the gravitational potential as the Earth is on the moon. Then how could it be possible? How could it be possible that there isn't a correction required as these clocks are rotating through a gradient that's changing based off of how far away they are from the source of the gradient, right? So this is a huge falsification to the concept of big G that they're applying to the motion of the solar system and the sky. Everything that moves in the sky is in accordance with big G. Well, big G has effects that would have to be manifested in reality for them to, for that equation to be meaningful, right? For it to apply a dynamic explanation to the motion in the sky, if mass is attracting mass in such a way that it's causing the Earth to move towards it, then it's also going to cause clock retardation in proportion to that strength. Now, if you flip that and do, well, no, it's just the old Newton, blah, 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 he was wrong, we know general relativity. Okay, cool, that's even better, dog. So now you're going to use the same big G coefficient, distributed the same exact way, and have the same issue, but have it be due to the bending and warping of space-time, but you're still in a gravitational field with that density to bend and warp space-time around you. So you're still going to need that clock to retard proportional to that, regardless of Newtonian mechanics or Einsteinian mechanics. So that's a wrap for that. Let's see. Was there anything else I wanted to add to that? Oh, yes. Stone added another thing that was hilarious too. So in addition to the daily rotation, right, where these clocks will be on opposite sides of each other, facing the sun, so they'll be getting different layers of that gradient. Well, as the Earth is moving through, through space around the sun throughout the year, guess what, boys? It's going to get closer. Actually, no, it stays the same distance, doesn't it? So that wouldn't apply. So it would just be daily rotation. Okay. Well, no, they say it gets 3 million miles closer because it's an ellipse. So yeah, actually, when it gets closer throughout the year, yeah, when you're closer to that, what is that? Aphelion? No, when you're perihelion, you're going to be experiencing the most clock retardation because you're closest to the sun. You're going to be you're closest to that gravitational field. Guys, there's no annual corrections that have to be made for atomic clocks on either side of the Earth throughout the year. It's not a thing that they account for. And this is an actual mechanic that is within their means to have to account for, right? Like, this isn't just like, oh, it's not sensitive enough. No. It's specifically sensitive enough for that. And this is one of the things that they don't account for. If they're telling you that, oh, dude, if you move this clock 10 feet off the ground, that's going to change the gravitational potential, dog. You're going to have to correct for that. Okay, cool, bet. If I'm facing the sun and then I'm not facing the sun because the distance between us has changed by, 8,000 miles, well, we're definitely going to have to correct that clock, right? So, well, no, it's different. Okay.
Can I get in here, man? Can you guys hear me? This is Tim Osman.
Absolutely. What's up?
Awesome. Have any of you guys heard of me before? I used to be around actually since the start, like Eric Dubé time.
Nope.
Oh, cool. I've been kind of really following it for about 10 years now. Eric Dubé, late 2014. I had heard of it from a guy named Adam Dwyer in like 2012.
Oh, yo, one sec. Was this related to Redshift or no? Because I'm almost done.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Okay, yeah. So that is now I'm done. So we'll go ahead and close that off. So the satellites that are moving around the Earth, right? These are at different orbital distances, right? So they're actually closer or further away from the sun. Guess how many midnight, noon redshift predictions they have to make?
Well, pertaining to this, is this an internal critique or an external critique, would you say?
This is critiquing the mainstream narrative of how relativity and atomic clocks work.
So would it be a mixture of internal and external critique?
External, I guess.
I'm gonna go with they had to make no corrections. Alan, what do you think?
Indubitably, 0 corrections for the midnight noon redshift problem. So what does that mean exactly? Well, the same situation when they tried to use an interferometer to measure the velocity of Earth around the sun, and they didn't get a velocity, the light didn't retard proportional to that velocity, and they somehow came to the conclusion that the Earth is still in motion. But yeah, anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there because that's a massive prediction. We always hear about, oh, general relativity is the most tested prediction theory. You can never prove it wrong. Everyone's tried. Scientists go to work every day trying to falsify it and to get that elusive Nobel Prize, and they can't do it, boys. Well, GPS already did it. Nobody cared. They covered it up. And the guy that tried to say that it's proof of the model couldn't refute the guy that said that it's not. So they got into a math fight, and the guy that was supporting relativity ran and hid, and then just published his paper somewhere else. So that's cool.
So do you believe in GPS or not, like satellites? GPS.
So you said there was a 2.2 tidal acceleration, or like what, gravitational difference between the sun and the moon? Is that what you said, or between the moon and the Earth?
So I was using the strength potential, how Stone calculated the difference, or I'm sorry, how much more the sun is affecting the moon.
Right.
So it's like the same thing, right? Because if the Earth is pulling on it too, and they're like, okay, we're only accounting for the Earth. It's like, okay, cool. But the sun, 2.2 times stronger in terms of gravitational strength, and you're not accounting for that at all.
Yeah, dude. Just because you said that, it was like, you remember Bennett's paper in tidal accelerations when actually calculating the gravitational force exerted by the moon using actual physics, You could actually get to like that number pretty easily, and then you're like, oh, so why is it bigger? Oh, well, the sun and the moon are together for the tides, and that's how they're getting constructive gravitational wave interference, and that's why it's bigger. Is that some other example of this nonsense, or what?
No, completely unrelated.
You're just using the same factor coefficient.
Yeah, it was just for the example of this thing also is gravity, and it's way more, and we only account for one. Right.
So using the same coefficient for the same time, the same gravitational exertion.
Right.
But it's just like,
do you think that you disproved it by basically kind of saying mainstream things? And then, I mean, this is kind of the thing that Whitsitt does a lot. He'll talk about Einstein a lot, and then he'll wrap it into, well, this can't be true, and he'll just say with words. But like, is there?
Do you have a refutation for anything that he said specifically?
No, I don't even know what he refuted. That's kind of part of the question, because a lot of what he says is actually
right. So you can't really start off a conversation. It comes off as okay. Or you just got here and you're already bringing negative vibes to a chill vibe all night.
Is it an echo chamber? I thought we were.
No, it's not an echo chamber. But when you come up with a challenge, the challenge has to be coherent enough to understand that. Okay, here's what you disagree with. Here's how we can correct for
white knighting, sir.
Dude,
Alan, can you, or the bear guy, can you answer the question? I don't know.
What is your question?
Well, you just jumped all over it, dude.
You didn't have a question. That's the point.
Yeah, I did, but then you jumped over it. After this, you can go back.
Let me allow you to have a coherent question based on what he said. Let's see what you come up with.
Alan, what I was talking to you about was, it sounds like you and Whitsitt kind of take like Einstein, and you take a lot of mainstream science, but then you twist it, you editorialize it at the end, and somehow infer that it's not true. But like, are you guys disproving it? Or are you just saying like, oh, the 2.2, like, oh, it's just too much, it couldn't be true? I mean, like, you say 95% mainstream science, you guys do, and then you kind of twist it. So what's up with that?
I think you're confused here, my boy. So the sun.
I might be.
Yeah, he hopped in.
Yeah, the sun, they say, is exerting a certain amount of gravitational force, right? That's producing all the motion that we see in the sky, right? Regarding our solar system, of course, right?
Yes, everything revolves in the heliocentric model around the sun. Correct.
Okay, cool. So, are you aware of the concept that they say that light retards in a gravitational field, right, due to the strength of the gravity?
With the inverse law as well, squared law. Like it.
So
with
this isn't an inverse issue. This would be a oscillation rate issue. So kind of like you know how light slows down in a medium. So this would be essentially saying that light's traveling a little slower in the gravitational field, essentially.
Okay, and then you just don't believe that, is what you're saying. You said all those things.
No. It's not what I said.
Okay.
So what I said is that there's a specific prediction that's made based off of the physics that are introduced, right? So they say that the dynamic cause of everything moving is mass attracting mass, blah, 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 right? So and the strength of this gravitational field is doing all this, right? So that's going to have to produce certain effects that will be measurable here on Earth. Now they say that they have atomic clocks, right, which require very specific corrections to maintain an oscillation rate, so that they can keep time. And they say that when a clock is taken to altitude, they have to make corrections to account for the difference in the gravitational potential relative to a clock on the surface of the Earth, right? So they're invoking like a density gradient to the gravitational potential, right? That's an easy way to look at it, right? And when the way that they do the math, the way that they make their corrections, they're only basing the correction off of whatever the potential would be from the Earth, from just that, right? Now they're completely excluding the gravitational field of the sun, which would absolutely be a relative factor in it, right? If they're going to go so far as to say is that even when you move a clock 10 feet off the surface of the Earth, there's a gravitational potential change in that, and that they can measure it. It's like, okay, cool. If it's sensitive enough for that, then why don't you have to account for the gradient from the Earth's gravitational field as well? Because if you're on a ball that's rotating, right, when it's noon, you're going to be closest to the gravitational field. So that clock's going to be experiencing more of the gradient. You're going to be more retardation. When a clock is on the opposite side of the Earth at midnight, it's going to experience less retardation because it's further away from the gravitational field. It's not as strong, right? So there'll be less retardation. So they would have to come up with a mechanism to compensate for the difference every day while our Earth is rotating. And in addition to that, if the Earth gets closer and further away from the sun, right, if that 93 million mile distance changes, well, you're also now closer to the gravitational gradient annually, right? So that's going to have to be corrected for too. And that's not something they account for. So what I'm saying is the implication just off of that is that the Earth is stationary, and the things that they apply to the causal mechanisms of the motion in the sky, which is big G, mass attracting mass, and then later converting that big G into a distribution of bending and warping of space-time. But either way, there still has to be an effect measured here on Earth to correspond to that gravitational field, and no such correction exists. So I'm going to deduce from that because it doesn't exist, doesn't need correcting for, it's because it's not a real factor that.
Well, explain. This is where the archive potential needs to be implemented too. So now that this is the case now in history, what if we get wind of this and this becomes popular because, not many people dive into the mechanics of GPS, etc. And let's say years from now, they need to start putting things in the manual and says, oh yeah, we totally do correct for it. Or let's put a line of code that says we correct for it. But do you see something like potential of that happening in the future, Alan?
No, if it was something relevant, like the thing with these corrections that I noticed is that there's an engineer out there, like if it's in the code to be corrected for in that regard, there's an engineer out there that like measured it and had to figure it out to put it in there. There's nothing in there that isn't just to make shit up. The only thing that would be in there to make shit up would just be like the scale invariant side to get the distances to correspond to what they give us when we use GPS ourselves. And we're like, oh, look, that satellite must have been 50,000 kilometers out. Now through scale invariance, it could be much closer, and that's it. So
are you a geocentric globe earther then? That would be kind of the deduction I would make.
No, I don't believe
Really?
I don't believe satellites are free falling around the ball. I think there's another mechanism for them, and they're just above us, and that they're much,
I'm saying like I'm not talking
closer.
I'm not talking about the satellites themselves. I'm saying like with observations that we have here on Earth, as far as the sun rising, the sun setting, the moonrise, moonset, the lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, the two celestial points. I mean, all of that stuff wouldn't, because I'm down with the geocentric ball Earth.
So you said you had been around for this conversation for a while, like 10 years plus?
Yeah, dude. I talked to Jaron last night. Like I'm not just.
Hell yeah. Well, yeah, it's just cool. Like you came here and like, oh yeah, sunset though.
No. I could go on for days. I mean, we're talking about GPS. Like I took with Jesse Kozlowski across the Bonneville Salt Flats to actually a $20,000 GPS on my truck, and we went and did because it's a very level and very straight road. Because when you're getting the XYZ Cartesian coordinates, it can kind of mess up if it's a windy curve. But basically, we went and across it twice, and we measured. Yeah, we hooked up with Walter Bislands. I'm sure you know who that is, but he mapped it out, and we got within 0.5. I mean, I don't know why there's laughter. 0.5% of the Earth's curvature.
No way.
Well, cool story, bro. Do you have anything on the topic?
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. So we'll get a reciprocal GPS angle. What do we know about GPS? What does it do with scaling? Oh, meridian corrections. It's always going to comport back to the globe. They have meridian corrections built into GPS. Now, what that means is the time from when the signal is sent to you from when you receive it, your device is going to make calculations based on how long that is and the position of where the satellite was when it was sent to you. And it's going to make some corrections, and it's going to output you exactly on the globe, dude.
So could you backwards compatible, like could you like figure out the flat Earth because the Earth is flat? You think? Do you think you could somehow reverse engineer the GPS that makes it into a ball somehow? Do you think you could find out the true flat Earth?
No, explicitly not. It's a time interval system that's being conformed to the globe based off of the speed of light and how long it took for you to get the signal. So we would have to get their source code, like not the shit that we're like, you can go on GitHub. Like, no, we would have to have like the actual backend stuff, because what was found in the 90s, two gentlemen went to went to Colorado to get some GPS data, like the raw GPS data, to see if the speed of light was the same, and they found that it was already corrected on the back end to give the appearance that the speed of light was the same. And their conclusion was that the speed of light was the same. And the reason that the speed of light was constant, and that they were okay with the corrections already being applied to the data set, because they said, and this is a huge misunderstanding on their part, they said that the Sagnac effect is a second order correction, and that it's not relevant to the speed of light. And it's like, ooh, that's not true. That's a first order correction, and it's explicitly you making a velocity correction to electromagnetic propagation to make it be the same speed, like to make it constant. So it's just not.
It was really cool, actually, because we got within a couple like millimeters. No, I'm saying as far as like, no matter how it works, GPS, however it works on a flat Earth or whatever, we were finding some of the surveying points. I think you might think this is cool because you're a smart dude. We were finding some of the surveying points that haven't been updated for a long, long time. And we actually brought in the GPS units and found them. I mean, these things are incredibly accurate, no matter if the Earth is flat or round. It doesn't matter.
Is your point GPS works?
Yeah. I feel like with the meridian correction, though, it's never not going to put you on the globe within 3% of the curvature or whatever, like 0.00%. Like, it's literally what it's designed to do based off of that.
So I got you. I'm wondering, I've been talking with Jaron. You guys said something when I was listening before about him. For 9 years, actually, me and him back and forth, and I'm a Glober, and he's been able to. I mean, I can talk to you guys about what happened on 911. I can talk to you guys about the BS that we went through for the past 3 years, the past 4 years with the medical stuff and the fake medicine that they had at Ready and stuff. I can go on for days about all of that stuff. I just never got on board with this because of the simple observations. And I think Jaron's kind of getting onto that as well, as far as this is our representation, as far as some flat earthers use the AE projection, which is, there's also an Antarctic projection that's centered on Antarctic that will work for his observations if he goes down.
What? No.
Yeah, exactly. But there are two celestial points. And, with him, like, he's going to take some of these observations and it's going to change things, and I'm wondering, like, if that doesn't change, like, would that change anything for you guys if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Well, before we move the goalpost to that, and the subject of what Alan was talking about with GPS, and since you mentioned Jesse Kozlowski, it's interesting because he understands about the planar system that gets transformed into lat long. So he understands that these are kinematic equivalents where you can get your coordinate system based on just transformation of the coordinate system. And that's in the nest. We like to play that every once in a while as for laughs. But as far as the subject is concerned with GPS, before we go into the Antarctic experiment, which isn't really experiment, it's an observation, understand that there's observations and there's tests. What you're talking about isn't a test. It's an observation, and nothing about that observation proves definitively what you're standing on. No observation of the sky can prove what the Earth is, and that's an objective fact.
To you, your subjective opinion on an objective fact, of course, I'll take that, sure. Anyway, Alan, I don't know what that preamble or premise that guy just went through, but I was wondering, we were talking, do you think that would change anything for you? Because there is a northern, there is a southern, there are two celestial poles, there are equatorial star trails that go over your head. These things are just logically, if you can think in 3D space in your head, this is required on the globe. And then we're talking, see, this guy has to try to.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I did not mean to. I didn't know I had my mic unmuted. I apologize. I was humming to myself. I'm just listening along. I got you.
then we have, Kepler, and we have basically the motions of all of everything in the sky as far as in our solar system. And that could be explained on a geocentric ball Earth for sure with all the observations we see. And it's really baffled me over the years to see such smart people like Jaron, you, Witsit, get locked up in this kind of like we are kind of abductively trying to prove our premise. Like we think that this is the objective truth. Everyone else is just misguided, in all of these scientific fields. Everyone's just such an idiot, all the astronomers, everything. And there's a few thousand people, maybe you guys think it's bigger, on YouTube and X and on TikTok that have continued this for 10 years. And I'm just like, what about another 10 years? Where will we be at? Will we have a map, model, or predictions at all? Will we have anything to show for ourselves for 20 years of this conversation? At that point?
Let's see. So let's back it up a second here. So in regarding to the sun and all that, yeah, I agree. It would put a damper on flat Earth for me until we had a mechanism to show it, like we do with the Southern Star Trails and stuff, right? So we have no fanfare who has a physical demo of how that would work on a plane. And then on top of that, we have, what was the other part? I forget the last thing you asked about. It was, the Kepler stuff. So Kepler is just a proportional ratio to pi when you convert distance over time to pi to get the orbital diameter. So it's just a proportional ratio with that. It doesn't explain anything, right? It's just the periodicity of an event.
But it does make predictions, which we don't have on any kind of
No. It makes no predictions. It's based off empirical observation. In the equations, it's based off of periodicity. The periodicity is observing an event.
When Mars is going to be somewhere. We can't predict where it's going to be.
You're not listening. It was already observed, right? It's a proportional. It's a proportional ratio.
That's a prediction,
No, it's a listen.
Yes,
listen. In the equation, they use the periodicity of the event. What's the periodicity? When it completes a revolution, right? When it's already been around the sky. When they took a point in the sky, they said, okay, you dot in the sky, we're going to, however long it takes to get back, when you're back in the sky, that's when we'll apply this equation in that same exact spot. And that's what they did for all of those. So when you say prediction and we know where it's at, we know where it's going to be, well, it's based off of a periodicity. It's not a prediction.
So why can't you guys map it onto a flat Earth?
Shane, you want to take that one before I fall asleep or now?
Yeah, but real quick, just so you know where Kepler came from, right? Squared the period is directly proportional to the cube of a semi-major action. That's all it is. It's an observation with a coefficient that is a proportionality. So it has a relationship that is universal no matter what you put in there. And that's how you get, Newton's law of gravitation actually just reduced from this as an observation of Kepler's law from Newton's law. So you have mass inserted that way. Anyway, yeah, dude, you mentioned maps. How much do you know about maps? What do you think maps project? Let's start there.
I can take a globe and basically through Adobe Photoshop with an add-on, I can make any kind of projection. Stereographic, I can make azimuthal equidistant, Antarctic centered. So basically maps are virtually all projections of the spherical Earth that we live on.
Almost. That's like 81% of the way there, right? All maps are projections of coordinate systems with coordinate systems are just, grid lines, number lines, Cartesian, and 3D space, but those coordinate systems have based in reality, use the datum. With the datum, they have spherical coordinate datums, all WGS 84, WGS 83, 927, and 83, which are geodesic conformation spherical datums that then get projected in the graticule called longitude and latitude gridded network line. That, of course, is spherical in nature because of its origin being derived from the stars, right? If you're looking at a star, you're taking an angle, you have a bisecting great meridian, also called your horizon, that you're looking at an angle from. You're using a little bit of trigonometry, a little sine, cosine. You're going to calculate a ground position. You're not going to measure anything on the ground. You're going to calculate a ground position based on the angle to the star. That's where the geographic graticule comes from. You guys call longitude and latitude. So that's a spherical baseline. We're going to compare that to the stars in the form of the celestial sphere. We're going to compare the stars to the angles from the stars. We have a 1-for-1 correlation with the geographic graticule to the celestial sphere, mimicking exactly sphericity to sphericity. So when you're you're comparing those distances when you're using GPS in the coordinate system. When anyone is ever comparing distances, you're only ever comparing spherical graticule to spherical celestial sphere. There's never been any measurement of the Earth in any of this so far. Anyway.
Besides that very last editorialization that you did at the very, very end, I literally agree with pretty much what you just said, because it's 99% what you just said, mainstream science. You just editorialized it with like 5 words at the end, dude. Literally. That's incredible. I'm like baffled. Anyway, sorry.
That's cool. Which part was wrong?
No, I just said that 99% of the mainstream science that you just spouted was right, but then at the very end you had like 5 words that editorialized it.
So,
like, that's what you guys do.
The part that he disagreed with, Shane, is the measuring of the glob. He agreed with you on all the other stuff, but he's saying that
from an observational point, whether you're a glober or a flat earther, the observations are all going to be the same. And also, by the way, if NASA was a truly honest organization, they would set aside some money for actual educated, knowledgeable flat earthers like our team here.
NASA would want flat earthers to go into space with them or to launch satellites? What would they need flat earthers for? They don't even believe in any of that.
How about giving us a budget? That's all I said.
Okay. No, I've heard that for years. With Jaron used to say it all the time. Like, if I had $1 million, I could, if I had this much money, we could do it. And a lot of times they'd say, well, the flat Earth has only been around for whatever, but then they would also, under the same breath, say that flat Earth was before the globe Earth theory, which is funny. But yeah.
Well, I don't think it's going to be a choice soon. Like, if you have been here for 10 years, you know that flat Earth awareness has grown exponentially. There's more people that Neil deGrasse Tyson loathes and wonders, hey, it must be a failure of the education system because there's more and more flat earthers every year. So we must be doing something right.
I've heard people say that, but what metric are you using? Do you have any metrics? Because Google,
you can use Google metrics to see the numbers jump. You can use a couple different search. Hey, people are using TikTok for search engines as well too. So, and you can imagine how much millions of hits
that gets. That coalition? You've done that collation yourself? You're saying?
Sure. Yes, I have.
Oh,
and this is in spite of like horrendous amount of censorship also.
As well. And also, I did a comparison between relativity and which I'm going to post in the nest soon. What do you think mainstream science, the core elements of mainstream science, do you think that search has been up since then or down?
For relativity?
I'd like to get back to the measuring of the Earth, because that was the part you disagreed with, right? Like, so you agree with everything that Shane said except for the measuring of the Earth. So when they went to go and measure the Earth, they corrected for the stars, dog.
Dude, they never measured the Earth, I said. They just measured the stars repeatedly. And he's like, yep. Wait, you said that's not the Earth, though? I disagree.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at what point do you think they measured the Earth when mapping out the geographic
95% of what you're saying was legit.
Not all of it was legit. You just don't like a little bit of it.
I don't think you ever said anything you said.
I don't agree with your editorialization. That's it.
Can you repeat the one part that you agree with what he said?
Or the part that you disagree with instead of just saying the editorialization?
The very ending was where he just like basically on it, poo-pooed it away.
Like, where did I start?
No, Shane, I got you, dog. So the
you
end
went all over that.
It
sounded great.
The end of what you said.
You guys sound great.
The end of what you said was the measuring of the Earth joke, right? That's where he was like, nah, I disagree, right? So where did they measure the Earth again?
So you were saying facts about mainstream science. Is that not true or not? So you made all of that up? About all flat Earth lore?
Where did they measure the Earth again? Because that was the point you disagreed with, right? That's what we're focusing on right now.
I hang out with surveyors, and like I've surveyed too. So like I'm not going to pretend that they haven't surveyed the Earth, right? I'm just not. But go ahead and try to with me.
Okay, great. So as long as we're on the same page now, so Shane, would you like to cover surveying, geodetic surveying, and cosmography?
Yep.
No. Hold on one second. Would you say your name was Tom? So this is extremely important here because you're like, okay, yeah, graticule, map, spherical. It's all sphere, deriving spheres from the stars. Yeah, sphere, project, right? So now we're going to see what happens when they went to go and measure the ground to see if it was also a sphere, right? So Shane, take it away.
Wait, so I mean, like, really, you're gonna defy all the surveying books right now, or what?
No. I'm gonna cite one. Have you heard of McToon?
Exactly. So let's go 95% globe. Go ahead. Let's teach us the globe.
Take it away, Shane.
I thought you were a glober, man. Don't you know all this stuff? That's how you know how dumb we are because we don't know it. Or wait,
and then editorial 10 years. He said 10 years. He doesn't know anything.
Do you know it before or after I say it? Though I'm just curious.
Before what?
Do you know the truth of the globe before I say it or after I say it? Because
the truth of the globe. Well, I mean, I have tons of observations. We'll have to get into another time at the Great Salt Lake. That would love to show you guys.
Well, that's cool. But if you've ever read
tonight, bro, it seems like you got a lot to talk about. We want to hear about it.
I could go on for days, but we should.
No, honestly, pretty respectful. We like having globers to talk to, so please stick around. You're right. Like for the geodetic surveying part, though, if you've ever read the American Arc of the Parallel present on mctune.net/se, you'll notice the various corrections to the same spherical graticule system that I just said. And they said, oh, this is actually the first time they introduced the corrections to said graticule coordinate system. And that's from they have corrections in the table of contents, right? 733 is where it starts. If you read it through, you got page 623. Observations for the number of star catalogs greatly multiplied because the computations made for the corrections for latitude. 623 again. 734, the interval for a convenient table given by the quantity for the data for the various longitudes. So they do an azimuthal longitude corrections. Again, page 734, there's an extensive template, by the way, we already published on my database. You can go through if you have any questions. You got 837, and again, mctune.net/the American Arc of the Parallel, page 837. Longitude differences noted for the arc of greatest importance. They have a little measurement here. In the first place, our reference spheroid does not correctly fit the curvature of the arc. So hence, a reference spheroid of smaller dimension and parallel seems to be called for. So they modified their spherical graticule datum, as we said before in the intro, page 837, right back on to, let's go to 838. Oh, when they had this difference, when they had their measurements not comporting to a sphere of the radius for the dimensions required, they threw those measurements out. That's page 838 and page 837. They're rejecting all values greater than 8 inches per mile squared. They would reject them back primary longitude for the whole arc value above. And then we go back to page 18 in the beginning when they say again to going from all the corrections at the first time for all the variations for latitude, longitude. And then, of course, page 44 when the corrections for this graticule and the corrections for this datum have already been applied. Just a little notation. And if anyone likes to say that they're doing optimal measurements without considering refraction, that's incorrect. Page 206, persistent lateral refraction also has a share in producing the above results. So we've measured the Earth by looking optically through curved lenses, to repeatedly measuring to the stars, correcting to the spherical graticule, restricting ourselves to measurements that only comport with the sphere of the required radius. Oh, and to top it off, page 451, this is a general remark. Due to the general flatness of the country and the desire to strengthen the connection to the graticule. Anyway, page 451 of the said 451. So if you ever read that document, I would stop citing it as globe evidence of anything, homie.
Does it say anything about spherical excess? What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, they just went over what they said about it. They made it up in the corrections, dog. Did you not hear that? He just listed all of them. Nobody's ever measured spherical excess. It comes out of calculating it based off of deviations from the stars, bro.
It's the whole
thing.
And that's wrong somehow. That's wrong to a flat earther. I get that. So we're in a disagreement there. We can find that. That's
to be honest, how much of that did you know before I said it?
You can't use the sky for anything as a flat earther. I understand that. Okay. So
not what we're saying. We're telling you that the ball was derived from the sky, right? We're not saying you can't use it. We're not saying you don't look at sky. Don't look at sky. No. Look at sky. It tells you where you're at in geographic location and time of year, right? So that's not what we're saying.
Into this conversation, bro, you shouldn't be straw manning.
Right. So what he just laid out was the insignificance of, oh, well, we went out and surveyed it and measured it. And me and my boy, you went out to the Salt Lakes. Yeah. You just measured a flat Earth.
Measured the stars at all?
You just measured a flat Earth. And then,
again,
you're comparing it to a data set that's given to you based off of the stars, bro. Do you understand what
data set do you think I'm using? When we're doing our observations.
Well, before he said we didn't measure the Earth, he disagreed with that. We asked you where you couldn't articulate anything, right? But now we showed you how all of the actual geodetic surveying repeatedly corrects to the data set from the start. So still, we have non-Earth measurements.
But that's
what are we
not.
doing, bro?
Don't you understand? That's not incorrect to me. You're reading mainstream science. I don't understand how you guys like what the major malfunction is here.
You're not understanding how it undermines.
Like you might as well get a globe book and read it to me and be like, "But that's wrong."
What's
You know,
a
like,
gradic do?
The globe
Okay.
exists in your eye, not on the ground, though. Like, do you understand that? Like, that's literally what we're putting forward, right? That's what they went out and measured. That's what they made their coordinate system based off of. That's what they're mapping everything off of. That's what it all comes from, right? The curvature of your eye.
And that's incorrect to you, but not to me. We got to get past this.
Curvature of your eye. Well, you have to get past it, bro. You're the one, dude, bro. You have to get past it. You came here.
So if
No. So I mean,
align with
you just
the
deny
global
it, though.
rhetoric.
You guys deny millions of images and videos from space too. You deny everything that you have to conform to the flat Earth belief. That's okay with me. I've been around you guys for 10 years. I have a conspiratorial mind too.
You haven't been around us for 20 minutes, bro. Otherwise, you'd be acting different.
Right.
We're specifically talking about where
You're all the same. It's all
we're
the same.
specifically talking about where your globe
It's a
fails though
religious
right
belief.
now.
It's a religious belief. You guys can be shown any amount of evidence, and you're just going to stick to your flat Earth, even though you have no evidence. You just read.
We understand that. We understand you have a script, and this is more for the audience to demonstrate what an anti-flat earther, the person who's talking to them, like the anti-flat earther versus a globe earther. As the audience knows, the person who is talking to me
invalid. We talk over people.
I don't think he can hear me. I'm gonna come back.
Invalid. Xavier, can y'all hear Proud?
Oh no, I didn't hear. I heard him over talking everybody, so he might have been over talking, and I couldn't hear Proud, but I heard somebody say come back. I don't know.
I'm gonna bring Proud back up. Go ahead, Xavier, and then I'll let Invalid respond, and then we're gonna get to the things that he knows, because every time that we're explaining things, he just calls it words, and he can't really articulate a refutation to those words, and he's dismissing it. And I don't really like that approach. So go ahead, Xavier. Keep cooking.
The last thing is, I'll sum it up in this while he said it, Xavier. I'll sum it up in this. He said he went out with Jesse Kozlowski, and we were talking about GSPS at the point. And I put up a video and I put it in the nest how Jesse Kozlowski himself admits that GPS operates on a flat Cartesian plane. They have to transform it into lat long of a globe. That is demonstrable. That undermines his specific claim when he came in to talk about. Now, I appreciate him just running off a script that he has memorized, because it shows the audience the difference between an anti-flat earther, which he is, and globers who engage in honest discourse, like the young lady who was here earlier. So we engage, we match the energy, but we also will give evidence that is relevant to the conversation that he will dismiss. But this is for you, audience. It's not for him. We know he'll dismiss everything that we say, but I understand the evidence when he asks a question, what is brought up.
Actually, the audience can remember 5 minutes ago when I agreed with the globe science the guys told me, right? So when you guys come on and have these premises like, oh, he's just here to do this and that, like it doesn't, like they're listening too, okay? Maybe you're not listening to our conversation and you just want to come in as if I'm some enemy of yours. But it just doesn't make sense anytime Xavier talks. I'm sorry.
Invalid. How many times have you spoken to any one of us? Is this your first time?
I don't. Dave Weiss is in the chat. I've talked to him, but no, you guys are quite new to the flat Earth.
So why would you, if this is the first time that you're speaking to us, why would you tell us that we're just gonna dismiss everything that's presented to us? Like, why would you say that if this is our first interaction? Isn't that a bit incoherent if you've never had a conversation with us before? Wouldn't you agree that that's logically bankrupt to say something?
To be a flat earther, let me just, for one example.
No, don't categorize me. Don't categorize me. You say you guys are just going to dismiss any evidence or information presented to you. So I asked you, did you ever have an interaction with any one of us up here before? Yes or no?
I already answered that.
And if you didn't, is that logically bankrupt to make that claim if you don't know us like that?
No, because if you believe in the flat Earth, then you do not believe in any of the millions of video and pictures of the Earth from space. There's Himawari out there that's taking a picture every 8 minutes. Has to be fake if you're a flat earther.
Oh, it doesn't have to be fake. They actually told us that it was. You said that you spoke to
Himawari.
You spoke to Jeranism. Jeranism did a whole YouTube live on the Himawari 8. He broke down all the different data that they get from the Himawari 8 and how it's all projected images, how they have the whole framework in these files that you can go like just download yourself. Like,
so you can't see the cloud patterns?
So have you seen that from Jeranism, since you're familiar with Jeranism's work?
I remember that, and we actually talked about that because there's been a time where there's been fires and things like that you can actually go to Himawari and see the smoke in the air, right? So maybe the wireframes and the conspiracy goes that far where they have, and really it wouldn't even be that far. You would need probably several planes taking images, and you could wrap it around a globe. Sure, it could be fake, but back to the point, flat earthers have to basically believe that all of images of the Earth from ISS, from everywhere, even though Jaron did transits of the sun and the moon using globe Earth math to see the ISS transit, it's very ironic that you guys continue this, truthfully.
Yeah, well,
Can I say
hold on one second,
quick
one second, Liliana. I'm gonna let you go in a second. So flat Earth isn't a belief, right? Like, we actually went to go observe where they say the curvature is claimed to be, and there's no curvature there. But when you say, "Oh, I've been in this conversation for 10 years," and you bring up the Himawari 8, and you know that they have pre-programmed data sets because you actually spoke with Jeranism about it, and you're just dismissing that, what does that say about your approach?
So that didn't address the fires and the other events that happen on that side of the Earth, Australia and Japan and stuff. They're looking at Japan, they're from the sky. So did you dismiss them being able to actually look at things that are actually happening on Earth? Or they just generate? I mean, really, it could be fake, sure. But that's just Himawari. There's millions of images and videos of the Earth. They all have to be fake because it shows a globe Earth.
Well, they actually came out and said that they were, doctor. They come out and said that they haven't have a full.
Who did? Who came
out? Robert Simmons is one of them.
Does he fly did he put the Himawari up?
Did you?
Well, no, you're making claims here.
No, you brought this up. This not our claim. You brought this up. So why would you sit there and say that I'm making claims if you're the one that brought this up?
We're getting off on a tangent. It was first about
we're addressing this with specifics, bro. No, we're addressing with specifics. I know you want to categorize it as a tangent because you can't like spin me because I'm like completely on topic.
You're having two different conversations.
Well, we have to keep up with all of your goalposts that you're moving. Right, like they started talking about a different topic at first. You said it was just words, so they were trying to explain it to you, and you didn't have any refutation. And then you started talking about like sunsets and moons and space pictures.
Now we're going on to a different
after you just said everything that Alan said was just words. So it's just like I don't even know if you're even retaining any of the information, which is why Shane was prefacing what he was saying.
Scattergunning it. So I don't even know what.
All you're doing right now is you're interrupting me as I'm highlighting your incoherency, bro. So we're trying to figure out like we're trying to figure out if you have an honest approach or not, because that's why when Shane was talking, he's like, "Hey, how much do you know about this before I'm about to say it?" And you didn't say, "Well, I know this, I know this, I know that, I know this." You didn't say anything.
I've been around for 10 years.
And he went through, you went through 10 years, and you're talking about the Himawari 8. It's like you should know, like that whole thing is.
Why did I bring up the Himawari 8? The thing we were talking about. You remember what we were talking about?
That's not what we were talking about. We were talking
remember
about
what we were talking about?
We were talking about so many different things. Listening to you, because you want to stay on. You want to stay on topic. We were talking about. You brought up spherical excess. You brought up space photos.
Okay, that was a while back.
We're talking about atomic clocks and gravitational length.
That was a while back.
Yeah, all those different things we were speaking about, and you didn't refute any of them. You didn't refute any of them. All you just said was, "Oh, no, it's not because." It's not a because.
They're saying
no. I know you want to talk through me. You didn't refute any of them. Period.
Because it's mainstream science.
It's not a because, bro. You just didn't refute it when you had the opportunity to do so. What you did was you went to a different topic, and since my guys are cordial, they followed you into the next topic and presented more information. And then you just said, "Oh, 99% of that I kind of agree with." But then you just editorialized the ending. And then they said, "Well, what part?" and you said, "Oh, the end."
Is this a meta conversation you're having?
And then you didn't add
Is this
any
the summary you're doing of our conversation?
Yes, I'm doing a summary of
Yo,
everything.
is this Black Wolf? Is that Black Wolf?
It kind of seems like it. Bro,
dude, it's literally Black Wolf, bro.
Let's like meta conversation, our conversation again. Hey, can you tell me what I said?
It's the Jewish version of Black Wolf,
but
bro.
You're not refuting. You're not addressing anything. All you're doing is categorizing us. All you're doing is categorizing us and making baseless claims. You're making baseless claims, and you never even had a conversation with us. I didn't come up here and judge you and say anything to you. As a matter of fact, Xavier did a phenomenal job highlighting the difference between you and the prior Globe Earther that came up here. The prior Globe Earther came up here. The prior Globe Earther that came up here had real questions and then actually responded to the things that we said. You're doing the complete opposite. You're just categorizing all of us into one group.
Meta this conversation?
Yeah, this is my space. Yeah, this is my space. I'm gonna continue to talk as long as I want to, bro.
Yeah, continue.
You're actually lucky that you got a mic up here, and I didn't like say anything this entire time. I let you go back and forth with my boys to see if you had any type of value to add. You added zero. As a matter of fact, so much so you were about to give a reason why you added zero value. I don't care about your reason of why you added zero value. You just didn't add any value, period. So it's like, are you like trying to approach this conversation with honest approach, bro? Or are you just trolling? We're trying to figure this out. We should waste any more time on it. So wait, now I give him the mic, and now he talks through me the whole time. I finally get to the end of what I wanted to say after being quiet for how long? For like over an hour and some change. And then this man decides to leave. After I highlight everything that has happened over, I don't even know, past 30 minutes he's been talking. Shit is weird, bro.
Been in the game 10 years, dog, or whatever.
Yo, you guys don't know who I am? You don't know who I am, guys? You never heard of me?
I forgot about that. The ego. You don't know who I am. No, bro, we don't know who you are.
I literally been trying to say this for the longest. Like, I don't like the fact that you come in here with a pretenses of, yo, I'm a vet in this conversation. I've been in the game for years. You know, I'm not just a regular, typical anti-flurf. I know a lot of the arguments. I talked to Jaren last night. Like, don't hype up Jaren as your ticket in the room, but then disregard all the things we know Jaren would have showed you before now. Like, that's not honest. We know Jaren wouldn't have.
He thought he was big stepping, bro.
All the stuff he just hand wave and dismiss, like, no, Jaren would not have let you got away with that. Don't use Jaren as your ticket in the door, knowing damn well that wouldn't have fly.
Guys, I'm cool. Jaren already okayed me. Stop it. Come on, relax.
Just the wild arrogance, bruh. The wild arrogance. And it's like, it don't matter what. Like, you could literally just read citation for citation and show you the contradictions. And because it's over their head, they just won't say it. Like, yo, I just don't really understand that. I'm going to have to look into what you're saying and come back and double back. And that would be cool. That would be perfectly fine. But just to sit there and say, oh, Alan, everything that you just said to me is just words, bro, that shit pisses me off, bro.
Yeah,
like,
it's the worst. It's like
I agree how... Yeah. Did I agree how everything you said was like measuring the star had nothing to do with Earth? But I disagree. We were like, which part? About the not measuring Earth part? Yeah, it's whack, right? And he's like, yeah, well, how about surveying? Oh, okay. Want to see how they also don't measure Earth when they do geodetic surveying? He was like, nah, I don't like this either. Can we go somewhere else? And it was like, I mean, dude, we can go anywhere you want, but the result's going to be the same.
Dude, that's the thing. Anywhere you want to go, we can drive there, dude. For example, Himawari showing fires and natural disasters, namely the volcano, the big volcano eruption, every day around the flat Earth and or globe, whichever you decide to believe in. There are, thousands of weather balloons that are deployed up and to get high altitude information, to get all that stuff. They're constantly doing aerial surveys and all that stuff. So to act like, oh, there's this volcano that's erupting, guys, they know that there's volcanic activity. They're watching it. They're surveying it. Dude, so the idea that they couldn't relay that over the their already established simulation stuff for the Himawari is like, get out of here. Get out of town, dude. Right? As they say. And on top of that, right? So they get Himawari gives us information every 8 minutes. Yeah, dude, I know you ain't talked to Jaren because he would have smacked that shit right out of your mouth. The Himawari, you can go there right now, and then it'll be 30, 40 minutes off regularly, right? Then on top of that, you can go to the FTP website, which I'll put in the description, right? If you have an FTP client, you can log in and you could download all of their simulations that they've done for the weather patterns for the next century. Right? So,
man.
So
I'm like, how dare he bring up the Himawari 8 and sit there and say, I just talked to journalists. I'm like, what the bro? What are you trolling?
So yeah, dude, so disgusting, bro.
Yo, imagine being like, yeah, I know how the Earth's a sphere. Okay, all those measurements that don't actually measure the Earth, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that not measuring the Earth at all. What do you mean? imagine making that statement. Like, well, yeah, I'm cool with all the mainstream. Just the part about it not measuring the Earth, I disagree with. And it's like, why? Well, because I believe Earth's a sphere. I don't like that. It's like, okay, well, how did this other part not measure the Earth? You know what? That's not relevant either. To measuring the Earth? What? Sorry, dude, I can't get over it.
It's classic, bro. But, refutation, we're just going to show you the evidence and you'll ignore it, you guys, or whatever. Like Sacred said, you ain't ever talked to us before, dog. Otherwise, you wouldn't be bringing up stuff like this. You'd have just went on your merry way, dog.
He was like, I've been doing this. He's like, dude, you haven't known us 20 minutes or you wouldn't be saying any of this.
That's how I know it was cap. I'm like, bro, you ain't never been over here talking like this before. Ain't no way.
Actually, the 10 years that he keeps repeating is a bad look. You should know a lot of stuff if you've been having this conversation in 10 years, bro. You ain't know nothing, bro.
Oh, this is what I'm saying, bro. And it's like Alan and Shane is just being like super courteous. Like, yeah, I'm just going to answer all your questions. Like, but we really need to start implementing Steelmans, bro. Like, just, you know why I'm learning this, bro? Because being over on TikTok, it's like
toilet talk, they call it.
They have zero attention span. Like, they would never be able to sit through a presentation, like ever, like at all. I don't even know how they function day to day. You speak for 30 seconds, they're already like coming off mic, yelling, screaming, and crying. So like to actually sit through an atomic clock breakdown, to sit through relativistic effects, motion, periodicities, like all these different type of concepts that we talk about, like they would never internalize it. And it just, when y'all take so much time trying to be articulate and finding the right words to say, where it's digestible, because we know that y'all got an extensive vocabulary. And then someone just hand waves dismiss it because they got too much of an ego to sit there and say, yo, I didn't digest all that. I didn't retain all of that. It's like, okay, now we just gonna be going in circles, better than spheres. But I'm not trying to go in circles with somebody who's just gonna sit there and try to bash all of us for the first time that we having an interaction. Y'all giving him all the sauce, and because he's not digesting or internalizing any of it, he's just gonna call it words and dismiss it and go on to something else and then straw man us. It's like, bro, 10 years you've been doing this? Why does Jaren let you back up there? Like, what is Jaren doing? Anyway, shout out to Jaren.
Dude, I think his whole mentality was, guys, I've already conquered Jaren. What could you guys possibly have to offer me? I think I just figured it out.
Oh, is that what it was?
I think so.
That's funny.
If he really was on Jaren's stream yesterday, I'm gonna have to go watch it. I gotta see what that interaction was like, because ain't no way. Probably you got your hand up, and then we get to the rest of the hand. I think Liliana was up next.
Yeah, that was pretty much the basis of it. Like, if you are confident enough to say like you had conversations with somebody that's experienced in the conversation, then you shouldn't be strawmanning us. You shouldn't be proposing things that you know we have answers to. I was trying to ask him, like, does he think Jaren obfuscates? Does he think like that we're just all gonna ignore evidence of something that, like, basically, is this his only question he's had for 10 years? Like why is this so important to him that he thinks all of us are gonna deny it? And it just seems like he doesn't even have like some of the foundation of things that we know. Like, we don't have to deny satellites. We could tell you how we feel about them without it just being a nuh-uh or CGI. So yeah, I don't know if he's genuinely 10 years deep, but that's it.
Just doing what Witsit does and saying really smart things and making people feel weird. I'm gonna go to my support group.
Yo, that's how I knew the conversation wasn't gonna go well. When he's like, "Oh, you guys are like Witsit," I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like it's really a compliment, to be totally honest. But I know anybody starting off a sentence or a conversation like that ain't gonna turn out into no value. It's just 100%. It's just a dumb thing to start off a conversation with. Okay, you say that we sound like someone that's really intelligent. Okay, great. Like, what point is you trying to make, bro?
Thank you, or whatever.
Dummies. Anyway, who was up? My bad.
Wasn't it D3?
Oh, you know, it might have been D3, Lily. I know, Liliana, I know you wanted to chime in, but dude left already. But we'll get to you in just a second. D3, what up?
Yo, what up, fam? Just wanted to first of all say I've been tuning in and out, but I've been loving the conversation. I really appreciate what you guys are talking about today. Really good stuff. And then I just wanted to say, like, if we can get into the magnetism of the field that we believe we are in, I think this will go a long way in what he was claiming, that person was claiming we don't have evidence, right? Well, we do have a measurable magnetic field, electromagnetic field. If we can some way get into papers that or experiments that demonstrate how things come together and take shape in the central part of an electromagnetic field. Now, I believe in the double torus. I think we're in the center of the double torus. Some people may believe it's the single torus, whichever one it is. I think we need to verify how matter forms in these areas. And I think if we can demonstrate that, we can point to that as, you know, the model for where we are, and say that it's evidence based on the measurements that we actually already have. So I just wanted to put that out there, see what you guys think. Anyway, great conversation, guys.
Dude, awesome. What up, D3? It's always nice to hear from you, bro. Out there doing things for 3-letter agencies, maybe? I don't know. Allegedly.
Cheers, man.
Agent D3, some would call him. Or if has anyone played the Hitman series, like, I don't know. I like the concept. Sometimes I call him Agent D369. I don't know.
Wait, did Liliana make that up too, or is that real? I'm getting lost in the made up stuff now.
That's real.
Okay, all right. See what I did there, Liliana? I can just blame you for stuff too. Yeah, right. Yeah.
You guys just believe it's real.
It's like, yeah, unlike believing the earth moves when nothing shows that at all. Yeah, quite the opposite.
When you surrender your belief, your thinking to somebody else.
It's like, so you know how the sun has a gravitational field? You could measure it with an atomic clock, but it doesn't cause any deviations in the clock. It's like, oh shit. Well, I guess I'll still believe in the field of the sun. All right, cool. That's dope. You can just believe in something in direct contradiction to experimental evidence. It's sick, bro. You want to hang out later? Maybe we can watch. Like, maybe we can watch the NFL.
The power of your belief is amazing. I admire you.
He's like, I'll just move the earth with my mind. I'm just believing it hard enough. Like, all right, well, dude.
That's what they called Einstein the Earth mover, right? Because they were like, we can't make this bitch move. Every time we test it, it's never there. Like, we can't make the motion, dude. It's never. And Einstein's like, hold my beer.
He's like, I got you, bro.
Math. I get some chalk. Give me that chalkboard. Dun, 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 dun. Look, actually, the world has mathematically inverted around you. Guys, what do you think? They were like, oh, he did it. He did it. He moved the Earth. Earth mover, dude, solved all of relativity. Wrap that shit in a bubble wrap of unfalsifiability. Off you go.
Well, I don't like how you editorialized that last part, but everything else was good.
That is true.
Everything else was good.
Bubble wrap of unfalsifiability is where you lost me, bro. I can't. That's too much.
Yeah, like that's too much. Everything else solid. That last part, like, it's really to your detriment.
Liliana, go ahead and we'll slide over to Chrissy.
I just want to say something really quickly. I think that a lot of times these bad faith anti-flat earthers, they want to say things like, oh, you guys don't believe this, or you guys believe that. And I think we need to just really make it clear to them that we're not about beliefs here. We're all about logic. We're about, provable facts. We're about logic. And the other thing too is that I noticed that a lot of these anti-flat earthers, they think that we reject all of physics, like everything that was taught in school, like we reject all of it just wholesale, and that we're creating like a whole new reality. They don't realize that in fact our team is the one that adheres to actual common sense physics more than any of the globers do. Like, we don't sit and make up crap. We don't sit and just, say, oh, well, our math doesn't add up, so we're going to, invent dark matter and dark energy and stuff. Like, they have no idea about this. I think we need to really start making it really clear to them, both these factors, is that A, we rely on logic, not on belief, and B, we are actually the ones that are practicing real physics and not just pretending to.
Yo, Liliana, that is a great point. But the problem is that we're also seasoned in this conversation. Even if you haven't been in it for years, like if you've been, hanging out around Flat Earth Fridays and y'all heard some of the concepts that we've been talking about, like the arguments that we make are detrimental. So although we would love for them to be honest about some of the things that we're saying, they almost can't if they adhere to this globular framework. Because the moment that you're honest with yourself, you're going to have to be honest about the signs that they're giving you. And then that's the end of it, right? Like it's one little, it's like a house of cards. Like Jenga, one of my favorite games. Like one little thing that's off, the whole thing crumbles. So sometimes I really think that there are people that are just ignorant to the sciences. I'm not expecting everybody to know everything. We say this all the time that we don't know everything either. But then there's people that are just, what do they call it? I hear this on TikTok all the time. They be saying intentionally obtuse. It's like I feel like they do it on purpose, because the moment that they're honest about any of the arguments that we're putting forward, they're going to either see an equivalence at the very least, at the very worst, it's going to debunk the globe and it's going to have support for flat earth. And then you become a flat earther. And they can't do that, especially with their platforms or whatever the hell it is. But so I think that's part of the problem. They can't be honest about it because it'll just destroy everything.
Yeah, the dishonesty seems to be the most repulsive factor here,
Well, it's just motivation, right? Like, we're here for the truth and for honesty and to get conversation. They're not here for that. Their motivation is superficial, right? It's, can I just confirm and reaffirm my consensus belief majority already? Is there any way I can reconfirm what I already believe? I don't really care about the truth. What do you answer my question? I'm not really listening, right? I don't have to listen to your answer. I don't have to comprehend it. I'm not even listening, right? They don't care. It's like, does everyone else still think you're wrong? I still win.
That's basically what it was, bro. Ask me a bunch of stuff about the clocks and the GPS to ultimately end on, so you believe GPSs are real? As if to insinuate that they could only exist in free fall around the globe. It's like, yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. Just try and keep up.
Wasn't even listening.
There's no mechanism for the motion of Earth, right? Like, stay with me, boy. Stay with me. And he's like, I'm fading fast. It's a globe. It's a globe. I'm crashing.
Exactly what it is. I didn't hear him say satellites don't exist. That means they exist.
He's like, oh, so you're a geocentric glober? I'm like, yeah, bro. Yes, that's a good. Yes, sure. Is whatever we need to do to get to the conversation to the next point. Yes, that's what I am.
Dude, what's it? Dude, you figured out everything, put it out there. We're all still wasting our time. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. It doesn't matter that they're wrong. It only matters that they're all wrong together.
Yeah, that was crazy. And Leilani made a really good point when they said, like, we reject all of science. It's a straw man. It's like, we're the ones that are trying to practice it and make sure that it's being interpreted the correct way. And for someone to say, just to say that they've been in this for 10 years and they're still doing weird stuff like this, like, I don't know, man. Like, I know the anti-flirt community is in shambles right now for many reasons. A lot of the top voices are being taken out due to their behavior, their history, and skeletons in the closet. Getting real rough for the globularists. But if this is the best, if this is like the next generation, or well, he said 10 years, so I don't know, bro. I can't even. I'm trying to make sense of this.
He must be the OG anti-flirt groupie, dude.
Yeah, but it's like, are you though? Like, you can't be talking like a newbie as someone who's been talking about this for 10 years.
Right, dude. I'm expecting a 10-year vet to be like Gleam, right?
Yo, I like when he said 10 years, Winston and Jared. I'm like, okay, here we go.
But guys, do they progress? Do they learn? 10-year-old anti-flirter is starting anti-flirter. That's where the expectation is off. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, true. 10 years in the game literally was like trying to hit us with a sunset, bro.
Dude, best anti-flirt 101 right there, dude. Of course.
How
could they give that up?
I got hundreds of observations. Sunset, sun in the sky. Yeah,
bro, he came in here like you're literally explaining all these things to him. He's not digesting anything, and then he says like the one thing that he did have to probably maybe build upon, like the flats he was talking about. I don't want to talk about it. So you didn't want to talk about your main evidence that you may have for a globe. If I'm assuming we didn't get to the details, you're not here to listen to anything that Shane and Alan just articulated over the past 25 minutes. What is your purpose here then? You're not here to listen. You're not here to share. What is your purpose? Is that not a good question to ask? Like, is that incoherent? Like,
well, dude, that's why it's so uncomfortable for them here, because it's like, where's that consensus shoulder pat? Where's my hey, if I say words that, how come people aren't cheering? This is weird.
We're taking the word salad back too. So they don't even have that anymore. We made it funnier than y'all, so now y'all can't laugh at it.
Dude, we do it every time. We're so good at it, and that's so bad.
Oh shit. Anyway, let's get to Christy. What's up, Christy?
Hi guys. Good morning where I'm at. Good night where you're at. Yeah, I was gonna chime in because I thought he was gonna stick around, but apparently he vanished. The level of cognitive dissonance in this one was particularly fascinating for me. I mean, literally he can't really think. I mean, there wasn't any thought process behind his words. It was like a mental secretion rather than a cognitive process.
Dude secreted his thoughts.
Excellently phrased.
Brain secretion rather than an intelligent human thought. Dude, respect.
Yeah.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, it made no sense. And then he came and said, "Oh my God, they have so many pictures." And I was like, "Oh my God, we have so many pictures of the Flintstones. We have so many pictures of the Jetsons.
Did I know
Are they
you
not
play?
real?
Screaming.
Oh my God. We have pictures of Darth Vader. Isn't he real, guys? Oh my God.
Dude, I got a picture of me with Santa Claus in the mall when I was 23.
That's at least 10 years old.
Well, by the transitive property of real that we just established, Santa Claus is real.
Yep. I mean, you have to give it to them. There's two reasons why they can't process. First is probably indoctrination, and second is their own conscious thought process. Just imagine this: you believe yourself to be insignificant, living the moment. I don't know. Live your life because it started with nothing, it will end with nothing, nothing will happen to you. So you've lived in that mindset, and I'm sure if you open up the floodgates to your conscience and you realize that there may be a God, maybe there may be a hell, then that would be crucifying on their mental state. Even though God forgives everything, so.
Oh, I thought
Did I get my point across?
No, you cut out the last 10 seconds or so.
Oh, I'm sorry. My phone, it's losing battery. I plugged it in. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
So I was trying to explain that the fact that they need to reevaluate their both their mental acuity, then their thought process, then their logic, then even their guilt. So it's many stratas. They actually need to take this with like a trained therapist in a session because the mind is hardwired to protect oneself, and most people aren't self-critical. I'm very self-critical to the point that I auto-flagellate myself for the least amount of stuff, like I don't know, hitting a chair because I didn't see it there. But most people don't. They make this cocoon around their brain to keep the bad things out or the things that they are responsible out, right? So to unlayer that is like unlayering an onion, and it's quite hard for them because if they start to peel one layer, every other layer will come off easily. And then their whole protective barrier they created about themselves of being smart and patted on the back and with the hip gang, with the consensus, with the authority, with whatever, on whichever level you're discussing, it will kill them, really. For a matter of months, they would be functioning morons because they need help. Not just critical thinking lessons, but real psychiatric help, like a therapist or a confessor or a priest or something. They need someone to hold their hands through this process. And we can't do that in a space. That's got to be something someone can do for another. I can't even do it for my parents, really. And my parents are quite half awake and intellectual, so it would have been easy, right? They aren't proud to be whatever, but they get that sense of pride from the globe and stuff because they saw it. They saw the moon landing. Woohoo! Woohoo! You understand? Even with high functioning people, you can't do that. Let alone with people who have no critical thinking skill at all, who can't even fathom that they can be wrong. That's my point. So that's why I call them mental secretions because they're literally not thought processes. They can't be because they're non-sequential. They make no sense. The premises don't lead to a conclusion. Like really, nothing really. That's it.
Oh, that was beautifully said. Hey guys, I'm new to this space, so good morning, good day. I'm in France, so it's like midday, but I love it. I think 2024 will be the year that the whole globe and like programming will be done. I think this is going to be. I think this is the biggest year in what we're going through right now in the astrology. And I mean, if you look at the ancient maps, they were all done by flat Earth. Like it's all flat Earth, and if there's a lot of things that are pointing to it. I mean, look at the moon's reflecting the very world that we're living on. There's just a lot of things that we've been fed that make us believe that we are these upstanding, good person, and it's all corporate fiction. It's all programming. Um, but when you have to question that, then that person that you identify as starts to, yeah, like you said, secrete and like fall apart and actually grow and be unknown. And I think a lot of people want to grow, but they can't because they think that by staying this way, they're actually they are growing, or that they're doing prosperity, they're doing good things. But no, it's limitless. Like we're limited, and that's what corporate. That's what these are. We're all unionized. We're all born into state. We're all controlled and we're owned, and that's hard for a lot of people to believe and see. And yeah, so cognitive dissonance is going to run even harder. But I think this year is going to be the year that instills like this new critical thinking mindset. And it's not just about flat Earth. It's just that's just one hole that starts to get you into. It's within you. Like the freedom that they're keeping is within you, and that's where the magic is. So yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, but to look within to look within, you have to realize that you may have been wrong. And that's an assumption that most people are not willing to make. Because if they have been wrong, then their conscience will convict them. But that's the beauty of God, because He forgave you for every little thing if you just come home. So they don't understand this. They have been so programmed that they're this insignificant speck of dust on this insignificant speck of dust in an insignificant speck of dust corner of the universe. So they can't fathom the fact that if your actions have consequences, that means you're important. That means you're not insignificant. That means you're not in an insignificant place, and uh, you're not going to be judged just by your own conscience, because maybe God will forgive you, even though you may not forgive yourself, because maybe you didn't do such a wrong thing in God's eyes. Maybe what's wrong in God's eyes is to keep your eyes closed, not even do any quote unquote sins, but just let other people sin. We don't know. We really can't understand this being that created everything. But that's why He gave us a
Yeah,
conscience to help us grow. So you
yeah.
can't grow if you don't self-destroy the things that are not okay within yourself. And most people are not willing to do that.
That's beautifully said. Yeah, I always think this is something that was told by an astrologer, and they said the magic is in the work. It's in the work. The comfort comes after and it pays off once you've done the work, but you have to go back into the work. Yeah, and it's growing. And if we are products of God and these beautiful natural beings, then we have to be able to understand that we make mistakes. That's what we're here to learn. A child, we are that, and we're just growing. And your consciousness on a maturity level, a lot of people, I feel like the majority of the world is children running around in adult bodies because they're not mature enough, because they're not willing to expand, to forgive, and to say, I was wrong, or I am wrong, or I've done something wrong, but I can come back. It's not the end of the world. That was a moment in time that had to happen for my experience in consciousness to grow. And so yeah, it's really sad. I really feel so much for the world right now, because everybody is just, they're in pain. No one's willing to deal with the truth. And that's where the beauty is. Once you deal with that and that work and psychological, that is work. That is the kind of work that people don't understand. And if you do like trips, like if you take like, meditation or ayahuasca or like mushrooms or things that are like natural, even if you stay away from everything and you just go into yourself, you can find such a vast, like, it is a galaxy of space and time. And that's what's sad. People are being cut off from themselves.
Sacred, real quick, I
Well said.
wanted to just, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, well said. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to go back to what we were talking about earlier. And it totally surprises me that most of these people don't really realize that things like the satellite system and the GPS system, and for instance, like, engineering on large scales like canals and railway, and so much is all done with the premise of a flat and stationary world. And I think that's one thing we have to really reinforce and keep reminding these globers, because they think like, what, you're rejecting globe science? Meanwhile, look, we got a GPS and we got engineering, and we have all this, and it's all based on globe. But they don't really know that it's not.
Well, it's all about deception, really. And it's about cognitive dissonance. I told you before, like I told in the space, that I work with this. I've learned this. I've learned perspective since I was 14, actually 12. I've learned how we do surveys. I've learned everything in school because of my job, right? But I still believed it was a globe because um, no one made the parallel, and I couldn't because I was trapped in the mindset of not questioning authority. Because that's the true programming. That's what happens in school when the school bell starts. when the teacher comes in. She's the authority
You know
figure.
what's really sad?
That's it. Yes, say please.
That flat earthers need to convince themselves that they understand that anything how it works, because you don't. And you also cry all day about engineering when none of you worked in engineering, learned engineering,
I
did
work in
anything
engineering. I work in
to
engineering.
engineering. Yes.
I work in
Did
engineering,
you?
okay? I tell engineers what to do. That's my job.
Yeah. Yes.
So don't
Yes.
come in here and say people don't know.
I would be happy to hear you faking out your engineering. Tell me, what did you do in engineering field?
I'm an architect.
What?
So officially
It
under
doesn't
law,
count.
don't interrupt
You're
me.
not an
Again,
engineer.
you've interrupted me 3 times. So I'm an architect. So officially under the law, internationally, I'm above every other engineer. I tell engineers what to do. Yes, that's true. Look it up. An architect is the one that coordinates all engineers underneath. That's why now in IT they have architects, because that's the definition of an architect, right? So I deal with engineering. I've studied engineering. I studied physics. I studied mechanics. I studied statics, and I studied perspective, and I studied geophysics, and I studied also how do you say, the strata of the earth, the seismic activity. We study everything to become architects. So don't come in here and say we don't
Are you an
understand
engineer,
science.
not free? Do you have that same credential?
Now you can open up your mic. Now when someone else was talking.
I'm an engineer. Yes, she's not an engineer.
Don't do that.
She
She
doesn't
didn't
use
discredit your
her
credential.
engineering degree, and it doesn't count.
She didn't discredit your credential.
When
Y'all in
you
the same
work
field,
in
buddy.
physics, okay, you need to be a mechanical engineer, need to be electric engineer. You architect
Or a construction engineer.
the top.
And I'm telling you,
Yes,
all of the
but you
engineers
are
are
not a
underneath me.
construction engineer. Relax,
No, I'm
you're not
above
a
them.
constructor.
I'm above them. That's what you need
Right,
to understand and
right.
wrap your head around.
You're a
So I've
project
learned
manager.
everything about it.
You're
Everything. So
a
I can
project
ask the
manager.
engineer what to do.
Right. You're a project manager that right now doesn't know what
No, an
her
architect is
workers
not a
are
project
doing.
manager. An architect is not a project manager. You know
Can
nothing
you
of real
do
world.
right now any calculation to be used for building something?
Yep. Yep.
Or
I
you
can even.
just
Yep.
allocate work?
No, I actually can calculate, and I actually do calculate, because my engineers, if I ask them to calculate something, they're not going to finish my project.
Great.
No, they need to sign off on the project. I do everything on the project before they even see it. Do you understand this? Do you understand that? Do you fathom it?
Yes. So
Yeah.
can I ask you
So
something?
I have underneath, right?
Do you think
Underneath me to create a building, I have electrical engineers, right? Plumbing engineers, construction engineers, even IT engineers if I want to make a smart house. So I need to understand all of these types of engineering to build a house. And also I need to understand mechanics
let me help
and
you
physics
for a second.
so that I can use
Let me help you
materials.
for a second.
No,
Let me help you for
no.
a second.
Let me educate you on what an architect is. We are not project management managers. We do project managing, yes, but that's not what we do. Yeah, we create reality. That's why we are responsible under law for all of the engineers underneath us. We go to prison. The engineer doesn't, because he fixes a problem. That means that someone else created the thing. We create the thing. They fix the problem. So we go to jail, not them.
Right.
That's
But
why
still,
we're
you don't
above them. So
understand what
I'm
you
not a
signed for.
project manager. So I do understand physics, and I do applied science, and I'm responsible for the buildings people living, right? So not the engineer. So
listen, all the stuff
So
that
basically, you said that nobody in here was engineering. She got a PhD. She said not only does she know about engineering, she actually manages engineering, and she needs to have all that knowledge in order for her to do her jobs in all these different sects of engineering. So before you go on, not free, address your initial claim that none of us are engineers and have no idea about engineering. After she just gave you all her credentials. You now have to say you're wrong. So say that, and then you can continue with what you want to say. I want you to address your false claim. Then you can say what you want to say. All right, Nafri, I'm going to unmute. I want you to address the fact that you were wrong, and then you can say whatever you want to say from there. If you say anything else outside of that, I'm going to mute up and I'm going to ask you again. I think the instructions are clear. Just trying to make sure that we stay focused and we're not just running around in circles, and we can move through this conversation, because there's other people up here that want to speak as well. Address your false claim, show some intellectual honesty, and then we can move on to the next point that you want to make now. Okay? I'm unmuting now.
Okay, so when I talk about engineering and things that built in reality, I speak of people that finished Bachelor of Engineering. Okay? I'm not talking about IT people that connect routers and call themselves engineers. Okay? I'm not talking about some architect that maybe knows basic of stuff, okay, but isn't creating new systems or new mechanisms for the reality, and really needs to go deep into stuff beside the surface thing. And also, all the stuff she says here uses physics and the principles of the spherical model, even
No,
if she denies
that's
it.
a false statement. We don't use
Okay,
anything about the globe. Nothing.
I
Not
would
one little thing.
I would be happy go into details if you want to.
You would be
Okay,
happy to go into my field, which I have been studying since I was 14 years old. That means 20 years ago. You're happy to go against me.
I would,
That's
yes,
insanity
yes,
right there.
yes, yes, yes.
But
So,
see,
Yeah,
that's a
okay.
because
better
So prove
approach
to
I
me
like
than
to
your
where.
first
expose
approach.
fraud.
Do you
Prove
understand
to
that
me.
your
I like,
first approach by discrediting her credential and basically saying that nobody in here is smart enough to understand is not a very honest approach? Your first approach should have been, hey, I'm willing to
yes, yes.
explain to you
This
guys.
is false. This is false. I was wrong. Nobody here is with the credential. I was forced to say that. There are people here that are having engineering jobs.
Okay, as long as you can honestly say that, just in case you hadn't noticed, that 103 at the very top of the space means we've been doing this for 103 episodes. I don't know how long you've been an engineer, but we have answers to all the things you might question as to why we don't believe in them or what our point of view is.
Never, ever flat earthers even presented any model that explains any prediction between two people even to agree upon. So no.
Hold on there, buddy,
How
cowboy.
many flat earthers have you talked to before this, not free?
Thousands.
Thousands. So if I asked you to steel man a flat earth argument, you would be able to do that honestly?
Yes, not complicated. You don't have argument. You don't have evidence. And basically most of flat earthers cry all day. But this wasn't the point. I am really interested in hearing her explain how she ignores the principles of physics to do engineering of a building. And we can do
be
that.
specific. Which principle? Which principle, sir? Be specific.
So, to be specific, she gave 4 types of people that she is in charge upon, right?
No.
So
Nobody cares about that shit. Make an argument about the globe, please.
No, we are talking about engineering. I am pissed of people claiming they are flat earthers.
Can you
Can you
engineer an
give
argument?
me?
Is that what you said, Shane?
I said use your engineering degree and make an argument.
Oh, nice. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought you said.
No, you mean use the science method and prove that all flat earthers are morons. Yes. No problem.
What did we just say about
Again,
personal attack?
Hey,
What did we just say about
welcome
personal
to the
attacks?
world of the living.
You got the opportunity right now to refute her or state your claim. How does engineering prove a globe? How does your job field specifically prove a globe Earth? Go ahead.
again,
Whoa,
Floor is
whoa,
all
wait, wait,
yours.
wait, 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 wait. I think we need to go back to D3's question on what principles of physics is being ignored.
Right. So in order to do that, I need her to specify exactly what she does. Okay. So far, I didn't heard any calculation that she does and claims that the Earth is flat. So
No, that's a
if
straw
she
man.
can,
Oh, go ahead, finish speaking. But I'm
no,
going to correct something in what you're doing
if
right now.
she was a real architect, okay, and let's ignore, for example, the stupid thing that she said from age of 14. Yes, in age 14, someone would have given her a job related to engineering. Let's break down the character that she said. Okay, where is she? Can she tell more about her job so I can say, wow, this is really flat Earth. I didn't thought about it like that. This is what I'm looking.
So there was a specific principle though, or no? Or did you just like
What
say that with
principle?
nothing?
Right. What principle of physics, bro?
Since I know.
Focus now.
No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
what?
up.
Who is you talking to? Boy, who is you talking to? Boy, is you crazy talking to me like that? Are you insane?
Yeah, you mad trigger, bro.
Boy, I don't know who you think you dealing with, boy, but you know for a fact you would not be talking to me like that in person. You know for a fact. You even lucky that you even up here, gang. Like, I ain't even bring you up here. Are you dumb?
There's no way you talked to 1,000 flat earthers and you can't even start the argument. So not free. I feel like you're being disingenuous. You already tried to discredit Chrissy when you ain't produced no credentials. You don't have a profile picture, my guy. So nobody's calling you a liar and telling you you're not what you say you are. But you gotta answer some questions and respect the hosts of the space you're talking in. You came in here looking for questions and answers. You was quiet. You heard everybody talk, and then you spiraled out when it was your turn to speak. So we giving you the chance to substantiate your claims, and you're not doing that. You attacking people.
Man, fuck all of that shit, bro. I don't care how nice Power want to be. I silence my own crew just to give you a voice. You come out of pocket one more time, not free. You gonna have to deal with the consequences in real life for real. You don't know who we are. You don't know what we got going on. Watch your mouth when you talk to us. Matter of fact, ask the last person who started talking to us crazy during our last flat earth debate. Ask him what happened to all his phone mechanisms and all that stuff. Ask him why he was on my phone talking about, Sacred, why y'all keep hacking me? Yo, keep playing with us, bro. Keep playing with us. Now, I'm going to allow you to continue to have a voice up here. You come out of pocket one more time, gang. I promise you, bro, this will be the last time you up here, and you going to literally regret talking to us like this. I'm tired of being so civil and cordial with you bum-ass motherfuckers coming up here using my platform to get a voice off, and y'all are nobodies. I'm silencing my own crew so you can get your full thought out, and you got the nerve to talk to me crazy? I'm going to mute up. Don't even address me, bro. Address what you said to Chrissy about the principles of physics that she's ignoring, and be specific. And if you say anything out of pocket, you're done. I don't got no patience for that. You're not going to abuse nobody up here on my platform at all. You lucky you even up here with no PFP. You crazy? And since you're still here, that means you still want to be here. So you're going to adhere to my rules, gang. Address the principle of physics that she's ignoring specifically, or retract your statement. After you do that, you can continue with what you want to say. Do not get disrespectful anymore. That's the last time I'm finna tell you. Address Chrissy.
I can't hear him. Can you guys?
Can I ask you something before you get mad?
No, you can address what your original claim is before you get disrespectful, and then you can ask or say whatever you want to say. That is what's going to happen. You are going to be specific about, no, you listen because you're not listening to me. You said that she's ignoring all the principles of physics. D3 said to be specific, and 10 minutes later, you still have not highlighted the specificity of what part of physics she's ignoring. Address that or retract your statement. Then you can move on to whatever you want to say next. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Do you understand the instructions I'm laying out so that we can move forward in the conversation?
Do you understand? Okay. I don't work for you. I speak about topics.
I didn't ask if you work for me. I said, yo, address the principles of physics that you said that she was ignoring so we can address that specifically.
Okay,
this is the first time we asking you, and there's a reason why you're not doing it. Why are you not doing it? All you guys, this principle right here, sacred, that's all. It's that simple. Why are you not saying it?
You're a horrible piece of shit.
I don't care about your opinion. That's why I don't give a damn about that. That's why you up here trying to argue with us and you ain't got nothing. I don't care about your opinion. Address the facts. All the obfuscation ain't gonna help you. Address what you said or retract your statement.
Okay, little kid that threatened me with hacking. Relax.
I didn't tell you with no hacking. Okay? I said keep on with that behavior and see what the hell happened. Address what Chrissy, what you said about Chrissy. Address what you said about
happened, big boss.
Address what you said about Chrissy.
Or just concede that you don't have one, bro. You don't know.
Okay, so in order to address, Christy needs to talk. Okay, can she talk? Okay, so I can address what she is doing.
No,
okay?
You said no one here has engineering credentials.
Do you know what do you do for
engineering credentials? So that's when you needed to shut up.
Christy, you're an architect. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that means I'm above engineers. Exactly. That's the definition of an architect. That's the job description.
That's not the definition of.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's the master of the project.
It depends on the place and depends on the project.
No, it depends on nothing, because that's why in engineering nowadays, engineers that are above other engineers like to call themselves architects. That's where that comes from.
Dude, Chrissy existing.
You don't know the language and definitions. It's not my problem.
Let's destroy this whole guy's argument. That's why he's spiraling. She existing destroyed him. That's why he's like, I don't know what to do. I got to attack her credentials. Who is she? Who do I know? Can I see it? I don't know, dude. The credentials fallacy.
Again. There is software architect. Okay, that is above.
Before you see this is the approach you should have had beforehand, bro. You should have asked all your questions before making dumbass claims. So now you got to stand on it. Don't be trying to get information now. You said, hey, none of y'all are engineers, and you specifically, Chrissy, ignore all the principles of physics. D369 tried to focus you and said, just name one. One. After you name the principle of physics that she's ignoring, then you can continue on with what you want to say. Name one principle so we can get some specifics, focus, and then move on. There's a reason why you're not doing it. Address the point that you made.
Again, Captain Monkey, which doesn't know how stuff.
What? Yo, Proud. How long we gonna be dealing with this, bro?
And just like that, he is now a thought. Oh, you coming back? How are you gonna come back after insulting us? Yeah, just like that. He's a figment of everybody's imagination.
Next, not doing it, y'all. Not doing it.
My biggest pet peeve is when people whose first language isn't English and they try to insult us. It just makes no sense. Like, It really grinds my gears.
Quite a diverse group of trolls today.
Chrissy, I love how you defeated him with just your soul. That was a sweet soul attack.
Just by existing, it's like you said. Just by existing.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they don't like me here.
Oh, we love you. That was terrific.
Yo, listen, guys.
There are many of me. Just imagine all my teachers in my school know it's flat. Every professor in architecture school knows it's flat.
That's what's up.
They ain't teaching us that shit.
That guy wouldn't know. He only went to engineering school. Nerd.
Shane said, "Could you engineer an argument?"
Dude, I was like, engineer me up an argument because he's like, dude, I was like, all right, his whole approach diffused. He was like, oh, no one has an engineering degree. She was like, nope, I got a PhD. He was like, shit. Well, that can't be right. That's my whole thing, right? That's my whole position. That's what I came here to argue. You guys keep telling me no. Well, no, it must not be true. Let me see if I can poke a hole in her credentials. Can you mail them to my home P.O. box? Can I get a copy? Like, no, make an argument, dude. You're here to like appeal to credentials massively, just appeal to majority. So if you're not going to do that, you can just use whatever credentials you think you have to make an argument so we can refute it and you can move on.
We got Sensei on stage. We got Today. We got Dave. We got Candle. Hey, the new speakers. What's going on?
I wanted to thank Sacred before anyone else talks because I've never been defended so eagerly before, and thank you so much. I love you.
I just enjoy listening to this show. I've never actually opened my mic up on here, but I just like the flow of it, and it's something that gives me something to look forward to on Fridays. I literally like have a theme in my head sometimes where I'm like Flat Earth Friday, and my kids don't love it, but I think it's funny. So I just wanted to come in and say hi and say thank you for doing the show, and or whatever you want to call it, and I just enjoy being part of the community.
Hey man, I appreciate that. I know the conversation get real polarizing. We do try to have fun. We like to balance it out with information. And if you find value here when you pop in and you keep coming back, I really, really, really do appreciate it. Because to be honest, man, you could be anywhere across this plane in this realm on a Friday night. And to be kicking it with us, man, I really do appreciate you. Thank you for that.
It's just the conversation is polarizing. And I think is the foundation of Flat Earth is it brings you literally to the ground. And once you start to understand what ground is and Earth, it just brings you to the creation, and it simplifies things. It also brings you to logic. I mean, I think pretty much everybody that I've met that really has accepted Flat Earth, not for the label, but for what it actually is, it led me to contentment. And once I became content with the way things are, because that's the way that they are, then it really didn't matter. Nothing else really mattered. And now for me, what's really strange is Flat Earth really doesn't mean that much to me anymore, because it's really just about what I liked earlier. It segued into that she was just being herself. And that's what I am now. I'm myself. And I'm a failure, like all the way across the board, according to society. But I think that's the ego. And I think that's why it's so difficult for people to accept it or even look at it. They turn completely away from it because the way that our society is now built, it is based on ego, and it inflates our egos. And as your ego gets inflated, you're not able to see the divinity. So then the other way that they control is they use the divinity by structuring that into a religion. And then you're following a divinity, but then you forget about your ego. And the problem is, in my opinion, what I found from Flat Earth is that the way is in between those two things, and nothing else really matters. That's all I got.
Happy Saturday, people.
What's going on, dude?
Better Dave.
Hey, welcome, Dave.
I want to hold on a second. Hold on. I want to thank you guys for ruining another night of sleep. Appreciate it.
I did notice you're still here.
Yeah, I've been here. I've been in and out. But you guys were talking about the upward rising Earth people, Dell and a few people. Did you say that Dell completely denies and ignores the downward flow of the ether, or whatever we call it, the electrostatic flow?
Yeah, electrostatics. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's something we can prove. I do it in all my episodes with, adding a charge, making things go up and down. And, I mean, it's kind of testable, provable, repeatable, manipulatable. It's kind of weird. So his, I forget the other guy's name that's pushing it. The guy out in the street, he shows the experiment where he has a slinky glued to a ping pong ball floating in the water, and then when he drops it, it contracts. You know which video I'm talking about?
Nope, but go ahead.
So he takes a slinky, and he glues one end of it to a ping pong ball, a small slinky, and then he drops it into a jar of water, a tube of water, and the ball stays on the top of the water, and the slinky stretches out to the bottom of the jar. But when he drops the jar, the slinky and ping pong ball contract and actually go underwater, I think. And he's saying that's because it's free falling and it's negating the upward rising. I think it's the total opposite, though. Like an example you can do is get that ping pong ball glued to a slinky and put it in a river, a water river, a stream. And the stream is going to stretch out that slinky. And that's the downward electrostatic flow. And then if you let it go, it's going to contract because it's going with the flow and it doesn't have that resistance anymore. Doesn't that disprove their theory?
Yeah.
You're not going to give me some word salad to confuse my mind and explain it better than I just did? Just a yeah? That's all I get? Kidding.
I was breathing in, like, oh, do you want word salad? Hold on.
No, I don't mean word salad. You know what I mean. It's so funny. Somebody, I was in the UK at a festival, a truth festival, and almost everyone there was flat, except there was one guy, one really horrible father there, and he came at me, and I was just explaining he's like, well, it's impossible to have the sunset, and I'm explaining, I'm like, look at that hill over there. I go, if somebody was on top of that hill and walked across the flat field, they're going to disappear from the bottom up. And he goes to me and he puts his hands together and makes like a little talking noise, and he goes, word salad. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's all they have. They just got their little quips and stuff. They're so desperate right now.
Well, wait, how did word salad work in a room full of flat earthers? Because that only works when you get like social reinforcement immediately from all the other people who are like, "Oh, did you get word salad? Come over here, give me a hug. It's okay."
I wasn't. I was actually walking through the festival, and then he stopped me. We were kind of just me and him, and then his little kids that were filming the interaction, and then there was one or two other people that were questioning, that hadn't really looked into flat Earth that much, but were questioning it. So it was interesting, and I tried to explain it, and then when he just didn't want to hear it, I was just like, listen, I'm going to explain it one more time. If you interrupt me or say something stupid, I'm walking away, and then you can accuse me of rage quitting. And 3 seconds later, he did exactly the same thing, and I walked away, and he accused me of rage quitting. So
he wanted that.
Yeah, I guess so. He just wanted it on film, and he got his little kids there filming it. I mean, what? I don't want to get into it. He's just, I don't want to feel sorry for him because I don't feel sorry for people. It would just suck to be him. So
It would be
So,
less
so I looked at-
enjoyable to be him than anyone else. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, there you go. That's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying.
Just saying he lives in
Yeah.
like his own personal hell that's, brought by his own torment.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine his kids coming to him a few years later, looking back at the video, like, man, Dad, you were kind of an asshole when you were talking to Dave. Like, I don't stand by this at all. Actually, matter of fact, we're Splatter Fridays. I'm going over there. Bye.
these kids were probably 12 years old, and they had a comedian there. This was probably one of the raunchiest comedians I've ever seen, and I love raunchy comedian. He was actually really good. I'm spacing on his name, but I mean, he's talking like, I don't even want to say it on this show because it's so raunchy. His kids came into the show and sat there, and I'm like, I can't believe he's letting his kids hear this. It was just like that quality of a person. It was kind of crazy.
No, that's telling. That's very telling.
Yeah, it was. He let his kids sit there. It was on his lap. I thought the comedian was going to start saying stuff like like addressing the fact that his father has his kids there. But screw that. Forget that. I had something else I wanted to talk about. I was talking about that whole upward rising Earth, which is nuts. Did you guys talk about the not final, not experiment yet?
Yeah, I actually had a question about that for you, Dave.
Shoot.
There was I finally understand what the phenomenon is called with coffee cup caustics. I used to call it Dave's demonstration with what you did with a someone looking like a snow globe thing on top of a map, and you shine the light outside of it. Liliana, one of our panel members, brought up a good point. If you were to hold that light at a certain angle and adjust different altitudes, could that simulate light circulating near the Antarctic, simulating a 24-hour sun? You know what I mean? So
it is possible that there could be, for lack of a better word, reflection of a sun on the opposite side of the firmament. I don't think it would be that sharp disk, clear, crisp sun that has sunspots, but it would be a bright light. And here's my prediction of what's going to happen. First off, if we can get into this a little bit, Will Duffy is not doing this by himself, right? We all know how important the globe lie is to the ruling class, right? This is not child's play. They're freaking out because of all of the progress we're making, and they need to do something. So the fact that they're calling it a final experiment, that's neurolinguistic programming right there. Right, final experiment. It's not an experiment. It's not final, but that's what they're calling it. So that's huge strike number one. Right. 2, Will says he's doing this all himself. Now, I don't know if you guys saw the interview I did the other day. I don't know why other people are talking about this. Will was a securities broker, and he had 3 charges against him. He's paid $135,000 in just since April in fines. He's got a third charge that has another, I forget how much that one was, that could come with jail time. And then in mid-June, he had 2 more charges put against him with another $500,000 in fines and jail. And this guy, all he is doing full-time now is doing the final experiment. This makes no sense at all. It makes perfect sense in the world of crisis actors and people that do shit to get out of trouble, right? Yeah. Right. There's no human being. Right, and so he was going to take 2 flat earther and a globe earther and himself. And then Jaron and Austin said, "Well, we're not going alone." And he's like, "Oh, you can have my ticket." He goes, "But my wife, she doesn't want me. I don't know if I can get it. I don't know if we can." Do another ticket. That's another $30,000-$40,000. Meanwhile, he's got $500,000 in fines, another $500,000 in fines and jail time. And this is all he's focusing on. That's strike 2, 3, 4, and 5 in my book, right? They're up to no good. So Jaron's awesome. And now there's like Eric Dubé's calling him a shill. He's always been calling him a shill. Jaron is so confident that there's no clear, crisp sun that goes around his head that he's like, listen, if I see a clear crystal sun that goes around my head, that leans towards the globe side. That's what he said. Sure, it leans towards the globe side. It leans away from the model that we're using, but it doesn't make the Earth flat because it doesn't get rid of. We can see too far. There's no curvature. There's no motion. All of the other proofs that the Earth is flat. But that's not what they're going to see, because when you look at a low sun, you're looking through all that atmosphere. There's always haze. There's always clouds, right? So what's going to happen is there's gonna be daylight because of the coffee cup caustic, right? That's one thing. And then think about Project Bluebeam. Think about the technology that they have. They can put buildings in the sky. They can put spaceships. They can do all sorts of shit. Could they just put a bright light? Not the sun simulator, not that physical sun simulator. Couldn't they just project a bright spot behind the clouds and move it across the sky? And this is what will happen. They'll say, well, we didn't really get to see the sun. That was just a bright spot. And they'll go, yeah, but it was where the sun is supposed to go, and the sky was lit. And all of the mainstream media worldwide will run the headline, Flat Earthers prove the globe, but don't like the results, even though they filmed it themselves. And there'll be nothing that we can say that will get to all of the people that hear that, because they won't be able to hear us, because we're censored, we're censored like fuck. What do you think about that?
Round 2, baby, let's go.
So what do you guys think? They're trying to put us in a tight spot. Like, if we go, it's going to be the biggest, fall guy, straw man, fake news. And if we don't go, we chickened out because what's going on there? We chickened out because we're afraid to go. And then also it's going down. Just another. This may not be big to some of you. It starts on December 14th. That's a hot date. That's like 9/11 for them. That's when Sandy, the place at Sandy in Connecticut happened. I'll let say it for YouTube. And there's other events that have happened on that date. It's just a very date that they love. And then the day that they leave, guess who arrives? Bill Nye the Lion Guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and William Shatner. Okay, the guy that faked going into space. You think they're not going to go, oh, yeah, we saw the 24-hour sun also. No one in all of the years of vacationing there, going there, exploring there, has ever filmed the 24-hour sun. And they say, oh, that's because, they're sleeping. No one's doing it. Bullshit. This is a psyop. People think, oh, they're not going to try to project the sun. They're going to. It's going to look like shit. We're going to claim it's fake, but they're going to claim that we're just desperate flat earthers.
Man, I heard the mayor put it something like the best I've ever heard of put about this whole Antarctica thing. He was like, what if it's just a big momentum sink where they put it up there to deviate, like a turnaround for all the momentum that we've gathered doing good stuff, making progress, doing presentations, Flat Earth Fridays, to no refutations, to decimating anti-flat earthers to the point where they have nothing. And now they're like, any attention that you guys give to this Antarctica thing that we're going to put together and hang out with all our friends and like hang out in the dark. Like, why don't you guys want to come to our teepee? It's in the middle of nowhere. We set it up. No, you've never seen it. Yeah, you can't. And of course, everyone's going to be there that you don't like. No, there won't be any lights. Like, it's like, why doesn't anyone want to go?
But the we are giving it all of this attention. I hate that fact. And then Will Duffy's like, and I don't understand why Dave Weiss is turning down a free trip to Antarctica. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's not a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's bullshit. I have no interest in going there, freezing my ass off to be the fall guy for a bullshit move. They're not going to see a crisp, clear sun that could be proven to be the sun. They're going to see a light in the sky. Now, it could be a natural phenomena because on those dates, maybe this time, maybe this year, maybe it's like an eclipse cycle, there will be a reflection. I've seen when the sun is setting in the west, I've seen a bright sun in the east. I've seen that here in Connecticut. I see a bright spot in the clouds. Maybe they know that that's going to happen. Maybe they're going to enhance it. Maybe they're going to fake it. It's going to be a bunch of bullshit. It's not going to be crisp and clear and definitive, but they will claim it is. And try explaining, that goes mainstream media. They're laughing at flat earthers. All the news organizations are talking. That's the end of the flat earth moment, the final experiment. We have it here. Candace, you no longer have to look into this. It's final. It's final. There's nothing else to look at. There's that neurolinguistic programming again, right? And then we're going, no. The coffee cup caustic is why it's light. And then they're using Project Bluebeam, and we're going to sound like a fucking bunch of idiots, right? Because no normie is going to understand any of that, even if we can get the message to them. But they're going to hit 99.9% of the population is going to hear their story, and 1%, if we're lucky, will hear our side and understand it if they're, but they won't. Right? They'll be like, oh, those flat earthers are crazy. They're saying it's a projected sun. They're saying coffee cup caustic. What the fuck is that? It's a no-win situation.
On top
I
of the
think
fact
it's
that
worse than that.
Thank you. Well, please tell me. It probably is worse than that.
Well, I think they want all the flat earthers to go there, especially they want you guys to pay for it. But they want you to go there because there's going to be like a tragic accident along the way.
I don't know. That would make martyrs. That would bring more attention to it. I think
it wouldn't. No, actually, it would help their cause. It was just this freak storm, and the plane, and something, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson and all his lot are gonna arrive there and see the sun and claim to see the sun because it's cheaper to pay CGI than project the fucking sun.
That is less believable than simply projecting the sun. Like there's a you ever seen like a club is having an opening night or something and they got fucking spotlights and they're spinning them across the sky? I mean, think what they could do with a really powerful projected light in the sky in Antarctica. What if they're close enough to the dome, if there is a dome there, what if they're close enough to project a bright light there, put it by, you're looking low on the horizon, so it's hard to, you're looking through all that atmosphere. It's going to be obfuscated a little bit. It could look pretty convincing. And the fact that the sky is still light, that can't just be a projected light, a projected point because the sky is still lit. You're not going to be able to reach the masses and explain how it's fake. It doesn't matter if it's fake. There are still mainstream media places, and when they talk about flat Earth, they go, well, the last attempt to prove the Earth was the Mad Mike. He's jumping up in his rocket to prove the Earth is flat. The guy jumped 1,800 feet, and the mainstream media ran with an article. They're still running with it. They still talk about it, that he tried to prove the shape of the Earth by jumping 1,800 feet in the sky. It doesn't matter what our story is. It matters what their story is.
True. That's true.
I will say this. There was a crowdsource attempt to build Brian Mullen's forced align structure that would give, a definitive empirical evidence of the Earth not curving.
Yep.
And there was attempts to sabotage that. People were calling in the city. The city intervened that we couldn't do it. We had zoning issues. Long story short, it got scrapped. But a lot of the global earthers says, I don't even want to think if this project is successful. Look at the contrast with the enthusiasm of this. I'd never seen so much enthusiasm of an optical test.
Just the fact, Will Duffy's making and doing interviews and videos every single day. So he is working 24/7 on this while he has pending charges that could put him in jail, cost him another $500,000 so far. I'm willing to bet within the next couple of weeks there'll be more charges because these are just investors with him are just finding out that they can sue him. Right? So it's coming out more and more. And he hasn't even addressed this yet. It's bullshit. It's complete and total bullshit.
For one, I think the idea of having this conversation, like the fact that they decided to do a quote unquote experiment, the fact that they came out to the public and said like, hey, this is what we're doing. Like, I think this is part of their goal. The goal was to put into society's, the everyday civilian's mind that, oh yeah, they took a trip to Antarctica to prove the flat earthers wrong. That's pretty much all people are going to remember. They took a trip to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun to prove the flat earthers wrong. They're not going to look into it, just like the Jeranism
Right.
video. They're not going to
Right,
look
right. No,
far
well,
into it.
yeah, I think you're saying it wrong. They're going to say they took a trip to Antarctica to prove the Earth is flat and prove the globe, but don't like the results. And that's all people are going to understand. They're going to be like, well, let me look at the flat Earth model. It shouldn't be daylight. The sun's too far away in the flat Earth model. Well, there is a reason there's daylight, and we know that there's daylight. But and then the sun, it was a little cloudy, so they're claiming that the sun wasn't there. But we can clearly see the sun is there, and the sky is lit, right? We're not going to have the opportunity to explain the results. We're not going to have that opportunity, and that's going to be the end. That's going to be that's going to be their card, and they're just going to constantly go. Well, it was the final experiment, neurolinguistic programming again, right? When people hear final experiment, that's all. Well, this is the final experiment. They're programming the world's minds with this. This is going to get worse and worse and worse, right? So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the right move is, but walking away, everyone walking away could be the move. I don't know. They're going to run with it either way. We've allowed ourselves to get sucked in, right? So,
As far as what we'll see, I definitely think it's plausible that there is a specific space or place on that continent where you can see the phenomena of a 24-hour sun based on the light, like the coffee cup caustic. I definitely think that's a very feasible opportunity for them. Somebody who is understanding this conversation, understanding like what they need to prove their model, could have been up there one day, seen it, and been like, oh, yo, I could do this next year and make an experiment, quote unquote, out of it and get the flat earthers to do it. If Duffy has like charges and money, he's in debt, then it does seem like he took this opportunity to get his debt paid.
right. And he had Joe Hill come to his church. He flew him to his church to debate McToon a couple months ago, and Will Duffy's credit card bounced when he tried to pay for the hotel. Weird. Maybe it was just a glitch. Whatever. I think the guy is on the edge of financial disaster, and he is being propped up to do this. The guy just yesterday in his video yesterday. I unfortunately watch his videos now and then. He said, it's not that, the globe earthers are saying that, we don't need to prove the flat earth. It's been proved, with sticks and shadows from 2,000 years ago. He's still talking that Eratosthenes' experiment proves the globe. He knows nothing about this fight. He knows nothing. And he's the guy that's going to do the final experiment. It's the not final, not experiment bullshit. And the more that people talk about this, the more it's going to neurolinguistically program the sheeple's minds when they see, well, this is the final experiment and it proved the globe, and it's going to be more difficult to get people out of that. I don't think it's going to put a single flat earther back into the matrix, but it's going to be harder to pull other people out.
No, I definitely
good
think
morning.
there'll be some that feel a little overwhelmed by this and decide like, well, if they figured it out, then we're dumb and I'm just gonna give up. Like,
yeah, well, maybe there will be some people that do that. You're right.
That's okay.
I actually think they ain't gonna do it. I actually think
Good
they ain't
morning.
gonna do it.
Hello, guys. Dear friends, I'm here, Sergeant very good and caring person who will help us, Right now things are going terrible with me and my family. So I'll be very thankful if you could help us with a 50-kilo bag of rice and vegetables. It is not my wish to ask for help, but due to the condition we are going through here, please. I'm all the
hey,
way
Dara,
from the.
welcome
I'm
to
from the.
Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturdays. Where did you say you were from?
I said I'll be very thankful if you could help us with a 50-kilo bag of rice. Things are going terrible with me and my family right now, and it is not my wish to ask you for help, but due to the condition we are going through here right now.
Heard, bro, and that's tough. Everybody has tough times. normally when you come into a space, especially if you're asking for things, you try to engage with the conversation. We don't mind you maybe sharing a link to maybe a GoFundMe that you might have, and that goes for anybody. You know, society is tough, but this isn't the opportunity to prop up your GoFundMe. You could just share a link. If you do come back, tell us what shape of the earth you believe in. Everything is content. I'm pretty sure Sacred removed him, but hey. Anywho.
Remember when Nathan used to flip out on me?
Why don't we just say about the final experiment? Oh, I think we should discuss it after it's done. Otherwise, any talk precluding an actual conclusion will just reverse the momentum unnecessarily.
I don't think we should definitively claim that that's going to end our model. I think that's also the indoctrination that they put into our minds. Like, they told us that this was our shape of our earth, and that if we see a 24-hour sun, then we would be debunked, which could be true. It could have credence to it. However, there could also be the explanation that we don't even know the known lands. So I think admitting to that is what they want. All the anti-flat earthers went around collectively to the big flat earth names to gather that one clip of them saying, yeah, a 24-hour sun would destroy flat earth. Like, that's what they wanted. They wanted to have that verbal admission so they could use it in their content later. But a simple, hey, a 24-hour sun might just means we need to rethink the known lands that we have, or even the position of the known lands. And that could still stand, even if we agree with like emergency flight landings and flight paths. Like, we could still look at the information that we have and rearrange it accordingly. So it's not that it has to be end all be all. And again, you can't know for sure what phenomena in the sky is going to cause the appearance of a 24-hour sun. Like, these are things that I feel like, unfortunately, you would need more than 2 weeks to figure out. Like, I would want to stay out there for some time. I would want to be around in that general area. I keep saying this. I want to track the path of the sun in totality. Like, I want to see the whole entire range of the sun and where it goes, if possible.
And as Dave was saying, I don't know if you see, I forget which country it was, but they had giant whales in the sky. They had a sea of whales being projected in the sky, and they was making noises and everything. I'm like, what is going on with this projection? Project Bluebeam is no joke.
And you don't think they could just project a bright circular light in the sky? That's insane to believe that they couldn't easily do that. And let's say they could do it for $100,000 or $10 billion. Do you think it's worth it to them? Absolutely.
So I don't think this is a martyr situation. I don't think they are making all this commotion just to off the two most prominent names in Flat Earth. I don't think they're that dumb. Will Duffy could be a paid shill because he's in a tight situation. But I also don't think they would pay off Witsit or Jaren. Like, I don't think they would pay them to flip. I think Witsit and Jaren are too intelligent. If they offer them money, that means they're somewhat correct in their theories and our beliefs. So I think that's a red flag. Like, it has to be physically at the location where the fallaciousness is. Like, the lie or the deceit has to be physically there, because leading up to it, I don't see them doing all this just to off them.
Yeah, the offing them, threatening them. Now, listen, threats are an easy way to make people change. Do all sorts of things, but that comes with a lot of feedback and a lot of risk. Forever whistleblowing and all sorts of stuff. A simple faking of a sun, even if it's shitty, doesn't matter. They'll run with it worldwide.
That would just make me wonder, like, who is behind it? Who has the power to have created that fake sun?
NASA.
It's $50 million a day.
$80 million a day. Don't
They
underestimate.
have the funds. They have the funds.
And they don't. Well, here's the thing: they don't need the funds. NASA doesn't get $80 million a day. They don't need $80 million a day. They can just type numbers into a computer, and everything works for them. They're taking that money from us. That's the grift, right? They love that word. But this is a big deception. This is the most important deception. It's the foundation of all of the other lies of the world. And if anyone that thinks that they're not willing to do something to end this flat Earth movement, this is so simple. This is like the easiest, simplest, least expensive, least dangerous thing for them to do. Because it doesn't matter. There's not going to be a shit ton of witnesses down there because it costs you 40 grand to go, right? So there's only going to be who they want there. It's going to be a bunch of fucking testimony. It's going to be a bunch of flat earthers going, that really didn't look like the sun. Oh, flat earthers don't like the results. That's what's going to happen, my opinion.
I just don't feel like Will Duffy is trustworthy enough. Not to us, but if I was NASA and I was looking at who I wanted to fund this shill experiment, I don't know that Will Duffy would have been my first choice. Like, if I'm going to put $80,000 towards from my NASA budget into creating a fake sun projection, I'm going to grab Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye the Science Guy. Like, I want to grab somebody that...
I have to disagree with that because we all hate, and know and can prove that Neil deGrasse Tyson is a paid shell, right? We can prove all of the straw manning he's done. Will Duffy came out of nowhere. He's innocent. He runs a small church. He's not a mega pastor. He just wants the truth. He's such a good man. That's they picked the right guy. Fortunately or unfortunately, the charges he has against him, we see that. Like Bob the Science Guy, he had charges where he was going to look like he was going to go to jail for prescribing drugs for sexual favors from women, and then that case disappeared. And right when it disappeared, he showed up on the scene.
Dude,
weird.
Three counts,
Weird.
bro, and they all were like, you know what? Actually, we're good. The jury, like, dude, what?
Yeah.
How does it go to a jury and they piece out 3 claims, bro?
Right. And there's so many cases in fake shooting situations and stuff where the actors had charges that disappeared. In the Sandy case, there was a couple of people that had really weird charges, looked like they were going to go to jail, and then they didn't go. It just, the shit just gets dropped. That's one way. There's all different ways they have people participating. But Will is, there's a lot of allegations of some crazy shit that he was into before this. I don't know if any of that's true. It doesn't matter. The only thing I'm looking at is his FINRA, which is the financial institution that monitors brokers. He's in more hot water than fucking anybody. He should be afraid of losing his entire life. But all he cares about now is the final experiment. How come he's not addressing that? How come he's not addressing it?
Well, he is. Yeah, I call it the Duffy damage control. Doing his little tour from platform to platform. But this whole thing started with him lying. Like what? Like all the value has been sucked out of it. Like ever since then. Like what would even be the point of lying about?
Well, I'll steel man that for him. He wanted it to be a surprise. It was a simple lie, and he knew that the truth was going to come out. And it's just like if your kid, you buy a present for your kid, and the kid goes, "Did you get me that toy car?" And you're like, "No, honey, I didn't." Then you give it to them the next day, right? It's just because I'm steel manning it. Come on.
So he's saying, hey, I'm a nobody. And I wanted to come and fund this trip, not tell you about it, and then surprise you that, hey, it's me doing it.
Yeah,
nobody.
Because he needed.
That's his argument.
Because he needed to get, suspense. He needed to get interest, and he knew that if he just came out, it wouldn't be as good publicity wise. He's a good marketing person. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you have a marketing degree?
You're right. My bad. I shouldn't speak about marketing. Bro, I thought this was about the shape of the earth, so he want more eyes on this. Like, what's the goal here?
Well,
like, the whole story just don't make sense.
Yeah, and people think he's going to make money off of this. I haven't even thought about that yet. Like, I mean, maybe he'll go on tour afterwards. Like, he's the guy that shut down Flat Earth, and that's how they'll pay him. And he'll get like speaking gigs where they pay him money. I mean, that's how they pay people off. There's all different ways. People like Parker Robbie switched that around. He had his GoFundMe set up for his poor, alleged daughter. And before the event happened, and he's got, millions of dollars put into it. But that's not from real people. Maybe some of it is, but they just put money in there. There's all different ways they pay people. So maybe they will pay him by having him go on a speaking tour and getting ridiculous speaking fees.
You got a little bit of charges over there, some debt going on. I think you should come do us a favor. Go talk to those flat earthers over there.
But maybe he was into some more crazy shit. There's allegations that him and his church, churches have a lot of crazy shit going on, that they were doing all sorts of satanic shit in there. So maybe he was already in the club, but very quiet and low lying. He's out there defending. He's a abortion activist. Stop abortion activist. That's exactly what people that do the opposite do. Like CPS, they're the worst child molesters in the world. Mother Teresa, oh, what a great woman, biggest child trafficker in history, right? So they put it in plain sight. So, I'm not saying that there aren't abortion activists out there that are doing it for the right reason, but, I don't know what his past is. Again, just focusing on what's 100% provable, not theory, fact, is this guy is under massive charges, could go to jail, has another $500,000 in charges that just came out in June, and he just cares about the final experiment, the not final, not experiment. Maybe we should all just, whenever we refer to it, we should just add not final, not experiment instead of helping with their programming.
I like that.
Here. Speaking of activists who do it for the right reason, shout out to Justin who just joined us. But I think you're right. I think the main focus, whatever profit he gets after this, the main focus is to quell the motivation that's happening right now. There's momentum that's crazy. Candace Owens is looking into it. There's so many people looking into it, and this momentum's got to stop, and they'll do anything to stop it.
Hey, last thing before we get to the hands, Dave, do you know how much he said that he has to come out of pocket for all of this?
I think it's, he's saying that each person he's sending is going to cost about $40,000, but he also said he's going to pay for all of the equipment that they need. And when you have Arctically cold weather, 95% of your battery gets just dissolved in the cold. So they're going to need heater bags and extra batteries and cameras and all sorts of shit. Another thing that's likely to happen is their cameras are going to run out of batteries, except Dave McKeegan's won't. He'll have the right equipment, So that's, he's worried about an extra 40 grand with the trip. I think the trip's 30 and figure 10 grand for clothing and everything else. He's worried about 40 grand, but he's not worried about the $500,000 in charges that are up against him now. Like if he was legit, he would be like, you know what, guys, I got some shit going on in my life. I got to drop out. I'll continue this if I don't go to jail and can afford to. But this is total 100% bullshit. Nobody should be listening to this guy at all. At all. There's no clearer case that this guy is up to something. I think I'm right with what they're going to do with the shitty fake sun, and they're going to claim flat earthers don't like the results. I think that's the easiest solution. It's usually the correct solution, but maybe they're up to something even bigger. Maybe. I don't know.
So you said just for like each person, he said about 30 to 40,000.
Yeah.
So that's well over $250,000. Hey, let me ask y'all, and y'all.
Wait, hold on a second. The 30, that's not. There's only 3 people going. It's 100.
When I went to the website, it says 7 Globers and 2.
No. So he's got a scoreboard, right? Because he's trying to make it exciting. Anybody that interviews him, then they get a point for their team, right? Although a whole bunch of flat earthers have interviewed him and he's only got a 2 on the scoreboard. What the fuck's up with that? Right?
Well,
the scoreboard isn't the people that are going. The scoreboard is people that interview him or make a video about the final experiment or something that puts a point on your team's scoreboard. So he's only taking 3 people. He was only going to take 2 and himself. But now since Jaron and Austin said, hey, we're not going alone, he goes, okay, I'll give you my ticket. And then they're like, well, we want you to come also. And he goes, I don't know if my wife will allow me, because that's another 40 grand. Well, ask your wife how she feels about the $500,000 in charges that you're going to have to pay.
That's funny as hell. But even if it was 100 grand, right? Like, yeah. What flat earther in here would not if a globe earther said, hey, I'm willing to put up $150,000 for an experiment. Let's work together. Why wouldn't that also equally go viral? Why wouldn't that?
Yeah, it would be if it was an experiment. if it would actually prove anything. And if it was coming from somebody that had any ounce of credibility or authenticity to themselves, Will Duffy should not be doing this. He is in huge trouble legally. This is a total setup. Anybody that can't see that is insane. Anyone that doesn't understand how big this truth awakening is, how important it is to shut it down. How else would they shut it down? They need a final experiment, but it's not final, not experiment, to shut it down. And they got the mainstream media to run with it. They've got this stupid thing that there's going to be very few witnesses to. And it doesn't matter if Austin and Jaron come back and go, yeah, the sun was bullshit. It looked really weird. It didn't look real at all. It blinked out at one point, whatever. That's not going to make it to the mainstream news. They're just going to say flat earthers don't like the results. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I still don't even think they'd even see anything. But regardless of the fact, I'm just stuck with this whole line to kick this whole thing off.
Hang on a second. You think they're going to let them see the sunset?
You know what? If we're going with how we really feel about it and that it's a setup, it's probably going to be set up.
Yeah,
like, it doesn't seem genuine at all. That's my whole point. Like he's kicked this whole thing off by lying, right?
Yeah.
So that's my whole thing. And it's like if his whole position was, oh, I wanted to create more shocker for more whatever the case, like everyone's still talking about it. I mean, we don't really talk about it that much because I'm just disinterested at this point. But
that's
the way the same effect. So it's just like, yeah, I'm just completely disinterested. It's like they ruined the whole opportunity for everybody by doing that to me, in my opinion. But it's like everyone is like they're still trying to make this thing happen. Everyone is still talking about it in the community.
Right.
So it's like his whole premise behind, oh, I wanted to not let people know it was me for a surprise for whatever type of like. It doesn't matter. That doesn't apply here. Like,
think about this.
Something doesn't add up to that. In my opinion.
Think about this. Early on when they did that Netflix video, a bunch of people were asked to be in it. And Jaron's like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. And Jaron was trusting, and he said, hey, listen, we're gonna do this experiment. They'll film it. Oh, awesome. Can we have the copy of the film? Sure. Right. And he got totally set up. And, people are like, why didn't you film it yourself? When you do these long-range experiments and stuff, it's a lot of equipment, a lot of time and moving around. And, boy, it would be nice to have somebody professionally film it. And he was trusting. Just like when I went on with Professor Dave, I actually believed that he wanted to learn the truth, right? So people go into things trusting. There's no way you can get Jaron to, if someone said, hey, we're going to do another documentary, trust us, right? Why would you go to fucking Antarctica where there are no witnesses, where they have control over everything, where you are, to do this? This is going to be a documentary and you have no control over it, of what happens, what you see. There's no witnesses. There's nothing. This is the biggest fucking scam ever. And anybody that goes is going to end up being a patsy. It's going to be a patsy.
Hey man, I could definitely resonate with that premise. We just got to be aware. There's a lot of destabilization going on that side, and this would be the perfect opportunity for them to take advantage.
So let me ask you a question. Knowing all of this, hearing all of me rant on and on. Sorry to take over the show for so long, but what do you think we should do? I like what you said. I don't even like fucking talking about it, right? Like at this point, if we all just said, go fuck yourself. The problem with that is some fucking other flat earther will go, I'll go, and they'll be the patsy, right? If the best two people to go there are Jaron and Austin, okay? But if they pull out, somebody else will go. They don't even need to get a fake flat earther to bring down there. They'll probably find a real one that wants the publicity. That's like, oh, I'll go. This is going to be great. The sun's definitely going to set. The earth is definitely flat. And then they're going to be the patsy. It doesn't matter who goes. But if Jaron and Austin go, they're going to document it better than anyone else could. But if they pull out, some other fucking idiot, real flat earther, is going to go and end up as the patsy. That's the problem.
But they would be signing up now if they wanted to go. Like, why would they wait until Witsit and
because I was in the transatlantic windsurfing race at the last minute. I didn't even sign up for it because they had already picked other people and I was a nobody. But then something happened at the very end and they needed some people and I was like, I'll go. And I ended up going. I got in. It was a fucking crazy thing, right? And so that's what will happen. You don't think there's a flat earther out there that's going to jump at an opportunity to a free trip to Antarctica to prove that, they might even believe that they're going to prove it and they're going to be famous. Somebody will go. Somebody will go. And if they can't find a real flat earther, they'll find a real fake flat earther. We're in between a rock and a hard place now, right? I go back and forth. I'm not going to make any calls on who should go, if somebody should go, but I see that it's going to be I wish we can get fucking 50 people to go spread over a couple of weeks, all overlapping and everybody filming. Okay. That would, that would show it. They wouldn't be able to fake that. But the problem is, they know in this situation that no one's going to be able to fund that. I mean, because it costs too much. And then even if we started to do that, the logistics company will be like, oh, we're all booked up. You can't go. Oh, the weather's bad. The plane broke. Right? They have total control over the scene. Think of Antarctica as a fucking Hollywood set. You can't get in there unless you have the permission and they want you in there.
Hey, that's a really good analogy. I had something else I wanted to add, but let's hear from a few other speakers, and then if we're still on this topic by the end, I'll throw it in there. I think Dastardly was up, and then Flat Lads, Liliana, and Justin, or Justin, Liliana. My bad, y'all. We'll get that right. Go ahead, Dastardly. What's up? Welcome to
Hi.
Station Saturday.
Hi, this is my first time here. I've been listening on Rumble on Anti-Disinfo League. Thank you for having me. I want to bring a different perspective because I don't consider myself a flat earther, but I'm definitely a skeptic of narratives and probably a higher than average pattern recognizer. Yesterday, I was just having a thought about why can't we see a 24-hour sun if the flat earth quote unquote model is correct? Like, why couldn't we? Because I thought I saw somebody do, maybe Witsit, show that there's like a 360 reflection around the edges of, like, if it's a dome or something. So even if there was a 24-hour sun, I don't see how that would disprove your model. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not like on your team, but honestly, watching debates, I'm on your team because all the globe defender, anti-flat earth guys are jackasses. So
There you go. That's what's up. There is a distinction between the globe earthers and the anti-flat earther. You must have been listening for a minute. I appreciate you.
about a month, I think. So I don't see. I was just thinking about this yesterday about why would it disprove your model? I think the whole thing. I totally agree with everything they said. Well, I do. The only thing that I really truly believe in is that the quote unquote powers that be will do anything they can do to F with us. And so I agree with all of the possibilities that were presented, but I don't understand why it would disprove your model.
I can draw you a quick picture if you want to see it real quick for a visual.
Yeah, I'll let Alan throw something up there real quickly. But I think just the history of like the flat earth and globe earth debate and argument, at least from where, me and some of my guys coming from, we always look at what the globe earth says, and then we try to test it, and then we see if that's what's actually happening, and if not, then we'll develop our own claims or our own perspective, right? So when the globe earthers or the anti-flat earthers, when they say, oh, there's a 24-hour sun, that proves it's a globe earth, we say, okay, show us. And then when they show us the videos, they're all doctored and edited. It leads us to believe, oh, well, you said that this was your evidence. your evidence has been proven to be faulty or flawed or manipulated purposely. So that may mean you don't have a 24-hour sun. So I think that's how that gets incorporated, like, into the argument. Like, oh, well, you guys said that there was supposed to be one and y'all haven't shown one, so maybe there's not one, you know? But you're right. There are like polarizing and reflective properties in the sky. But I think we would just have to develop the mechanics behind how that would work. But I think Alan wanted to show a visual.
Yeah, so I got a visual up right now. If you're able to click on my profile, you can see that I'm streaming, and then you'll see what I have up. And I'll just walk you through it. When you can see it, let me know.
I'm sorry, what was your name? Alan.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I see.
Okay, cool. So the flat Earth prediction for the sun and its location and all that. Why is it not grabbing? Anyway, okay, I can move it. There we go. So in our model, the sun's doing this around the tropics or at the equator, right? It doesn't go out here or anything like that. Now on the globe, what would happen is at that time of year, the sun would be over here for everyone. And then on our model, it would be over here too. And what would be happening in Antarctica? So say there's some lads down here in Antarctica. There's these little red circles there's Jaren and there's Witsit. Well, what they would be seeing is the sun going around them. So that doesn't work, right? If the sun's supposed to be in here, they can't see it go behind them. So it's like mutually exclusive to one model at the moment. Now there could be like some dome reflection, stuff like that, but we just haven't seen that mechanistically. So it's, to incorporate that right now would just be kind of just saying it without a demonstration. But yeah, that's the difference there, is that the sun would be behind them and it's supposed to be here. And then in reality, there's people that live over here, so they would be seeing the sun. So we'd have a sun over here. We'd have a sun over here. Everybody gets a sun. So it's a bit much, so that's the issue with it.
Okay, well, I'm still learning and I appreciate it. I feel like I agree with the whole, there could be a total psyop in the whole mess, but there's always the possibility that it could exist and we just don't understand it yet because we're not allowed to explore that area yet, and I still don't think we'll ever be able to explore it, even in this like fake ass journey they're trying to present to the world.
No, for sure. That's a really good point. And like, I forget who was saying it earlier, but a couple of people have said it, but we haven't been there. We don't have continuous people going there to provide us with what it would look like, what it should look like. So like, we don't even have a thing to compare what the 24-hour sun would look like there, in a real video, because when you go online, all you see are edited ones. So
Well, I just want to encourage you guys that I am not like technically in your camp, but I can see the forest for the trees and there are more of us noticing.
Nice, man. That's what's up.
Thank you.
Ashley, thank you for joining. I appreciate you. You can hang out for a little bit in case you want to chime in again on some of the other things we're talking about. I just want to thank you for keeping an open mind. Also feeling comfortable enough to, share and, being honest about, hey, I don't necessarily agree with you guys, but I like your approach and some of the things make sense. And you're just looking for more information. That's what this whole platform is designed for. We say that the people on the fence are like the biggest group. And I put it in my bio recently, like, you never know who's listening. And just like you said, like, you came from Rumble. Shout out to ADF for holding us down. And, it's all about sharing the information, internalizing it, digesting it, and taking what you want from it and finding that value in it and figuring out your own truth and your own path. So continue that journey. We'll be here every single week if you want to pull up.
Thank you.
Who did I say was next? Was it Liliana? Or was it Flat? I think it was Flat Last, maybe? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Flat Last.
Jay, what up, bro?
Yeah, how's everybody doing? I woke up to a little hostile environment. I won't even talk about it. But then Dave chimed in, and I should have taken notes because I had so many points after Dave was done talking. First off, we're going into their home territory. We've never been there, like collectively, so we have no idea what goes on at their home court. And I will say to the Project Bluebeam part, like I know Jaron has a UV or a infrared filter on his camera, so that might uh, negate part of it. But like these Project Blue Beams, they're a projection. So could we take a laser pointer, a high-powered laser pointer, and shine through and be part of the I don't know what you call it, but to disprove if they do try to project something. Like if it's a projection, we should be able to shoot a laser beam through it. That would be one thing. And I wasn't aware. Like I knew Duffy had charges, but I thought these were passed and already gone over, and those were behind him. I wasn't aware that these were current charges, and he had stuff hanging over his head. That changes the whole perspective of things. And so if we go there, like they have all the advantage because they've hyped it up and they've had all the time to plan. So instead of the final experiment, I think from now on we start calling it the first exposure, and we use those words in our camp. And then maybe we in the back channels plan something for next year, like with no names to go out there, people we trust, and do the same thing next year. And like I said, I should have taken notes when Dave started talking, but that's all I can remember right now.
The first exposure. That's funny.
Yeah,
although the globe has been exposed many, many times before. But
yeah, but I will say, like, I agree with Dave. Like, we're going into their home field, and we've never been to that court. Like, we don't know what goes on there. We don't know how many friendlies they have watching over the place or covering the backstory. And so I think the best thing to do would just go forward with it and try and do everything we can to protect ourselves and protect the truth, and then maybe plan like in the back channels for next year and have figure out. I know it'd be expensive, but figure out some way to have people go the week before, unless we can get someone to go on the week when Bill Nye shows up. Like if we can get a follow up, someone to go there with no names, no background to film what they're doing to defend our stance on the first exposure.
You know, the Bill Nye trip is they're actually advertised it where you can go to Antarctica with Neil deGrasse Tyson and you know the gang. I don't remember what the costs are, but if it's going to be so simple for them. Like you're going to be on this trip with them, but they're going to be kept away from you 99% of the time. And then when they do their little fakeness, no, you're not going to be able to be near them. So I love the idea, but even if you went on that trip, I think it would be very difficult to document them the whole time. It wouldn't be a bad idea, but it's still going to be difficult.
Yeah, I would think our last line of defense, like at this current moment, would be for Jaron and Austin to get all the way to the airport, all the way to the terminal. And if they don't feel comfortable, like as soon as the plane's about, like they can be in the bathroom until the last boarding call. As soon as that point hits, we back out. Whoever they put in after that point is a complete patsy, and then we can backpedal from there and defend our stance.
Nah, that sounds gay.
hey, I did look up what you said, Dave, and you're right. Like this is the same date as Sandy. That's crazy.
Yeah, and there was some other event happened on the 14th. That is one of their Illuminati dates. I mean, that's just a coincidence. Come on, it's just a coincidence. 1 out of 365. It's actually less than that because it has to be during their summer, so it's 1 out of 90. I'm steel manning the argument for you.
So roulette is way better odds, right?
1 out of 37, is it? Do you guys know that roulette, if you add all the numbers up, it comes out to 666?
Don't ruin roulette for me, Dave.
Of course it does. And lastly, and I'll drop down. Thank you guys for still being here. I went to sleep and woke up. It was a little crazy when I woke up, but you guys are here and I love it. Thank you. And welcome, Justin.
Appreciate you, bro. Keep telling y'all it's all about balance. I don't know who was up. If it was Justin or Liliana. I'm sorry, guys. I lost track.
You go, Justin.
Thank you, Liliana. I appreciate you. Justin, what's up, bro? For y'all who don't know, Justin does the real life IRL street activism, questioning and challenging NASA. The just the whole historical events of some of these things that they're perpetuating through propaganda. I mean, he's like boots on the ground with it, and has been doing a great job. Him and Wissett teamed up on a few I don't know, statements or whatever the case is, addressing the public servants. And it worked out great in a sense. It was just, it sucks the way it was handled by some of the officials. But regardless of the fact, they're making like a huge impact. And Justin's so good at what he does, man. And I really appreciate and respect everything that he does. I don't know if he's here right now.
He had his hand up. He might have stepped away.
Okay, we'll double back to him because I definitely want to hear what he has to say.
If y'all are talking to me, I cannot hear whoever was just talking, so I missed all that.
And I was rolling out the red carpet, and the carpet was flat. Y'all, someone tell him I'm gonna drop him and bring him back up.
Justin, the Saker's gonna drop you and bring you back up. You go next.
And tell him I can't do that twice. Tell him to catch the replay. I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna try. Out of all the mics, Elon want to mess with Justin's mic. Elon, Justin is included in the deal, bro.
He's mad. He's mad that they got to come bring down the ISS in a few years. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
No,
anyway,
I
was laying out the red carpet for you, bro. I was letting everybody know who you were and some of the activism that you do, and just really appreciating your work and just putting yourself on the front line with it. Just in case anybody who didn't know who you were. So yeah, man, free to go. Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It sucks that I didn't get to hear it. Half the time I'm in here, if I'm a speaker, I can't hear one of the other speakers. I don't know why. But yeah, I didn't have a whole lot to add. I haven't followed this so-called experiment, this not so final experiment too much. So I've just kind of been hearing what you all have been saying about it. But it does put us in a rock and a hard place. I agree with Dave. But, my gut tells me that they're not sending anybody anywhere, and they're not really going anywhere. They tried to send Jimmy Levy. I think it was Jason Shirka or one of these guys tried to send Jimmy Levy to space. Someone else tried to send me somewhere, and nobody can ever get anywhere. They just hit that brick wall, right? Part of me just makes me think that they're really just going to build all this up and then wait for us to back out so that they can, play that card. So I don't know. Part of me wants to say just roll with it and just say that you're going. You know what I mean? And then get to the final point so that they can back out. for whatever reason. And then we have the ability to take it from there. But you're right, it does. I agree with Dave. It's really hard because the last thing you want to do, the reason I take the CNN interview or the stupid mainstream media person that is going to make a hit piece on me, the reason I take it is because I would rather handle them than have Joe Schmo off the street go in and just get totally ran through their questioning and made to look like a fool and does a horrible job representing us. So it sucks to think if they did get to take somebody else, they would make a total mockery, right? But if Jaron and Austin or whoever were there, live streaming with hidden cameras the entire time, just constantly documenting the whole thing, it would be very, very, very difficult to spin that, But again, I haven't looked enough into the experiment. It would just be very, very hard to accept the fact that someone else would go. We've seen the little documentary or BuzzFeed videos when they find the wrong person at the conference and you're like, oh my gosh, this is the person that's going to be the face of us for this event. So I don't know. That's just my 2 cents. My gut tells me to just roll with it and then let them back out at the end.
You know what? When Dave was talking about us being in between a rock and a hard place, I wasn't really sold until you said Zerka. So you said Zerka. Zerka would be the one that they would offer some and he would just try to do it just to go viral, bro. I forgot all about him. I don't know him, never met him before. So Zerka, if you listening, I don't really stand by a lot of the stuff that you say, but I mean, at least you kind of fight for your own truth. But you would be the ones that they would go and get if Winston and Jaronism say like, nah, we're not with it. I know Winston had like his own parameters of what he would want in order to go, which need to be like official. We're not taking nothing on word. I know Winston got all that handled. But yeah, man, thinking about some of the other characters, it does kind of put us in a tough spot. But not as much as if they didn't lie from the beginning. that's the only thing. Like, I feel like they already discredited themselves from Cap and from Jump. It was, to me, there's still no logical reason to pretend like you was not part of this. It just, I haven't found any reasoning within it yet. I'm looking for one. So that's why I just don't care, because it was already flawed from the jump. Yeah, man, I appreciate that.
Also, just real quick before I go, if anybody is in the area of Lafayette, Louisiana, or New Iberia, Erath, there's these little towns over there just south of Lafayette. I'm working on a project, and I just may need some local help. So if anybody is in those small towns of Louisiana and is like-minded, please reach out to me. It's related to the Challenger situation.
Well, what part of Louisiana you say?
It's just these little towns south of Lafayette, and it's called New Iberia and Erath. Erath is actually just the word earth spelled differently. Go figure.
More coincidences?
Yeah, and just a coincidence, that may be where one of these Challenger people is hiding out. How funny that they chose a town called Earth, just spelled funny.
Hey, y'all heard them. Tap in with them if you're in that area. We got to get down to the truth. Got to figure it out. I wish I was. I pull up.
If I could just add 2 cents to what he said, definitely, I think that's a good idea to wait till they back out, but be prepared for them not to back out and you taking a trip. So have your luggage prepared just in case. So, it's a spiritual war at the end of the day. So we got to do our part.
Hey, I just wanted you to know that your DMs are closed in case anybody did want to reach out to you.
Oh yeah, maybe it's only if you're following somebody. You might have to open them up.
Yeah, you gotta open them up.
Oh, how do I close them? I didn't know that was an option. I get messages from people where I'm like, I don't know or care. How do I do that?
You could do it where you could set it up where only people that you follow message you.
TY.
Settings.
Found it.
While Alan reconfigures his motherboard. Good to see you, Taylor. Let's slide to Liliana, and then I think it's Dave.
Oh, can you guys hear me? I'm having very bad connection issues tonight.
Yeah, you sound really good.
Okay, good.
You dropped down a couple times.
Oh my God, I've been disconnected like 20 times at least. But thanks for giving me the mic back every time. I was gonna say that I do agree with Dave, that we do seem to be like in between a rock and a hard place. But honestly, like I have security issues, like I don't feel comfortable about Witsit going. I feel like I'm his mom, and I feel like for his safety's sake, I really don't want him to go. But anyways, if he feels safe, he should go. But the other thing I was going to say was that I think our strategy should be, at least from here on, to really educate people about the fact, well, first of all, there's a ton of people that don't trust NASA. They don't trust the government. So we have that on our side. So we need to we need to keep sort of emphasizing that aspect of it. But also, I think we need to maybe Shane can make some videos, or Dave or someone can make some videos or something showing that caustic cup, the coffee cup caustic phenomenon, and just really kind of reinforce the fact that, hey, we could possibly see daylight. And so I think education should be our strategy. I think if a ton of flat earthers find out that you could maybe see some kind of light, and you could possibly see daylight for 24 hours, and then I think even flat earthers aren't going to be fooled so much. And also emphasize the fact that that doesn't solve the motion problem either. So I think the education is going to have to be our strategy, really, is to just show them that this is in no way, even if they saw the sun or something, is going to be no proof. And we should lay out the possibilities of all the shenanigans that these, the NASA people would do. But I don't trust them. I mean, I totally agree with Dave. They're just going to completely pull fast ones on us, one way or the other. And I said, I don't feel comfortable with it going.
The anti-flat earther earlier, you heard him. He didn't want to even hear the possibility of considering the celestial bodies or anything up in the sky doesn't prove the ground that you're standing on. He just said, nope. That's an
Anyone
excuse you guys are
talking? I
saying.
can't hear anyone.
Oh,
It's
Zave's
all right.
talking.
I think I have to drop. I'll have to drop because I've been doing that. But you're right. We have to educate. We have to talk about different possibilities. And we have to talk about the history of what's been going on with this. Why that there's a question about the 24-hour sun. The time lapse video that had gaps missing, and you saw it jump. So the history and educating of what possibly could happen with the phenomenon. I think you're right.
Yeah, a nice little The Road So Far recap where we go through all the available Antarctic sun videos and the one where they were deleting the 8 hours of the footage that they were submitting out. Dude, that was a crazy one. When they were like, yeah, dog, there's not enough bandwidth here out in Antarctica. The bandwidth is freezing. So we actually have to just cut off 8 hours. That would prove the globe.
Didn't they get $25 billion this year? Couldn't they have had some antifreeze or something?
No, it costs too much money. Antifreeze is $60 million zillion a gallon.
If they have nothing to hide, then they should not like they shouldn't mind releasing raw footage. They should have like an abundance of raw footage. Like I couldn't even find one video of them launching a satellite from start to finish.
Ma'am, this is a national security issue. I can't have you ask things about that.
How about when McToon said, "Hey, don't you know that a series of photographs can be deemed video as well?" Like, what are you
What the
talking
hell
about,
does
bro?
that mean? Of dude,
Dude
dude's
said a series of photographs could be deemed video. I was done, bro. I was done.
Such a goofster.
With all the money they have, if the truth was really on their side, they shouldn't get caught editing one video or, any harnesses, nothing like that.
My favorite is when sometimes they'll claim they're not using them. And then the other times that people are like, oh, well, that's just there to keep them in place because they're getting thrown around in there. And it's like, well, which one is it? This is exactly why I asked Anna Fisher the loaded question. I asked her what are you all using the harnesses for? Clearly we can see them. So what are they for? Insinuating that she knows too. And then she has to fumble. But it's like, wait, pick one. You all can't have it both ways on literally everything.
Yeah. You can't say, oh, we're not wearing one, and they'd be like, oh, yeah, we just had to wear one to keep the balance,
It's just for safety.
Had they ever admitted that they actually altered any videos before? I caught them doing a biological research scam. Basically, they were lying about okay, so essentially in the beginning of the earth, whenever life was apparently forming, they had no abundant phosphorus that was bioavailable. So they had to make up a lie that the cell could have used arsenic instead of phosphorus. And then they faked this whole experiment where they acted like arsenic could be the DNA backbone, and then they totally got called out on it, totally called out. The woman even got fired who did the experiment. But I was just wondering if they had anything like that happen in the space community or whatever.
Ooh. Yo, do you have specific details on that? The the thing you were just talking about?
Yeah, I can post it.
Nice. Thank you. It's hilarious, dude. Like, oh yeah, dude, we just came from some other thing.
Well, they have no working theory to how life formed on the Earth.
Dude, none.
Not one.
It's insane. I was watching the debate with James Torr and Professor Dave, and like how they describe abiogenesis or whatever was like a series of experiments that are done to produce like some chemical compound, and then using that some other people come along and use that chemical compound, and they're like, look guys, it works. But it's like you just made it. It didn't do it naturally. You just introduced it all and then mixed it together later. But yeah, it was the craziest thing ever. They just can't stop.
Yeah, I've done a lot of research on that. In undergrad, I presented a whole poster on abiogenesis and how it's impossible, and then I wrote this 12-page paper about it. The thing is, they have no working theory. They don't even have an idea of how it could have happened. Just to sum it up. But I'm posting that paper right now.
Awesome, thank you.
I don't know if NASA ever admitted to faking video footage. Definitely images. And they definitely been caught faking it. I don't know if they ever admitted to. I don't think they can. I think that'll be the end. If there's any quote of them saying something like that. I could be wrong though. I could be forgetting because there's been a lot of bloopers that I don't forgot about that I've seen recently. I'm like, oh, I forgot about that. That's crazy. How can anybody believe in this anymore?
To my knowledge, the only people that really do it are the globe defenders. They'll claim, oh, they probably faked that because of UFO footage in the background, because they wanted it to look better. But I don't think NASA's ever officially claimed that they faked a video for any particular reason. I could be wrong too.
Oh, look, I found a paper from a scientific website too about how NASA faked this whole thing.
Awesome. Send it. I'm about to put all these in
It's
categorize
mentioned
them.
in a lot of peer review. It's mentioned in a lot of peer review papers, but you got to do like a lot of reading. And I know people don't like to do a lot of reading, but some people. I bet people in here do actually. But anyway, I did find like an article about it. I could find like a peer review paper too, because like I proposed my research on this, so I've read a lot of peer review papers about it. But yeah, look into it for sure. They totally faked the whole thing. Like it was just like they were trying to say arsenic could replace phosphorus in the backbone, but it was like full of contamination, and their whole method of analyzing it was totally flawed, and they got totally called out by the community. It's crazy.
Wait, Taylor, when something like that happens, like what happens in the community? Do they just like brush it under the rug? Do they make adjustments? Does someone get held accountable? Like what? Like what
Yeah, I mean
happens?
the woman got fired. I mean, of course NASA was like trying to defend her, but basically the whole scientific community, like that was like studying that field, like, you know, they had a person actually do a whole paper, like redoing their experiment and like how they didn't get the same results and how like they flawed their experimental analysis. So there was a peer-reviewed published paper on how NASA's like analysis was flawed, and then also redoing it and showing like that they didn't get the same results.
Yo, that's awesome.
Yo, I'm over here dying laughing. I cannot believe this. Hey, I can't wait to read it. Go ahead, Days. What's up, bro?
Good morning, party people. Y'all hear me all right? I only got one bar. Let's see what I'm talking about. I'll go in reverse order. Dave Weiss, man, what's up? Or I don't know if you up on stage. I was trying to pick a fight with you last night, but I figured you was already asleep. Good job. Kudos on the Roseanne Barr stuff, bro. Like, that's pinnacle.
Thanks, man.
Turning
Oh yeah, we
point.
didn't even get to ask you about that. Yeah. That was dope. Go ahead, Dave.
I brought it up last night. I was like, dude, I didn't know it was live, but I put it on. It was 4th of July, so my whole family was around. I got my mom to watch it, got my sister to watch it. I thought, like this could be really good for them. But then, like, I was really enjoying it, and he's brought up this book that I was reading. It's like, oh, the Iron Republic. And I got to like chapter 9, so he starts going on, about everything else. I was like, surely he's not going to tell the ending, is he? Just spoiler alert, wrong. It's all right, though. Man, it was solid book, solid reference. Just the whole show in general was, phenomenal. Really did resonate with so much you said, Dave. And your app, never got to thank you personally, but man, it's rocking. It's got everything you need if anybody's wanting to learn about it. It's, as far as I know, it's like the only flat earth app out there, and it's phenomenal. Anybody needs to reference something when you're talking to somebody about flat earth, boom, right there. He did it on the show on Roseanne Barr. It's perfect. There was an experiment y'all were talking about. Stone was talking about last night with the door facing west. And could you recreate that experiment like 10,000 feet up and get like even better results because of the angle being different? Like, would it delay or
Yes.
amplify?
So
See, that's what I was there thinking. If you went higher, you could get longer delay at the end, right?
no, it would all be the same, but it would be even more damning for the globe because the angle would be greater for the shadow to hit.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought about it.
So, yeah, it gets worse for the globe and better for us.
What's that say?
I got it up in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, I need to check it out, dude. I passed out last night right after I got off, and it was pretty awesome waking up with y'all again. So, much love. Appreciate everybody. It was really it. Just another shout out. Just come up here, Raz Dave. So, appreciate everything y'all do. Justin, dude, feet on the ground. I wish I was in Louisiana. I'm actually trying to convince my wife just to let me take a trip just for that, just to help you out, dude. But, yeah, everybody, appreciate y'all. I'm gonna drop back down.
Where's Dave? Hopefully headed to Louisiana. Come on, Mrs. Dave. Let him up. Let him out. Shout out to the Daves. I think Liliana dropped again.
Yeah, I'm gonna restart my browser. It's memory leaking right now. It's all laggy. Be right back. Thanks, Elon.
Oh, so Dave, I don't know if you still there, but give us a little bit of background on your experience with Roseanne.
Roseanne was awesome. Hung out at her house. She smokes a lot of weed. And
oh snap!
she smoked 2 fucking spliffs before the interview. It would have put me on the floor. We had a great conversation. They already want me to come back before it aired, and it's doing well. So it was great. She is looking into it, and the trolls are attacking her hard in the comments. So if anyone wants to go to the YouTube and the Rumble link and throw down some helpful comments, that'd be nice.
Like, Dave, you suck. Dave, you're a piece of shit.
Why do you let this guy
Dave,
on
you
the
lie
show?
all the time.
Bro,
is that your
Dave,
best
you lie
proof?
for living.
Bro, how?
Shane is also a piece of shit. You all a bunch of liars.
Yo,
I like how you cried before.
He's literally hacking the space, y'all. I do not know how he's up here proud. What's going on? Proud. How did he get up here? Ain't no way. Sorry about that, guys.
Yo, that's crazy. That guy came back to call us all retarded by name. The guy that got bodied by Chrissy's existence, dude. Rest in peace to you, boy.
Did he change his name?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know how he keeps coming back up here. It's crazy.
That's crazy. It's kind of cool, though. I respect it.
Kind of crazy how the glurfs have to just lie and cheat and straw man. That's all they have. That's all they have.
Somebody should check on him. You know, people have like coping issues with different like concepts and realities, and like all they know how to do is just lash out because they just can't cope with it, you know?
I mean, you should have a priest check on him for possession, because that's what's going on.
Dude, he's probably suffering.
It's a suck.
guy.
Yeah, it sucks.
What's his name? David?
Yeah, nobody can remember.
I've already forgotten him.
Right.
We're gonna keep David in our prayers, guys.
Yeah, keep
David.
No, his name was Guy McGuyerson.
I mean, just think back to when you were a normie. Did any conspiracy get you this irate? I don't know. I can't think.
No. People were like, "Oh, dude, JFK," and I was like, "I don't care." And then, like, so you know what I did, dude? I started debunking JFK video people. So I started following them around, joining their spaces every time they were trying to talk and congregate and talk about it. I'd join and call them all idiots. Start talking down to them. Like, none of you guys have credentials in research. None of you are journalists or reporters. But one time I did that. There happened to be a journalist reporter in there. So I just started shaming her and calling her names and stuff.
JFK deniers.
Yeah, I started asking for her credentials and stuff.
I mean, just imagine all the effort though to get up into this space, sneak up in here, just to call people like names for 3.5 seconds. I mean, was
He's
that really
hurt.
worth it?
He is hurt.
Yeah, to be fair, if what happened to him happened to me earlier, I'd probably be super upset and would lash out and shit too. Start acting irrational.
But that's unprovoked though. The first time we let him up here, he was on that same type of energy.
Yeah.
Where did the Earth touch you, bro?
show us on the model where it touched.
Dude, I've stolen that line. I love that line. Where did the flat Earth touch you? Where did it hurt you? Can you show me on this doll?
Show us on the globe where flat Earth touch you.
Oh, that's funny too.
The globe.
I think that y'all should just, I don't know, it just reminds me of Trump derangement syndrome. And like people see that and like, what is wrong with them? Like people start to second guess, like, wow, that's just really weird, like how they act like that, you know?
Flat Earth derangement syndrome.
Syndrome.
And remember, somebody tried to use it before. It's the not final, not experiment. Not final, not experiment. That's the only way we should refer to this from here forward.
Oh, you're talking about the not final, not experiment featuring Will Duffy?
Exactly. It's featuring the financial criminal Will Duffy.
Has he been convicted though, Dave?
Yeah, yes, he has. He's already paid out 2 fines, $135,000 in a couple months ago.
Well,
yeah.
Dave did the homework on his rap sheet, boy.
So you're saying the not final, not experiment is being funded by a guy that has dubious financial history that's landed him in trouble, where he's had to make payouts for not being beholden to his fiduciary duties. Dave, you seem like someone who knows about fiduciary duties. What does that mean when you're not fulfilling your fiduciary duties?
It means you're a douchebag is what it means.
Dude, there's an actual legal terminology you can get. Somebody can sue you for being a douche. That sucks for him.
Well, he's convicted, but he's settled. So does that count as a conviction? Because he's settled.
Yeah, see, that's what I was.
He's settled, but now he has 2 more charges, $500,000 from Colorado and California, and the SEC is after him. That comes with jail time.
Well, let me pose a question, Dave.
Possible jail time.
If you settle all your charges, do they count?
No, of course not. If you settle them, then you're innocent.
Allegedly.
It basically means you're guilty, but you worked out a deal where they're going to just let you go because you paid them off. So he's paying off his douchebag crimes.
Crazy, man.
It's a crazy world we live in, and the fact that people are just ignoring this is bizarre to me. It's so bizarre.
Oh, they're gonna get it right now. I'm reading this whole thing. Sorry, y'all.
You got the Fin. Are you looking at the FINRA report?
I'm reading it right now. It says claimantosks.com broker misconduct investigation. William Duffy, WD Wealth Strategies. Updated on May 21st, 2024. National Investment Loss Lawyers Clayman Tosk is investigating broker William Duffy, CRD number 6726333 of WD Wealth Strategies, Duffy Financial, and Emerson Equity after several customer complaints were filed with the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority alleging investors' damages due to unsuitable investment recommendations. Clayman Tosk is currently representing former customers of William Duffy who are seeking to recover investment losses due to his unsuitable recommendations to invest in GWGL bonds. According to FINRA Broker Check, broker William Duffy was previously registered with Emerson Equity from 2019 to 2022. with Charnet Securities from 2022 to 2023 in Lone Tree, Colorado. And Duffy was reportedly doing business as WD Wealth Strategies and Duffy Financial. Also previously registered with Innovation Partners from 2022 to 2024. In 2022, GWG Holdings filed for bankruptcy, suspending their monthly dividends and leaving investors without access to their principal. Most recently, on January 29th, financials were filed with bankruptcy court by the GWG Wind Down trustee, which confirmed that L bondholders will only receive a small fraction of their investments from the bankruptcy. That's crazy. Accordingly, it is in bondholders' best legal interest to maximize their recovery of losses by filing FINRA arbitration claims against the brokerage firms and financial advisors who sold these unsuitable products, such as Emerson Equity. Investors that suffered losses with broker William Duffy are encouraged to contact the attorney to discuss recovery options. And there's some current investigations. Let me scroll down a little bit.
Can you go to the new charges from June? Those are the best.
Let me see. I don't. Oh, you know what? This one's from May, so I probably gotta go to a different article. Yeah, this was updated in May. So if there's something new from June, this is old. So hold on, let me go find the June stuff. You said June, right, Dave?
Yeah. I'll let me find the link. I'll pop it somewhere.
Hey, Dave, you can send it to me, and I can send it to Sacred straight away.
Okay.
If you share this link and tag all the boys, is that doxing? It's asking for a friend.
No, it's public record for a friend.
Bro, these guys paid this man and he lied to them. And we supposed to trust this guy? Yo, these people say, hey, I'm gonna put these hundreds of thousands, if not millions of principal in your hands. Do me right. Take your cut. Just make me some bread. Oh, sure, we got you. And we supposed to trust them for free? If we get finesse, we deserve it. If we gonna believe somebody like this. Sorry, Duffy. Not trying to attack you personally, but I'm just looking at the facts, brother. You're not someone I would trust with all of this. As you dictate everything. Nah. I'm not doing it. That's insane. While we wait for that, I want to finish reading this. Go ahead, Fat Last.
Yes, I was out pulling some weeds. Yes, to say back to Dave's point, like, yeah, I didn't realize these were still like basically ongoing charges. Like, in June is the most recent charges. Like, this guy is a scam artist from the get-go, and like, this is the point I was remembering when Dave started talking earlier. Is the first time Duffy showed up on Jaren's show with Witsit. Like, I got the sense right from the get-go when they asked him, like, oh, would you have any experience or knowledge of the Southern flights? He's like, no, nothing. And then he pulls out this folder and he's got all this data for reputations of these flights. Like, he's been conniving scammer from the get-go.
Matt, I just threw it in your Telegram. So when you open it, go down to the disclosures. There's a big yellow box. Disclosures.
Yeah, so we should just spread all this info on everything. First exposure, the final exposure, full exposure. Just expose this fraud for what he is.
Yeah, in this article, I'm waiting for it to get to me, but the one I was just reading, I'm looking down. This was back in May. It says one investor. It says on October 20th, 2022, an investor alleged that Will Duffy gave unsuitable investment recommendations, and this client seeks $100,000 in this pending dispute. This is an article from May saying that there's somebody that was seeking $100,000, and Dave just said someone got paid out. So let's see. That's crazy.
Although relevant for credibility, make sure to put it in tandem with also saying that their experiment that's not an experiment doesn't prove either model nor disprove either model. This as a caveat. They don't want to excuse us of poisoning the well. The accusation is going to float around if his shady past comes up.
Yeah, but his like past is super relevant to the convo though too. Because it's like, introduced a new character or whatever. Who are you?
It's not his distant past. It's his recent past. And those 2 new charges, there's a law firm that's asking for other clients to come out. I'm willing to bet there's going to be more charges on top of this.
Fair.
So basically, can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you Sacred, you got the link?
I don't see it yet. I'm gonna check in just a second. But basically, they're saying that he violated FINRA Rule 2111. It's based on suitability investment. And in order for something to qualify for your client as suitable, it has to be a reasonable basis suitability, customer specific suitability, and quantitative suitability. And if it doesn't align with those 3 parameters, then he's in direct violation. I guess part of know your customer, know your client, or I don't know. Maybe he was just trying to, I don't know the backstory. Oh wait, I think I got something here. Shout out to Matt. I think he sent it to me. I click the link, the yellow boxes.
The yellow box that says disclosures. You see five. You see 5 charges there. The bottom 2 are settled, and if you work your way up, they get better and better.
Oh wow! All right, so we got November 9th, 2021, settled allegations, unsuitable investments, and breach of fiduciary duty. Damage requested $218,000. He paid $10K. Second allegation was in September 16th, 2022. Allegations: negligence, professional negligence, violations of law, unsuitable recommendation, breach of contract, breach of fiduciary duty. Hold up, breach of contract? Wait, what? Bro, what? No way. Breach of security laws and regulations. Settlement amount $225,000
out of his own pocket. But you know what? We should trust him now, right?
Holy. April 19th. This one is still pending. Breach of written contract. Bro, y'all don't care about contracts? Yo. Anyway, breach of fiduciary duty, failure to supervise, negligence and gross negligence, misrepresentations and omissions, violations of FINRA rules, violation of federal security laws, violation of California and Colorado Security Act, violation of Investment Investors Act of 1940, and violation of Regulation B1 or BI. That one's still pending, so no settlement yet. There's another one, June 6th. Oh, these are the ones that are more recent, the one that Dave was talking about. June 6th, 2024. Allegations, violations of federal security laws, violation of Colorado Security Act, breach of contract, common law fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, negligence, and gross negligence. Is this a grifter?
Dude's literally just scamming people. What the hell?
We should trust him though, because he's a pastor of a church, a small church, and he has such a nice smile when he talks.
Damage amount requested $135,000. Last one, June 11th, a few days later. Give me a minute to get through all of these guys. Sorry. Allegations: unsuitable investments, violation of federal security laws, fraud in offer or sale of securities, fraud in connection with the purchase of sale of securities, violations of Colorado Securities Act, violation of the California Security Act. Oh, he's just coast to coast just violating people. The California unfair, unlawful, and fraudulent business practices, misrepresentations and omissions of material fact, breach of contract, common law fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, negligence, and gross negligence. Damage amount requested $360,000.
So that's $500,000 in new fines. He's misrepresentation, omissions, breach of contract. We should trust him. I would trust NASA before I trusted this guy.
Yo, bro, it's not us calling you a fraud, Will. It's the
I don't understand why Dave Weiss won't take a free trip to Antarctica. Dude, I wouldn't go to Antarctica if he paid me $500,000 to go with him.
Well, now the final experiment makes sense because if
correct yourself.
The first exposure, final exposure.
The not final, not experiment.
Yeah, but this is his like lynching. Like if he doesn't pull this off, he's toast.
Yeah.
Or flatbread.
Yo, it's not even hyperbole. He's literally a scammer, bro. Hard body. Bro.
Yeah,
dude,
but
crazy.
We're grifters. How come McToon isn't calling him a grifter?
Dude, the griftiest of the grift. That's insane.
You look up grifter. There's a picture of Will Duffy with his stupid smile there.
All right, well, now we gotta define grifter for y'all, because y'all love using that with the flat earthers. Grifter. A grifter is a con artist, swindles people out of money through fraud. Now, I'm not calling this man a con artist. I just read the allegations and the settlement. He was liable for fraud and swindling people out of money.
Isn't he admit that he's a grifter by paying those two settlements? Isn't that admission?
I don't know. Was it an admission of guilt from Harvey Weinstein when he paid all those women or what?
I think so, isn't it?
I don't know.
It's an admission with forgiveness.
It's a sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. Thanks for letting me go.
Yeah, it's like you sued me for $100,000. I gave you 10. So how much do you think you stole from that guy, and then paid back just 10?
I don't know.
Well, you are failing all the side missions, my brother. This is not gonna be your next one. Sorry, not over here.
Man, I wish we could pull up the sound clip when I think Jaron asked him directly about these allegations and charges, and he's like, in business, this happens, no big deal. In the financial world, this is just something that happens.
I one of my good friends is in the same business. He has thousands of clients, and they have zero charges.
Zero, bro.
Zero.
No, dude that's been in for like over 20 years. Guess how many charges he has? And complaints. Zero.
And guess what? Wait. But
your anecdotal evidence.
But hold on. These guys have been in it for years. Will's only been in it since like 2017, I think, or 2018, or somewhere around there. He's only been in it for a couple of years. He's got more charges than stick some funny joke in there.
Insert funny
joke, because I'm lacking sleep. Thank you, guys.
Did you just outsource a joke to ChatGPT?
I did.
In my opinion, all the content creators that get seen, like they should run with this and spread it everywhere. It should be ad nauseum that we hear this.
Yeah, dude. The other day, yeah, the other day, Jaron was like, he's got some financial issues, but he says it's not a big deal. It's like he kind of downplayed that severely, bro. Because I didn't really watch any Duffy stuff or any, like, I know bits and pieces. I've heard some things. What Sacred just read is nuts, dog. Like,
yeah.
Dude.
Keep an eye on that link, because I have a feeling it's going to be updated. But here's an issue. I'll steelman the argument against my theory that they're making a deal with him to do this final experiment to make his charges go away. Don't you think they would kind of like hide any new charges? Or maybe they're just putting the pressure on for him to keep going.
Ooh, see, I was thinking of that too, but it's just, it's hard to say, man, because they didn't make what's his names go away either, and they still rolled him out to be a real person.
Yeah, but the argument is, the people that are actually suing, they're like, where are the charges? The charges have to be public. So I think it's a fine line on what they can and can't do. So I'm still going with he is working to get out of these charges, where they're going to let him go, or, hey, he'll settle all these things. He'll pay a couple $1 million in charges, whatever it is, but then he'll go on a speaking tour and, so-and-so will pay him $150,000 to speak here. And then he'll get $200,000 to speak there. And, because he shut down the flat earth, that's his reward for doing this. Watch it. Mark my words. Say somebody fucking clip this, and you watch. That's what's going to happen.
All right, Globies, y'all got to give us one reason why the flat earthers would trust a guy like this for the not final, not what was it? Not experiment?
Yeah, not final, not experiment.
Give us one reason why we should trust a man like this. Just one.
And whenever we talk, we can no longer allowed to say Will Duffy. We have to say grifter Will Duffy. I'm making a lot of declarations today.
or defendant Will Duffy.
Defendant and grifter. Defendant and grifter Will Duffy.
And of many hats. Hey, look, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I never met him, never spoke to him. All I'm saying is, why would I trust him? That's it. That's all I'm asking. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, I did one of those, slept all night with the earbud in, and I don't know what I heard. My dreams were normal, but I heard there was some drama a little bit earlier. But glad y'all are still going. So I'll say to Justin first, I'm 3.5 hours from Lafayette. I mean, no, 4.5, but that's no big deal. I was going to drive down to Austin, which was about the same distance, just to grab a taco with Dave and Matt. So yeah, let me know how I can help. I'll have to schedule childcare, but I'd be happy to help. And then with all this talk of the final experiment, I've already talked about it a lot with folks on Discord, but I know that the knee-jerk reaction for a little bit newer person is to think, oh no, what are they doing, with Witsit or Jaron? What are they going to be trying to do with these guys? Either their livelihood, their ability to make money, or their life. And I mean, that was my first kind of like, whoa, I don't want them to get hurt. I don't think it's about that. I do agree with everybody that they're going to do this deal where they were hoping that the main people would be like, no, I'm not going to go, because then they could just blast out, that we're grifters and that we're scared, and take whoever fake flat earther down there to do what they're going to do. Because my honest opinion is, whether Witsit and Jaron go or not, the main point here is to slow the momentum of the movement and the awakening. Because with what Dave's doing and Witsit and Jaron and Flat Earth Fridays, and I mean, there's others, Ether Cosmology, Shane, Toby, all that. It's like folks are catching on easier now, because I'm only in it 2 years. But with Robot Polisher and everything that's happening everywhere, TikTok, people are waking up and wanting the truth. They're seeing the information. The whole thing with the convid, people are like, oh shoot, that was not real. So now a lot of stuff is coming into their minds. It's like, maybe I should investigate this, that, and the other. So here's my thing. okay, we should play it like what Justin said, all the way up until, and I mean, I personally would almost be stepping foot on the plane and be like, I don't have a good feeling about this. And you could even pull the, look at these allegations, whatever, and not go. But if they did go, man, there's no way that Whitsitt and Jaron are going to come back with any kind of quality footage. It's either going to get erased, taken, because the main point here is going to be the fake. They're going to, and I'm not talking like the levitating fake sun that they're going to record and trick us all like that. Like, I mean, that's a possibility, but I'm talking about the Hollywood level editing, super, better than anything we've seen, proof of the 24-hour sun. And that's what they're going to roll out to all the anti-flat earthers to roll out. And then it's going to be on all the mainstream news channels. And then there might even be a Hollywood movie about this time when people thought the earth was flat. And look, now it's over because it's been proven. Because they're wanting to get to all the nervous boomers and all the people that haven't even heard of flat earth yet. They're wanting to be like, oh, you don't have to listen to those people anymore. They've been completely proven wrong. So that's my take on it. If I was to be a gambling man and bet, like what they're actually trying to do is discredit us and slow the movement.
How about this? They control the temperature down there a little bit. Of course, they can do that, and they make it super freezing cold, like just ridiculous. Where it's like so hard to film and everything. But of course, Dave McKeegan, he had the right equipment, and he'll film it, and then they'll put in a highly produced, perfect, video. And he filmed it because he was prepared. He had the right equipment. He had the warmers for his camera, everything. There's so many ways they can do this. It's not expensive. It's not that big of a deal. It's easy to do, and it's way important enough for them to do it.
Right, Dave. And then if you think about how many podcasts Will's going on, think about this. Every single time it's the Duper's Delight smile. He's genuinely, genuine sounding to a normie or whatever. And class act, he's a nice guy. I mean, he's even fooling some flat earthers. Like, oh no, he's genuine. divided and so separated into partitions and little cubby holes, then they can get these kids thinking that they don't know if they are they, them, he, she. It's like, that's the point, is to shatter the mind and get everybody so confused they don't even know. So you nailed it, Sacred, with the, what is right, what is true, what is good. We as flat earthers and truthers need to try to communicate with those that are either neutral or opposed to our message with as much grace as we can show them, because it's scary to hear this information. It does make people clam up and want to like rebound and stuff like that, hit back. But man, if I can talk to Brenda and McToon on Matters Now, like if I can go on a globe or anti-flat Earth YouTube channel for I think hours, or just basically to show the face of somebody that's not deranged, because some of y'all heard the story. I was just busting around on YouTube clicking on links, whoever was live, and at one point we a few of us were popping on to Matters Now to kind of chat about like after debates and stuff. Well, and I'm gonna wrap it up. This one night, they were like hooping and hollering about how people that believe the earth is flat are the demonically possessed, that we're the evil ones and we're corrupt and we're dangerous. And man, I set the dishes down. I know I make jokes about it, but I do dishes all the time. I set them down. I dried my hands. I went straight to my computer, popped open my laptop, hit the StreamYard or whatever it was, and I just popped on there. I mean, it was McToon and Brenda and a whole bunch. And I said like, hey, hi, they chime me in and said, Run Boston Bear, hey, good God, you came here. And I said, I just wanted to come here to show you and anybody that ever sees this. I mean, I don't know if these are my exact words. These were the point, that I'm not demonically possessed. I'm not psycho. I'm not a bad person. I'm just seeking the truth, and I don't think we live on a spinning water ball slinging around the sun. So I'm going to land the plane there, but I think we need to do more of that because it wakes people up.
Hey man, you made a really good point. About taking a higher road, trying to handle this conversation with more grace than the other side that may be a little bit more toxic or emotional, or even if you want to call it passionate, whatever you want to call it, and it may negatively affect you. But you're right. Like it is going to be on us to guide that conversation. We almost got to feel bad for the other side that becomes self-destructive. Like the first thing that happened when this guy was attacking us, Taylor, I think she's down there still. She's still down there? Yeah, she's still down there. She was like, yeah, I got to pray for this guy. And I'm ready to turn up on him. And Taylor's like, yeah, we should just I was like, damn, Taylor, you're right. We probably should just pray for this guy because he is lost. To be that upset this early, maybe late in the day, wherever you're from, and just to join like a space where you have access to speak, you're not going to get ridiculed, that we're going to be fair with you, and just completely just crash out on all of us that's giving you a platform to talk. Like, even if you disagree with us, I mean, something really do got to be wrong with you. So
that's well.
I pray for you, bro.
That's well said, Sacred. And you remember the boys had to do a rescue mission for me. I mean, it was mainly Whitsitt and Shane and Alan and Toby. It was mainly those guys. They had to have a couple heart-to-hearts because I got in deep here in X where I had like maybe seven anti-flat earthers hardcore tagging me in every single post and doing all kind of calling me out and this and that. Well, I started muting them. I guess it's 3 weeks, maybe a month ago. And now I'm so fast to mute somebody. I'm even muting people. If I just see them slinging that gay sauce around, I'm like, okay, you're muted. Before you even talk to me, you're muted. Because there are people that are
dude, nice.
Yeah. You guys wanted me to slow down and like not engage because they're sucking the energy out of me. And you fixed me, dude. You fixed me. I'm glad I made you laugh, Alan, and I appreciate the help because I thought I could help them. I thought I was different, and I was a special guy that could just befriend them. Maybe I was going to play the long game with the anti-flat earthers. Like I was going to go into it for like 8 months. I was going to give them the answers that they were asking.
8 month minimum, dog. JT, bro, you were about to enter a committed relationship with someone who hates you, right? And you're not even going to have sex with them. You're just gonna tell them how you conceptualize the Earth, and they're just gonna ridicule you talk.
Right, dude. But see, some of y'all forget. Some of y'all don't know. When I gave my life to the Messiah, I set down drugs and porn and just a depraved mind. I was broken, and one of the first things that came into my path was I got an opportunity to work, at a boys' ranch with troubled teens. Because I told, the internet, I told Facebook, like, I need to find a job that actually helps people. Because when I was in the hotel industry, that wasn't doing anything. And I worked with 5 at a time. It was 5 at a time, guys that were 16 to 18 that were completely broken and lost and had no future, no chance. You know what I mean? And they were backstabbing, conniving, liars. They were kind of like anti-flat earth attitudes, even though they weren't trying to fight the globe. They were trying to fight, I guess, life and love. Like, cause I was just trying to help them get a job before they hit 21. Cause I mean, in child services, when they hit 21 or 18, it's like, here's your trash bag, get all your stuff and stick it in there and best of luck. And they hit the road and, go to walking. It's pretty bad. So, I think that may have been why some of these, it kind of struck a nerve where like, maybe I can use some of these old tools where I just stay patient and, but that it's different when you're dealing with like mentally, emotionally disturbed kids and mentally, emotionally disturbed adults. You can totally kick those adults to the curb and mute them because they've got tactics and they are not being genuine. They're not being real. So you guys really saved me and I appreciate that.
Anytime, JT.
Yeah, and the biggest difference is you're dealing with people there face to face. They're younger and they actually have promise. And here you're dealing with disingenuous adults who know better. They have an agenda, and you just can't waste your integrity like that.
And you're right, Ken. And I'm going to circle back around to what Sacred was even saying. Or I just want to make the comment. I think a part of the tactics is to keep us fighting because the bystanders watch. Or if you think about a kind of a new person popping in here, if they heard what we've said over the last bit here, they're going to be like, oh wow, these dudes are really trying to do something good in the world. But if you've got a crazy troll that's just making us fume, that's not going to be any good. Maybe those people that are coming in here and we know they're being disingenuous. It's like, hey, you tried the banner above this space is. I mean, y'all say it in the intro. I think Proud Flurf even says it every time. Like, we're not going to do this. You know what I mean? And I say, if they're going to be losers, like complete losers, yeah, sorry, you can try again next week. But boom, instant mute, you're gone. And then that way it'll open up the floor for people that do have questions. I think more people would come in here on the fence or even anti. I mean, maybe their knee jerk is that they're anti, but if you can be anti-flat because it's awkward, it feels weird, you don't know where to go with it. But if you can present the questions or even argue in a way that's genuine or at least open, you know what I mean? That's what I'm looking for. I show up to try to hear those conversations, and those are clippable and usable for other people. But anyway, I'm just encouraging y'all to clean it up because, man, those losers suck.
Yeah, I don't know. I've developed a pattern where I told TM a long time ago. It's not about who you're talking to, who you're responding to. It's about the people that are reading those threads. Because I noticed a long time ago that there's people that are actually looking at those threads and they don't like your stuff and they don't comment on your stuff. There's no real anything that shows that they're there. And then someone out of the blue ask a question that's very specific, and oh, somebody was reading this, somebody was looking at that, and that's when I realized the other side's doing the same thing. They're they're their responses to you are try to influence other people's decisions. That's why they'll sit and call you an idiot 50 times in a row when you don't ad hom them, you don't get angry, you know, and
What's
but they'll
happening?
sit there and they'll get angry and call you an idiot and you're a stupid flurp and you're uneducated and you know and that's when I just realized there are other people looking and watching. And if you're the cool-headed person who responds kindly to people who are, just flat out mean, then, people get that message. They see, you know, maybe the Earth's not flat, but this guy seems fairly reasonable.
Yeah, I like that, Ken. I'm gonna drop down. I got to make breakfast for the kids. I'll mention because I know Sacred has said it before. Um, it is cool and awesome and good that we do have a spectrum of people like us, where if there is a fight to be had, I'm gonna send the ether cosmology boys in there, Sacred in there, Witsit in there to like really hold their own with people because they can fight. We know they can hold their own and not get run over. And I'm more of the kind of like, oh, why don't you come over here and pray with me about it, brother? That kind of dude. So by all means, if you've got somebody getting sideways on you, I love how Sacred can bring it back and calm people down and kind of show the authority. Because I mean, that's what people are needing is truth, honor, integrity, authority, like in its right place because there's a time, man. There's absolutely a time to be aggressive and hold your own. But yeah, I'm gonna make breakfast for the kids. I'm gonna go about this day with joy and peace. I love knowing that it's not moving 1.2 million miles an hour, and I love the stability of True Earth and the friendships that I've made. So much love and blessings to y'all. I'm gonna go make something semi-healthy for the kids.
My brother, run Boston Bears. Appreciate you, JT.
Appreciate you. Later.
Save me a plate. Cyborg's got to eat too, y'all.
More dishes for the dishwasher.
Can I cut in?
Yeah, feel free.
I just had something to say when he was talking about the different personalities, and I've had this thing for about 6 months where I've thought, maybe a year, where I've thought about how we all had such curiosity and drive to learn about our environment as children, and it was intentionally pushed down, I think. And I really do think that the people that are vitriolic and nasty, it's not them. I think it's some kind of something inside of them pushing down the child that's in there, and that there is a little kid in there that wants to explore, and that yeah, we can fight that demon or whatever word we want to use that's pushing the little kid in them down. I think that's necessary in a lot of times, but there's also, if we can somehow reach to the curiosity in them to try to drive it out and to draw it out, I guess. And I think it's inside every single person, somewhere deep inside. There's just a lot of nastiness pushing it down. That's been something that's been on my heart a lot because I have a mama vibe. But anyways, that's it.
No, that's a great point. There's got to be some type of trauma. I mean, I know we all deal with our own things. No one's life is perfect, but something is different about that specific group. Like they just don't seem optimistic. They don't like change. They get offended real easily. A lack of composure. a lot of things, just like you said, it seems like either a suppression of something and it's a reaction. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know the psychology behind it, but it's very distinct. Like you could tell the difference between, you know, that type of a personality and, to be frank, everybody else. I think really the only difference between a globe earther and a flat earther is how much time you put into looking at the details. Be an anti-flat earther, you have to involve emotion, and that's just how I see it. So yeah, we probably just got to be more aware, try to be more patient. Obviously not with the trolls, but you know, some people are really touchy about the things that they think or think they know to be true. And to tell everybody, well, to tell them that their whole life is completely false or an illusion is shocking. And we all know, we all went through it. We all been there. Like, we all had the doubts. We all dismissed it. And, you know, all of us in here decided to look into it just a little bit more. Pay a little bit more attention. So you're here for a reason. Don't take that for granted. Now, I'm not talking about the space. I'm just talking about like the journey itself, right? Like you're aware and awake to this for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And it's up to you on what path you're gonna take. You got to do what's best for yourself. Obviously, you got to take care of yourself. But I mean, this right here is affecting everybody. Like this conversation is bigger than just you or myself, or you know, this is encompassing everybody and everything. This is like the nature of our reality, y'all. Like this is like, what if someone really went out of their way to invert everything that you perceive? Like, think of like the thought that have to go into that. And some people can't fathom it. Some people like, there's no way that someone could have deceived me so crazy, because that would mean I'm dumb, or I don't know. They start taking out on themselves and then they lash out at us. But I mean, why wouldn't you want to just verify that that's not the case? That's the one thing I just won't ever understand from the other side. Like why not try to help us figure this out? Even if you don't believe there's anything to be figured out, like why not approach it in an honest manner? Or just don't engage at all. You know, go live on your globular ball, think that you can't go nowhere, and live your life, you know, and do what's best for you.
Some
I
people
care
just
about where you're
can't take it.
Say it again?
They just can't take it. I watched a movie, it's not a box office thing, but one of my favorite lines from the movie was, I can't remember the exact thing, but it was like, basically, like, people won't believe that your type of person would exist. And they're like, that's the whole point. Basically, there's some really evil dudes out there, and we can't even comprehend how evil they are, because we just want to try to get along with everybody and live our lives, and they're just like, there's some serious evil out there, and they can't comprehend that it exists. And unfortunately, I mean, or fortunately, we can. But we're also still curious. So hopefully we can wake up other people and do it gently so that they don't have trauma in the meantime, because it can be pretty serious. I think that whole tree of knowledge in Eden, like, I think there was a reason we weren't supposed to eat from it, because knowing all the stuff all at once is really traumatic. So I think there are nasty, nasty, nasty forces out there, but that we can, as long as we're kind to one another and we continue to be open, that we can figure out what's going on around us and fight those evil forces together.
Hey, folks.
Hold on one second, Flair. I just want to say one thing before we go over to Auntie Lucy. I totally agree with you, Dastardly. Like there is that other side of this. Actually, this goes back to what Ron Boston was talking about. Like there's this spectrum. Real quick, I had just watched this movie the other day. One of these older movies. I wanted to kind of go through the trilogy of, I think it's Unbreakable, Split, and Glass.
Hey, I
Right.
just
So I
wanted
watched.
to say what's up, Sacred, and good morning. And you guys are still pushing even after I went to bed, brother.
Appreciate you, bro. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. The Twitter's lagging a little bit, but yeah, I hear you. It says you're muted though.
Okay. Yeah, good to see you too, bro. Let me just get through this real quick. But anyway, there was there was this movie Unbreakable, and basically it was this guy that could not get sick. Right. And I don't know if he realized it for real throughout the movie. I didn't realize that's what the movie was about. But he couldn't get sick, he couldn't get hurt. And he's been in like all these traumatic, like almost violent ways to leave this earth, and just nothing ever happened to him. I mean, car crashes, train wrecks, all this different type of stuff. I want to give away the ending of the movie. Well, what it was, somebody was searching for him because they had a disease which made their bones really fragile. So the dude was like, yo, I never stopped looking for you, talking to the guy that never got sick. He said, because I knew you had to exist, because if there was somebody that was as fragile as me, where I can't even bump into a wall and I'll break my arm, then there got to be somebody equally as strong, or like on the opposite side of that spectrum, like that, as like stronger than me. Someone that doesn't get sick, that doesn't get hurt, that doesn't feel pain or anything like that, super, put together. And I kind of look at it like that in this community. Like, if no matter what side you're on or what perspective you have or what approach you take, there's got to be some opposites energy, that may come and oppose you because you're bringing the positive vibes. And if you're bringing the negative vibes, there's going to be somebody more loving than you that's going to, balance that out.
Hey, great.
Keep that in mind. Let's chime in real quick, but then we're going to go to Lucy.
Real quick, great analogy. Best film ever. It's my favorite film. Bruce Willis, and I think it's Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, that's the one.
Dude,
yep.
Greatest friggin' movie ever. I've watched it 15 times, and I'm probably going to watch it again because you just brought it up.
Yo, I didn't know how fire that movie was.
Dude, that movie is the best movie ever. It's so good. It's M. Night Shyamalan made it, the guy that made The Sixth Sense. And it is fan-friggin-tastic. Unbreakable.
It's an older movie, too. It's like from early 2000s, maybe.
Yeah, somewhere there. Unbreakable is the name of the movie, and it's really great. It's the greatest movie ever.
So I'm interested in going through the rest of the trilogy, but it just reminded me of the guy talking about, hey, like, I knew there got to be someone like you because I'm this weak. And he, like I said, Ron Boston Bears, like, this is a spectrum, and there's going to be that equal and opposite energy of whatever you bring to the table. So just keep that in mind. Lucy, good to see you. Welcome to Stationary Saturday.
Oh, good morning, level heads. Can everybody hear me? I couldn't hear the last speaker at all.
Oh, you didn't hear Dave?
No, I couldn't even tell who was. Well, there was somebody, flat man. I could tell he was speaking, but it was just real low volume and garbled.
Uh-oh. Let's get a mic check for. Well, I think we can all hear you, right? Everyone, we can hear Lucy, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes,
sir.
Okay, you get to go, Lucy.
Okay. I was calling in, or I had my hand up to speak about the Grifter Will and the charges against him. My daughter's first job out of law school was to work for the SEC, and I think she was there for about 5 years. And right after they moved to Washington, D.C., we took a trip there to visit with them. And we were asking her about her job and what she did and all that. And the one thing that I remember out of that discussion was she talked about fiduciary responsibility. And she said, that has to do with you protecting other people's money. And she said, that is like the number one sin as far as the SEC is concerned. And they will go after that harder than they go after anything else. So I thought that was interesting that these charges shouldn't just be easily swept under the rug, that hopefully something will come of them.
Oh, that's a great point, Lucy. Just to give you a build on that real quick. When I was reading that article, they said that Will had about 6 or 7 different certifications. Like, you don't just walk in there and just get a job because, you could sell some stuff, right? Like, you got to actually go through the rules and regulations of how to conduct yourself in that capacity. Because, people are trusting their entire, future and fortune and savings, your advice. So yes, it's not anything to just gloss over. Like, people are actually being taken damage from this. But yeah, continue.
Right, that's all I had to say. Thank you. I'm enjoying the space.
Hey, I got some quick breaking news if you all don't mind. I just saw that.
I need to get the ESPN soundbite.
Don't get too excited because I'm being sarcastic. But Earth's core, I just announced that Earth's core has slowed so much it is now moving backwards, scientists say.
Oh, no.
They just announced this yesterday. They've been arguing over it for 20 years. At one point, they thought that it was moving faster than the Earth itself, but then it started slowing down, and now it's moving backwards.
I'm not hearing people, so I'm going to drop down.
So if anybody was worried about the metal ball that moves independently of the Earth's spin inside the Earth that no one's ever seen or observed, they only talk about it by pinging earthquakes. I hope it didn't mess up your weekend plans, but the ball in the middle of the Earth spinning backwards now, folks.
Dude, that's so funny, man. Toby's going to have a field day with this.
Doesn't that just prove flat Earth? How could there be a ball spinning backwards if the Earth is flat?
Oh my God, bro. GG. What say you, globularist? Nothing? Okay, it's flat. That's hilarious, Dave.
And it didn't cause anything? It didn't do anything?
Oh, it didn't do the old magnetic flip that's predicted every, 250,000 years, but we're on a 750,000 year delay since the last alleged one. Oh, Alan, how did they figure out that there was one to begin with? Well, you know how when they look up at the sky to determine the shape of the ground, they looked at the ocean floor and looked at the sediment layers there, and they see the orientation of the minerals and how they're laying in accordance with the magnetic field alignment. And they're like, oh, look, the magnetic field must have been going this way. And then it flipped when they see a layer going in a different direction. So that's it.
Yeah, Toby will have a field day with this one, won't he?
Yep. My man specializes in earth cores.
He's a specialist in something that doesn't exist. My God.
A whole super rotating core to sub rotating. I need a mechanism for that.
Dude, that's so funny. It slowed down and then went faster, but in the opposite direction. Bro, they say the wildest things about the core. That's a great addition to the lore that they've canonized. That it's going backwards now.
Well, if you think about it, they can say anything they want about it because who's going to disprove it? Who's going to falsify it?
They can say almost anything about it with as long as it doesn't change the magnetic Reynolds number that they use. As long as it doesn't affect that, they're good. Because then they can't pretend to play.
Core problems. Hey, Flat Earth Eric, what's up, man? You wanted to comment?
Yeah, great stream. Thanks for the work. My thing is we're winning. We're winning because we concentrate on these obstacles and we're dealing with it, but we're winning. We got so many people that, they just don't talk about it. We need to remember we're winning, and maybe somebody keep track of a data sheet or something, but that's it. Everybody remember, we're winning.
I like what Eric said.
You better preach it.
Yeah, I feel like we're caught in this like game with a handicap on it, and like we're still up 20.
Hey, bro, if Flat Earth just got tossed the ball and Jordan's on the court, dog. Dude, I freaking hate Twitter, bro. Everyone's like muted. You have to guess who's talking. This is so stupid.
Nah, it's way better than TikTok, bro. You can't even like put your hand up over there. You can't
Bro,
do
TikTok be wilding out, dog. That shit's a mess, dog.
Got it. But you might have to reset because sometimes it'll have like a little, I don't know, animation whenever a mic is going off.
Yeah,
Thumbs up.
Are you on your phone or PC, Flat Man? B.
Laptop, sir.
Okay, so what you'll want to do is close your browser and then rejoin, because what happened is space bugged out. So to refresh it, you just got to close your browser and reopen it. It happens from time to
Okay,
time.
I'll be back in 5 seconds. I'm sorry about that.
I mean, nothing to apologize for, but I'll take it. TY.
We got a new speaker. Jason is up here, and I want to bring Chris up as well. I think she's requesting. I just want to take another moment just to say, shout out to those people that are, on the fence and still listening. Over the past couple of weeks, there's been a few people that said, hey, I was a hardcore Glober, kind of like, considering some things that are being said that I'm hearing, doing my own research. And that's just like a beautiful moment. Like, it's kind of worth all, like, the toxic anti-flirts we kind of go through to try to establish common ground, but then there'll be someone listening on the side and comes up and feels comfortable enough to grab a mic and share their journey with us. So again, shout out to you guys if this is your first time. Shout out to you if you're an OG. We appreciate you, man. Levelheads, Flatter Fridays / Stationary Saturdays.
Hey, I want to give a
ahead.
shout out to you guys, man, because like we it's like the dude at the watchtower, right? Like I done took my ass to sleep. I wake up and y'all still manning the fort, you know what I'm saying? Now y'all can go take a nap and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Flat Man's taking over, bro. He's got the next shift, boys.
Yeah, I think sometimes we're just so close to this that you don't really see all the good that's happening. You don't get to see people transition a whole lot. The only time I see it is, with people I interact with in real life. But I think if we could back away from it and look at it as a whole, see the big picture. Yeah, there's some truth to the saying that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth gets its shoes on, you know. So I think as long as you keep throwing that truth out there, it's going to have an effect. And it's, even in my own experience, even when I was convinced, yeah, I think it is flat, it's got to be, there's something not right about it. I still wouldn't, I still wouldn't speak publicly about it. I wouldn't put my name behind it. But yeah, it happens. It's happening all the time. People just need to come to grips with it, and everybody's going to have their own speed.
Yeah, that's wild, bro. Because when I became a flat earther, I was a preacher at the time, right? And so, like, the first thing I did was come to my people and go, "Bro, it's flat." They thought I lost my damn mind, bro. I was just like, "Nah, it's flat, bro." I was pushing that shit heavy.
Flatman, were you drunk? Were you inebriated the last time you came here?
Was I inebriated? I smoked weed.
So you were just high.
I was high as shit.
We're gonna have to talk. You have Discord?
Yeah, I got Discord.
All right, I'll send you a link to my Discord.
All right, that's what's up.
So how does this work? If I have a question, I can just jump in?
Yeah, especially when it's quiet like this. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm a long-time listener and followed you guys forever. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a globe earther. I just believe this government has lied to us. As a Canadian that has been through all the stuff that we've been through up here with our government enforcing all the stuff with the mandates and all the bull crap, I've lost complete trust in any government or anything that they tell us. A great question I have for all you guys, which it's awesome with Dave on there and Flat Eric and everything, is on your map, how do you, like, me being in Canada, I see, I've lived in Thompson, that's where I grew up. I love the long nights here in the summer like we are in right now, June 21st. Sun well into 10, 11 o'clock at night, twilight for hours after. Can you explain to me how it works a little bit more of, like, north of the equator, how you start gaining sunlight in the sky? Every day you get more and more and more. Or as you go up per parallel, you see the timeline of the sun in the sky for longer and longer and longer. And in the south of the equator, it goes shorter and shorter and shorter. And then after the solstice, it reverses. So, like, I always point out to Punta Arenas, Argentina, which is pretty much the same parallel as Thompson, Manitoba. And it's almost the exact flip come December 21st of sunrise to sunset. How can you see the sun in the sky for so long after it starts rotating away from you? Like, you show the videos, sun.
Are you familiar with the sun's ecliptic plane? Tilted at 23 degrees? Or, well, they say the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees, but that's just how they're mapping the ecliptic plane. So if the sun's at a diagonal angle like that, it's just going to, as it's going to the north and south, it increases in altitude and decreases as it gets further away. So, like, over the course of a year, it's going to create that analemma just traveling, just doing its normal circuit. So that's what creates it. It just moves over top of us.
What I see on the map that Dave has, how it totally makes sense to me around the north, how you would see the sun. And I've seen, like, I've gone up to well up into the north working, and I've seen 24-hour sun myself in the north. But to me, it was like that in the south, it kind of does the same thing. And it doesn't really work to me in my head on the map because, like, you guys show the perspective of the sun moving away, and that's your sunset. In the how come you can see it for so much further in the south than you would see it in the north?
Well, you don't.
But like if you're looking at the map that Dave has on his app, like when the sunrise, because of the reflection around the dome, it's almost halfway around the world. How would you still be able to see the sun rising up?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Dave's map thing is just a tool, dog. It's not the it's not the accurate
That's just
representation.
that's where
Yeah, like you're attributing way too much to the visual aid tool.
Yeah, and
I think there's plenty of daylight, and so that might be confusing. But you're talking about that Punta Argentina or whatever it was being the same latitude south that you are north, but nobody there is seeing a 24-hour sun. You're not going down. You're not down there far enough where look, 24-hour sun. But the daylight, on the other hand, if the firmament's in play here, the daylight's going to last longer, but the sun moves faster down there. I mean, it's just whereas in the north, you see it because it's so close. The circuit of the sun is tight enough that if you're far enough north, you can see it go all the way around you.
I do that part of it. But to me, then, if the sun's moving away from you faster, wouldn't your sunset be like you wouldn't like? I know when I'm in Thompson, Manitoba, man, I see the sunrise. I could see it in the sky. It's not just twilight of the sky, and it's the same thing in like Porto Arness. Like at 5 a.m. in December 21st, you're going to see the sunrise coming up, and it's not going to drop down. You're going to see an actual sun in the sky till 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, you familiar with the coffee cup caustic?
Yeah, I just don't see how that would reflect. I could see twilight or light in the sky, but the actual scene of the sun.
Right. Well, that's just it. There's a difference between daylight and sunlight. Sunlight is when you actually see the sun in the sky. It's right there.
Yeah.
Daylight is when you have light in the sky, but there's no sun. So that daylight is going to extend your day, the number of hours that you have light, but the sun's not necessarily there because there's daylight.
And
So that's an effect at the outer edge that you're not going to have in the center. You're not going to have that reflection. You're not going to have that extra daylight. But in the center, it's close enough that it's still lighting up the sky some, so you do have the twilight. But you can listen to people talk about the evenings in like Australia, where as it starts to get dark, it just all of a sudden gets dark. You don't have that lingering twilight that you get closer to the center. So it's like it's light, it's dark. Whereas in the north, you can sit and watch it slowly get darker and darker and darker until it is dark. So there's an extended period of light. And I think it works a little differently in the north than it does in the south, and you would expect it to.
Yeah.
Jason, do you mind if I ask you a quick question? What was the location that you mentioned in Argentina? What was it called again? Sorry.
Punta Arnés. Or you can go like Tulum.
And you said that have you observed that the sun being up in the sky to 9:30, 10 o'clock in the summer in the south? Have you observed it yourself? I was just curious.
I haven't gone all the way to Punta Arnés, but I have been in South America in the thing and seen like well over a 12-hour light. Like I think I was in where did I get down as far? Maybe into Chile on my motorcycle tour, and we were still having like I don't know, like or 6 or 7 hours of darkness, 8 hours of darkness at night, but being able to see the sun for a solid, 16 hours in the day. And to me, to see the sun, not just light, the sun actually for 16 hours in itself, it doesn't make sense to me. And I appreciate everything you guys are doing here. I love this spot, and I've did my diligence. I've gone to Lake Winnipeg. If you look onto the map in Manitoba.
But can I just mention
far.
something real quick? Can I just mention something? Because you said it doesn't make sense, but I don't see how. I think it does make sense. Even if the sun was to rise at say 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So if we take 12 hours to 5 in the evening, that's 12 hours. And if the sun sets at 9, or even a bit later, that's 16 hours. That's what we observe genuinely. So I don't understand why you think you shouldn't observe that. I'm a bit confused by what's making you believe you shouldn't be able to see it.
Like I did the motorcycle trip. I drove from Canada, Alaska. I drove up to Alaska. I flipped thing, and I drove all the way to Central America, and then skipped across and continued on my motorcycle trip down into. I think we went all the way to Chile. And like when we first, like in Mexico, man, we're running 12 and 12s. Like it was like, you can tell you're getting closer to or as I'm going through Central America, you're getting to like close to 12 and 12s because you're getting close to the equator. But as soon as we passed Colombia and we started heading down, we went over to Peru and then started going down the south coast of South America. As we kept on driving, we were gaining light. Every different country we got into, we noticed it was a few hours later that the sun was.
Yeah, but you're saying light than sun. So I just want to clarify. So are you sure it's definitely just
sunrise and sunset, not just daylight? Like I know twilight and things. I know the difference between actually seeing the sun and the times of sunsets and sunrises. As you keep driving, like even right now, like you can look at the parallels going north, and my night right now here in Winnipeg, Canada, I'm still seeing light till 10 at night, 11 at night, where I'm sure you guys in the United States don't get that. I know my sister lives in Las Vegas. The latest it ever gets, you see the sun in the sky is like 8 o'clock, and then it's gone. Like compared to here in Northern Canada, man, we have long nights. And it kind of was that flip when I did my motorcycle trip in 2018. But like, I get it, man. Like I've been, like I said, I went to Lake Winnipeg, man. It's 30 plus 20 miles across that lake, and I pull out a telescope and I can see the beach on the other side. Like none of this stuff makes sense to me anymore. And just with this world and everything, I'm lost and all, just trying to make sense of it all. But I love this program, and I love trying to listen to you guys and interact with it and try to figure this all out together.
Yeah, appreciate you too, man. Those long distance observations will really have you scratching your head.
Oh, for sure. And I'm all aboard with you guys, man. Like I don't think the final experiment.
I agree because I live in the UK and I
didn't hear you guys. Both of y'all were talking.
For a month, the days or whatever it was.
When I did my trip.
I think he rugged. Give Nathan a chance to pop back up here. But go ahead, Jason. You can finish what you were saying.
Well, like my trip when I did it in 2018, we started in, I believe it was like November. So like we had first we had rode from Winnipeg to Alaska and then back to Winnipeg. and then came the winter or November, we shipped our bikes to Phoenix, and then from Phoenix, we drove all up through to Central or Panama, and that's when we shipped our bikes across. And then we rode. I think we're flipping right around when the solstice was, right around December. We were getting to Argentina at the end of December, and then we were making our way back in January back up north to head home. It was like a 2.5 month trip, 3 months trip, a lot of riding.
Makes
So
me
just
want to
to,
go down there.
I was just going to say, so basically you were moving south with the sun. So you were moving south with the sun at the same time it was moving back to its outer circle. So that's why you're going to see it more, because you were actually traveling down as the sun is making its way further south in its circuit around the Earth.
And I get that. To me, it makes sense on a globe. But like, to me, to see the sun come up and like, especially when I watch like Dave's videos, and they all make perfect sense to me of the perspective of him dragging back across the table and how you see it drop down due to perspective. To me, that is great. But to me, you guys are saying that the sun is going fast, and I figured I shouldn't be able to see as much sun. I'd see more twilight. I agree with that there should be a lot of light on the reflection of it. But to actually see the sun for, 15, 16
I just have one last question, because I know Chris and Flat have their hands up. So what would you say is the latest you remember actually seeing the sun before it set, like an actual visual of the sun? You can definitely say it was this time, the sun was definitely up.
Sitting on the beach in Chile, seeing the sun going down at 9, 10 o'clock plus at night. Like, we weren't quite as far down. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, so you were on the water. You were literally on the seashore, but no land mass obstructing your view or anything like that.
Driving down the west coast of South America.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. You will be able to see the sun higher or for longer because you have no obstruction. A lot of the times when the sun is actually set in our areas, it's not actually set. It's just the landmass is obstructing the light coming towards us. So if you go up, if you was to like take a drone and go up, say so many feet, you would still see the sun. I think it's just the angle that the sun's at that you think that it's set, but it's not actually set. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I would get that, because you wouldn't have no mountains, no land, or nothing to it. That would be your flattest, and that you'd think. But like, isn't the point of the perspective the distance that the sun gets away from you that makes it look like it's setting?
Yeah, but my point is though that you would definitely see it longer in the sky if you're at the seashore than if you were more inland. So like when we think this, because you're basing this on your understanding of the sun setting earlier when you're in a different position. So what I'm saying is the fact that you're on the seashore and there's no landmass in between you and depending on how far away it is, there's nothing obstructing you. You would theoretically be able to see it longer than say if you was in the middle of the landmass.
Hey, so like,
does that make sense to you? Like, do you get what I mean? Because like, for instance, where I am, right? I'm not near the coast, right? So when the sun actually sets for me here, if I was actually on the coast, I would still be able to see the sun. Whereas where I am, even though it's going below the horizon where I can no longer see it, but if I just was at the seaside at that exact same time in the same country, I would still see it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. But like, just to point out one other thing, like when I was in Peru and we were sitting on the beach, the sun went down, like a half hour earlier than when we actually made it to Chile, and closer to like San Antonio or Santa Tico or whatever I'm trying to say. Like, you can actually, as we were driving, we would see later sunsets.
Well,
And
the sun travels.
Yeah, but that makes
The sun travels over
sense
the
though.
20.
That makes sense though. But I.
So like you're saying, if I was on the beach.
Go on, Ken. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
No, you go ahead, Ken. Sorry, you go ahead. Ken.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, you have to think of the sun's zenith. All right, so 23.4 degrees south to Tropic of Capricorn is as far down as the sun's going to go. So the closer you are to 23.4 degrees south, the closer you are to the sun's circuit, the longer you can see it. The farther south you go now is going to decrease that amount of time because you're moving your position away from the sun's track. And I'm trying to think of an analogy for it, but it almost be like if you had a huge racetrack that you could barely see the other end of, where they go around and come back down. You know, if you're standing right there at the track, you can see the cars go by and go down to the curve, and you can just see them going around the curve. But if you start walking away from that racetrack and you place yourself farther away, now you can still see the track on the side that you're at, but you lose sight of the other end. So the farther south you go, the farther you place yourself away from the sun, the sooner it's going to disappear for you. I mean, you're just increasing the distance is really all you're doing.
But it didn't work for me.
Say what?
It didn't work like that. Like, because when we first entered Peru, when we were after we had, like, went through Colombia and got into Ecuador, when we were like top Peru, like I said, when we were watching the sunsets, the sunsets were setting earlier than when we got past the Tropic of Cancer into Chile down to Santiago. The nights were still getting longer. They weren't getting shorter after the Tropic of Capricorn. We were still getting more light after the Tropic of Capricorn than, like, it still continued getting longer and longer nights, longer and longer days. And if you
Yeah, but if you had crossed the Tropic of Capricorn before the sun has made its way across the circuit, then yeah, each day after you've got there, it will get longer because the sun's still making its way closer to you. You're in front of it. You just it's like saying you're racing it and you've gone ahead and now you're waiting for it to catch up to you. So I still think that makes sense. Depending on the time of the year, unless it's on the time of the year where the circuit is supposed to be getting smaller, that would be different. But it's based on the time that you're saying, you've basically raced ahead of it, got in front of it, and then as the day is going by, it's caught up to you coming further south. So the days will get longer.
Yeah, we were still racing it because we were already past the solstice at this point. Like when I was in South America, by now it was already well into January by the time I was hitting Chile and getting ready to flip back to go through, because we were trying to tag every country. After we hit Chile, we cut over and just tipped Argentina and then started piling back north. But
well,
yeah,
I was just going to say one thing real quick because we got some hands here. I don't know. I don't know if Chris wants to comment on this or Flat if they want to comment on the same conversation. But I just want to make one quick comment. So you know how because you said you live up in Canada, up in the north. So I live in the UK. So in the summer, at the height of summer, obviously at nighttime, I can still see the light of the sun across the north all the way around. Like literally, I can see the light as it goes around me, right around the north. Is that what you observe as well, where you are? Jason.
Yeah, like people were telling me that too. Like they could look at time and date map and stuff, and they'd say that I should be seeing twilight here at night. But I'm telling you, man, I lived in Thompson, which is fairly high up
north. Have a look. But I was gonna say the reason I brought that up because I don't want to go on too long because I know these guys are waiting, and then we've got Flatman here as well. Basically, if you go, it's a place in Chile, right? And this will basically end all of the arguments. If the observation that is seen in the north can be seen at this destination in Chile, I'll have to get it up, go back on my map and look at it, then I think that will apply more credence to the globe model, as in the tilting on the 23.4 degree axis. So I think that if we really wanted to end this debate, someone just needs to travel. Someone needs to be willing to travel to Chile, through the mountains, in the cold, or wherever it is, and set up shop and make these observations to see if we observe what we see in the north and the south. And that would end all arguments, really, to be honest.
100%. Call,
but don't go in the summer here. Go in the winter there, because in Chile, it's hot.
I just want to heads up everyone, last call. We're going to take some hands. Anybody who wants to come up here and speak their last statement about the topic, definitely do that. Last call, guys.
Flatman B's had his hand up. What up, Flatman?
No,
I think Chris was first.
Chris was first, yeah.
Yeah, they were there first.
Oh,
I don't know which one, though. I think it might have been Chris.
Yeah,
I think it might have been Chris Maria first.
Yeah, it probably was Chris, but I don't see a hand on her.
You can hear me?
Yep, I see your hand.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, Chris.
Oh, okay. I'm in the Netherlands, and everybody's always having about the sun going down and the daylight. But when I was a kid, the sun in the summertime, it used to be light until 11 o'clock or something. These days, by 10 o'clock, it is dark. And not every night is dark. We have black nights, but we also have nights where the sky just keeps a little bit blue and doesn't get really dark. And everybody's always forgetting. In the wintertime, the sun is closest to the north. But in the summertime, it is farthest away. But when I went to Finland on holiday in the winter one time, there's really short days. There's just a little amount of daylight while the sun is closest at the moment. So the daylight and the sun, I think they're two separate things.
Yeah, daylight and sunlight are not the same.
I was just going to say, I know they say in the model that the sun or the earth is closer to the sun in the winter, but the reason why it would still be darker in the north is because the north is pointed away from the sun. So even though the earth's supposed to be closer, their argument is that it's pointing away, and the south is pointing.
We have hunbeds here through all of Europe, and the sun of Solis shines right through them. So the sun, the path it is taking, it is visible on the ground as well.
Does anybody else want to comment? I feel like I'm just talking and taking over the mic. So I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in.
Yeah, dude, you
Comment
freaking
to
took
what
over the
Chris
whole
said.
show, and we're super angry at you. I'm just playing.
Yeah, did you have a comment to what Chris was saying, or anybody want to elaborate a bit more?
I think Flat had something to say, right?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Most of the time, I'm just listening, trying to learn everything I don't yet know, or just trying to learn from everyone. Wanted to share some good news. We started trading flat XRP about 30 days ago. We airdropped 100% of the entire supply, so now all tokens are in circulation, and it's black hold, so no more tokens can ever be issued or created. And there's currently like 5.6 thousand holders worldwide of flat token on the XRPL. So according to my knowledge, or what I'm aware of flat Earth tokens that exist out there, we definitely have the most holders of any flat Earth token on Earth that I'm aware of. So I just want to share.
How much do they cost a piece?
We issued all 100% of all of the tokens to like 16,000 or so trust lines at Trustline Den. So the price was determined by the people that initially bought it. I just made a post in the Purple Pill. You're more than welcome to check it out. All the information is in our pinned tweet. You can track all the live price tracking. So our next mission is to pretty much create what we believe to be like the most accurate flat Earth model to ever exist, and actually put it in the metaverse so that people can hang out in it and understand it. You can walk in it 24/7 type of deal. So we got all the initial designs all laid out. So I had a couple questions about the moon cycles, because we were going to try to make an algorithm that show like the Tropic of Capricorn, the equator, and the Tropic of Cancer, and how the moon and the sun circumnavigate around a flat Earth model. Well, when I was doing some research, I started diving like real deep into some moon cycles. And I've been tracking moon cycles for years, and I never realized this until just like a few weeks ago. And I've been trying to figure it out. Maybe someone can help me out. So, like, it was my understanding for the longest time, it was like the full moon to the new moon, it was 28 days, or 14 days, and a full moon to a full moon was 28 days, and it happened 13 times a year, which then made a perfect clock. Well, then that would then theoretically mean that if the full moons happen on a Thursday and the new moons happen on a Thursday, then that would then mean that all the full and new moons would have to happen on Thursdays for the past 100,000 plus or 1,000 plus years, you know, just like infinite, you know, recurring frequency, right? Well, then when I went back like a year or two, back into like 2021, 2022, 2023, they're all on different days. So then I'm just like scratching my head like, what is going on? Like, how do I accurately show what's going on if they're not every 14 days? So like some of them would just be like 1 or 2 days off, but it's not a perfect 14 days, because then if it was, it would always be on a Thursday, but it's not. So then, does anyone have an explanation for that?
It might be the reference point you're using.
No, it's all UTC. It's all same time zone. Like I've tracked it in different time zones. It's not.
No, where you're using the stuff.
No, I've checked different time zones. It's in all over Earth, and it's different. It's not every Thursday, so it's not. It's not that. I thought that may have been it when I first checked it, but then I quickly invalidated that claim. So, does anyone have an idea what's going on?
I mean, if the moon is doing what it's doing every 28 days, like, isn't it our time, our days that are messed up, not the moon, right? Like, if we're getting different days, there's something weird going on with how we're tracking time, I guess, right?
I thought that may have been the issue too, but I quickly ruled out that claim as well because it's universal like UTC. And then I checked different geographies, and then it's not on the same time every day. Well, what's weird is like it'll be the same time for like back to back to back for months, and then all of a sudden it'll switch up, and then it'll be like not every 14 days. And then it's like, what in the world is going on? So what I had did is like I had actually wrote down, and this is where it gets even weirder. So like I wrote down all the full moons and new moons that were going to happen based on timeanddate.com of like projecting when it would be, and I put it in my actual physical calendar. And like I know I wasn't like off on that day because you know I specifically put it like, you know, just went every 2 weeks and was like, okay, now it's a full moon. Every 2 weeks now it's a new moon. So I went down this whole thing, and then months had passed. And then I go and check the time and date again, and then now it's all of a sudden on a different date. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. No, I wrote these down in my calendar. What happened? Like, I know I wasn't stupid or anything like when I wrote it down, or I didn't mess it up, because I was pretty like detailed in like how I wrote it down and everything. So how did I write it down before and it was written on a different date? But then when it actually occurs, and then I'm checking it and fact checking it, of like what I actually put in my own calendar, now it's different. So
You
I'm
know
like,
how-
what's going on? It's just super odd.
Yeah. You know how they always put a little truth mixed in with their lies, right? So it's like, all right, we got these 12 months, and the 12 months have, 31 days, 29 days, blah, blah, right? So maybe there's some truth to that. Like, obviously, excuse me, the way that they did it's wrong, but I'm saying like maybe in the 13 months, maybe one month is 15 days and then one is 14 and it goes back, or maybe one month is 29 days or 30 days, right? And then another one is the 28 or whatever. And like they just kind of like all mixed it up and made it all confusing and shit. But like maybe there is something to that, is what I'm saying. Like, scratch what they gave us, but maybe like the different moons do have different amount of days. At the end of the 13 months, it all ends up adding up, and the moon did what it was supposed to do. You feel me? But do
Yeah,
you
I mean, I
understand where I'm
still have
coming
to
from?
code
Do
it
you
though.
see
I
what I'm
still have
saying?
to like make the algorithms to make it make sense, so that way when
I'm
someone's
just saying, do you
walking
see where I'm
there,
coming from though? Like,
yeah, no, I totally
okay.
understand it, but I still have to make it make sense inside. I can't just put a randomization for 13 different moon cycles and then just hope that one of them land on like 13, 14, or 15 days, so that they all aggregate up to 14 days, so that it adds up to 365 at the end. So like I need to like code
Have,
like what the circuit is that, if that makes sense.
have you looked into the Mayan calendars? Because that's a moon cycle calendar, and that's not one calendar, but that's three calendars in one.
I have looked into that, but I haven't yet dove in deep to then cross-reference that with the time and date and then the calendar for moon cycles given by NASA. So like, like what you can find online or like timeanddate.com type of deal. So now, of course, I don't trust NASA. So then it just makes me like I'm just trying to figure out how the moon accurately moves around the flat Earth. Like I totally understand the Tropic of Cancer and the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn and like the different seasons, and I got all that. But is it a perfect circle? Is it an oblate circle? Does it make a flower type of
I
deal
mean,
like Shane's model?
yeah, we're it's up in the, it's kind of, we're kind of figuring it out as we go, right, brother?
Yeah.
I don't think
mean,
we have a
I could
perfect
just have it be in a perfect
answer.
circle when we release the metaverse like representation of flat Earth, and then just update it later as we find more information. But I was just trying to make it be as accurate as possible when we release it.
Yeah, when I'm looking at the moon and the sun, it always reminds me as looking at through a keyhole because they're always quite amount the same size. So they look more to me like a beam of light than a real object that is there.
Yeah, no, I understand. If anyone does figure this out, could you please send me a DM and let me know what you find? And then the last thing I want to share is like, it's really like a question. Does anyone have any experience building in Unreal Engine 5? It's a metaverse builder application it looks super futuristic if you know what Unreal Engine 5 is. But
wow, you're gonna build your VR and Unreal 5. That's gonna be amazing.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. It'll be like the most realistic version of flat Earth. You'll be able to walk in it. It'll be like a flat Earth plane with the dome over top, with the waters above, and then the bathtub type of thing in the middle, how all the water drains. And it's going to be wild. It's all going to be on pillars. It's going to be 7 foot or 7 plots by 7 plots wide. So we get to go like really tall. So
Am I gonna be inside of a big
Leveled?
hole inside of a plate, a square, a
Is it going to
rectangle
be
plate?
leveled?
What's that? Sorry.
Is it going to be leveled?
No, it's in the metaverse. It's a 7 plot by 7 plot that allows you to go really tall. So it'll be like a big cube that you can build in. That way you can make a square flat Earth representation with the firmament on top, with the circuits of the light inside of it. Like how it really looks. So it'll be really, really cool when we're done. We'll be able to you'll be able to hang out during spaces if you want and go like walk around while people are talking to help
Looking
explain it to
forward to
people.
it.
What's that?
That sounds tight, bro.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean it's like we put a lot of legwork to try to get as many trust lines as humanly possible, and that was just like a way for us to have a real fair, or as fair as we could possibly think of how to do it. Airdrop
Nice.
distribution. So like all the tokens are in circulation. There's no rugs. There's no dev wallets. It's just straight flat Earth movement. So it's just like whether someone believes in the globe or flat Earth, I mean, you just do $flat with the tweets you're already doing if you're a holder and you want to support the token. But other than that, we have a lot of ambitions. If anyone wants to contribute to our designs, we already got a clear idea of what we're doing and how we're doing it, what map we're using, all the circuits. Like one of the last missing pieces of the puzzle, I'm trying to figure out like how to show the circumnavigation of the sun and moon. So if anyone has any recommendations and strongly believes in how they believe it works, I mean, again, I have a pretty good representation or idea of, Tropic of Cancer, Equator, Tropic of Capricorn, different seasons. It's an equator for the fall and winter or fall and spring, and then Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn's like winter and summer. So like I got that part, but like maybe it looks more like a flower. Like I was looking at Shane's model and looks more like a flower design than it does like a perfect circle and over and over and over again. So I'm trying to get an accurate representation of which one is it. Yeah, if anyone has any questions about the token or a flat or has any contribution, just please just send me a DM.
If you want to know how this moon moves, I suggest you get in your car and start driving in one direction, and then you turn right and start driving in that direction, and then change your direction again in the direction you were going in first, and you will see the moon is following you.
Well, something that I was doing is that I started tracking for many months, and it's ongoing research, but I started tracking the sunrise and sunset of the actual compass direction using a non-digital physical compass. And you can get like a really accurate representation of like where the sun or the moon is setting, and it's not perfectly east or west. So like I thought for the longest time it was always sun rises in the east and sets in the west, or like it comes into your view in the east and west. But no, I got a bunch of screenshots and a bunch of research where it's like 10, 15 degrees off where I'm at. So, and then other places it's a little bit off in other ways too as well. So it's not a perfect, I don't think it's a perfect circle, because in order for it to be a perfect circle, it'd have to be perfectly due east and perfectly due west. But if you like, the sun sets tonight, or sun goes down, right, or moves across flat Earth out of your field of view, however you want to explain it. Well, when it moves out of your view, get out your compass and then see if it's due west. And then what you'll find out is like more than likely it's not. It's going to be like a few degrees off, which would then mean it would have to be moving around like a flower pattern, like Shane's model. Like it's interesting how like it'll go and circle around and go and circle around and go and circle around, and hard to verbally explain it. But if we can get some more people to do some like really fact checking, like every night, check the compass direction and tell us what state you're in, and or where you are on Earth, like the country, like Amsterdam or Netherlands, etc. And then tell us like the sun is setting at this degrees on using your compass. And if everyone does it on the call and we do it for the next couple weeks and months, we can really, really get a super accurate representation of how the moon really moves around on Earth. And I could really use that research for the metaverse. So can anyone like participate? And like, it doesn't have to be every day, but every couple of days or something.
I'm in the UK.
I can help you with that.
Put my name down if you want. I'm in the UK, so that's one part of the puzzle. I think you're in the US, it sounds like. Is that correct?
Ken gave me a compass, so
Correct.
Netherlands,
So, like,
I can work with you as well. Thanks, Ken, again.
You're welcome.
So
yeah, Flat, if you,
participate.
just real quickly, guys, sorry. Flat, if you send me a message whenever you're, wanting to do it, I'll happily take part in it with you. Because this is an idea I've actually had myself as far as observing the moon and the sun. I think when you have multiple observations at the same time, I think you can get a more accurate understanding. So I totally agree with you, and I'm willing to participate.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start. So like this week, I'll post some on the flat profile of like, okay, this is the sun setting and this is the exact degrees it's setting at, or the moon, or like either sunrise or sunset. So that way we can start to get like a really good accurate representation of how it's moving around our flat Earth. And it won't be from like a secondary source. It'll be from like a first hand source of all of the community working together to then track like how it's moving around. So like if someone comes to us later on, like, how did you get this information? Where did you get it from? Like, we got it from ourselves. We just looked and checked our compass to see how it's moving around Earth. I mean, it's, it could be really meaningful. So the more data we get, the more accurate it can be for the model we're doing. Appreciate anyone participating.
I think a good check on I don't know if you could do it or not, but a good check on the path of your sun once you get it set is, will the model reproduce the analemma for you? I'm not sure how you could do it with the sun, but it just popped in my head that if your model reproduces the analemma, then you'll know you basically gotten it right. And if it doesn't, you'll know that there has to be something we're missing.
So I got the analemma, or however you pronounce it, and it makes the infinity symbol like throughout the course of the whole year, and that's like a snapshot of the sun, at the same time every day over the course of the whole year. But what I'm talking about is each cycle, each day. How is that cycle each day moving around Earth would then help show the shape. So does it look like the flower pattern type of deal? So I'm leaning more towards, I think it's the more of the flower pattern, but the flower pattern still increases and decreases its speed and radius depending upon the season, but the way that it moves around the Earth is not a perfect circle. That's what I'm saying. So for the longest time, I thought it was a perfect circle, but in order for it to be a perfect circle, it would have to come into your view and exit your view at a perfect east and west compass direction. That's not the case. It's only sometimes.
You said you were assuming a 28-day cycle, though, right? I mean, I believe it's closer to 29 and a half, and that's, I think, maybe an average, but maybe that's where you're going wrong. I don't know.
So yeah, I thought about that too, and it's really 28 days. The weird part about this is if you backtrack the time and date for the moon cycles for 6, 8, 10, 12 months a year, it'll always be on a Thursday. But something happened in 2022, 2021, 2020, you start going back further and they start being on different days. So it's what's going on here? How did we go from it being on a Thursday to now it being on a Monday or a Wednesday or a Saturday? I'm like, wait, there's all these different days. I mean, something's going on but we need to figure it out as a team. I'll keep digging. I'll figure it out eventually.
You're gonna have to jump in, Barbara Dan. I see your
Yeah,
hand up.
I just don't want to be rude because I know you're talking. But Flat, I've got a few questions just to build up to my point, if you'll indulge me. The first question I've got is, how many times have you seen the moon in the sky in the daytime?
Many times.
Right, then my second question is, how many times have you seen the sun in the sky at midnight?
The sun in the sky at midnight? No, never. Yeah. I don't see the sun in the sky at midnight.
Right. So that jumps onto my premise. Do you have a compass available to you right now?
Many. Yeah, I'm a forensic researcher with the stuff. Yeah.
Do me a favor, because I've done it myself. Get a compass right now, because I'm going to run you through it.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So find north on the compass.
Okay.
Right. Have you got a wall clock?
No, I don't have clocks. I don't like hearing the ticking noise.
Okay, so do you have a clock on your phone that you can, an analog clock that you can find?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can have a time clock. Go ahead.
Right, so get it up and find north on the compass. Put your phone next to the compass, right? And then rotate your phone so 6 is facing north, right? The hour hand will give you the precise location of the moon across the flat plane. The clock idea of time is fundamentally dictated by the moon, not the sun. And it works 100% of the time. That test works 100% of the time, every time, which dictates and means that we are under the Julian calendar for the moon cycle, 13 cycles of 28 days. And that is the test that you can do, and it works every single time. Take a compass, find north, find an accurate timed wall clock, place it beside the compass, tilt it so 6 is facing north, and the hour hand will give you the precise location of the moon over the plane.
I used to think that this was true for the longest time, but in order for that to be true, then the full moon would have to be on a Thursday, like for indefinitely throughout all the time, right? But that's not the case. When you start going back years, you'll find them being on different days. So then there's something else going on. So like I've been down that road, but
The sun and the moon have different cycles, though.
right, but I'm saying like the sun and the moon are still circumnavigating around Earth, making their pattern around the seasons. But the moon is not. What I'm saying is like the moon is not every 14 days to another new moon, and another 14 days to another full moon. Like, and again, like I thought that was the case for the longest time, but I started fact checking my own assumptions, and then I quickly found out it's not on the same day. So then what's going on?
See, I've got the last day being every Sunday. So the Sunday is the 7th, the 14th, the 21st, and the 29th.
Right. So, for example, if you pull up timeanddate.com and just go back to 2021 or 2020, 2019, go back a few years, and then say, like, show me all the full moons and what days they happened on. They won't be on a Thursday. But you can check this year and go back a couple months, and they're all on a Thursday. So something happened in the past couple of years where, like, they change up. How are they changing up?
No, you know what?
Do
You're
you know
exactly
how
right.
that extra day that we get on the leap year, on the Julian calendar, we only get one day every 4 years. That's how it works. If you add the day every 4 years, so if I was the last day is a Sunday, in 20 years' time, the last day will be the Thursday. In another 20 years' time, the last day will be the Tuesday. And then
Yeah,
in
but
another 20
I
years,
get that, Barbara Dan, but it still doesn't make sense though, because if it's on a 28-day cycle, so I mean 7 days a week, so I mean it's like from 7 to 7, you go back to the same day. So then another 7, you go back to the same day. So I understand what he's talking about because I actually tried this myself. I actually did this myself, exactly what he just said, and I came to the same conclusion because I expected to find that it should end on the same day every week, and it didn't. So what he's saying is correct. We do have to kind of understand why is that happening, and I don't think the extra day actually will contribute to why it's happening because either way, it should still come. Even if they add extra days into a month, the weeks don't change. The days of the week are the same. They never change. They're always 7 days. It's not an extra day this week or this month, or it's not 8 days. It's always 7 days. So either way, unless the moon is not on an exact 28-day cycle, then it should be the same day.
Yeah, it should be the
no,
same
it's a
day, but
26.
anyone can
We
look
have a
this
20.
up and find that it's not the same day, and that just like really baffles me because I was trying to do some research because I was trying to find out what year we're really in, if we're not in the year that we're told. So I was trying to go back based upon moon cycles, and I was like, okay, great, maybe I can figure this out by finding out how many moon cycles have been in the past 5 or 6 thousand years, based upon it being 13 different complete moon cycles each year during those calculations. And I was like, okay, maybe the first moon that ever happened was on a full moon and was the day before a Good Friday. And then that is like, and it went back even further than that. And I was trying to figure out like, ultimately I was just trying to figure out what year we were in. But in that research, I quickly found out it's not every 14 days. So someone's going to have to figure this out because I can't let this
Flat,
go. I'm going to have to figure it out.
I've got a quick question. Are you doing 12-week seasons or 13-week seasons?
I was doing, well, let's see, 12, 24, 48, no, 13. I guess it would have to be 13-week seasons.
Every 13 weeks is a season, yeah, because there's 13 months. Divided by 4 is, well, divided by 2 is 6.5. So half a year is 6.5 months. So we get a 13-week season, not 12.
Yeah, 13 weeks. So, like, I don't know if I'm going to figure it out on this call, but I just want to give, like, attention to, like, if you go back in timeanddate.com, like, it should, like, if this is true, like, it should be on a Thursday. And I'm pretty sure everyone would agree, like, that would have to be the case, right? Unless you can tell me something otherwise. And when you start to research, it's not on a Thursday every, when you go back years, then it's like, whoa, what's going on here? So I have to give some sort of explanation to this and codify it so that way it makes sense in the metaverse, and like it comes in like a perfect cycle for like where the moon and where the sun start and stop. So again, like if anyone has any research, you find out anything, please just tag me or send me a DM. Like it'll help me out. And if you're into crypto, I've personally been in crypto since 2017, so like I've learned quite a lot. There's always something new to learn. But if you have any questions about cryptos in general, or just about Flat Token itself, you're more than welcome to send me a DM or co-host spaces with me about like what we're doing and stuff. It's up to you. I mean, just want to extend the olive branch.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in, but it looks like we've lost Proud. I don't know if Sacred's still here. Proud's back again. Sacred, are you here, or Alan?
Yo, what's up?
Oh no, I was just making sure we still had a moderator. That's all, because Proud lost her privileges, but I think she's back now.
I think Proud just seeing if people are paying attention.
Twitter's tired of my shit. I think the Jumbotron's too full. My Twitter just literally said, okay, that's enough for today, and kicked me out. I wanted to make sure nobody had any more questions about today's main topic. Let me make sure I didn't Google all my questions last night.
Was there a presentation done on it? Is there a video like in the first link or something on it?
The pin tweets, basically what we kind of talked about. There are definitely more videos that we can share, but I think my pin tweet is like the audio's too loud. The music's too loud on the video. I don't know.
Yeah, no, because I know usually when you guys do a topic, the first post in the NAS is usually based on the topic. So I was just wondering, because I missed the first few hours, so I was just wondering if you guys did a post on it or anything.
We talking about the atomic clocks.
Yeah, and the spinning rocks, the scandal.
And the speed of light.
So has anyone
Alan,
ever
you
heard?
Sorry, just real quickly, Flat. Sorry, Alan, did you record? Is this space recorded on your end?
Yes, sir.
Cheers, thank you, brother. Sorry, Flat. Continue.
So I'm a huge advocate of researching like really old maps that are more than a couple hundred years old. I've got my hands on
What's
just
up,
a
Pi?
ridiculous amount of old maps. So like I'm a huge old map junkie just to like have a huge collection. So
You
I
just
found
wanna
out some
say
really
Pi?
interesting stuff. Go ahead.
Ken, can you hear Flat speaking? Ken, I don't know if you can hear Flat. He was speaking just now. Ken.
No, I did not. I guess I'll have to drop down.
I'll be quick. I won't be long. It's just really interesting. So I know that a lot of the people in the flat Earth community have a huge passion to do like exploration and research, but there's this narrative that you can't go too far north and you can't go too far south, you know. And then it's just like an ongoing conversation. That's a conversation in and of itself. But did you know that there are a bunch of lands that are on modern day maps that aren't too far north or aren't too far south that you can literally sail to? Or it's not like technically off limits to sail to or go to. And they're on a bunch of old maps, but they're not on modern maps. One of them is this giant piece of land. I did a post on it. It's in the Purple Pill. This massive piece of land that's due west of California. Now I did some additional research. Someone called it Mu, or potentially could be the real location of ancient Egypt. This is just interesting. I just like doing research to see what I can find. But the Urbana map has it labeled as Giapone Isola, which stands for like Japan, the island of Japan. The issue is that Japan is only like a couple longitudes width in actual its width. So like it doesn't account for the entire, like if you replot all the modern day coordinates on like and superimpose those on the Urbana Monte map, Japan only accounts for like maybe 1/5 of that entire piece of land that's in between China and California. So it's really, really wild how there's this massive, I mean, absolutely it's probably like twice as big as California, maybe, that's completely deleted off of modern maps. And it's about 50 to 150, maybe 200 miles due west of California. What's wild is this piece of land spans like, oh my gosh, the land spans like 11, 12, 13 different latitudes. What is it? It's the most south latitude is 27.5 degrees north, and the most north latitude is 41. So the delta there is what is that? 11 plus 2.5. Yeah, that's 13 and a half degrees of latitude. And if each latitude's an average of 69 miles, that's a crazy amount of land that's there. It's on a whole bunch of modern maps. So it's not just on their Urbana map, it's on a bunch of old ones. But it's like literally due west of California. Not far away. Not far away at all. And like from my research, a bunch of these planes and stuff are flying around it. Like, so a lot of the flights going from like San Francisco or Seattle or so forth to Hawaii are literally flying around this big piece of land. So they're not even going straight to the destination. It's so wild. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but like there's something there. Like it just didn't just disappear. So that's, if anyone's like a hardcore like explorer, then that's probably something you want to check out.
Proud, are you there? I don't know if you want to jump in. You got your hand out. Or you want to go
Yeah.
to Sayo first?
I had went to my questions from last night. With some of the stuff we were talking about, I had wrote down the fact that we were talking about like the speed of light, things that are considered faster than the speed of light. I learned about neutrinos and gluons and neons and etc. But if basically all those things are on Earth and they are faster than the speed of light, do we observe the speed of light only from Earth? I guess maybe I could rephrase it. If our reference frame is Earth and we're observing all the things that are moving faster than the speed of light on Earth, there's nobody, I guess that's really the problem. There's nobody in space observing the speed of light, or there's no technology in space observing the speed of light. And anything done on Earth would be in a vacuum chamber. Question mark.
I wasn't aware anything traveled faster than the speed of light on Earth.
Don't they say, well, I'm pretty sure Franco said this, but like neutrinos and quarks and leptons, like certain atoms travel faster than the speed of light? Or is that more so towards the Hadron Collider?
Yeah, I don't think he said that those travel faster than the speed of light.
Interesting.
Hey, can I jump in here real quick on the speed of light thing?
Yes.
Man, humans, whatever you want to call the Homo sapien, does not have any device to date that can actually clock the speed of light. So when we go look at the speed of light, it's an estimation that's based on these theories that people have. But we don't have a device here to actually time light, time, and space. So when we look at this speed of light, it's an estimation based on a theory, based on they flashing a light through some different holes and different strips in between a paper, and they measured how long it took to hit or reflect through this paper. But it's not accurate. And to date, there is no one in the science field that can actually clock definitely the speed of light. That goes for the speed of sound also. So all these estimations, all these theories, all these dissertations, they're all an opinion. And you guys can search that and you will not find a definite speed of light. So the whole mathematics and everything that's based on that speed of light in a mathematical equation is off. Thank you.
Do I have the energy, boys? Do I have it in
Yes,
me?
you do. Yes, you got it in you.
All right. So the Fazal experiment was reproduced recently. Actually, I just saw a video of a guy that did it. The first person to reproduce it since Fazal originally did it. So the rotating cogwheel thing that you said wasn't accurate. It was super accurate. They use it to, they use the induction rate of light for a lot of stuff, right? Namely GPS, interferometry. You can measure all motion relative to, or, as a ratio of that speed, and you can measure it precisely with interferometry, which makes the prediction based off of that velocity. It's the most precisely accurately known measurement for electromagnetic propagation in the history of anything. If there's one thing for certain, it's that induction rate. They use it to measure all motion down to the nanometer. Well, it can go even smaller, but it really just depends on the wavelength you're using. So anyway.
So in short, we can actually measure the speed of light.
Yeah, the induction rate's totally quantified. Repeatedly. Not even just in the two-way, but in the one-way. So
Yeah, well, I was going to say that too. Didn't Wong actually measure the one-way speed of light?
So you can take a differential from the both beams or whatever and do it that way. You can get the difference of and get it that way. So Wang didn't actually do that, but you could do that from the math, but that wasn't what he did.
Oh, okay. I thought he actually got it.
No, Pizio realized you could do that off of the difference of the difference.
Pizio's a boss,
Dude, he's insane. That dude's nuts, bro. He was telling me a couple weeks ago, he was like, bro, I think electromagnetic propagation's like a helix or something. And I'm like, maybe. And then, dude, I come across the paper. This dude's like, all right, boys, we measured the, he calls it the wave singularity, which is earlier I was talking to you guys on Discord about the dark sections inside of the fringe pattern that makes another little fringe pattern, a little fractal of it. He was calling that the, fuck, I can't even remember. I just lost it, dude. I'm so tired.
Well, that brings me to the other question I had. I heard you talk about it one time and I wasn't super clear, but there's, light slows down in water and it speeds back up when it comes out. And doesn't that like break the particle paradigm?
Yeah, breaks any paradigm that cares about conservation of momentum and energy, right? And it shows that that electromagnetic propagation is an induction rate relative to the medium it's in. Because otherwise, it couldn't just start speeding up again, right? Like it doesn't just slow down and then exit. Well, they say in the mainstream that when it's going through a medium, that it's actually just traveling like a different path length, like inside of the molecular structure. It's like, bouncing around, taking different avenues as it goes through the material. And so they say that it's like, maintaining its speed, but it's just different path length essentially, which is crazy because it's like, or the induction rate changes relative to the medium. So.
Yeah. So wouldn't that be like, to me, it seems like the light wave has the same energy before it enters the water as it does in the water, and it maintains that energy, but when it comes out, because viscosity is lower, it propagates just as fast as it was before it entered the water, right? Is that close to right?
Yeah, depends on the electric permeativity and the magnetic permeability of the medium. Just how fast it's going to get through it. So when they look at, what was it, Maxwell's equations, so that include the magnetic permittivity and permeability, that's all what that's in reference to. Like how fast is it propagating through that medium? So when you do a vacuum, they have it set for, vacuum. And then when you go through different medias, you adjust that number of what it'll be for that media or for that media. It's literally an induction rate relative to the medium.
Where does LIGO fit in between time dilation, gravitational lensing, relativity, and the speed of light?
Gotcha. So LIGO fits in a separate category. Well, it's a separate prediction from Einstein that he put forward that there was possibly gravitational waves, and these would propagate at the speed of light because, nothing's faster than the speed of light. So he set the gravitational waves to that. So what LIGO does is they've got their two interferometers set in, one in Hansford, Louisiana or something like that, and then the other one's wherever. And
You're gonna have to start muting these yawns, man. You're making me, every time you yawn, you make me yawn.
Let's see. So gravitational. So anyway, they say that they make these detections from black holes colliding, and then that produces a gravitational wave. So you can think of that as like a ripple in space-time, and then like within that ripple, there's a little pocket of time dilation and length contraction. And as that's rippling through our existence, we're experiencing a little fraction of length contraction and time dilation. Now, obviously, it's imperceptible to us because it's so small or whatever. But when you get to the light traveling that distance over that frequency, they're saying that there's a retardation in the frequency, and it can only be attributed to the gravitational wave causing it. So they use LIGO to say that, oh yeah, we're detecting gravitational waves, dude. So we're detecting like the hypothesis that there's black holes, right? We're confirming that, like that's for sure. And then those have collided, right? So that's another thing that we've hypothesized that could happen out of the mathematics, is that they could collide. And then what would happen when they collide? They release gravitational waves. And that's it. So they just have an interferometer set up, and then they say, oh yeah, we detected those. And so the detection would be, what was it, 1/1000th the width of a human hair is the precision that they're talking about. So they're saying that there was like a little pocket of length contraction and time dilation that was 1/1000th the width of a human hair. Only possible.
Sounds perfectly reliable.
Yeah, only possible through relativity theory.
And a convoluted neural network.
Yep. And then how all that relates to Arthur Eddington. And the other thing was the Eddington observations pretty lackluster. He only had 2 photographic plates, and let's see, they didn't give good agreement with the measurements or whatever, and the poor observation conditions, etc. So we had to take the plates back to jolly old England, and then him and the boys got together, him and Frank Dyson Watson, and they did a little statistical analysis on the plates, and they were like, hey, guess what? Relativity confirmed, boys, either way. And, that wasn't very satisfactory. So anyway, a bunch of time has passed since then, and they just need like another thing to, reify the theory or whatever. So they were like, oh, you know what we can do? We can't measure Earth's velocity. That's crazy. 30 kilometers a second. Can't do that because, whatever. But you know what we can do? If 2 black holes collided 11 billion years ago, and they released a gravitational wave that's been propagating for 11 billion years, we could measure that.
We keep running into Globers on TikTok that keep saying they can see like you can actually see gravitational lensing effects and red shifts and like things of that nature that supposedly prove the speed of light.
Well, I'm not sure how those would necessarily prove the speed of light, because you could
Hey, you and me both.
you could have it. Yeah, you could have the lensing effect and have it varied, right? And then you could have the, what was the other one? Oh, the redshift, dude. What's so funny about redshift, dude? Is we've been reading that Holton art book, and it's just packed full of gravy, dude. So when they do these redshift observations, most of the time they can't even use the redshift frequency, so they end up using like a cyan or like a closer to a blue shift anyway. And then they're like, "Look, we made it red." You know, if we just apply a couple assumptions in here. I was talking to an astronomer about one time because I found that there was a correction that they made that they can sometimes apply to make the Earth stationary, right? Because they've got this frequency shift. It's all relative motion. Like, well, if we're in motion at 30 kilometers a second and they get an observation, what are they doing to, you know, make it to remove that part of it, right? Is there any corrections? And well, it turns out there are. And there's also Earth rotation corrections, and it depends on the observation you're making. And if you get the agreement with what if your measurement matches the theoretical prediction, you're good to go. If it doesn't, well, you add a little Earth rotation, you add a little, oh, we need to make it stationary. You just add different things, and then they're like, oh, look, we found it. Couldn't believe it. I mean, because like, dude, like if we're stationary and you're out there pre-assuming everything and just correcting it, it's like, well, you can get anything you want out of it because it's literally just the frequency, and you're now extrapolating a story about how that frequency came to be. It could be anything, you know. So, but what was important about that redshift book was that they've actually, even within their own paradigm, they make redshift measurements that do not correspond to the 4 times the speed of light that they need. They don't correspond to other predictions that they would need for like distances and stuff. And you know what they do with those observations, boys? Do they collect that Nobel Prize for falsifying the model and proving everyone wrong? No. They told Ron, hey man, nuh-uh. And then they took away his rights to use a telescope in America. Like to use the observatories in America, they blackballed him from those, and he had to go to a different country to look at the sky because everything he was finding and pointing out, and then when it was just completely it would contradict the helios. Well, he wasn't viewing it through a heliocentric refutation, but it refuted everything they were saying about expansion and anything, basically everything that holds up the heliocentric model. It was just falling left and right, dude. And they you know how they solved it? They just got rid of them.
Damn. So I can't get a Nobel for disproving relativity then.
No, dude. He would submit stuff to get reviewed to publish it or whatever, and then the referees that review the peer review stuff before it goes into the publication, they would be like, "Nope, that can't happen. Nope, that's not real." They just not even like just the craziest hand wave dismissal stuff ever. It was really insightful to like look into the peer review process, because it's like you think like, oh, I made these observations. It's contrary to mainstream, but I made them. I got the data. These are my conclusions. Like, it's going to suck a little bit, but this is what we're seeing. And everyone was like, no, thank you. And they just hand waved it away, and they hand waved him away.
Yeah, I think you even hear physicists complaining about the peer review process and how it's broken and it's not reliable. And then you read about people that get published and then they have to retract it in large numbers, not just like there's 1 or 2 here and we have a couple of problems. It's like the whole system is broken, and you just happen to be right and concur, not go against the mainstream. for you to actually go through and say, well, these are right, you know. But yeah, I've looked at peer review and I got tired of looking at it because it's like you have enough people speaking out that are more than qualified to speak out, and they don't do anything about it. It's like a gatekeeping thing.
Yeah. Dude, one of the best peer review stories I heard, and by best, I mean just hilarious story. If you go to YouTube and type Bogdanov twins PhD thesis, try that. And then there'll be a story about how these two twins from France, they were like TV actors or whatever. And they, did a couple TV shows or whatever. And then they kind of fell off and whatnot. But anyway, they got it in their heads that they were just going to become science lads. Oh yeah, that was their thing for their TV show. They were like hosting sci-fi type stuff or whatever. So they were super into science and physics and space travel and all that kind of stuff. And they were like, oh, you know what? Well, since we got all this crazy money, dude, let's just become science lads. And they basically paid someone to do the math for their PhD. And they just published like a bunch of gibberish nonsense, like actual word salad that nobody knew what it meant. It was all just like lingo, different buzzwords and stuff, backed up by math that nobody understood because, they paid somebody who has a PhD. Like, dude, it's crazy because the guy that they paid, he doesn't admit to it, but he's also a PhD. Like he's totally the guy that did it. Like, just you gotta watch the interview because he's like low key bragging about it, but he's like, it wasn't me, boys. But anyway,
have you seen what these guys look like?
Yeah, it's not great.
These guys look like they look like that guy from that movie where they do all the faces like a caricature. I don't know if you guys remember that. I can't remember the name of it. It's a movie. It's an old one, not an old one, but
dude, look at young pictures of them, bro. They used to be good looking dudes.
Sorry, Alan, they injected too much crap in the face. Just real quick, the video that you mentioned, what was it called again? Sorry, I found the twins. I just didn't find the actual video.
I'll have to find the exact link. I don't have it. I don't have the title. I'll find it and post it here in a minute. But
what was the one that you referenced just now? I'll try that. If you just tell me again, what was you said? Bogdanov twins.
Bogdanov twins PhD thesis.
PhD thesis. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're good. It's probably like an 11-minute video if I remember correctly. And if not, I'll find it. But anyway, real quick to wrap up though, they ended up getting their PhDs in full gibberish. Because the people that were reviewing they ended up interviewing the people that were reviewing it, and nobody wanted to admit that they didn't know what they were talking about. And they couldn't refute the math because it was done by like an actual math lad that they paid. And they were like, I don't know, could be anything. Math checks out.
It doesn't go against the narrative. Yeah, it must be good.
Yeah, he literally hit him with word salad and math no one could refute. And they were like, all right, cool. You're in. One of us.
Do they still have their PhDs or what?
I mean, dude, once a PhD, always a PhD. You know what I'm saying?
Almighty, that's crazy.
Yeah, they're the twins that saved France. I don't know how they say France. That's just kind of a long-running meme with the Bogdanov lads, but I'm sure you guys will come across that when you look into them.
Paisaktis, go ahead and jump in here, and then we'll get to Barbara Dan.
I was just coming up because that guy asked if anybody could answer why the calendars don't mesh up. So I just figured I'd let everybody know how that works. So I've lived in proximity to many different scales of time. Now, what does that mean? And I can explain it to you like this. Americans, take a your unit of measurement. So for length, right? You've got feet, and you take a big ruler, and then you take the British meter system, and you put that ruler up next to the other. Do the hash marks line up? And that's clearly a no. I think everybody can see that. So the same goes for Celsius and Fahrenheit. Which one's correct? Well, it's a nonsense question. Hopefully you can see that. In order to equate the two, You actually have to use a formula to equate the two. Now, if you want to observe this, for instance, if I go down here to this woman down in the village and ask her, what year is it? She's going to tell me it's somewhere around 4,500 plus or minus, say, 200 years, like the current year. And if she gets on the internet and she searches in her language, and she's going to search, and the internet's going to give her time and date for the unit of scale that her society uses. If you want to move that over to Western time, you have to use a formula, and you can do that. You can have Google compute that for you. So all you have to do is turn on your VPN. You can translate something into another language that uses different scales of time. You can search like the phrase that's translated, what is the date and time now? And you can plug it in. You can set your VPN to say Iraq and change it to the Iraqi language. And then you can drop that in the search engine, and it'll more than likely spit out the time and date in Iraqi. And you'll see that it's not the same numbers. Okay, and you can do the same thing for Southeast Asia. You can do the same thing in lots of places in South America. Now, which one is correct is the question. Well, neither and both. So the holidays are not going to line up on your calendar. On your calendar, it'll be a different day every year. But on their calendar, it'll be the same day every year. Do you understand how that works?
Yes. That was an awesome analogy, bro.
Yeah, I never knew they. Sorry.
Yo, that was fire, dude. I
Yeah,
was like,
no,
where is he going with this?
Sorry.
Sorry, bro. The delay is killing us, but that was a fire analogy, bro. I'll shut up now.
No, I just wanted to add real quickly. I am sorry for talking over you, Alan. I was saying I know they did that with information in general. I know, like, if you use a different, country or area for your, from your location, it will give you different results. But I didn't know they did that with time. That's very interesting. Was it Cytocus? Cyctus?
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I get so confused going down. I never really know what day or time or any of it is, because it depends on who I'm talking to. So it just makes me more confused to go in there and try to figure out what day is today. And yeah, I just stopped doing that kind of stuff anymore. And holidays, like Mother's Day, is not singular time all over the world. Like Mother's Day, Father's Day, all those change and change based on the calendar as well. Not just the country's choice, but the country's choice under their time scale. And there's all kinds of factors. So you end up just getting confused, and you don't understand any of the systems anymore because it's relative to your position on the planet. And then you have to know exactly where you are all the time and who you're talking to. And it's just too much to keep track. But if you don't travel around, you don't actually experience this effect. So I really hope that helps everybody understand.
Barbara Dan, jump in. I think it's your turn.
Yeah. Got a quick question for you, Proud. Did you look at the Mickelson-Morley interferometry numbers I gave you last week?
Proud, are you with us? Barbara Dan's got a question for you. I don't know if you heard it. Proud.
Oh, no, I didn't hear it. Say it again, Barbara Dan.
Did you look at the interferometry numbers that I gave you last week?
From what we worked on when I put out my calculator?
Yeah.
Nice. I can go back to that page, but did you find more information from it?
Right. So just to set it up, really. Does anyone have a calculator? Doesn't even need to be you, Proud, just to run it through with someone else.
Yeah, I'll go and I'll do it then. I've got mine out.
Right. So the the actual Michelson-Morley results came back as 2.85, right? Not the expected results, but the actual results that came back. 2.85, right?
Sorry, are you asking me or telling me?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you as a confirmation.
I haven't looked at it. You didn't send it to me, so I'm not 100% sure.
You're talking about the fringe displacement? The fringe displacement?
Yeah.
I think it was
Yeah,
just over 1. It's like 1.2, something like that. 1.1.
So what was the 2.85 about?
Come again?
What was the 2.85?
No idea.
Was all of the numbers that I've had from Globe Earth is 2.85.
Is that maybe that's what they were looking for to find, and that's not what they found? I don't know. Could that be it?
They were looking for 5.
Yeah, but they found 2.85. Nathan, do me a favour, quickly. Type in your calculator 24901.
Yeah.
Then divide that by 8736.
Yeah.
What number do you get?
2.85.
Right, so what that tells, so you divide the amount of hours in 1 year by the full circumference of the Earth, and the Michelson-Morley experiment and the interferometry figures actually worked, and it actually showed that the Earth rotates only once every year. So the Michelson-Morley calculations were 100% correct with what they actually found, not what they expected to find. And the Michelson-Morley experiment proved that the Earth rotates only once every year.
Can I make a slight correction? As you can look at the paper yourself, they measured 1.1 fringes, and the way that they word it is that they got 5 to 6 kilometers a second. So each fringe would be 5 kilometers, right? So they were expecting 5 to get 30 kilometers, and they got just over 1. So
yeah, but the 2.85 degrees would be 2.85 degrees every hour.
No, but who gave you what does that mean? Where's that come from again?
That's the actual Michelson-Morley for interferometry results.
No,
they
yeah.
expected a higher.
Yeah,
they expected a higher number, but they actually got 2.85.
Right. Yeah, you keep saying 2.85.
There was ground motion, but it calculated that the Earth rotates only once every year, not once a day.
Well, they weren't measuring rotation in that one. They were trying to go for the orbital velocity, so they were going for the annual, right?
Wouldn't that be the annual, the once every year?
Yeah, exactly. But at a specific,
so then the interferometry calculations proved that the Earth rotates once every year.
Well, no, it proved. So if the Earth was okay, possibly, but it would have to be rotating at a speed proportional to what was measured. So if they measured just over 1 fringes, so 6 kilometers a second, then they can't say that the Copernican theory is true, that the Earth is in motion at 30 kilometers a second and all that. It would change everything. They would have to move everything much closer to compensate for that, right? It's a very specific distance amount. And I'm just, who's telling you that it was 2.8? Like, because you can look at the paper yourself. It's not that. Like, it's not a real
Every
number.
globe earther that I've spoken to have said that the interferometry results, all right, the 2.8
I got you. I'm gonna pull it up for
result proves the globe, and I'm saying that their results show that it rotates only once every year.
Well, that would be confirming their theory. That would be saying that they measured it, just not at the velocity that they needed, though, right?
Yeah, they tried to prove that the Earth rotates once every day, but it actually proved that it rotates once every year.
No,
the sun and the moon, the sun and the moon circumnavigate the Earth once every day at 1,037 miles an hour.
1 second. I got a phone call. 1 sec.
Yeah, I think part of the confusion here is they weren't measuring Earth's axis rotation. They weren't trying to figure out how fast we spin on our axis. They were trying to find the orbital velocity that is needed to circumnavigate the sun, to go around the sun. And at a distance of 93 million miles from the sun, we would have to be traveling at 30 kilometers per second. So they expected like 6 fringes at 5 kilometers, you know, per fringe, 5 kilometers a second per fringe. And they only got 1.1. Well, I'm not sure where the 2.85 comes from or the 2.8 or whatever that is, but even if you accept that they measured that 1.1 and say, well, that's Earth's orbital velocity, for us to go around the sun in 1 year, the sun would have to be tremendously close. And so it would invalidate their whole model because once you move the distance from Earth to the center of the Earth to the center of the sun in their model, you change every distance to everything, everywhere, and how everything works. So it's, that's what I'm not getting is that there is no Earth spinning on its axis. It was orbital velocity around the sun.
Yeah, I'm back. Well said, Ken. I pulled up the paper here. If you're able to look at the stream, we can go over the fringes real quick and the math to derive what they predicted. If you want to take a look real quick, because yeah, that's crazy that people are telling you that it's 2.4 because that's not even what they measured. If they were like, yo, 1.1, like yeah, but like now they're just like making up a new number. But anyway, I pulled it up here. So this is the dotted line is what they expected to measure. So 0.05 fringes would be 30 kilometers a second. And then they measured just over 1 fringe, which gives them 30 kilometers a second. Or 5 kilometers to 6 kilometers. And that was also noted by Mickelson here. He says, but since the displacement is proportional to the square of the velocity, the relative velocity of the Earth in the ether is probably less than 1/6 of Earth's orbital velocity, or certainly less than 1/4. And that was in regards to them saying, hey, we got the measurement, but it's not Earth's velocity. So we don't really know what to do here. And yeah, whoever was saying Earth rotation, I mean, that's not what it was about. They did Mickelson, Gear, Pierce. They actually, this interferometer setup is actually, they call it a right angle interferometer, or a Mickelson-Morley style interferometer, or an orthogonal setup, right? So that the light's just at a right angle to itself. They actually say that this specific interferometer can't measure anything, and that you have to have a closed loop to measure only rotation. So this wouldn't even be the device used like in their paradigm, right? Because of relativity theory. Relativity says you can't use this to measure anything.
Well, I think the problem is he was talking. He said that some globies, which threw alarm bells up to me because you listen to them, they're all about confusing everything, anyways, because they'll tell you, oh, Mickelson Morley just disproved the ether, and my response is, oh, can you tell me more about this ether meter they used, to detect the ether? And that usually ends the conversation right there. But I think they throw up a lot of stuff wrong, specifically to get people confused. And that's why I tell people, just go look at the actual paper. Somebody makes a claim, take them, you can take what they say and look at it, but go get the actual paper and read what the actual paper says and compare it to what they told you, because 99 times out of 100, they don't have it right.
Yeah. I see. I'm not sure if you have your hand up or if my UI is glitched, but if you're still there, I mean, feel free to interject or ask questions or whatever. You're good to talk, bro. You don't have to raise. But let's see. So to end on that, though, if people are like saying, "Oh no, it was Earth rotation, it was this or that," you can direct them to page 3, and then it breaks down the equation for how they derived their prediction. They got V for the velocity of light, and they got nu, which looks like a little cursive V, and that's the velocity of Earth in its orbit, which just gives them, they put in 30 kilometers a second for that. And then the rest of that is the distance that light has to travel around the apparatus, and that gave them their fringe pattern prediction of, that's how they came to expect 5 fringes, because that equation, when you enter 30 kilometers a second and the velocity of light and the wavelength, it gives you that value for the fringes, or it tells you what the wavelength would be. So
how mad crazy would that be if they expected Earth's axial rotation to be 30 kilometers per second?
Dude, well, that's why they had to say that this can't measure anything, because what they did measure is way too fast, but way too slow for anything. It's too fast for Earth rotation, too slow for Earth's orbital velocity. And then they say that the closed loop, so just like a rectangle or a square or a triangle, can detect rotation and not translational speed, only angular displacement. So
that's only 67 miles an hour, though.
What's that? No, 5 kilometers a second.
30 kilometers a second is 67 miles an hour.
66 miles an hour, or whatever.
1,000.
Oh yeah, 66,000 miles an hour. So 5 kilometers is like 11,000 or 9,000, something like that. It's not even close for them. But yeah, so anyway, the Michelson-Gale-Pearson, like a closed loop, measures the same thing, like that same displacement value, but they don't count the translational speed, so they don't count a velocity. They just go, oh yeah, it's displaced at 15 degrees per hour. So they're plotting if you look at the fringes here, let's see, you see how they kind of have like a peak and then they dip and then a peak. Well, this is all relative to the time in which they're being measured. So what they do for a closed loop is they just plot these min maximum peaks against sidereal time. And then they're like, oh, look, to get this 15 degree per hour, like that. But ignore the fact that you could derive like a linear velocity out of it, like translational velocity out of this. Ignore that. Just look at the angular displacement. So that's the trick.
The math magic is always the trick.
Yep. Proud, you have a hand up, or am I hallucinating?
Definitely hallucinations.
Okay.
It don't matter. We want to hear from you anyways. What you got to say?
But yeah, dude, that's awesome though that the Glob lads were trying to come out and talk about Michelson, Morley, and stuff. That's tight. Where are you finding? Where are you finding interferometer globe lads at, dude? I can't find any.
We've been trying to get this interferometry ether globe lad to come in here and talk about his globe Earth with the ether.
Oh, dude, your boy Ashton Kutcher.
Wasn't Candace Owens supposed to be here?
That would be a trip. I often wonder where they get. I've got it narrowed down to, I think when it comes to something like Michelson Morley, somebody is trying to break it down to them to convince them of what it done, how it disproved the ether or something, and they're getting all their information from that, and they're not looking at the papers, they're not looking at what the physicists at the time were actually saying about the results, because that trips them up. I had somebody tell me, "Oh, they knew right away, that it disproved the ether." But then when you go quoting people after the experiment, they obviously thought that it showed the Earth at rest. That the Earth had to be at rest. And it just falls apart on them. And I can't figure out where they're getting this information from.
Are there any upcoming events happening, guys? Debates, shows.
Yeah, we got Monday will be on Ether Cosmology, will be a reading night. And then Tuesday, Toby will be presenting on climate change. So we could all learn about climate change. And let's see, Thursday will be, what do we even do on? Oh yeah, Thursday is our Twitter Space night. And then Friday will be Flat Earth Friday, episode 104.
Since it's quiet, I'll jump in. You mentioned debates kind of reminded me about the Witsit Dave debate. What did everyone think about that? I mean, I haven't really heard too much comments on about it. I don't know if you guys have a space on it. But I thought Witsit was a bit too nice. I thought he could have been a bit more, I thought he was a bit too nice, a bit, too cool with Dave. And I felt like he could have been a bit more strong with his position. I mean, he conducted himself well. He didn't resort to ad homs and that. It's just sometimes it felt like he allowed Dave to put him on the back foot too much, like interrupting him while he was talking and stuff. He didn't really, push back and expose. I think I would have exposed that a bit more. I think the moderator guy, he tried, but it was still kind of biased. He was, Dave was kind of interrupting quite a lot. And in a debate, it shouldn't be any interruptions, really, to be honest. If we're having a proper debate based on the Oxford rules or, college rules or whatever it is, university rules, you would like to think that the moderator should have been calling Dave out for that. Because he was constantly doing that, constantly twisting what Witsit was saying, making up stuff, kind of like trying to strawman his position quite often. I don't know if it was just me, but because I didn't watch it all, but I kind of got tired after like an hour and something. I thought, Witsit, you're being a bit too nice there.
Yeah, we had a watch party. We were talking about it a little bit. Like some of these anti-flat earthers and globers, like you can kind of be cordial with them. You can kind of keep it like nice, but I just think not a Professor Dave. Like he done been through the ringer so many times. He done try to embarrass so many people. Like he definitely needed like foot on neck type of debate. Like he needed to be pressed into a corner. I think it's telling that after all this time, he didn't really get into none of the physics. He didn't want to talk about like high level nothing. And it's like, bro, you've been in this conversation for how long? Like you should be at that level talking about this with people like Witsit if that's who you're gonna call out. Yeah, I guess we always get the stigma of like our behavior. So even if we don't behave like the perfect of perfect, like we're gonna get called out for it. But I just think with this particular like debate, I don't think it would have been bad if he turned it up a notch or two.
Yeah, most definitely, because Dave initiated it. I feel like I agree with what you're saying. We try to be more civilized in the conversation, right? But I feel like if someone is, if you're going to a fight, you got a Glock 9 and the other guy's pulling out an assault rifle, I think, bro, you might have to go in your trunk and get your assault rifle out. You know what I mean? At least. I'm not saying you have to go get your bazooka, you know what I mean, or your LMG or whatever, but you should at least be getting your assault rifle as well. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I would love to be clipping up clips of Dave stuttering or literally getting demolished. Like it's still a good back and forth. It was still a great build, and he didn't really have no answers to the questions. It's just like if he was stuck, like really stuck to the point where he didn't have anything to resort to but word salad and at homes, that would have made for even better content. If you look at the comment section in that live, like on YouTube, a lot of the people who claim to be Globers were even saying like, yo, it's a shame that this is how Dave has to behave. Like, I think he lost a bunch of his following and people who thought he was like intelligent. or intellectually honest. And in my opinion, I think he lost his handlers. I think when he debated Flat Earth Dave, he had his handlers. He had his people who were writing his scripts and corroborating everything he needed to sound smart and intelligent. But I personally don't think he has that anymore. I think they've been dropped him. He is a lone wolf now in this Flat Earth conversation. And he's just coasting off of his YouTube views. The debate came around again for him to debate Witsit, and he didn't have nobody to like run to. Like, he doesn't have any science overheads to fact check his work. I think he was really pretty much on his own, and he just
No,
did
you
it.
know what? I agree because when you look at the difference in that debate, he didn't seem as calm. He seemed very edgy, and what's the other word? Like not necessarily frustrated, but he seemed more angry than he usually is. If that makes sense. He didn't have a calm vibe to him. He didn't have that calm sort of when in certain other debates he has this like arrogant sort of like sway to him. He didn't seem to have that. It seemed to be more agitated than from what I observed.
The last debate I seen him in, it looked like he was on Zolpidem. I ain't gonna hold you. He looked definitely prescribed calm. This one, yeah, I think that it dawned on him like what the weight of what he was doing. Like, yo, I'm really about to debate Witsit on a platform that I really don't have no control over. Like, my whole name rests on this debate. If I don't do a good job, like everything I worked for this whole time is basically down the drain. So I think that was his Hail Mary. He really wasn't prepared as much as he wanted to be, but he had no choice in his opinion.
Yeah, his argument seemed more about discrediting Witsit as as a capable individual of making certain analysis. It seemed more based on that than actual physics proof. Like he wasn't actually providing any sort of physics sort of arguments to. Yeah, he did. I'm saying he did add one or two or maybe three, but it seemed the basis of his whole debate was just trying to make Witsit seem like he didn't know what he's talking about. And when it comes to like word salad and gish galloping, they do that more than anybody, especially Dave. Like literally, he loves word salad. To be honest.